Beltane the Smith **** produced by Juliet Sutherland, Ginny Brewer and PG distributed proofreaders. Beltane the Smith by Jeffery Farnol, author of The Broad Highway, The Amateur Gentleman etc., with illustrations by Arthur E. Bescher, to Frederick Housen Hawley, to whom Beltane is no stranger. I dedicate this romance. Jeffery Farnol, London, August, 1915. Contents: I. How Beltane lived within the greenwood. 2. How Beltane had word with the Duke, Black Ivy. 03. How love came to Beltane in the greenwood. 4. Of the love and the grief of Helen the Proud, which tells of the story of Ambrose the Hermit. 6. How Beltane fared forth of the green. 7. How Beltane talked with one hight Giles Brabble-Cum, who was a notable and learned archer. 8. How Beltane held discourse with a black friar. 9. Wherein is some account of the philosophy of folly and the wisdom of a fool. X. How Beltane made comrade one Black Roger, that was a hangman. 11. Which tells how 3 mighty men swear fealty to Beltane, and how good Friar Martin digged a grave in the wild. 12. Which tells how Duke Ivy's great gallows ceased to be. 13. How they break open the dungeon of Bulsay. 14. How Beltane came nigh to death. 15. How Beltane had word with Ptolop the Red, and how they left him in the forest. 16. Of the rueful night of the burning heart. 17. Of the ambushment near Thornaby Mill. 18. How Beltane met Sir Giles of Brandon Mere. 19. Concerning the eyes of a nun. XX. How Beltane plighted his troth in the green. XXI. Of the tale of Gardrick the huntsman. XXII. Concerning the whiles of Winfrida the fair. 23. Of the humility of Helen the Proud. XIV. Of what befell at Blaine. XXV. How Beltane became captive to Sir Ptolop. XXVI. Of the horrors of Garthlaxton Keep, and how a devil entered into Beltane. XXVIII. How Beltane took to the wildwood. XXVIII. Of the place of refuge within the green. XXVI. How Beltane slew Tostig and spake with the wild men. XXX. How they smote Garthlaxton. XXXI. How Giles made a merry song. XXI. How Beltane met with a youthful knight. XXXII. How Beltane had news of one that was a notable pardoner. XXV. How they came to Bulsay. XXXV. How Guy of Allerdale ceased from evil. XXV. How the folk of Bulsay town made them an end of tyranny. XXVIII. How they left Bulsay. XXVIII. Of Beltane's black and evil mood, and how he fell in with the witch of Hangston Waste. XXVI. How Beltane fought for one Mellant that was a witch. XL. Further concerning the maid Mellant, and of the hue and cry. XLI. How they rode into the wilderness. XLII. How Beltane dreamed in the wildwood. XLII. How Beltane knew great humility. XLIV. How a madness came upon Beltane in the wildwood. XLV. How Black Roger taught Beltane great wisdom. XLVI. How Black Roger prayed in the dawn, and how his prayers were answered. XLAE. How Beltane sware an oath. XLATE. How Beltane set out for Hangston Waste. XLIX. How Beltane found peace and a great sorrow. LTLeth. How Beltane went forth to his duty. Lee. How Black Roger won to fuller manhood. Lii. How they had news of Walkin. Lii. Of Jolette, that was a witch. Live. How Beltane fought with a doughty stranger. LV. How they marched for Winisvaran. LVI. What they found at Winisvaran. LVII. Telleth of the onfall at Brand late. How Beltane had speech with the abbess. Lix. Telleth how Sir Benedict went a fishing. Lx. Telleth how they marched from the valley of Brand. Lxi. How the forest fought for them lxii how they came to Bulsay for the third time it telleth somewhat of the woes of Giles o the Bolxiv how Giles cursed Bulsay hour of her fear lxv telleth of roses lxvi concerning a blue camlet cloak lxae telleth what befell in the Reeves garden lx8 Friar Martin's dying prophecy lx6 how at last they came to Pentavalon city lx which speaketh for itself list of illustrations thus Helen the proud, the beautiful, yielded her lips to his now did she look on him. Neath drooping lash, sweet-eyed and languorous Beltane stood up armed in shining mail from head to foot so came Winfrida, and falling on her knee gave the goblet into her lady's hand she stared and stared beyond Sir Gui. To behold one clad as a dusty miller her eyes swept him with look calm and most dispassionate Beltane the smith chapter I how Beltane lived within the green wood in a glade of the forest, yet not so far but that one might hear the chime of bells stealing across the valley from the great minster of Mortin on a still evening, dwelt Beltane the smith. Alone he lived in the shadow of the great trees, happy when the piping of the birds was in his ears, and joying to listen to the plash and murmur of the brook that ran merrily beside his hut, or pausing twixt the strokes of his ponderous hammer to catch its never-failing music. A mighty man was Beltane the smith, despite his youth already great of stature and comely of feature. Much knew he of woodcraft, of the growth of herb and tree and flower, of beast and bird, and how to tell each by its cry or song or flight. He knew the ways of fish in the streams, and could tell the course of the stars in the heavens. Versed was he likewise in the ancient wisdoms and philosophies, both Latin and Greek, having learned all these things from him whom men called Ambrose the Hermit. But of men and cities he knew little, and of women and the ways of women, less than nothing, for of these matters Ambrose spake not. Thus, being grown from youth to manhood, for that a man must needs live, Beltane builded him a hut beside the brook, and set up an anvil thereby whereon he beat out billhooks and axe heads and such implements as the charcoal burners and they that lived within the green had need of. Oft times, of an evening, he would seek out the hermit Ambrose, and they would talk together of many things, but seldom of men and cities, and never of women and the ways of women. Once, therefore, wondering, Beltane had said, "My father, amongst all these matters you speak never of women and the ways of women, though history is full of their doings, and all poets sing praise of their wondrous beauty, as this Helena of Troy, whom men called Desire of the World." But Ambrose sighed and shook his head, saying, "Art thou indeed a man, so soon, my Beltane?" and so sat watching him a while. Anon he rose and striding to and fro spake sudden and passionate on this wise, "Beltane, I tell thee the beauty of women is an evil thing, a lure to wreck the souls of men. By woman came sin into the world. By her beauty she blinds the eyes of men to truth and honor, leading them into all manner of wantonness whereby their very manhood is destroyed. This Helen of Troy, of whom ye speak, was naught but a vile adulteress, with a heart false and foul, by whose sin many died and Troy town was utterly destroyed." "Alas," sighed Beltane, "that one so fair should be a thing so evil." Thereafter he went his way, very sad and thoughtful, and that night, lying upon his bed, he heard the voices of the trees sighing and murmuring one to another like souls that sorrowed for sin's sake, and broken dreams and ideals. Alas! That one so fair should be a thing so evil. But, above the whispers of the trees, loud and insistent rose the merry chatter of the brook speaking to him of many things, of life, and the lust of life, the pomp and stir of cities, the sound of song and laughter, of women and the beauty of women, and of the sweet, mad wonder of love. Of all these things the brook sang in the darkness, and Beltane sighed, and sighing, fell asleep. Thus lived my Beltane in the woodland, ranging the forest with eye quick to see the beauty of earth and sky, and ear open to the thousand voices around him, or, busied at his anvil, hearkening to the wondrous tales of travel and strange adventure told by wandering knight and man-at-arms the while, with skilful hand, he mended broken mail or dented casque, and thereafter, upon the mossy sward, would make trial of their strength and valour, whereby he both took and gave right lusty knocks, or again, when work failed, he would lie upon the grass, chin on fist, poring over some ancient legend, or sit with brush and colours, illuminating on vellum, wherein right cunning was he. Now it chanced that as he sat thus, brush in hand, upon a certain fair afternoon, he suddenly espied one who stood watching him from the shade of a tree, near by. A very tall man he was, long and lean and grim of aspect, with a mouth right twisted by reason of an ancient sword cut, and yet, withal, he had a jovial eye. But now, seeing himself observed, he shook his grizzled head and sighed. Whereat said Beltane, busied with his brush again, "Good sir, pray what's amiss?" "The world, youth, the world, 'tis all amiss. Yet mark me. Here sit you a dabbing colour with a little brush," answered Beltane, "and so ye seek to do your duty as regardfully as I now daub this colour, messy, in so much shall the world be bettered." "My duty, youth," quoth the stranger, rasping a hand across his grizzled chin, "my duty. Ha, 'tis well said, so needs must I now fight with thee." "Fight with me," says Beltane, his keen gaze upon the speaker. "Aye, verily," nodded the stranger, and, forthwith, laying by his long cloak, he showed two swords whose broad blades glittered, red and evil, in the sunset. "But," says Beltane, shaking his head, "I have no quarrel with thee, good fellow." "Quarrel," exclaimed the stranger, "no quarrel, quotha! What matter for that? Surely you would not forego a good bout for so small a matter. Doth a man eat only when famishing, or drink but to quench his thirst? Out upon thee, messy smith!" "But sir," said Beltane, bending to his brush again, "an I should fight with thee, where would be the reason?" "Nowhere, youth, since fighting is ever at odds with reason, yet for such unreasonable reasons do reasoning men fight." "None the less, I will not fight thee," answered Beltane, deftly touching in the wing of an archangel, "so let there be an end on't." "End forsooth, we have not yet begun. And you must have a quarrel, rightfully will I provoke thee, since fight with thee I must, it being so my duty." "How thy duty?" "I am so commanded." By whom? By one who, being dead, yet liveth. Nay, ask no names, yet mark me this, the world's amiss, boy. Pentavalon groans beneath the black usurper's heel, all the sins of hell are loose, murder and riot, lust and rapine. March you eastward but a day through the forest yonder and you shall see the trees bear strange fruit in our country. The world's amiss, messy, yet here sit you wasting your days, a foolish brush stuck in thy fist. So am I come, nor will I go hence until I have tried thy metal. Quoth Beltane, shaking his head, intent upon his work, you speak me riddles, sir. Yet can I speak thee to the point and so it be thy wish, as thus, now mark me, boy. Thou art a fool, a dog, a fatuous ass, a slave, a nincompoop, a cowardly boy, and as such, mark me again, now do I spit at thee. Whereupon Beltane, having finished the archangel's wing, laid by his brush and, with thoughtful mien, arose, and being upon his feet, turned him, swift and sudden, and caught the stranger in a fierce and cunning wrestling grip, and forthwith threw him upon his back. Whereat this strange man, sitting cross-legged upon the sward, smiled his wry and twisted smile and looked upon Beltane with bright, approving eye. A pretty spirit, he nodded. "'Tis a sweet and gentle youth, all good beef and bone, a little green as yet, perchance, but 'tis no matter. A mighty arm, a noble thigh, and shoulders, body o' me. But 'tis in the breed. Young sir, by these same signs and portents my soul is uplifted and hope singeth a new song within me." So saying, the stranger sprang nimbly to his feet and catching up one of the swords took it by the blade and gave its massy hilt to Beltane's hand. Said he, "Look well upon this blade, young sir, in duchy, kingdom or county you shall not find its match, nor the like of the terrible hand that bore it. Time was when this good steel, mark how it glitters yet, struck deep for liberty and justice and all fair things, before whose might oppression quailed and hung its head, and in whose shadow peace and mercy rested. 'Twas long ago, but this good steel is bright and undimmed as ever. Ha! Mark it, boy, those eyes o' thine shall ne'er behold its equal." So Beltane took hold upon the great sword, felt the spring and balance of the blade and viewed it up from glittering point to plain and simple crossguard. And thus, graven deep within the broad steel he read this word, Resurgam. "Ha!" cried the stranger, "see you the legend, good youth? Speak me now what it doth signify." And Beltane answered, "I shall arise." "Arise, good boy, aye, verily, mark me that. 'Tis a fair thought, look you, and the motto of a great and noble house, and, by the rood, I think, likewise a prophecy." Thus speaking the stranger stooped, and taking up the other sword faced Beltane therewith, saying in soft and wheedling tones, "Come now, let us fight together thou and I, and deny me not, lest, mark me this well, youth, lest I spit at thee again." Then he raised his sword, and smote Beltane with the flat of it, and the blow stung, wherefore Beltane instinctively swung his weapon and thrilled with sudden unknown joy at the clash of steel on steel, and so they engaged. And there, within the leafy solitude, Beltane and the stranger fought together. The long blades whirled and flashed and rang upon the stillness, and ever, as they fought, the stranger smiled his wry smile, mocking and gibing at him, whereat Beltane's mouth grew the grimmer and his blows the heavier, yet wherever he struck, there already was the stranger's blade to meet him, whereat the stranger laughed fierce and loud, taunting him on this wise: "How now, thou dauber of colours, betake thee to thy little brush, belike it shall serve thee better. Ay me, betake thee to thy little brush, 'twere better fitted to thee than a noble sword, thou daubing boy." Now did my Beltane wax wroth indeed and smote amain until his breath grew short and thick, but ever steel rang on steel, and ever the stranger laughed and gibed until Beltane's strokes grew slower. Then, with a sudden fierce shout, did the stranger beset my Beltane with strokes so swift and strong, now to right of him, now to left, that the very air seemed full of flaming, whirling steel, and, in that moment, as Beltane gave back, the stranger smote thrice in as many moments with the flat of his blade, once upon the crown, once upon the shoulder, and once upon the thigh. Fierce-eyed and scant of breath, Beltane redoubled his blows, striving to beat his mocker to the earth, whereat he but laughed again, saying, "Look to thy long legs, dullard," and forthwith smote Beltane upon the leg. "Now thine arm, slothful boy, thy left arm," and he smote Beltane upon the arm. "Now thy sconce, boy, thy mazard, thy sleepy, golden head," and straightway he smote him on the head, and, thereafter, with sudden, cunning stroke, beat the great sword from Beltane's grip, and so, laughing yet, paused and stood leaning upon his own long weapon. But Beltane stood with bent head, hurt in his pride, angry and beyond all thought amazed, yet, being humbled most of all, he kept his gaze bent earthwards and spake no word. Now upon the stranger grew solemn likewise and looked at Beltane with kindly, approving eyes. "Nay, indeed," quoth he, "be not abashed, good youth, take it not amiss that I have worsted thee. 'Tis true, had I been so minded I might have cut thee into gobbets no larger than thy little brush, but then, body o' me, I have lived by stroke of sword from my youth up and have fought in divers wars and countries, so take it not to heart, good youth." With the word he nodded and, stooping, took up the sword, and, thereafter, cast his cloak about him, whereat Beltane lifted his head and spake, "Art going, sir? Wilt not try me once again? Methinks I might do a little better this time, and so God wills." "Ay, so thou shalt, sweet youth," cried the stranger, clapping him upon the shoulder, "yet not now, for I must begone, yet shall I return. Then I pray you leave with me the sword till you be come again." "The sword, ha! Doth thy soul cleave unto it so soon, my good, sweet boy? Leave the sword, quotha? Ay, truly, some day. But for the nonce, no, no, thy hand is not fitted to bear it yet, nor worthy such a blade, but some day, belike, who knows? Fare thee well, sweet youth, I come again tomorrow." And so the tall, grim stranger turned him about, smiling his wry smile, and strode away through the green. Then Beltane went back, minded to finish his painting, but the colors had lost their charm for him, moreover, the light was failing. Wherefore he put brushes and colors aside, and, stripping, plunged into the cool, sweet waters of a certain quiet pool, and so, much heartened and refreshed thereby, went betimes to bed. But now he thought no more of women and the ways of women, but rather of this stranger man, of his wry smile and of his wondrous sword play, and bethinking him of the great sword, he yearned after it, as only youth may yearn, and so, sighing, fell asleep. And in his dreams all night was the rushing thunder of many fierce feet and the roaring din of bitter fight and conflict. Asterisk 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 up to an elbow sprang Beltane to find the sun new risen, filling his humble chamber with its golden glory, and, in this radiance, upon the open threshold, the tall, grim figure of the stranger. "Messy," quoth Beltane, rubbing sleepy eyes, "you wake betimes, meseemeth." "Aye, sluggard boy, there is work to do betwixt us." "How so, sir?" "My time in the greenwood groweth short, within the week I must away, for there are wars and rumours of wars upon the borders." Quoth Beltane, wondering, "War and conflict have been within my dreams all night." "Dreams, boy? I tell thee the time groweth ripe for action, and, mark me this, wherein, perchance, thou too shalt share, yet much have I to teach thee first, so rise, slug a bed, rise." Now when Beltane was risen and clad he folded his arms across his broad chest and stared upon the stranger with grave, deep searching eyes. "Who art thou?" he questioned, "and what would you hear again?" "As to thy first question, Sir Smith, 'tis no matter for that, but as for thy second, today am I come to teach thee the use and manage of horse and lance, it being so my duty." "And wherefore thy duty?" "For that I am so commanded." "By whom?" "By one who yet liveth, being dead." Now Beltane frowned at this, and shook his head, saying, "More riddles, messy. Yet now will I speak thee plain, as thus, I am a smith, and have no lust to strife or knightly deeds, nor will I e'er attempt them, for strife begetteth bitter strife and war is an evil thing. They that trust to the sword shall perish by the sword, 'tis so written, and is, meseemeth, a faithful saying. This sorry world hath known overmuch of war and hate, of strife and bloodshed, so shall these my hands go innocent of more." Then indeed did the stranger stare with jaws agape for wonder at my Beltane's saying, and, so staring, turned him to the door and back again, and fain would speak, yet could not for a while. Then, "Besotted boy," he cried. "O craven youth! O babe! O suckling! Was it for this thou wert bego? Hast thou no bowels, no blood, no manhood? Forsooth, and must I spit on thee indeed?" "And so it be thy will, Messy," said Beltane, steady-eyed. But as they stood thus, Beltane with arms yet crossed, his lips upcurving at the other's fierce amaze, the stranger grim-faced and frowning, came a shadow athwart the level glory of the sun, and, turning, Beltane beheld the hermit Ambrose, tall and spare beneath his tattered gown, bareheaded and bare of foot, whose eyes were bright and quick, despite the snow of hair and beard, and in whose gentle face and humble mien was yet a high and noble look at odds with his lowly guise and tattered vesture, at sight of whom the grim-faced stranger, of a sudden, bowed his grizzled head and sank upon his knee. "Lord," he said, and kissed the hermit's long, coarse robe. Whereon the hermit bent and touched him with a gentle hand. "Benedicite, my son," said he. "Go you, and leave us together a while." Forthwith the stranger rose from his knee and went out into the glory of the morning. Then the hermit came to Beltane and set his 2 hands upon his mighty shoulders and spake to him very gently, on this wise: "Thou knowest, my Beltane, how all thy days I have taught thee to love all fair, and sweet, and noble things, for they are of God. 'Twere a fair thought, now, to live out thy life here, within these calm, leafy solitudes, but better death by the sword for some high, unselfish purpose, than to live out a life of ease, safe and cloistered all thy days. To live for thine own ends, 'tis human, to die for some great cause, for liberty, or for another's good, that, my son, were godlike." And there was a man of sorrows whose word was this, that he came not to bring peace on this earth, but a sword. For good cannot outface evil, but strife must needs follow. Behold now here another sword, my Beltane, keep it henceforth so long as thou keep honor. So saying, Ambrose the hermit took from beneath his habit that for which Beltane had yearned, that same great blade whereon whose steel was graven the legend, Resurgam. So Ambrose put the sword in Beltane's hand, saying, "Be terrible, my son, that evil may flee before thee, learn to be strong that thou mayest be merciful." Then the hermit stretched forth his hands and blessed my Beltane, and turned about, and so was gone. But Beltane stood a while to swing the great blade lightly to and fro and to stare upon it with shining eyes. Then, having hid it within his bed, he went forth into the glade. And here he presently beheld a great grey horse tethered to a tree hard by, a mettled steed that tossed its noble head and snuffed the fragrant air of morning, pawing at the earth with impatient hoof. Now, as he stood gazing, came the stranger and touched him on the arm. "Messy," said he, "try an thou canst back the steed yonder." Beltane smiled, for he had loved horses all his days, and loosing the horse, led it out into the open and would have mounted, but the spirited beast, knowing him not, reared and plunged and strove to break the grip upon the bridle, but the grip was strong and compelling. Then Beltane soothed him with gentle voice and hand, and, of a sudden, vaulted lightly into the saddle, and being there, felt the great beast rear under him, and, laughing joyously, struck him with open palm and set off at a thunderous gallop. Away, away they sped up the sunny glade, past oak and beech and elm, through light and shadow, until before them showed a tree of vast girth and mighty spread of branches. Now would Beltane have reined aside, but the great horse, ears flat and eyes rolling, held blindly on. Then Beltane frowned and leaning forward, seized the bridle close beside the bit, and gripping it so, put forth his strength. Slowly, slowly the great, fierce head was drawn low and lower, the foam-flecked jaws gaped wide, but Beltane's grip grew ever the fiercer until, snorting, panting, wild-eyed, the great grey horse faltered in his stride, checked his pace, slipped, stumbled, and so stood quivering in the shade of the tree. Thereafter Beltane turned him and, galloping back, drew rein where the stranger sat, cross-legged, watching him with his wry smile. Aye, he nodded, we shall make of thee a horseman yet. But as to lance now, and armor, quoth Beltane, smiling, good sir, I am a smith, and in my time have mended many a suit of mail, aye, and made them too, though 'twas but to try my hand. As for a lance, I have oft tilted at the ring astride a forest pony, and betimes, have run a course with wandering men at arms. Say you so, boy, said the stranger, and rising, took from behind a tree a long and heavy lance and thrust it into Beltane's grip, then, drawing his sword, he set it upright in the sward, and upon the hilt he put his cap, saying, ride back up the glade, and try an thou canst pick up my cap on thy point, at a gallop. So Beltane rode up the glade and wheeling at a distance, came galloping down with levelled lance, and thundered by with the cap fluttering from his lance point. Art less of a dullard than I thought thee, said the stranger, taking back his cap, though, mark me boy, 'tis another matter to ride against a man fully armed and equipped, lance to lance and shield to shield, than to charge a harmless, ancient leathern cap. Still, art less of a dullard than I thought thee. But there is the sword, now, with the sword thou art indeed but a sorry fool. Go fetch the sword and I will enbalabor thee again. So Beltane, lighting down from the horse that reared and plunged no more, went and fetched the great sword, and when they had laid their jerkins by, for the sun was hot, they faced each other, foot to foot and eye to eye. Then once again the long blades whirled and flew and rang together, and once again the stranger laughed and gibed and struck my Beltane how and where he would, nor gave him stay or respite till Beltane's mighty arm grew weary and his shoulder ached and burned. Then, when he recked not of it, the stranger, with the same cunning stroke, beat the sword from Beltane's hand, and laughed aloud and wagged his head, saying, art faint, boy, and scant o' breath already. Methinks we ne'er shall make of thee a lusty sworder. But beholding Beltane's flushing cheek and drooping eye, reached out and clapped him on the shoulder. Go to, cried he, art young and all unlearned as yet, heed not my jibes and quirks, 'tis ever so my custom when steel is ringing, and mark me, I do think it a good custom, as apt to put a man off his ward and flurry him in his stroke. Never despair, youth, for I tell thee, north and south, and east and west my name is known, nor shall you find in any duchy, kingdom or county, a sworder such as I. For, mark me now, your knight and man-at-arms, trusting to his armor, doth use his sword but to thrust and smite. But, and mark me again, boy, a man cannot go ever in his armor, nor yet be sure when foes are nigh, and, at all times, 'Tis well to make thy weapon both sword and shield, 'tis a goodly art, indeed I think a pretty one. Come now, take up thy sword and I will teach thee all my strokes and show thee how 'tis done. Thus then, this stranger dwelt the week with Beltane in the greenwood, teaching him, day by day, tricks of sword and much martial law beside. And, day by day, a friendship waxed and grew betwixt them, so that upon the 7th morning, as they broke their fast together, Beltane's heart was heavy and his look downcast, whereat the stranger spake him thus, Whence thy dole, good youth? For that today needs must I part with thee. And thy friends are few, belike. None, Messy answered Beltane, sighing. I me. And yet 'tis well enough, for, mark me, youth, friends be oft times a mixed blessing. As for me, 'tis true I am thy friend and so shall ever be, so long as you shall bear yon goodly blade. And wherefore? Questioned Beltane. Moreover thou art my scholar, and like, perchance, to prove thyself, some day, a notable sworder and a sweet and doughty fighter, belike. Yet hast never spoken me thy name, Messy. Why, hast questioned me but once, and then thou wert something of a blockhead dreamer, methought. But now, Messy Beltane, since thou wouldest know, Benedict of Borne am I called. Now hereupon Beltane rose and stood upon his feet, staring wide-eyed at this grim-faced stranger who, with milk bowl at lip, paused to smile his wry smile. Aha, said he, hast heard such a name ere now, even here in the greenwood? Sir, answered Beltane, betimes I have talked with soldiers and men at arms, so do I know thee for that same great knight who, of all the nobles of Pentavalon, doth yet withstand the great Duke Ivo, call you that black usurper great youth. Body o' me! I knew a greater, once, methinks. I nodded Beltane, there was him men called Beltane the Strong. Ha, quoth Sir Benedict, setting down his milk bowl, what know you of Duke Beltane? Naught but that he was a great and lusty fighter who yet loved peace and mercy, but truth and justice most of all. And today, sighed Sir Benedict, today we have Black Ivo. I me. These be sorry days for Pentavalon. 'Tis said he woos the young Duchess yonder. Hast ever seen Helen of Mortin, Sir Smith? Nay, but I've heard tell that she is wondrous fair. Quoth Sir Benedict, I love not your red-haired spitfires. Methinks, an Ivo win her, she'll lead him how she will, or be broke in the adventure, a malison upon him, be it how it may. So, having presently made an end of eating, Sir Benedict arose and forthwith donned quilted gamison, and thereafter his hauberk of bright mail and plain surcoat, and buckling his sword about him, strode into the glade where stood the great grey horse. Now, being mounted, Sir Benedict stayed a while to look down at Beltane, whilst Beltane looked up at him. Messy Beltane, said he, pointing to his scarred cheek, you look upon my scar, I think. Quoth Beltane, flushing hot, nay, sir, in truth, not I. Why look now, sweet youth, 'tis a scar that likes me well, though 'twas in no battle I took it, yet none the less, I would not be without it. By this I may be known among 1,000. Benedicto the Mark some call me, and 'tis, methinks, as fair a name as any. But look now, and mark me this well, Beltane, should any come to thee within the green, by day or night, and say to thee, Benedicto the Mark bids thee arise and follow, then follow, Messie, and so, peradventure, thou shalt arise indeed. Dost mark me well, youth? Ay, Sir Benedict. Hi-ho, sighed Sir Benedict, thou art a fair-sized babe to bear within a cloak, and thou hast been baptized in blood ere now, and there be more riddles for thee, boy, and so, until we meet, fare thee well, Messie Beltane. So saying, Sir Benedict of Bourne smiled his twisted smile and, wheeling his horse, rode away down the glade, his mail glistening in the early light and his lance point winking and twinkling amid the green. Chapter 2 How Beltane had word with the Duke. Black Ivy. Oh, now it fell out upon a day, that as Beltane strode the forest ways, there met him a fine cavalcade, gay with the stir of broidered petticoat and ermined mantle, and, pausing beneath a tree, he stood to hearken to the soft, sweet voices of the ladies and to gaze enraptured upon their varied beauty. Foremost of all rode a man richly habited, a man of great strength and breadth of shoulder, and of a bearing high and arrogant. His face, framed in long black hair that curled to meet his shoulder, was of a dark and swarthy hue, fierce-looking and masterful by reason of prominent chin and high-arched nose, and of his thin-lipped, relentless mouth. Black were his eyes and bold, now staring bright and wide, now glittering twixt heavy, narrowed lids, yet when he smiled they glittered brightest, and his lips showed moistly red. Beside him rode a lady of a wondrous dark beauty, sleepy-eyed and languid, yet her glance was quick to meet the Duke's bold look, and, 'neath her mantle, her fingers met, once in a while, and clung with his, what time his red lips would smile, but, for the most part, his brow was gloomy and he fingered his chin as one in thought. As he paced along upon his richly caparisoned steed, pinching at his long, blue-shaven chin with supple fingers, his heavy brows drawn low, of a sudden his narrowed lids widened and his eyes gleamed bright and black as they beheld my Beltane standing in the shade of the tree. "Aha," said he, drawing rein, "what insolent, long-legged rogue art thou, to stand gaping at thy betters?" And Beltane answered, "No rogue, Messie, but an honest man, I pray God, whom folk call Beltane the smith." The staring eyes grew suddenly narrow, the scarlet mouth curled in a slow smile, and the tall man spake, yet with his gaze bent ever upon Beltane. "Fair lords," he said, "and you, most sweet and gentle ladies, our sport hath been but poor, hitherto, methinks I can show you a better, 'tis a game we play full oft in my country. Would that our gracious Lady of Mortain were here, nor had balked us of her wilful company. Ho! Geoffroy," he called, "come you and break me the back of this honest rogue." And straightway came one from the rear, where rode the servants and men-at-arms, a great, bronzed fellow, bearded to the eyes of him, loosing his sword-belt as he came, who, having tossed aside cap and pourpoint, strode toward Beltane, his eyes quick and bright, his teeth agleam through the hair of his beard. "Come, thou forest rogue," said he, "my lord Duke loveth not to wait for man or maid, so, have at thee." Great he looked and tall as Beltane's self, a hairy man of mighty girth with muscles that swelled on arm and breast and rippled upon his back. Thus, as he stood and laughed, grimly confident and determined, not a few were they who sighed for Beltane for his youth's sake, and because of his golden curls and gentle eyes, for this Geoffroy was accounted a very strong man, and a matchless wrestler withal. "'Tis a fair match, how think you, Sir Jocelyn?" said the Duke, and turned him to one who rode at his elbow, a youthful, slender figure with long curled hair and sleepy eyes. "A fair match, Sir Jocelyn." "In very sooth, sweet my lord, gramercy and by your gracious leave, not so," sighed Sir Jocelyn. "This Geoffroy o' thine is a rare breaker of necks and hath o'erthrown all the wrestlers in the three duchies. A man is he, set in his strength and experienced, but this forester, tall though he be, is but a beardless youth." The Duke smiled his slow smile, his curving nostrils quivered and were still, and he glanced toward Sir Jocelyn through veiling lids. Quoth he, "Art, rather, for a game of ball, messy, or a song upon a lute?" So saying he turned and signed to Geoffroy with his finger. As for Sir Jocelyn, he only curled a lock of his long hair, and hummed beneath his breath. Now Beltane, misliking the matter, would fain have gone upon his way, but wheresoever he turned, there Geoffroy was also, barring his path, wherefore Beltane's eye kindled and he raised his staff threateningly. "Fellow," quoth he, "stand from my way, lest I mischief thee." But Geoffroy only laughed and looked to his lord, who, beckoning an archer, bid him lay an arrow to his string. "Shoot me the cowardly rogue so soon as he turn his back," said he, whereat Geoffroy laughed again, wagging his head. "Come, forest knave," quoth he, "I know a trick to snap thy neck so sweetly shalt never know, I warrant thee. Come, 'twill take but a moment, and my lord begins to lack of patience." So Beltane laid by his staff, and tightening his girdle, faced the hairy Geoffroy, and there befell that, the which, though you shall find no mention of it in any chronicle, came much to be talked of thereafter, so that a ballad was writ of it the which beginneth thus: "Beltane wrestled in the green with a mighty man. A goodlier bout was never seen since the world began." While Beltane was tightening his girdle, swift and sudden Geoffroy closed, pinning his arms in a cunning hold, and thrice he swung my Beltane from his feet so that many clapped their hands the while the squires and men at arms shouted lustily. Only Sir Jocelyn curled the lock of hair upon his finger and was silent. To him quoth my Lord Duke, smiling, "Messy, an you be in a mind to wager now, I will lay you this my roan stallion gainst that suit of triple mail you won at Dunismere joust, that Geoffroy breaks thy forester's back within 2 falls, how say you?" "Sweet my lord, it liketh me beyond telling, thy roan is a peerless beast," sighed Sir Jocelyn, and so fell once more to humming his song beneath his breath. Now Beltane had wrestled oft with strangers in the greenwood and had learned many cunning and desperate holds. Moreover, he had learned to bide his time. Thus, though Geoffroy's iron muscles yet pinned his arms, he waited, calm-eyed but with every nerve a-quiver, for that moment when Geoffroy's vicious grip should slacken. To and fro the wrestlers swayed, knee to knee and breast to breast, fierce and silent and grim. As hath been said, this Geoffroy was a very cunning fellow, and once and twice, he put forth all his strength seeking to use a certain cruel trick whereby many a goodly man had died ere now, but once, and twice, the hold was foiled, yet feebly and as though by chance, and Geoffroy wondered, a third time he essayed it therefore, but, in that moment, sudden and fierce and strong, Beltane twisted in his loosened grasp, found at last the deadly hold he sought, and Geoffroy wondered no more, for about him was a painful grip that grew ever tighter and more relentless. Now Geoffroy's breath grew short and labored, the muscles stood out on his writhing body in knotted cords, but ever that cruel grip grew more deadly, crushing his spirit and robbing him of his wonted strength. And those about them watched that mighty struggle, hushed for wonder of it. Even Sir Jocelyn had forgot his lock of hair, and hummed no more. For, desperately though he fought and struggled, they saw Geoffroy's great body was bending slowly backward, his eyes stared up, wild and bloodshot, into the fierce, set face above him, swaying now, he saw the wide ring of faces, the quiver of leaves and the blue beyond, all a-swim through the mist of Beltane's yellow hair, and then, writhing in his anguish, he turned and buried his teeth in Beltane's naked arm, and with a cunning twist, broke from that deadly grip and staggered free. Straightway the air was full of shouts and cries, some praising, some condemning, while Geoffroy stood with hanging arms and panted. But Beltane, looking upon his hurt, laughed, short and fierce, and as Geoffroy came upon him, stooped and caught him below the loins. Then Beltane the strong, the mighty, put forth his strength and, whirling Geoffroy aloft, hurled him backwards over his shoulder. So Geoffroy the wrestler fell, and lay with hairy arms wide tossed as one that is dead, and for a space no man spake for the wonder of it. By all the saints, but 'twas a mighty throw, sighed Sir Jocelyn, though alack, sweet my lord, 'twould almost seem my forester hath something spoiled thy wrestler. And is the roan stallion thine? Frowned the Duke, and to none would I lose him with a fairer grace, for 'twas a good bout as I foretold, yet, by the head of Saint Martin, meseemeth yon carrion might have done me better. So saying, my Lord Duke gave his horse the spur and, as he passed the prostrate form of Geoffroy, leaned him down and smote the wrestler thrice with the whip he held, and so rode on, bidding his followers let him lie. But Sir Jocelyn paused to look down at Beltane, who was setting his dress in order. Sir Forester, thou hast a mighty arm, quoth he, and thy face liketh me well. Here's for thee, and tossing a purse to Beltane's feet, he rode upon his way. So the gay cavalcade passed neath the leafy arches, with the jingle of bridle and stirrup and the sound of jest and laughter, and was presently lost amid the green. Only Geoffroy the wrestler lay there upon his back and groaned. Then came Beltane and knelt and took his heavy head upon his knee, whereat Geoffroy opened his eyes and groaned again. "Good fellow," said Beltane, "I had not meant to throw thee so heavily. Nay, forester, would it had been a little harder, for a ruined man am I this day." "How so? Have you not life?" "I would 'twere death." "And I bit you, in the arm, I mind me." "Aye, 'twas in the arm." "For that am I heartily sorry, forester. But when a man seeth fame and fortune slipping from him, aye, and his honour, I had nigh forgot that, fame and fortune and honour, so small a thing as a bite may be forgiven." "I forgive thee, full and freely." "Spoke like an honest forester," said Geoffroy, and groaned again. "The favour of a lord is a slippery thing, much like an eel, quick to wriggle away. An hour agone my lord duke held me in much esteem, while now—" and he struck me on the face, here. Slowly Geoffroy got him upon his feet, and having donned cap and pourpoint, shook his head and sighed. Quoth he, "Alack, 'tis a ruined man am I this day. Would I had broken thy neck, or thou, mine, and so, God den to ye, forester." Then Geoffroy the wrestler turned and plodded on his way, walking slow and with drooping head as one who knoweth not whither he goes, or careth. Now, as he watched, Beltane bethought him of the purse and taking it up, ran after Geoffroy and thrust it into his hand. "'Twill help thee to find a new service, mayhap." So saying my Beltane turned upon his heel and strode away, while Geoffroy stood staring wide-eyed long after Beltane was vanished amid the trees. So thus it was that Beltane looked his first upon Duke Ivo of Pentavalon, and thus did he overthrow Geoffroy the famous wrestler. And because of this, many were they, knights and nobles and esquires, who sought out Beltane's lonely hut beside the brook, with offers of service, or to try a fall with him. But at their offers Beltane laughed and shook his head, and all who came to wrestle he threw upon their backs. And thus my Beltane dwelt within the greenwood, waxing mightier day by day. Chapter 3 How love came to Beltane. In the greenwood upon a day Beltane stood at his forge fashioning an axe head. And, having tempered it thereafter in the brook, he laid it by, and straightening his back, strode forth into the glade all ignorant of the eyes that watched him curiously through the leaves. And presently as he stood, his broad back set to the bole of a tree, his blue eyes lifted heavenwards brimful of dreams, he brake forth into a song he had made, lying sleepless upon his bed to do it. Tall and stately were the trees, towering aloft, nodding slumberously in the gentle wind. Fair were the flowers lifting glad faces to their sun-father and filling the air with their languorous perfume, yet naught was there so comely to look upon as Beltane the smith, standing bare-armed in his might, his golden hair crisp curled and his lifted eyes a dream. Merrily the brook laughed and sang among the willows, leaping in rainbow hues over its pebbly bed. Sweet piped the birds in brake and thicket, yet of all their music none was there so good to hear as the rich tones of Beltane the smith. So thought the Duchess Helen of Mortain, where she sat upon her white palfrey screened by the thick-barked foliage, seeing naught but this golden-locked singer whose voice thrilled strangely in her ears. And who so good a judge as Helen the Beautiful, whose lovers were beyond count, knights and nobles and princelings, ever kneeling at her haughty feet, ever sighing forth vows of service and adoration, in whose honour many a stout lance had shivered, and many a knightly act been wrought. Wherefore I say, who's so good a judge as the Duchess Helen of Mortain? Thus Beltane, the maker of verses, all ignorant that any heard save the birds in the brake, sang of the glories of the forest lands. Sang how the flowers, feeling the first sweet promise of spring stirring within them, awoke, and lo! the frost was gone, the warm sun they had dreamed of through the long winter was come back, the time of their waiting passed away. So, timidly, slowly, they stole forth from the dark, unveiling their beauties to their lord the sun and filling the world with the fragrance of their worship. Somewhat of all this sang Beltane, whiles the Duchess Helen gazed upon him wide-eyed and wondering. Could this be Beltane the smith, this tall, gentle-eyed youth, this soft-voiced singer of dreams? Could this indeed be the mighty wrestler of whom she had heard so many tales of late, how that he lived an anchorite, deep hidden in the green, hating the pomp and turmoil of cities, and contemning women and all their ways? Now, bethinking her of all this, the Duchess frowned, for that he was such a goodly man and so comely to look on, and frowning, mused, white chin on white fist. Then she smiled, as one that hath a bright thought, and straightway loosed the golden fillet that bound her glowing tresses so that they fell about her in all their glory, rippling far down her broidered habit. Then, the song being ended, forth from her cover rode the Lady of Mortain, and coming close where Beltane leaned him in the shade of the tree, paused of a sudden, and started as one that is surprised, and Beltane turning, found her beside him, yet spake not nor moved. Breathless and as one entranced he gazed upon her, saw how her long hair glowed a wondrous red 'neath the kisses of the dying sun, saw how her purpled gown, belted at the slender waist, clung about the beauties of her shapely body, saw how the little shoe peeped forth from the perfumed mystery of its folds, and so stood speechless, bound by the spell of her beauty. Wherefore, at length, she spake to him, low and sweet and humble, on this wise, Art thou he whom men call Beltane the smith? He answered, gazing at her lowered lashes, I am Beltane the smith. For a space she sat grave and silent, then looked at him with eyes that laughed 'neath level brows to see the wonder in his gaze. But anon she falls a sighing, and braided a tress of hair twixt white fingers ere she spoke. 'Tis said of thee that thou art a hermit and live alone within these solitudes. And yet, meseemeth, thine eyes are not a hermit's eyes, messy. Quoth Beltane, with flushing cheek and eyes abarsed, yet do I live alone, lady. Nor are thy ways and speech the ways of common smith, messy. Yet smith am I in sooth, lady, and therewithal content. Now did she look on him 'neath drooping lash, sweet-eyed and languorous, and shook her head, and sighed. Alas, messy, methinks then perchance it may be true that thou, for all thy youth, and despite thine eyes, art a mocker of love, a despiser of women. And yet, nay, sure 'tis not so. Then did Beltane the strong come nigh to fear, by reason of her fair womanhood, and looked from her to earth, from earth to sky, and, when he would have answered, fell a stammering, abashed by her wondrous beauty. Nay, lady, indeed, indeed I know of women naught of myself, but I have heard tell that they be light-minded, using their beauty but to lure the souls of men from high and noble things, making of love a jest, a sport and pastime. But now the Duchess laughed, very soft and sweeter, far, to Beltane's thinking than the rippling music of any brook, soever. "Ay me, messy anchorite," said she, smiling yet, "whence had you this poor folly?" Quoth Beltane gravely, "Lady, 'twas from one beyond all thought wise and learned. A most holy hermit, a hermit," says she, merry-eyed, "then, an he told thee this, needs must he be old, and cold, and withered, and beyond the age of love, knowing naught of women save what memory doth haunt his evil past. But young art thou and strong, and should love come to thee, as come, methinks, it may, hearken to no voice but the pleading of thine own true heart." Messy, she sighed, "art very blind, methinks, for you sing the wonders of these forest lands, yet in thy song is never a word of love. O blind! O blind! For I tell thee naught exists in this great world but by love. Behold now, these sighing trees love their lord the sun, and, through the drear winter, wait his coming with wide-stretched, yearning arms, crying aloud to him in every shuddering blast the tale of their great longing. And, after some while, he comes, and at his advent they clothe themselves anew in all their beauty, and with his warm breath thrilling through each fibre, put forth their buds, singing through all their myriad leaves the song of their rejoicing. Something the like of this, Messy, is the love a woman beareth to a man, the which, until he hath felt it trembling in his heart, he hath not known the joy of living." But Beltane answered, smiling a little as one that gloried in his freedom, "No woman hath ever touched my heart, yet have I lived nor found it lonely, hitherto." But hereupon, resting her white fingers on his arm, she leaned nearer to him so that he felt her breath warm upon his cheek, and there stole to him the faint, sweet perfume of her hair. "Beware, O scorner of women! For I tell thee that ere much time hath passed thou shalt know love, aye, in such fashion as few men know, wherefore I say, beware, Beltane." But Beltane the strong, the mighty, shook his head and smiled. "Nay," quoth he, "a man's heart may be set on other things, flowers may seem to him fairer than the fairest women, and the wind in trees sweeter to him than their voices." Now as she hearkened, the Duchess Helen grew angry, yet straightway, she dissembled, looking upon him 'neath drooping lashes. Soft and tender-eyed and sighing, she answered, "Ah, Beltane! How unworthy are such things of a man's love! For if he pluck them, that he may lay these flowers upon his heart, lo! they fade and wither, and their beauty and fragrance is but a memory. Ah, Beltane, when next ye sing, choose you a worthier theme." "Of what shall I sing?" said Beltane. Very soft she answered, and with eyes abased, "Think on what I have told thee, and sing, of love." And so she sighed, and looked on him once, then wheeled her palfrey, and was gone up the glade, but Beltane, as he watched her go, was seized of a sudden impulse and overtook her, running. "Beseech thee," cried he, barring her path, "tell me thy name." Then Helen the beautiful, the wilful, laughed and swerved her palfrey, minded to leave him so, but Beltane sprang and caught the bridle. "Tell me thy name," said he again. "Let me go." "Thy name, tell me thy name." But the Duchess laughed again, and thinking to escape him, smote her horse so that it started and reared, once it plunged, and twice, and so stood trembling with Beltane's hand upon the bridle, wherefore a sudden anger came upon her, and, bending her black brows, she raised her jeweled riding rod threateningly. But Beltane only smiled and shook his head, saying, "Unless I know thy name thou shalt not fare forth of the greenwood." So the proud lady of Mortain looked down upon Beltane in amaze, for there was none in all the duchy, knight, noble or princeling, who dared gainsay her lightest word, wherefore, I say, she stared upon this bold forest knave with his golden hair and gentle eyes, his curved lips and square chin, and in eyes and mouth and chin was a look of masterfulness, challenging, commanding. And, meeting that look, her heart leapt most strangely with sudden, sweet thrill, so that she lowered her gaze lest he should see, and when she spake her voice was low and very sweet. "Tell me, I pray, why seek you my name, and wherefore?" Quoth Beltane, soft and slow as one that dreams, "I have seen thine eyes look at me from the flowers, ere now, have heard thy laughter in the brook, and found thy beauty in all fair things. Methinks thy name should be a most sweet name." Now was it upon her lips to tell him what he asked, but, being a woman, she held her peace for very contrariness, and blushing beneath his gaze, looked down and cried aloud, and pointed to a grub that crawled upon her habit. So Beltane loosed the bridle, and in that moment, she laughed for very triumph and was off, galloping 'neath the trees. Yet, as she went, she turned and called to him, and the word she called was, "Helen." Chapter 4 of the Love and the Grief of Helen the Proud. Long stood Beltane where she had left him, the soft shadows of night deepening about him, dreaming ever of her beauty, of her wondrous hair, and of the little foot that had peeped forth at him 'neath her habit, and, full of these thoughts, for once he was deaf to the soft voices of the trees nor heard the merry chatter of the brook. But later, upon his bed he lay awake full long and must needs remember yet another Helen, with the same wondrous hair and eyes of mystery, for whose sake men had died and a noble city burned, and, hereupon, his heart grew strangely heavy and cold with an unknown dread. Days came and went, and laboring at the forge or lying out in the sunshine gazing wistfully beyond the swaying tree-tops, Beltane would oft start and turn his head, fancying the rustle of her garments in his ears, or her voice calling to him from some flowery thicket, and the wind in the trees whispered Helen, and the brook sang of Helen, and Helen was in his thoughts continually. Thus my Beltane forgot his loves the flowers, and sang no more the wonders of the forest lands. And oft times the Duchess, seated in state within her great hall of Mortain looking down upon her knights and nobles, would sigh, for none was there so noble of form nor so comely as Beltane the smith. Upon her white brow would grow troubled and, turning from them all, she would gaze with deep, unfathomable eyes, away across the valley to where, amid the mystery of the trees, Beltane had his lonely dwelling. Wherefore it was, that, looking up one evening from where he sat busied with brush and colours upon a border of wondrous design, Beltane beheld her of whom he was dreaming, and she, standing tall and fair before him, saw that in his look the which set her heart a-fluttering at her white breast most strangely, yet, fearing she should betray aught of it, she laughed gaily and mocked him, as is the way of women, saying, "Well, thou despiser of love, I hearkened vainly for thy new song as I rode hither through the green. Red grew my Beltane's cheek, and he looked not to her as he answered, Lady, I have no new song. Why then, is thy lesson yet unlearned? Said she. Have ye no love but for birds and flowers? And her red lip curled scornfully. Quoth Beltane, is there aught more worthy? O Beltane, she sighed, art then so simple that such will I content thee? Doth not thy heart hunger and cry within thee for aught beside? Then Beltane bowed his head, and fumbled with his brush and dropped it, and ere he could reach it she had set her foot upon it. Thus it chanced that his hand came upon her foot, and feeling it beneath his fingers, he started and drew away, whereat she laughed low and sweet, saying, Alack, and doth my foot affright thee? And yet 'tis none so fierce and none so large that thou shouldst fear it thus, Messy, thou who art so tall and strong, and a mighty wrestler withal. Now, looking up, he saw her lips curved and scarlet, and her eyes brimful of laughter, and fain would he have taken up the brush yet dared not. Therefore, very humbly, she stooped and lifting the brush put it in his hand. Then, trembling neath the touch of her soft fingers, Beltane rose up, and that which he had hidden deep within his heart brake from him. Helen, he whispered, O Helen, thou art so wondrous fair and belike of high estate, but as for me, I am but what I am. Behold me, he cried, stretching wide his arms, I am but Beltane the smith, who is there to love such as I? See, my hands be hard and rough, and would but bruise where they should caress, these arms be unfitted for soft embracements. O lady, who is there to love Beltane the smith? Now the Duchess Helen laughed within herself for very triumph, yet her bosom thrilled and hurried with her breathing, her cheek grew red and her eyes bright and tender, wherefore she stooped low to cull a flower ere she answered. Beltane, she sighed, Beltane, women are not as thy flowers, that embraces, even such as thine, would crush them. But Beltane stooped his head that he might not behold the lure and beauty of her, and clenched his hands hard and fierce, and thereafter spake, Thou art so wondrous fair, said he again, and belike of noble birth, but, as for me, I am a smith. A while she stood, turning the flower in gentle fingers, yet looking upon him in his might and goodly youth, beholding his averted face with its strong, sweet mouth and masterful chin, its curved nostrils and the dreaming passion of his eyes, and when she spake her voice was soft and very sweet. Above all, thou art a man, Messy. Then did my Beltane lift his head and saw how the colour was deepened in her cheek and how her tender eyes drooped before his. Tell me, he said, is there ever a woman to love such a man? Is there ever a woman who would leave the hum and glitter of cities to walk with such as I in the shadow of these forest lands? Speak, oh speak, I do beseech thee. Thus said he and stopped, waiting her answer. Nay, Beltane, she whispered, let thine own heart speak me this. All blithe and glorious grew the world about him as he stooped and caught her in his arms, lifting her high against his heart. And, in this moment, he forgot the teaching of Ambrose the hermit, forgot all things under heaven, save the glory of her beauty, the drooping languor of her eyes and the sweet, moist tremor of her mouth. And so he kissed her, murmuring twixt his kisses, fairer art thou than all the flowers, O my love, and sweeter thy breath than the breath of flowers. Thus Helen the proud, the beautiful, yielded her lips to his, and in all the world for her was naught save the deep, soft voice of Beltane, and his eyes, and the new, sweet ecstasy that thrilled within her. Surely nowhere in all the world was there such another man as this, so strong and gentle, so meet for love and yet so virginal. Surely life might be very fair here in the green solitudes, aye, surely, surely, soft with distance came the peal of bells, stealing across the valley from the great minster in Mortin, and, with the sound, memory waked, and she bethought her of all those knights and nobles who lived but to do her will and pleasure, of Mortin and the glory of it, and so she sighed and stirred, and, looking at Beltane, sighed again. Quoth she, is this great love I foretold come upon thee, Beltane? And Beltane answered, truly a man hath not lived until he hath felt a woman's kisses upon his lips. And thou wilt flout poor love no more. Nay, he answered, smiling, 'tis part of me, and must be so henceforth, forever. But now she sighed again, and trembled in his arms and clasped him close, as one beset by sudden fear, while ever soft with distance came the silvery voices of the bells, low yet insistent, sweet yet commanding, wherefore she, sighing, put him from her. Why then, said she, with drooping head, fare thee well, Messy. Nay, see you not? Methinks my task is done. And it hath been a pleasing task, this, of teaching thee to love, oh, would you had not learned so soon. Fare thee well, Beltane. But Beltane looked upon her as one in deep amaze, his arms fell from her and he stepped back and so stood very still and, as he gazed, a growing horror dawned within his eyes. What art thou? He whispered. Nay, Beltane, she murmured, ah, look not so. Who art thou, and what? He said. Nay, did I not tell thee at the first? I am Helen, hast thou not known? I am Helen, Helen of Mortin. Thou art the Duchess Helen, said Beltane with stiffening lips, thou the Duchess and I, a smith, and he laughed, short and fierce, and would have turned from her but she stayed him with quivering hands. And, didst he not know, she questioned hurriedly, methought it was no secret, I would have told thee ere this had I known. Nay, look not so, Beltane, thou dost love me yet, nay, I do know it, and she strove to smile, but with lips that quivered strangely. I love thee, Helen of Mortin, though there be many fair lords to do that. But, as for me, I am only a smith, and as a smith greatly would I despise thee. Yet may this not be, for as my body is great, so is my love. Go, therefore, thy work here is done, go, get thee to thy knightly lovers, wed this duke who seeks thee, do aught you will but go, leave me to my hammers and these green solitudes. So spake he, and turning, strode away, looking not back to where she stood leaning one white hand against a tree. Once she called to him but he heeded not, walking ever with bowed head and hearing only the tumult within him and the throbbing of his wounded heart. And now, in his pain needs must he think of yet another Helen and of the blood and agony of blazing Troy town, and lifting up his hands to heaven he cried aloud, Alas! That one so fair should be a thing so evil. All in haste Beltane came to his lonely hut and taking thence his cloak and great sword, he seized upon his mightiest hammer and beat down the roof of the hut and drave in the walls of it. Thereafter he hove the hammer into the pool, together with his anvil and rack of tools, and so, setting the sword in his girdle and the cloak about him, turned away and plunged into the deeper shadows of the forest. But, ever soft and faint with distance, the silvery voices of the bells stole upon the warm, stilly air, speaking of pomp and state, of pride and circumstance, but now these seemed but empty things, and the Duchess Helen stood long with bent head and hands that strove to shut the sounds away. But in the end she turned, slow-footed amid the gathering shadows and followed whither they called. Asterisk 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 asterisk. But that night, sitting in state within her great hall of Mortin, the Duchess Helen sighed deep and oft, scarce heeding the courtesies addressed to her and little the whispered homage of her guest Duke Ivo, he, the proudest and most potent of all her many wooers, yet tonight her cheek burned beneath his close regard and her woman's flesh rebelled at his contact as had never been aforetime. Thus, of a sudden, though the meal was scarce begun, she arose and stepped down from the dais, and when her wondering ladies would have followed forbade them with a gesture. And so, walking proud and tall, she passed out before them, whereat Duke Ivo's black brow grew the blacker, and he stared before him with narrowed eyes, beholding which, the faces of my lady's counsellors waxed anxious and long. Only Winfrida, chiefest of the ladies, watched the Duke 'neath drooping lids and with a smile upon her full, red lips. Now the Duchess, being come to her chamber, lifted her hands and tore the ducal circlet from her brow and cast it from her, and, thereafter, laid by her rings and jewels, and coming to the open casement fell there upon her knees and reached forth her pale hands to where, across the valley, the dark forest stretched away, ghostly and unreal, 'neath the moon. My beloved, she whispered, O my beloved. And the gentle night wind bore her secret in its embrace away across the valley to the dim solitudes of the woods. Beltane, she sighed, loveth come into mine heart even as it came to thee, when I recked not of it. My beloved, O my beloved. Anon she rose and stood a while with head bowed as one that dreams, and of a sudden her cheek glowed warmly red, her breath caught and she gazed upon the moon with eyes of yearning tenderness, thereafter she laughed, soft and happily and, snatching up a cloak, set it about her and fled from the chamber. So, swift and light of foot, she sped by hidden ways until she came where old Gardrick, her chief huntsman, busied himself trimming the shaft of a boar spear, who, beholding his lady, rose up in amaze. Gardrick, said she, white hands upon his arm, thou didst love me or ever I could walk. Ay, verily thou hast said, dear my lady. Love you me yet? Truly thou knowest that I love thee. Thou hast heard, Gardrick, how that my counsellors have long desired me to wed with Duke Ivo, and do yet await my answer to his suit. Nay, hearken. So tonight shall my mind be known in the matter once and for all. Come, my Gardrick, arm you and saddle 2 horses, come. Nay, sweet my lady, what would ye? Fly hence with thee, my Gardrick. Come, the horses. Fly from Mortin, and thou the Duchess. Nay, dear lady, 'tis madness, bethink thee. O dear my mistress, O little Helen that I have cherished all thy days, bethink thee, do not this thing, Gardrick. Did not the Duke, my father, strictly charge thee to follow ever my call? Ay, my lady. Then follow now. And so she turned and beckoned, and Gardrick perforce followed after. Hand in hand they went down the winding stair, down to the great, dim courtyard that whispered to their tread. And, thereafter, mounting in haste, the Duchess galloped from Mortin, unheeding stern old Gardrick by her side and with never a look behind, dreaming ever of Beltane with cheeks that crimsoned neath her hood. Fast and faster she rode neath the pale moon, her eyes ever gazing towards the gloom of the forest, her heart throbbing quick as the hoof-beats of her horse. So at last, being come to that glade whereby Beltane had his dwelling, she lighted down, and bidding Gardrick wait, stole forward alone. Autumn was at hand, and here and there the fallen leaves rustled sadly underfoot while the trees sighed and mourned together for that the flowers so soon must wither and die. But in the heart of the Duchess Helen, spring was come, and all things spake to her of coming joys undreamed till now as she hasted on, flitting through the pallid moonbeams that, falling athwart rugged hole and far-flung branch, splashed the gloom with radiant light. Once she paused to listen, but heard naught save the murmur of the brook and the faint stirring of leaves. And now, clear and strong the tender radiance fell athwart the lonely habitation, and her heart leapt at the sight, her eyes grew moist and tender, and she hurried forward with flying steps. Then, beholding the ruin of thatch and wall, she stopped and stood aghast, gazing wide-eyed and with her heart numb in her bosom. Then she shivered, her proud head drooped and a great sob brake from her, for that she knew she was come too late. Her dreams of wandering with Beltane through sunny glades were naught but dreams after all. Beltane the smith was gone. Then a great loneliness and desolation came upon her, and, sinking down at the foot of that tree whereby he had been wont to lean so often, her yearning arms crept about its rugged hole, and she lay there in the passion of her grief, weeping long and bitterly. But the gentle trees ceased mourning over their own coming sorrow in wonder at the sight, and bending their heads together, seemed to whisper one to the other, saying, he is gone, Beltane the smith is gone. Chapter V, which tells of the story of Ambrose the hermit. Deep within the green twilight of the woods, Ambrose the hermit had builded him a hut, had built and framed it of rude stones and thatched it with grass and mosses. And from the door of the hut he had formed likewise a path strewn thick with jagged stones and sharp flints, a cruel track, the which, winding away through the green, led to where upon a gentle eminence stood a wooden cross most artfully wrought and carven by the hermit's skilled and loving fingers. Morning and evening, winter and summer, it was his custom ever to tread this painful way, wetting the stones with the blood of his atonement. Now upon a certain rosy dawn, ere yet the sun was up, Beltane, standing amid the leaves, saw the hermit issue forth of the hut and, with bowed head and folded hands, set out upon his appointed way. The cruel stones grew red beneath his feet, yet he faltered not nor stayed until, being come to the cross, he kneeled there and, with gaunt arms upraised, prayed long and fervently, so that the tears of his passion streamed down his furrowed cheeks and wetted the snow of his beard. In a while, having made an end, he arose, and being come to his hut once more, he of a sudden espied Beltane standing amid the leaves, and because he was so fair and goodly to look upon in his youth and might, the pale cheek of the hermit flushed and a glow leapt within his sunken eyes, and lifting up his hand, he blessed him. "Welcome to this my solitude, my son," quoth he, "and whereforest thou tarried in thy coming? I have watched for thee these many days. Come, sit you here beside me in this blessed sun, and tell me of thy latter doings." But the eyes of Beltane were sad and his tongue unready, so that he stammered in his speech, looking ever upon the ground. Then, suddenly upstarting to his feet, he strode before the hut, while Ambrose the wise looked, and saw, yet spake not. So, presently, Beltane paused, and looking him within the eyes spake hurriedly on this wise: "Most holy Father, thou knowest how I have lived within the green wood all my days, nor found it lonely, for I did love it so, that I had thought to die here likewise when my time should come. Yet now do I know that this shall never be, today I go hence. Wherefore, my son, there is come a strange restlessness upon me, a riot and fever of the blood, whereby I am filled with dreams and strange desires. I would go forth into the great world of men and cities, to take my rightful place therein, for until a man hath loved and joyed and sorrowed with his fellows, he knoweth naught of life. Perchance, my son, this is but the tide of youthful blood that tingles in thy veins. Or is it that thou hast looked of late within a woman's eyes?" Then Beltane kneeled him at the feet of Ambrose and hid his face betwixt his knees, as he had been wont to do whiles yet a little child. "Father," he murmured, "thou hast said." Now looking down upon this golden head, Ambrose sighed and drew the long curls through his fingers with a wondrous gentleness. "Tell me of thy love, Beltane," said he. Forthwith, starting to his feet, Beltane answered, "'Tis many long and weary months, my father, and yet doth seem but yesterday. She came to me riding upon a milk-white steed. At first methought her of the fairy kind thither drawn by my poor singing, yet, when I looked on her again, I knew her to be woman. And she was fair, oh very fair, my father. I may not tell her beauty, for 'twas compounded of all beauteous things, of the snow of lilies, the breath of flowers, the gleam of stars on moving waters, the music of streams, the murmur of wind in trees. I cannot tell thee more, but that there is a flame doth hide within her hair, and for her eyes, oh methinks 'tis for her eyes I do love her most, love her. My body doth burn and thrill with love, alas, poor fool, alas it should be so. But, for that she is proud and of an high estate, for that I am a poor worker of iron whom men call Beltane the smith, fit but to sigh and forever sigh, to dream of her and nothing more, so must I go hence, leaving the sweet silence of the woods for the strife and noise of cities, learning to share the burdens of my fellows. See you not, my father, see you not the way of it? So spake Beltane, hot and passionate, striding to and fro upon the sward, while Ambrose sat with bitterness in his heart but with eyes ineffably gentle. And is this love of thine so hopeless, my Beltane? Beyond all thought, she is the Duchess Helen of Mortain. Now for a while the hermit spake not, sitting chin in hand as one who holds betwixt two courses. "'Tis strange," he said at length, "and passing strange. Yet, since 'tis she, and she so much above thee, wherefore would ye leave the tender twilight of these forests?" Quoth Beltane, sighing, "My father, I tell thee these woods be full of love and her. She looketh at me from the flowers and stealeth to me in their fragrance, the very brooks do babble of her beauty, each leaf doth find a little voice to whisper of her, and everywhere is love and love and love, so needs must I away. And think you so to escape this love, my Beltane, and the pain of it? Nay, my father, that were thing impossible, for it doth fill the universe, so must I needs remember it with every breath I draw, but in the griefs and sorrows of others I may, perchance, learn to bear mine own, silent and patiently, as a man should." Then Ambrose sighed, and beckoning Beltane to his knee, laid his hands upon his shoulders and looked deep within his eyes. "Beltane, my son," said he, "I have known thee from thy youth up, and well do I know thou canst not lie, for thy heart is pure as yet and uncorrupt. But now is the thing I feared come upon thee. Beltane, hast thou forgot all I have told thee of women and the ways of women, how that their white bodies are filled with all manner of wantonness, their hands strong in lures and enticements? A woman in her beauty is a fair thing to the eyes of a man, yet I tell thee, Beltane, they be snares of the devil, setting father gainst son and brother gainst brother, whereby come unnatural murders and bloody wars. And yet, needs must I love her still, my father." "'Tis so," sighed Ambrose, "'tis ever so, and as for thee, well do I know the blood within thee for a hot, wild blood, and thou art young, and so it is I fear for thee." But, looking up, Beltane shook his head and answered, "Holy Father, thou art wise and wondrous learned in the reading of books and in the ancient wisdoms and philosophies, yet methinks this love is a thing no book can teach thee, a truth a man must needs find out for himself. And think you I know naught of love, Beltane, the pain and joy of it, and the shame, thou seest me a poor old man and feeble, bent with years and suffering, one who but waiteth for the time when my grievous sin shall be atoned for, and God, in his sweet clemency, shall ease me of this burden of life. Yet do I tell thee there was a time when this frail body was strong and tall, well nigh as thine own, when this white hair was thick and black, and these dim eyes bold and fearless even as thine. Ah, Beltane, well do I know women and the ways of women. Come, sit you beside me, and, because thou art fain to go into the world and play thy man's part, so now will I tell thee that the which I had thought to bear with me to the grave. Then Ambrose the hermit, leaning his head upon his hand, began to speak on this wise. Upon a time were two brothers, nobles of a great house and following, each alike lovers of peace, yet each terrible in war. The name of the one was Johann and of the other Beltane. Now Beltane, being elder, was duke of that country, and the country maintained peace within its borders, and the people thereof waxed rich and happy. And because these twain loved each other passing well, the way of the one was ever the way of the other, so that they dwelled together in a wondrous amity. And as their hearts were pure and strong, so waxed they in body, so that there was none could cope with them at hand strokes, nor bear up against the might of their lances. And oh, methinks in all this fair world naught was there fairer than the love of these two brethren. Now it befell, upon a day, that they set out with a goodly company to attend a tourney in a certain town, whither, likewise, were come many knights of renown, nobles and princes beyond count, eager to prove their prowess, thither drawn by the fame of that fair lady who was to be Queen of Beauty. All lips spake of her and the wonder of her charms, how that a man could not look within her eyes but must needs fall into a passion of love for her. But the brethren smiled and paid small heed, and so, together, journeyed to the city. The day of the joust being come, forth they rode into the lists, side by side, each in his triple mail and ponderous helm, alike at all points save for the golden circlet upon Duke Beltane's shining casque. And there befell, that day, a mighty shivering of lances, and many a knightly deed was wrought. But, for these brethren there was none of all these knights and nobles who might abide their onset. All day long they together maintained the lists till there none remained to cope with them, wherefore the marshal would have had them run a course together for proof which was the mightier. But Beltane smiled and shook his head, saying, Nay, it is not meet that brother strive with brother. And Johann said, Since the day doth rest with us, we will share the glory together. So, amid the acclaim of voice and trumpet, side by side they came to make obeisance to the Queen of Beauty, and gazing upon her, they saw that she was indeed of a wondrous beauty. Now in her hand she held the crown that should reward the victor, yet because they were two, she knew not whom to choose, wherefore she laughed, and brake the crown asunder and gave to each a half with many fair words and gentle sayings. But, alas, my son! From that hour her beauty came betwixt these brethren, veiling their hearts one from the other. So they tarried a while in that fair city, yet companied together no more, for each was fain to walk apart, dreaming of this woman and the beauty of her, and each by stealth wooed her to wife. At last, upon an evening, came Johann to his brother, and taking from his bosom the half of the crown he had won, kissed it and gave it to Beltane, saying, "The half of a crown availeth no man, take therefore my half and join it with thine, for well do I know thy heart, my brother, and thou art the elder, and duke, go therefore and woo this lady to wife, and God speed thee, my lord." But Beltane said, "Shame were it in me to take advantage of my years thus, doth age or rank make a man's love more worthy? So, get thee to thy wooing, my brother, and heaven's blessing on thee." Then grew Johann full of joy, saying, "So be it, dear my brother, but am I come not to thee within 3 days at sunset, then shalt know that my wooing hath not prospered." Upon the 3rd day, therefore, Beltane the Duke girded on his armor and made ready to ride unto his own domain, yet tarried until sunset, according to his word. But his brother Johann came not. Therefore he, in turn, rode upon his wooing and came unto the lady's presence in hauberk of mail, and thus gently clad wooed her as one in haste to be gone, telling her that this world was no place for a man to sigh out his days at a woman's feet, and bidding her answer him yea or nay and let him be gone to his duty. And she, whom so many had wooed on bended knee, spake him yet, for that a woman's ways be beyond all knowledge, and therewith gave her beauty to his keeping. So, forthwith were they wed, with much pomp and circumstance, and so he brought her to his duchy with great joy and acclaim. Then would Johann have departed overseas, but Beltane ever dissuaded him, and fain these brethren would have loved each other as they had done aforetime, yet was the beauty of this woman ever betwixt them. Now, within that year, came news of fire and sword upon the border, of cruel rape and murder, so Beltane sent forth his brother Johann with an army to drive back the invaders, and himself abode in his great castle, happy in the love of his fair, young wife. But the war went ill, tidings came that Johann his brother was beaten back with much loss and he himself sore wounded. Therefore the Duke made ready to set forth at the head of a veteran company, but ere he rode a son was born to him, so needs must he come to his wife in his armor, and beholding the child, kissed him. Thereafter Duke Beltane rode to the war with a glad heart, and fell upon his enemies and scattered them, and pursued them far and smote them even to their own gates. But in the hour of his triumph he fell, by treachery, into the hands of his cruelest enemy, how it mattereth not, and for a space was lost to sight and memory. But as for Johann, the Duke's brother, he lay long sick of his wounds, so came the Duchess and ministered to him, and she was fair, and passing fair, and he was young. And when his strength was come again, each day was Johann minded to ride forth and seek the Duke his brother, but he was young, and she passing fair, wherefore he tarried still, bound by the lure of her beauty. And, upon a soft and stilly eve as they walked together in the garden, she wooed Johann with tender look and word, and wreathed her white arms about him and gave to his her mouth. And, in that moment came one, fierce and wild of aspect, in dinted casque and rusty mail, who stood and watched, our God. Here, for a while, the hermit Ambrose stayed his tale, and Beltane saw his brow was moist and that his thin hands clenched and wrung each other. So thus, my son, came Duke Beltane home again, he and his esquire Sir Benedict of Bourne alone of all his company, each alike worn with hardship and spent with wounds. But now was the Duke stricken of a greater pain and leaned him upon the shoulder of his esquire, faint and sick of soul, and knew an anguish deeper than any flesh may know. Then, of a sudden, madness came upon him and, breaking from the mailed arms that held him, he came hot-foot to the courtyard and to the hall beyond, hurling aside all such as sought to stay him, and so reached at last my lady's bower, his mailed feet ringing upon the atones. And, looking up, the Duchess saw and cried aloud and stood, thereafter, pale and speechless and wide of eye, while Johan's cheek grew red and in his look was shame. Then the Duke put up his visor and, when he spake, his voice was harsh and strange. "Greeting, good brother," said he, "go now, I pray you, get you horse and armor and wait me in the courtyard, yet first must I greet this my lady wife." So Johan turned, with hanging head, and went slow-footed from the chamber. Then said the Duke, laughing in his madness, "Behold, lady, the power of a woman's beauty, for I loved a noble brother once, a spotless knight whose honor reached high as heaven, but thou hast made of him a something foul and base, traitor to me and to his own sweet name, and 'tis for this I will requite thee." But the Duchess spake not, nor blenched even when the dagger gleamed to strike, O sweet God of mercy, to strike. But, in that moment, came Benedict of Bourne and leapt betwixt and took the blow upon his cheek, and, stanching the blood within his tattered war cloak, cried, "Lord Duke, because I love thee, ne'er shalt thou do this thing until thou first slay me." A while the Duke stood in amaze, then turned and strode away down the great stair, and coming to the courtyard, beheld his brother Johan armed at all points and mounted, and with another horse equipped near by. So the Duke laughed and closed his visor, and his laughter boomed hollow within his rusty casque, and, leaping to the saddle, rode to the end of the great tilt-yard, and, wheeling, couched his lance. So these brethren, who had loved each other so well, spurred upon each other with levelled lances, but, or ever the shock came, "O my son, my son," Johan rose high in his stirrups and cried aloud the battle cry of his house, "Arise! Arise! I shall arise," and with the cry, tossed aside his lance lest he might harm the Duke his brother, O sweet clemency of Christ, and crashed to earth, and lay there, very still and silent. Then the Duke dismounted and, watched by pale-faced esquires and men-at-arms, came and knelt beside his brother, and laid aside his brother's riven helm and, beholding his comely features torn and marred and his golden hair all hatefully bedabbled, felt his heart burst in sunder, and he groaned, and rising to stumbling feet came to his horse and mounted and rode away neath grim portcullis and over echoing drawbridge, yet, whithersoever he looked, he saw only his brother's dead face, pale and bloody. And fain he would have prayed but could not, and so he came into the forest. All day long he rode beneath the trees careless of his going, conscious only that Benedict of Bourne rode behind with his bloody war cloak wrapped about him. But on rode the Duke with hanging head and listless hands, for before his haggard eyes was ever the pale, dead face of Johann his brother. Now, as the moon rose, they came to a brook that whispered soft-voiced amid the shadows, and here his war-horse stayed to drink. Then came Sir Benedict of Bourne beside him. "Lord Duke," said he, "what hast thou in thy mind to do?" "I know not," said the Duke, "though methinks 'twere sweet to die." "Then what of the babe, Lord Duke?" And, speaking, Sir Benedict drew aside his cloak and showed the babe asleep beneath. But, looking upon its innocence, the Duke cried out and hid his face, for the babe's golden curls were dabbled with the blood from Sir Benedict's wound and looked even as had the face of the dead Johann. Yet, in a while, the Duke reached out and took the child, and setting it against his breast, turned his horse. Said Sir Benedict, "Whither do we ride, Lord Duke?" Then spake the Duke on this wise: "Sir Benedict, Duke Beltane is no more. The stroke that slew my brother Johann killed Duke Beltane also. But as for you, get you to Pentavalon and say the Duke is dead, in proof whereof take you this my ring, and so, farewell." Then, my Beltane, God guiding me, I brought thee to these solitudes, for I am he that was the Duke Beltane, and thou art my son indeed. Chapter 6. How Beltane fared forth of the green. Thus spake the hermit Ambrose, and, having made an end, sat thereafter with his head bowed upon his hands, while Beltane stood wide-eyed yet seeing not, and with lips apart yet dumb by reason of the wonder of it. Therefore, in a while, the hermit spake again: "Thus did we live together, thou and I, dear son, and I loved thee well, my Beltane. With each succeeding day I loved thee better, for as thine understanding grew, so grew my love for thee. Therefore, so soon as thou wert of an age, set in thy strength and able to thine own support, I tore myself from thy sweet fellowship and lived alone, lest, having thee, I might come nigh to happiness." Then Beltane sank upon his knees and caught the hermit's wasted hands and kissed them oft, saying, "Much hast thou suffered, O my father, but now am I come to thee again, and, knowing all things, here will I abide and leave thee nevermore." Now in the hermit's pale cheek came a faint and sudden glow, and in his eyes a light not of the sun. "Bethink thee, boy," said he, "the blood within thy veins is noble. For, since thou art my son, so, an thou dost leave me and seek thy destiny, thou shalt, perchance, be Duke of Pentavalon, and God will it so." But Beltane shook his head. Quoth he, "My father, I am a smith, and smith am I content to be, since thou, Lord Duke, art my father. So now will I abide with thee and love and honor thee, and be thy son indeed." Then rose the hermit Ambrose to his feet and spake with eyes uplifted, "Now glory be to God, who, in his mercy, hath made of thee a man, my Beltane, clean of soul and innocent, yet strong of arm to lift and succor the distressed, and therefore it is that you today must leave me, my well-beloved, for there be those whose need of thee is greater even than mine." "Nay, dear my father, how may this be?" Now upon Ambrose the hermit stood a while with bent head, and spake not, only he sighed full oft and wrung his hands. I thought but of myself, he groaned, great sorrow is oft times greatly selfish. Alas, my son, 20 weary years have I lived here suing God's forgiveness, and for 20 bitter years Pentavalon hath groaned neath shameful wrong, and death in many hateful shapes. O God, have mercy on a sinner who thought but on himself. List, my son, O list. On a day, as I kneeled before yon cross, came one in knightly armor, and upon his face, neath the links of his camail, I saw a great scar, the scar this hand had wrought. And, even as I knew Sir Benedict, in that same moment he knew me, and gave a joyous cry and came and fell upon his knee and kissed my hand, as of old. Thereafter we talked, and he told me many a woeful tale of Pentavalon and of its misery. How, when I was gone, rose bitter fight and faction, barons and knights striving together which should be duke. In the midst of the which disorders came one, from beyond seas, whom men called Ivo, who by might of sword and cunning tongue made himself duke in my place. Sir Benedict told of a fierce and iron rule, of the pillage and ravishment of town and city, of outrage and injustice, of rack and flame and gibbet, of a people groaning neath 1,000 cruel wrongs. Then, indeed, did I see that my one great sin 1,000 other sins had bred, and was I full of bitter sorrow and anguish. And, in my anguish, I thought on thee, and sent to thee Sir Benedict, and watched thee wrestle, and at stroke of sword, and praised God for thy goodly might and strength. For oh, dear my son, meseemeth that God hath raised thee up to succor these afflicted, to shield the weak and helpless, hath made thee great and mightier than most to smite evil that it may flee before thee. So in thee shall my youth be renewed, and my sins, peradventure, purged away. Father, said Beltane rising, his blue eyes wide, his strong hands a-tremble, O my father. Then Ambrose clasped those quivering hands and kissed those wide and troubled eyes and spake thereafter, slow and soft, Now shall I live henceforth in thee, my son, glorying in thy deeds hereafter. And if thou must needs bleed, then shall my heart bleed with thee, or if thou meet with death, my Beltane, then shall this heart of mine die with thee. Thus speaking, the hermit drew the sword from Beltane's girdle and held the great blade towards heaven. Behold, my son, said he, the motto of our house, I will arise. So now shalt thou arise indeed, that thy destiny may be fulfilled. Take hold upon thy manhood, my well-beloved, get thee to woeful Pentavalon and, beholding its sorrows, seek how they may be assuaged. Now my Beltane, all is said, when wilt thou leave thy father? Quoth Beltane, gathering his cloak about him, and so it be thy wish, my father, then will I go this hour. Then Ambrose brought Beltane into his humble dwelling, where was a coffer wrought by his own skilful fingers, and from this coffer he drew forth a suit of triple mail, wondrously fashioned, beholding the which, Beltane's eyes glistened because of the excellence of its craftsmanship. Behold, quoth the hermit, 'tis an armor worthy of a king, light is it, yet marvellous strong, and hath been well tried in many a desperate affray. 'Tis 20 years since these limbs bore it, yet see, I have kept it bright from rust lest, peradventure, Pentavalon should need thee to raise again the battle cry of thy house and lead her men to war. And, alas dear son, that day is now. Pentavalon calls to thee from out the gloom of dungeon, from the anguish of flame, and rack, and gibbet, from blood-soaked hearth and shameful grave she calls thee, so, my Beltane, come and let me arm thee. And there, within his little hut, the hermit Ambrose, Duke of Pentavalon that was, girt the armor upon Beltane the mighty, Duke of Pentavalon to be, if so God willed, first the gamison of stuffed and quilted leather, and, thereafter, coifed hauberk and chausses, with wide sword belt clamped with broad plates of silver and studs of gold, until my Beltane stood up armed in shining mail from head to foot. Then brought Ambrose a wallet, wherein were 6 gold pieces, and put it in his hand, saying, These have I kept against this day, my Beltane. Take them to aid thee on thy journey, for the county of Bourne lieth far to the south. Do I then journey to Bourne, my father? Ay, to Sir Benedict, who yet doth hold the great keep of Thrasfordham. Many sieges hath he withstood, and daily men flee to him, stricken men, runaway serfs, and outlaws from the green, all such masterless men as lie in fear of their lives. Said Beltane, slow and thoughtful, there be many outlaws within the green, wild men and sturdy fighters as I've heard. Hath Sir Benedict many men, my father? Alas! A pitiful few, and black I've oaken muster bows and lances by the 10,000. Yet doth Sir Benedict withstand them all, my father. Yet must he keep ever within Bourne, Beltane. All Pentavalon, save Bourne, lieth 'neath Ivo's iron foot, ruled by his fierce nobles, and they be strong and many, 'gainst whom Sir Benedict is helpless in the field. 'Tis but 5 years agone since Ivo gave up fair Bulsay town to ravishment and pillage, and thereafter, builded him a mighty gallows over against it and hanged many men thereon. Now hereupon, of a sudden, Beltane clenched his hands and fell upon his knees. Father, said he, Pentavalon indeed doth cry, so must I now arise and go unto her. Give me thy blessing that I may go. Then the hermit laid his hands upon Beltane's golden head and blessed him, and whispered a while in passionate prayer. Thereafter Beltane arose and, together, they came out into the sunshine. South and by west must you march, dear son, and God, methinks, shall go beside thee, for thy feet shall tread a path where death shall lie in wait for thee. Let thine eyes be watchful therefore, and thine ears quick to hear. Hearken you to all men, yet speak you few words and soft. But, when you act, let your deeds shout unto heaven, that all Pentavalon may know a man is come to lead them who fears only God. And so, my Beltane, fare thee well. Come, kiss me, boy, our next kiss, perchance, shall be in heaven. And thus they kissed, and looked within each other's eyes. Then Beltane turned him, swift and sudden, and strode upon his way. But, in a little, looking back, he saw his father, kneeling before the cross, with long, gaunt arms upraised to heaven. Chapter 7 How Beltane talked with one hight Giles Brabble-come, who was a notable and learned archer. The morning was yet young when my Beltane fared forth into the world, a joyous, golden morning, trilling with the glad song of birds and rich with 1,000 dewy scents, a fair, sweet, joyous world it was indeed, whose glories, stealing in at eye and ear, filled him with their gladness. On strode my Beltane by rippling brook and sleepy pool, with step swift and light and eyes wide and shining, threading an unerring course as only a forester might, now crossing some broad and sunny glade where dawn yet lingered in rosy mist, anon plunging into the green twilight of dell and dingle, through tangled brush and scented bracken gemmed yet with dewy fire, by marsh and swamp and lichened rock, until he came out upon the forest road, that great road laid by the iron men of Rome, but now little better than a grassy track, yet here and there, with mossy stones set up to the glory of proud emperor and hardy centurion long since dust and ashes, a rutted track, indeed, but leading ever on, 'neath mighty trees, over hill and dale towards the blue mystery beyond. Now, in a while, being come to the brow of a hill, needs must my Beltane pause to look back upon the woodlands he had loved so well, and, sighing, he stretched his arms thitherward, and lo! out of the soft twilight of the green, stole a gentle wind full of the scent of root and herb and the fresh, sweet smell of earth, a cool, soft wind that stirred the golden hair at his temples, like a caress, and so was gone. For a while he stood thus, gazing towards where he knew his father yet knelt in prayer for him, then turned he slowly, and went his appointed way. Thus did Beltane bid farewell to the greenwood and to woodland things, and thus did the green spirit of the woods send forth a gentle wind to kiss him on the brow ere he went out into the world of men and cities. Now, after some while, as he walked, Beltane was aware of the silvery tinkle of bells and, therewith, a full, sweet voice upraised in song, and the song was right merry and the words likewise. O ne'er shall my lust for the bowl decline, nor my love for my good long bow, for as bow to the shaft and as bowl to the wine, is a maid to a man, I trow. Looking about, Beltane saw the singer, a comely fellow whose long legs bestrode a plump ass, a lusty man he was, clad in shirt of mail and with a feather of green broached to his escalloped hood. A longbow hung at his back together with a quiver of arrows, while at his thigh swung a heavy, broad-bladed sword. Now he, espying Beltane amid the leaves, brought the ass to a sudden halt and clapped hand to the pommel of his sword. "How now, Goliath?" cried he. "Pax vobiscum, and likewise benedicite. Come ye in peace, forsooth, or is it to be bellum internecinum? Though, by Saint Giles, which is my patron saint, I care not how it be, for mark ye, vacuus cantat coram latrone viator, Sir Goliath, the which in the vulgar tongue signifieth that he who travels with an empty purse laughs before the footpad. Moreover, I have a sword." But Beltane laughed, saying, "I have no lust to thy purse, most learned bowman, or indeed to aught of thine unless it be thy company." "My company," quoth the bowman, looking Beltane up and down with merry blue eyes, "why now do I know thee for a fellow of rare good judgment, for my company is of the best, in that I have a tongue which loveth to wag in jape or song. Heard ye how the birds and I were a-carolling? A right blithesome morn, methinks, what with my song, and the birds' song, and this poor ass's bells, ay, and the flowers a-peep from the bank yonder. God give ye joy of it, tall brother, as he doth me and this goodly ass betwixt my knees, patient beast. Now leaning on his quarter-staff Beltane smiled and said, How came ye by that same ass, master bowman? Well, I met a monk, quoth the fellow with a gleam of white teeth. Oh! A ponderous monk, brother, of most mighty girth of belly. Now, as ye see, though this ass be sleek and fat as an abbot, she is something small. And shall so small a thing needs bear so great a mountain o' flesh, says I, much moved at the sight, brother. No, by the blessed bones of Saint Giles, which is my patron saint, brother, so thereafter, by dint of a little persuasion, brother, my mountainous monk, to ease the poor beast's back, presently got him down and I, forthwith, got up, as being more in proportion to her weight, sweet beast. Oh! Surely ne'er saw I fairer morn than this, and never, in so fair a morn, saw I fairer man than thou, Sir Forester, nor taller, and I have seen many men in my day. Wherefore and so ye will, let us company together what time we may, 'tis a solitary road, and the tongue is a rare shortener of distance. So Beltane strode on beside this garrulous bowman, hearkening to his merry talk, yet himself speaking short and to the point as was ever his custom, as thus, Bowman. How do men call thee, tall brother? Beltane. Beltane. Bowman. Ha! 'Tis a good name, forsooth I've heard worse, and yet, forsooth, I've heard better. Yet 'tis a fairish name, 'twill serve. As for me, Giles Brabble come o' the hills men call me, for 'twas in the hill country I was born 30-odd years agone. Since then 12 sieges have I seen with skirmishes and onfalls thrice as many. Death have I beheld in many and divers shapes and in experience of wounds and dangers am rich, though, by Saint Giles, my patron saint, in little else. Yet do I love life the better, therefore, and I have read that to despise gold is to be rich. Beltane. Do all bowmen read, then? Bowman. Why look ye, brother, I am not what I was aforetime, non sum quales eram, I was bred a shaveling, a mumbler, a big do nothing, brother, I was a monk, but the flesh and the devil made of me a bowman, hi-ho, so wags the world. Though methinks I am a better bowman than ever I was a monk, having got me some repute with this my bow. Beltane, shaking his head. Methinks thy choice was but a sorry one for, bowman, laughing. Choice quotha? 'Twas no choice, 'twas forced upon me, sixit armis. I should be chanting prime or matins at this very hour but for this tongue o' mine, God bless it. For, when it should have been droning psalms, it was forever lilting forth some blithesome melody, some merry song of eyes and lips and stolen kisses. In such sort that the good brethren were wont to gather round and, listening, sigh. Whereof it chanced I was, one night, by order of the holy prior, drubbed forth of the sacred precincts. So brother Anselm became Giles o' the Bow, the kind saints be praised, in especial holy Saint Giles, which is my patron saint. For, heed me, better the blue sky and the sweet, strong wind than the gloom and silence of a cloister. I had rather hide this sconce of mine in a hood of mail than in the mitre of a Lord Bishop, nolo episcopae, good brother. Thus am I a fighter, and a good fighter, and a wise fighter, having learned 'tis better to live to fight than to fight to live. Beltane. And for whom do ye fight? Bowman. For him that pays most, pecunia obediant omnia, brother. Beltane, frowning. Money. And naught beside. Bowman, staring. As what, brother? Beltane. The justice of the cause wherefore ye fight. Bowman. Justice quotha, cause. O innocent brother, what have such matters to do with such as I? See you now, such lieth the case. You, let us say, being a baron, and therefore noble, have a mind to a certain other baron's castle, or wife, or both, the which is more usual, wherefore ye come to me, who am but a plain bowman knowing naught of the case, and you chaffer with me for the use of this my body for so much money, and thereafter I shoot my best on thy behalf as in mine honour bound. Thus have I fought both for and against Black Ivo throughout the length and breadth of his duchy of Pentavalon. If ye be minded to sell that long sword o' thine, to none better market could ye come, for there be ever work for such about Black Ivo. Beltane. Aye, 'tis so I hear. Bowman. Nor shall ye anywhere find a doughtier fighter than Duke Ivo, nor a leader quicker to spy out the vantage of position and attack. Beltane. Is he so lusty a man at arms? Bowman. With lance, axe, or sword he hath no match. I have seen him lead a charge. I have watched him fight afoot. I have stormed behind him through a breach, and I know of none dare cope with him, unless it be Sir Patolop the Red. Beltane. Hast ne'er heard tell, then, of Benedict of Bourne? Bowman, clapping hand to thigh. Now by the blood and bones of Saint Giles 'tis so. Out o' the mouth of a babe and suckling am I corrected. Verily if there be one to front Black Ivo 'tis Benedict o' the Mark. To behold these two at hand strokes, with axes, ha, there would be a sweet affray indeed, a sight for the eyes of holy archangels. Dost know aught of Sir Benedict, O innocence? Beltane. I have seen him. Bowman. Then, my soft and gentle dove-like youth, get thee to thy marrow bones and pray that kind heaven shall make thee more his like, for in his shoes doth stand a man, a knight, a very paladin. Beltane. Who fighteth not for hire? Sir Bowman. Bowman. Yet who hireth to fight, Sir dove-eyed giant, for I have fought for him, ere now, within his great keep of Thrasfordham within Bourne. But, an ye seek employ, his is but a poor service, where a man shall come by harder knocks than good broad pieces. Beltane. And yet, spite thy cunning and all thy warring, thy purse goeth empty. Bowman. My purse, Sir Dove. I told thee so, for that I am by nature cautious, sic et mos est nobis. But thy dove's eyes are honest eyes, so now shall you know that hid within the lining of this my left boot be 89 gold pieces, and in my right a ring with stones of price, and, moreover, here behold a goodly chain. So saying, the bowman drew from his bosom a gold chain, thick and long and heavy, and held it up in the sunlight. I got this, Sir Dove, together with the ring and divers other toys, at the storming of Bulsay, 5 years agone. Aha! A right good town is Bulsay, and growing rich and fat against another plucking. And how came Bulsay to be stormed? Quoth Giles the bowman, ing his golden chain, my Lord Duke Ivo had a mind to a certain lady, who was yet but a merchant's daughter, look ye. But she was young and wondrous fair, for Duke Ivo hath a quick eye and rare judgment in such pretty matters. But she, and she but a merchant's daughter, took it ill, and when Duke Ivo's messengers came to bear her to his presence, she whined and struggled, as is ever woman's way, and thereafter in the open street snatched a dagger and thereupon, before her father's very eye did slay herself, and she but a merchant's daughter, whereat some hothead plucked out sword and other citizens likewise. And of my Lord Duke's messengers there none escaped save one, and he sore wounded. So Bulsay city shut its gates gainst my Lord Duke and set out fighting hordes upon its walls. Yet my Lord Duke battered and breached it, for few can match him in a siege, and stormed it within 3 days. And, by St. Giles, though he lost the merchant's daughter, methinks he lacked not at all, for the women of Bulsay are wondrous fair. The rising sun made a glory all about them, pouring his beams twixt mighty trees whose knotted, far-flung branches dappled the way here and there with shadow. But now Beltane saw naught of it, by reason that he walked with head a-droop and eyes that stared earthward. Moreover his hands were clenched and his lips close and grim-set. As for Giles o' the bow, he chirruped merrily to the ass, and whistled full melodiously, mocking a blackbird that piped amid the green. Yet in a while he turned to stare at Beltane rubbing at his square, shaven chin with strong, brown fingers. Forsooth, quoth he, nodding, thou art he a lusty fellow, Sir Gentleness, by the teeth of St. Giles, which is my patron saint, ne'er saw I a goodlier spread of shoulder nor such a proper length of arm to twirl an axe withal. And thy legs like me well, as't the makings of a right lusty man at arms in thee, despite thy soft and peaceful look. Yet a lover of peace am I, said Beltane, his head yet drooping. Peace, quotha, peace. Ha! By all the holy saints, peace. A soft word. A woman's word. A word smacking of babes and milk. Out upon thee, what hath a man with such an arm, eye, and legs, to do with peace? An you would now, I could bring ye to good service neath Duke Ivo's banner. 'Tis said he hath sworn, this year, to burn Thrasfordham keep, to hang Benedict o' the mark and lay waste to Bourne. Aha! You shall see good fighting 'neath Ivo's banner, Sir Dove. Then Beltane raised his head and spake, swift and sudden, on this wise, and I must fight, the which God forbid, yet once this my sword is drawn ne'er shall it rest till I lie dead or black Ivo is no more. Then did the archer stare upon my Beltane in amaze with eyes full wide and mouth agape, nor spake he for a while. Then, Black Ivo, thou, he cried, and laughed amain. Go to, my tender youth, said he, methinks a lute were better fitted to thy hand than that great sword o' thine. Now beholding Beltane's gloomy face, he smiled within his hand, yet eyed him thoughtfully thereafter, and so they went with never a word betwixt them. But, in a while, the archer fell to snuffing the air, and clapped Beltane upon the shoulder. Aha, quoth he, methinks we reach the fair duchy of Pentavalon, smell ye aught, brother? And now, indeed, Beltane became aware of a cold wind, foul and noisome, a deadly, clammy air breathing of things corrupt, chilling the flesh with swift unthinking dread, and, halting in disgust, he looked about him left and right. Above, above, cried Giles o' the Bow, this is Sir Patolop's country, look you heavenward, Sir Innocents. Then, lifting his eyes to the shivering leaves overhead, Beltane of a sudden espied a naked foot, a down-curving, claw-like thing, shriveled and hideous, and, glancing higher yet, beheld a sight to blast the sun from heaven, now staring up at the contorted horror of this shriveled thing that once had lived and laughed. Beltane let fall his staff and, being suddenly sick and faint, sank upon his knees and, covering his eyes, crouched there in the grass the while that grisly, silent thing swayed to and fro above him in the gentle wind of morning, and the cord whereby it hung creaked faintly. How now, cried Giles, do ye blench before this churlish carrion? Aha! Ye shall see the trees bear many such hereabouts. Get up, my qualmish, maid-like youth, he ne'er shall injure thee nor any man again, save by the nose, for rise, rise and let us be gone. So, presently Beltane, shivering, got him to his feet and looking up, pale-faced, beheld upon the ragged breast a parchment with this legend in fair, good writing, he killed a deer. Then spake Beltane twixt pallid lips, and do they hang men for killing deer in this country? Aye, forsooth, and very properly, for, heed me, your ragged ropes be a plenty, but a stag is a noble creature and something scarcer, moreover they be the Duke's. By whose order was this done? Why, the parchment beareth the badge of Sir Patolop, called the Red. But look you, Sir Innocent, no man may kill a deer unless he be of gentle blood. And wherefore? 'Tis so the law. And who made the law? Why, as to that, quoth Giles, rubbing his chin, as to that, what matters it to you or me? Pah! Come away lest I stifle. But now, even as they stood thus, out of the green came a cry, hoarse at first but rising ever higher until it seemed to fill the world about and set the very leaves a-quiver. Once it came, and twice, and so, was gone. Then Beltane, trembling, stooped and caught up his long quarterstaff, and seized the bowman in a shaking hand that yet was strong, and dragging him from the arse all in a moment, plunged into the underbrush whence the cry had come. And, in a while, they beheld a cottage upon whose threshold a child lay, not asleep, yet very still, and beyond the cottage, his back to a tree, a great hairy fellow, quarterstaff in hand, made play against 5 others whose steel caps and ringed hauberks glittered in the sun. Close and ever closer they beset the hairy man who, bleeding at the shoulder, yet swung his heavy staff, but ever the glittering pike heads thrust more close. Beside the man a woman crouched, young and of comely seeming, despite wild hair and garments torn and wrenched, who of a sudden, with another loud cry, leapt before the hairy man, covering him with her clinging body, and, in that moment, her scream died to a choking gasp and she sank huddled 'neath a pike thrust. Then Beltane leapt, the great sword flashing in his grasp, and smote the smiter and set his feet upon the writhing body and smote amain with terrible arm, and his laughter rang out fierce and wild. So for a space, sword clashed with pike, but ever Beltane, laughing loud, drave them before him till but 2 remained and they writhing upon the sward. Then Beltane turned to see Giles o' the Bow, who leaned against a tree near by, wide-eyed and pale. "Look," he cried, pointing with quivering finger, "one dead and one sore hurt. Saint Giles, save us, what have ye done?" "These be Sir Patolop's foresters, behold his badge." But Beltane laughed, fierce-eyed. "How, bowman, dost blench before a badge, then? I was too meek and gentle for thee ere this, but now, if thou art afraid, get you gone." "Art surely mad," quoth Giles. "The saints be my witness here was no act of mine." So saying he turned away and hasted swift-footed through the green. Now when the bowman was gone, Beltane turned him to the hairy man who yet kneeled beside the body of the woman. Said he, "Good fellow, is there aught I may do for thee?" "Wife and child, and dead," the man muttered, "child and wife, and dead. A week ago, my brother, and now, the child, and then the wife. Child and wife and brother, and dead." Then Beltane came, minded to aid him with the woman, but the hairy man sprang before her, swinging his great staff and muttering in his beard. Therefore Beltane, sick at heart, turned him away. And, in a while, being come to the road once more, he became aware that he yet grasped his sword and beheld its bright steel dimmed here and there with blood, and, as he gazed, his brow grew dark and troubled. "'Tis thus have I made beginning," he sighed, "so now, God aiding me, ne'er will I rest till peace be come again and tyranny made an end of." Then, very solemnly, did my Beltane kneel him beside the way and lifting the cross hilt of his sword to heaven kissed it, and thereafter rose. And so, having cleansed the steel within the earth, he sheathed the long blade and went, slow-footed, upon his way. Chapter 8 How Beltane held discourse with a black friar. The sun was high, and by his shadow Beltane judged it the noon hour. Very hot and very still it was, for the wind had died and leaf and twig hung motionless as though asleep. And presently as he went, a sound stole upon the stillness, a sound soft and beyond all things pleasant to hear, the murmurous ripple of running water nearby. Going aside into the green therefore, Beltane came unto a brook, and here, screened from the sun 'neath shady willows, he laid him down to drink, and to bathe face and hands in the cool water. Now as he lay thus, staring sad-eyed into the hurrying waters of the brook, there came to him the clicking of sandaled feet, and glancing up, he beheld one clad as a black friar. A fat man he was, jolly of figure and mightily round, his nose was bulbous and he had a drooping lip. "Peace be unto thee, my son," quoth he, breathing short and loud, "an evil day for a fat man who hath been most basely bereft of a goodly ass, holy Saint Dunstan, how I gasp," and putting back the cowl from his tonsured crown, he puffed out his cheeks and mopped his face. "Harkye now, good youth, hath there passed thee by ever a ribald in an escalloped hood, an unhallowed, long-legged, scurvy archer knave astride a fair white ass, my son?" "Truly," nodded Beltane, "we parted company scarce an hour since." The friar sat him down in the shade of the willows and sighing, mopped his face again. Quoth he, "Now may the curse of Saint Augustine, Saint Benedict, Saint Cuthbert and Saint Dominic light upon him for a lewd fellow, a clapper-claw, a thieving dog who hath no regard for holy church, forsooth a most vicious rogue, monstrum nulla virtute redemptum avitiis." "Good friar, thy tongue is something harsh, methinks. Here be 4 saints with as many curses, and all for one small ass." The friar puffed out his cheeks and sighed, "'Twas a goodly ass, my son, a fair and gentle beast and of an easy gait, and I am one that loveth not to trip it in the dust. Moreover 'twas the property of holy church. To take from thy fellow is evil, to steal from thy Lord is worse, but to ravish from holy church, put 'tis sacrilege, 'tis foul blasphemy thrice, 30 times damned and beyond all hope of redemption. So now do I consign yon archer knave to the lowest pit of Icheron, damnatus est, Amen. Yet, my son, here, by the mercy of heaven is a treasure the rogue hath overlooked, a pasty most rarely seasoned that I had this day from my Lord's own table. 'Tis something small for 2, alack, and yet, stay, who comes?" Now, lifting his head, Beltane beheld a man, bent and ragged, who crept towards them on a stick. His face, low stooped, was hid 'neath long and matted hair, but his tatters plainly showed the hideous nakedness of limbs pinched and shrunken by famine, while about his neck was a heavy iron collar such as all serfs must needs wear. Being come near, he paused, leaning upon his staff, and cried out in a strange, cracked voice, "O ye that are strong and may see the blessed sun, show pity on one that is feeble and walketh ever in the dark." And now, beneath the tangled hair, Beltane beheld a livid face in whose pale oval, the eyeless sockets glowed fierce and red. Moreover, he saw that the man's right arm was but a mutilated stump, whereat Beltane shivered and, bowing his head upon his hands, closed his eyes. "Aho!" cried the friar, "and is it thou, Simon? Trouble ye the world yet, child of Satan?" Whereupon the blind man fell upon his knees. Holy Father, he groaned, clasping his withered arms upon his gaunt breast. Good Friar Gouy, I die of hunger, aid me lest I perish. 'Tis true I am outlaw and no man may minister unto me, yet be merciful, give me to eat, O gentle Christ, aid me. How, cried the friar, dare ye speak that name, ye that are breaker of laws human and divine, ye that are murderer, dare ye lift those bloody hands to heaven? Holy sir, quoth Beltane, he hath but one, I pray you now give him to eat. Feed an outlaw? Art mad, young sir? Feed a murderer, a rogue banned by holy church, a serf that hath raised hand gainst his lord. He should have hanged when the witch his daughter burned, but that Sir Patolop, with most rare mercy, gave to the rogue his life. But sighed Beltane, left him to starve, 'tis a death full as sure yet slower, methinks. Come, let us feed him. I tell thee, fond youth, he is excommunicate. Wouldst have me contravene the order of Holy Church? Go to. Then my Beltane put his hand within his pouch and taking thence a gold piece held it out upon his palm, said he, Friar, I will buy the half of thy pasty of thee. Hereupon Friar Gouy stared from the gold to the pasty, and back again. So much, quoth he, round-eyed. Forsooth 'tis a noble pasty and yet, nay, nay, tempt me not, retrosathanas, and closing his eyes he crossed himself. Then Beltane took out other 2 gold pieces and set them in the blind man's bony hand, saying, Take these 3 gold pieces and buy you food, and thereafter, gold. Cried the blind man, gold. Now the saints keep and bless thee, young sir, sweet Jesu love thee ever, and fain would he have knelt to kiss my Beltane's feet. But Beltane raised him up with gentle hand, speaking him kindly, as thus, Tell now, I pray you, how came ye to slay? Stay. Stay, cried Friar Gouy, bethink thee, good youth, so much gold, 'tis a very fortune. With so much, masses might be sung for his wretched soul, give it therefore to Holy Church, so shall he, peradventure, attain paradise. Not so, answered Beltane, I had rather he, of a surety, attain a full belly, Sir Friar. Then, turning his back upon the friar, Beltane questioned the blind man again, as thus, Tell me, an ye will, how ye came to shed blood, and the outlaw, kneeling at Beltane's feet, answered with bowed head, Noble sir, I had a daughter and she was young and fair, therefore came my lord Patolop's chief verderer to bear her to my lord. But she cried to me and I, forgetting my duty to my lord, took my quarterstaff and, serf though I was, smote the chief verderer that he died thereafter, but, ere he died, he named my daughter witch. And, when they had burned her, they put out mine eyes, and cut off my hand, and made of me an outlaw. So is my sin very heavy upon me. Now when the man had made an end, Beltane stood silent a while, then, reaching down, he aided the blind man to his feet. Go you to Mortain, said he, seek out the hermit Ambrose that liveth in Holy Cross thicket, with him shall you find refuge, and he, methinks, will surely win thy soul to heaven. So the blind man blessed my Beltane and turning, crept upon his solitary way. Youth, said the friar, frowning up into Beltane's gentle eyes, thou hast this day put thy soul in jeopardy, the church doth frown upon this thy deed. And yet, most reverend sir, God's sun doth shine upon this my body. Friar. He who aideth an evildoer is enemy to the good. Beltane. Yet he who seeketh to do good to evil that good may follow, doth no evil to good. Friar. Ha! Thou art a menace to the state, Beltane. So shall I be, I pray God, the whiles this state continue. Friar. Thou art either rogue or fool. Beltane. Well, thou hast thy choice. Friar. Alack! This sorry world is full of rogues and fools and, Beltane. And friars. Friar. Who seek the salvation of this wretched world. Beltane. As how? Friar. Forsooth we meditate and pray, Beltane. And eat. Friar. Aye, verily, we do a little in that way as the custom is, for your reverent eater begetteth a devout prayer. The which mine death me I grow an hungered, yet will I forego appetite and yield thee this fair pasty for but 2 of thy gold pieces. And, look ye, 'tis a noble pasty I had this day from my Lord Ptolop's own table. Beltane. That same Lord that showed mercy on yonder poor maimed wretch. Know you him? Friar. In very sooth, and 'tis a potent Lord that holdeth me in some esteem, a most Christian knight, Beltane. That ravisheth the defenceless. Whose hands be foul with the blood of innocents, Friar. How? 'Tis a godly Lord who giveth bounteously to Holy Church, Beltane. Who stealeth from the poor, Friar. Stealeth. Holy Saint Dunstan, dare ye speak thus of so great a Lord, a son of the Church, a companion of our noble Duke? Steal, forsooth. The poor have naught to steal. Beltane. They have their lives. Friar. Not so, they and their lives are their lords, 'tis so the law and, Beltane. Whence came this law? Friar. It came, youth, it came, of God. Beltane. Say rather of the devil. Friar. Holy Saint Michael, 'tis a blasphemous youth. Never heard ears the like o' this, Beltane. Whence cometh poverty and famine? Friar. 'Tis a necessary evil. Doth it not say in Holy Writ, the poor ye have always with you? Beltane. Aye, so shall ye ever, until the laws be amended. So needs must men starve and starve, Friar. There be worse things. And these serfs be born to starve, bred up to it, and 'tis better to starve here than to perish hereafter, better to purge the soul by lack of meat than to make of it a fetter of the soul. Excellently said, holy sir, quoth Beltane, stooping of a sudden. But for this pasty now, 'tis a somewhat solid fetter, meseemeth, so now do I free thee of it, thus. So saying, my Beltane dropped the pasty into the deeper waters of the brook and, thereafter, took up his staff. Sir Friar, said he, behold, today is thy soul purged of a pasty against the day of judgment. Then Beltane went on beside the rippling waters of the brook, but above its plash and murmur rose the deep-toned maledictions of Friar Gouy. Chapter 9, wherein is some account of the philosophy of folly and the wisdom of a fool. As the day advanced, the sun grew ever hotter, birds chirped drowsily from hedge and thicket, and the warm, still air was full of the slumberous drone of a myriad unseen wings. Therefore Beltane sought the deeper shade of the woods and, risking the chance of roving thief or lurking footpad, followed a devious course by reason of the underbrush. Now as he walked him thus, within the cool, green twilight, watchful of eye and with heavy quarterstaff poised upon his shoulder, he presently heard the music of a pipe, now very mournful and sweet, anon breaking into a merry lilt full of rippling trills and soft, bubbling notes most pleasant to be heard. Wherefore he went aside and thus, led by the music, beheld a jester in his motley lying a-sprawl beneath a tree. A long-legged knave was he, pinched and something doleful of visage, yet with quick bright eyes that laughed neath sombre brows, and a wide, up-curving mouth. Upon his escalloped cape and flaunting coxcomb were many little bells that rang a silvery chime as, upstarting to his elbow, he greeted my Beltane thus: "Hail, noble, youthful sir, and of thy sweet and gracious courtesy I pray you mark me this: the sun is hot, my belly lacketh, and thou art a fool." "And wherefore?" questioned Beltane, leaning him upon his quarterstaff. "For 3 rarely reasonable reasons, sweet sir, as thus: item, for that the sun burneth; item, my belly is empty; and item, thou, allured by this my foolish pipe, art hither come to folly. So I, a fool, do greet thee, fool, and welcome thee to this my palace of ease and pleasaunce, where, an ye be minded to list to the folly of a rarely foolish fool, I will, with foolish jape and quip, befool thy mind to mirth and jollity, for thou art a sad fool, methinks, and something melancholic." Quoth Beltane, sighing, "'Tis a sad world and very sorrowful." "Nay, 'tis a sweet world and very joyful, for such as have eyes to see withal." "To see," quoth Beltane, frowning, "this day have I seen a dead man a-swing on a tree, a babe dead beside its cradle, and a woman die upon a spear. All day have I breathed an air befooled by nameless evil. Whithersoever I go needs must I walk twixt murder and shame. Then look ever before thee, so shalt see neither. Yet will they be there. Yet doth the sun shine in high heaven, so must these things be till God and the saints shall mend them. But if thou must needs be doleful, go make thee troubles of thine own, but leave the woes of this wide world to God." "Nay," said Beltane, shaking his head, "how if God leave these things to thee and me? Why then methinks the world must wag as it will. Yet must we repine therefore. Out upon thee for a sober, long-legged, doleful wight. Now harkee. Here sit I, less fool. A fool who hath, this day, been driven forth of my lord's presence with blows and cruel stripes. And wherefore? 'Twas for setting a bird free of its cage, a small matter methinks, though there be birds, and birds, but mum for that. Yet do I grieve and sigh therefore, O doleful Longshanks. Not so, fie on tea. I blow away my sorrows through the music of this my little pipe and, lying here, set my wits a-dancing and lo! I am a duke, a king, a very god. I create me a world wherein is neither hunger nor stripes, a world of joy and laughter, for, blessed within his dreams, even a fool may walk with gods and juggle with the stars. I nodded Beltane, but how when he awake? Why then, Messie laughed the fellow, leaping nimbly to his feet, why then doth he ask alms of thee, as thus, prithee most noble Messie, of thy bounty show kindness to a fool that lacks everything but wit. So give, Messie, give and spare not, so may thy lady prove kind, thy wooing prosper and love strengthen thee. Now when the jester spake of love, my Beltane must needs sigh amain and shake a doleful head. Alas, said he, within my life shall be no place for love, methinks. Hi-ho, sighed the jester, thy very look doth proclaim thee lover, and 'tis well, for love maketh the fool wise and the wise fool, it changeth saints into rogues and rogues into saints, it teacheth the strong man gentleness and maketh the gentle strong. 'Tis sweeter than honey yet bitter as gall, love. Ah, love can drag a man to hell or lift him high as heaven. I verily sighed Beltane, I once did dream of such a love, but now am I awake, nor will I dream of love again, nor rest whiles lust and cruelty rule this sorrowful duchy. Ha, what would ye then, fond youth? I am come to smite them hence, said Beltane, clenching mighty fists. How, cried the jester, why do I? Alone. Nay, methinks God goeth with me. Moreover, I have this sword, and speaking, Beltane touched the hilt of the great blade at his side. What, a sword, scoffed the jester, think ye to mend the woes of thy fellows with a sword? Go to, thou grave-visaged, youthful fool. I tell thee, 'tis only humour and good fellowship can mend this wretched world, and there is naught so lacking in humour as a sword, unless it be your prating priest or mumbling monk. A pope in cap and bells, now, aha, there would be a world indeed, a world of joy and laughter. No more gloom, no more bans and damnings of holy church, no more groaning and snivelling in damp cloister and mildewed chapel, no more burnings and hangings and rackings. Yet said Beltane, shaking his head, yet would kings and dukes remain, Christian knights and godly lords to burn and hang and rack the defenceless. Aye, Sir Gravity, nodded the jester, but the church is paramount ever. Set the Pope a blowing of tunes upon a reed and kings would lay by their sceptres and pipe too, and, finding no time or lust for warring, so strife would end, swords rust and wit grow keen. And wit, look you, biteth sharper than sword, laughter is more enduring than blows, and he who smitteth, smitteth only for lack of wit. So, an you would have a happy world, lay by that great sword and betake thee to a little pipe, teach men to laugh and so forget their woes. Learn wisdom of a fool, as thus, 'tis better to live and laugh and beget thy kind than to perish by the sword or to dangle from a tree. Here now is advice, and in this advice thy life, thus in giving thee advice so do I give thee thy life. And I am hungry. And in thy purse is money wherewith even a fool might come by food. And youth is generous. And thou art very young. Come, sweet youthful Messy, how much for thy life, and a fool's advice? Then Beltane smiled, and taking out one of his 3 remaining gold pieces, put it in the jester's hand. Fare thee well, good fool, said he, I leave thee to thy dreams, God send they be ever fair. Gold, cried the jester, spinning the coin upon his thumb, ha, now do I dream indeed, may thy waking be ever as joyous. Farewell to thee, thou kind, sweet, youthful fool, and if thou must hang some day on a tree, may every leaf voice small prayers for thy gentle soul. So saying, the jester nodded, waved aloft his bauble, and skipped away among the trees. But as Beltane went, pondering the jester's saying, the drowsy stillness was shivered by a sudden, loud cry, followed thereafter by a clamor of fierce shouting. Therefore Beltane paused and turning, beheld the jester himself who ran very fleetly, yet with 3 lusty fellows in close pursuit. Messy, panted the jester, wild of eye and with a trickle of blood upon his pallid face, O sweet sir, let them not slay me. Now while he spake, and being yet some way off, he tripped and fell, and, as he lay thus the foremost of his pursuers, a powerful, red-faced man, leapt towards him, whirling up his quarter-staff to smite. But, in that moment, Beltane leapt also and took the blow upon his staff and swung it aloft, yet stayed the blow, and, bestriding the prostrate jester, spake soft and gentle, on this wise, Greeting to thee, forest fellow. Thy red face liketh me well, let us talk together. But, hereupon, as the red-faced man fell back, staring in amaze, there came his 2 companions, albeit panting and short of breath. What, Roger, cried one, doth this fellow withstand thee? But Roger only growled, whilst Beltane smiled upon the 3, gentle-eyed, but with heavy quarter-staff poised lightly in practised hand. Quoth he, how now, would ye harm the fool? 'Tis a goodly fool forsooth, yet with legs scarce so nimble as his wit, and a tongue, a golden tongue to win all men to humour and good fellowship. Enough, growled red-faced Roger, Sir Ptolop's foresters we be, give us yon scurvy fool then, that we may hang him out of hand. Nay, answered Beltane, first let us reason together, let us hark to the wisdom of folly and grow wise. Ha, Roger, cried one of the men, tap me this tall rogue on his golden mazzard. Or said Beltane, the fool shall charm thy souls to kindliness with his pipe. Ho, Roger, cried the second forester, split me this tall talker's yellow sconce, now. Come, growled Roger, threatening of mien, yield us the fool, 'tis an arrant knaveth angered his lord. What matter for that, said Beltane, so he hath not angered his God. Come now, ye be hearty fellows and have faces that might be honest, tell me, how long will ye serve the devil? Devil! Ha, what talk be this? We serve no devil. I nodded Beltane, though they call him Ptolop the Red, hereabouts." "Devil!" cried Black Roger aghast. And, falling back a step, he gaped in amaze from Beltane to his gaping fellows. "Devil, forsooth!" he gasped. "Aha, I've seen many a man hang for less than this." "True," sighed Beltane, "men hang for small matters here in Pentavalon, and to hang is an evil death, methinks." So, nodded Black Roger, grim smiling, "I've watched them kick a fair good while, betimes." "Ah!" cried Beltane, his eyes widening, "those hands of thine, belike, have hanged a man ere this." "Aye, many a score." "Aho! Folk know Black Roger's name hereabouts. I carry ever a noose at my girdle here, behold it," and he showed a coil of rope that swung at his belt. Now looking from the man's grim features to this murderous cord, Beltane blenched and shivered, whereat Black Roger laughed aloud, and pointed a scornful finger. "Look ye, 'tis fair, good rope this, and well tried, and shall bear even thy great carcass sweetly." "Aye, sweetly, how, wouldst hang me also?" said Beltane faintly, and the heavy quarterstaff sagged in his loosened grip. "Hang thee, aye. Thou didst withstand us with this fool, thou hast dared miscall our lord, we be all witnesses to it. So now will we." But swift as lightning flash, Beltane's long quarterstaff whirled and fell, and, for all his hood of mail, Black Roger threw wide his arms and, staggering, fell upon his face and so lay. Then, fierce and grim, he had leapt upon the other two, and the air was full of the rattle and thud of vicious blows. But these foresters were right lusty fellows, and they, together, beset my Beltane so furiously, right and left, that he perforce gave back 'neath their swift and grievous blows and, being overmatched, turned and betook him to his heels, whereat they, incontinent, pursued with loud gibes and fierce laughter. But on ran Beltane up the glade very fleetly yet watchful of eye, until, seeing one had outstripped his fellow, he checked his going somewhat, stumbling as one that is spent, whereat the forester shouted the louder and came on amain. Then did my cunning Beltane leap aside and, leaping, turned and smote the fellow clean and true upon the crown, and, laughing to see him fall, ran in upon the other forester with whirling quarterstaff. Now this fellow, seeing himself stand alone, stayed not to abide the onset, but turning about, made off into the green. Then Beltane leaned him, panting, upon his staff, what time the fallen man got him unsteadily to his legs and limped after his comrade. As for the jester, he was gone long since, only Black Roger lay upon his face and groaned faintly, ever and anon. Wherefore came Beltane and stood above him as one in thought and, seeing him begin to stir, took from him his sword and coil of rope and loosing off his sword belt, therewith bound his hands fast together and so, dragged him 'neath a tree that stood hard by. Thus when at last Black Roger opened his eyes, he beheld Beltane standing above him and in his hand the deadly rope. Now, looking from this to the desolation about him, Black Roger shivered, and gazing up into the stern face above, his florid cheek grew pale. "Master," said he hoarsely, "what would ye?" "I would do to thee as thou hast done to others." "Hang me." "Aye, quoth Beltane, and setting the noose about his neck, cast the rope across a branch. Master, how shall my death profit thee? The world shall be the better, and thy soul no less of sin, mayhap. Master, said Black Roger, stooping to wipe sweat from his face with fettered hands, I have store of money set by. But Beltane laughed with pallid lips, and, pulling upon the rope, dragged Black Roger, choking, to his feet. Master, he gasped, show a little mercy, hast ever shown mercy to any man, speak me true. Alack, no, master. And yet, how then shall ye expect mercy? Thou hast burnt and hanged and ravished the defenceless, so now shall be an end of it for thee, yet, O mark me this, thy name shall live on accursed in memory long after thou art but poor dust. Ay, there be many alive to curse Black Roger living, and many dead to curse me when I'm dead. Poor Roger's soul shall find small mercy hereafter, methinks. Ha, I never thought on this. Thou hadst a mother, aye, but they burned her for a witch when I was but a lad. As for me, 'tis true I've hanged men, yet I was my lord's chief verderer and did but as my lord commanded. A man hath choice of good or evil. Aye. So now, and I must die, I must. But O master, say a prayer for me, my sins lie very heavy. But Beltane, trembling, pulled upon the rope and swung Black Roger writhing in midair. Then, of a sudden, loosing the rope, the forester fell and, while he lay gasping, Beltane stooped and loosed the rope from his neck. What now? Groaned the forester, wild-eyed, sweet Jesu, ah, torture me not. Take back thy life, said Beltane, and I pray God that henceforth thou shalt make of it better use, and live to aid thy fellows, so shall they, mayhap, some day come to bless thy memory. Then Black Roger, coming feebly to his knees, looked about him as one that wakes upon a new world, and lifted wide eyes from green earth to cloudless sky. To life, quoth he, to live. And so, with sudden gesture, stooped his head to hide his face neath twitching fingers. Whereupon Beltane smiled, gentle-eyed, yet spake not, and, turning, caught up his staff and went softly upon his way, leaving Black Roger the forester yet upon his knees. Chapter X How Beltane made comrade one Black Roger that was a hangman. The sun was low what time Beltane came to a shrine that stood beside the way, where was a grot built by some pious soul for the rest and refreshment of wearied travellers, and here also was a crystal spring the which, bubbling up, fell with a musical plash into the basin hollowed within the rock by those same kindly hands. Here Beltane stayed and, when he had drunk his fill, laid him down in the grateful shade and setting his cloak beneath his head, despite his hunger, presently fell asleep. When he awoke the sun was down and the world was become a place of mystery and glooming shadow. A bird called plaintively afar off in the dusk. The spring bubbled softly nearby, but save for this a deep silence brooded over all things. Above the gloom of the trees the sky was clear, where bats wheeled and hovered, and beyond the purple upland an orbed moon was rising. Now as Beltane breathed the cool, sweet air of evening and looked about him drowsily, he suddenly espied a shadow within the shadows, a dim figure, yet formidable and full of menace, and he started up, weapon in fist, whereupon the threatening figure stirred and spake. "Master, 'tis I," said a voice. Then Beltane came forth of the grot and stared upon Black Roger, grave-eyed. "O hangman," said he, "where is thy noose?" But Roger quailed and hung his head, and spake with eyes abased, "Master, I burned it, together with my badge of service." "And what would ye here?" "Sir, I am a masterless man henceforth, for an I hang not men for Sir Patolop, so will Sir Patolop assuredly hang me." "And fear ye death?" "Messy, I have hanged many men, and there were women also. I have cut me a tally here on my belt, see, there be many notches, and every notch a life. So now for every life these hands have taken do I vow to save a life, and it may be so, and for every life saved would I cut away a notch until my belt be smooth again and my soul the lighter. Why come ye to me, Black Roger? For that this day, at dire peril, I saw thee save a fool, master. So now am I come to thee to be thy man henceforth, to follow and serve thee while life remain." "Why look now," quoth Beltane, "mine shall be a hard service and a dangerous, for I have mighty wrongs to set aright." "Ha! Belike thou art under some vow also, master." "Ay, verily, nor will I rest until it be accomplished or I am slain. For mark this, lonely am I, with enemies a many and strong, yet because of my vow needs must I smite them hence or perish in the adventure. Thus, he that companies me must go ever by desperate ways, and 'tis like enough death shall meet him in the road." "Master," quoth Black Roger, "this day have ye shown me death yet given me new life, so beseech thee let me serve thee henceforth and aid thee in this thy vow." Now hereupon Beltane smiled and reached forth his hand, then Black Roger falling upon his knee, touched the hand to lip, and forehead and heart, taking him for his lord henceforth, and spake the oath of fealty. But when he would have risen, Beltane stayed him. "What, Black Roger, thou hast sworn fealty and obedience to me, now swear me this to God, to hold ever, and abide by, thy word, to show mercy to the distressed and to shield the helpless at all times." And when he had sworn, Black Roger rose bright-eyed and eager. "Lord," said he, "whither do we go?" "Now," quoth Beltane, "show me where I may eat, for I have a mighty hunger." "Forsooth," quoth Roger, scratching his chin, "Shallowford village lieth but a bow shot through the brush yonder, yet, forsooth, a man shall eat little there, methinks, these days." "Why so?" "For that 'twas burned down, scarce a week agone." "Burned, and wherefore?" "Lord Patolop fell out with his neighbour Sir Giles of Brandonmere, upon the matter of some wench, methinks it was, wherefore came Sir Giles' men by night and burned down Shallowford with 20 hunting dogs of Sir Patolop's that chanced to be there, whereupon my lord waxed mighty wroth and, gathering his company, came into the domain of Sir Giles and burned down divers manors and hung certain rogues and destroyed 2 villages, in quittance." "Ah, and what of the village folk?" "My lord, they were but serfs for the most part, but, for Sir Patolop's dogs, 22, and roasted alive, poor beasts, But here Black Roger checked both speech and stride, all at once, and stood with quarterstaff poised as from the depth of the wood came the sound of voices and fierce laughter. "Come away, master," he whispered, "these should be Sir Patolop's men, methinks." But Beltane shook his head. "I'm fain to see why they laugh," said he, and speaking, stole forward soft-footed amid the shadows, and so presently parting the leaves, looked down into an open dell or dingle full of the light of the rising moon, light that glinted upon the steel caps and hauberks of some score men, who leaned upon pike or guy's arm about one who sat upon a fallen tree, and Beltane saw that this was Giles the bowman. But the arms of Giles were bound behind his back, about his neck hung a noose, and his face showed white and pallid 'neath the moon, as, lifting up his head, he began to sing, "O ne'er shall my lust for the bowl decline, nor my love for my good long bow, for as bow to the shaft and as bowl to the wine, is a—" The rich voice was strangled to a gasping sob as the rope was tightened suddenly about the singer's brawny throat and he was swung, kicking, into the air amid the hoarse gibes and laughter of the men-at-arms. But, grim and silent, Beltane leaped down among them, his long blade glittering in the moonlight, and before the mighty sweep of it they fell back, crowding upon each other and confused. Then Beltane, turning, cut asunder the cord and Giles Brabble fell and lay 'neath the shade of the tree, wheezing and whimpering in the grass. And now with a clamour of cries and fierce rallying shouts, the men-at-arms, seeing Beltane stand alone, set themselves in array and began to close in upon him. But Beltane, facing them in the tender moonlight, set the point of his sword to earth and reached out his mailed hand in salutation. "Greeting, brothers," said he, "why seek ye the death of this our brother? Come now, suffer him to go his ways in peace, and God's blessing on ye, one and all." Now at this some laughed and some growled, and one stood forth before his fellows staring upon Beltane 'neath close-drawn, grizzled brows. "'Tis a rogue, and shall dance for us upon a string," laughed he. "And this tall fellow with him," said another. "Aye, aye, let us hang 'em together," cried others. "Stay," said Beltane, "behold here money, so now will I ransom this man's life of ye. Here be 2 pieces of gold, 'tis my all, yet take them and yield me his life." Hereupon the men fell to muttering together doubtfully, but in this moment the grizzled man of a sudden raised a knotted fist and shook it in the air. "Ha!" cried he, pointing to Beltane, "look ye, Cuthbert, Rollo, see ye not 'tis him we seek? Mark ye the size of him, his long sword and belt of silver, 'tis he that came upon us in the green this day and slew our comrade Michael. Come now, let us hang him forthwith and share his money betwixt us after." Then my Beltane sighed amain, and sighing, unsheathed his dagger. "Alas," said he, "and must we shed each other's blood forsooth? Come then, let us slay each other, and may Christ have pity on our souls." Thus saying, he glanced up at the pale splendor of the moon, and round him on the encircling shadows of the woods dense and black beneath the myriad leaves, and so, quick-eyed and poised for action, waited for the rush. And, even as they came upon him, he sprang aside where the gloom lay blackest, and they being many and the clearing small, they hampered each other and fell into confusion, and, in that moment, Beltane leapt among them and smote again, now in the moonlight, now in shadow, leaping quick-footed from the thrust of sword and pike, crouching neath the heavy swing of axe and gisarm, and ever his terrible blade darted with deadly point or fell with deep biting edge. Hands gripped at him from the gloom, arms strove to clasp him, but his dagger hand was swift and strong. Pike heads leapt at him and were smitten away, axe and gisarm struck, yet found him not, and ever, as he leapt, he smote. And now in his ears were cries and groans and other hateful sounds, and to his nostrils came a reek of sweating flesh and the scent of trampled grass, while the moon's tender light showed faces wild and fierce, that came and went, now here, now there. It glinted on headpiece and ringed mail, and flashed back from whirling steel, a round, placid moon that seemed, all at once, to burst asunder and vanish, smitten into nothingness. He was down, beaten to his knee, deafened and half blind, but struggling to his feet he staggered out from the friendly shadow of the trees, out into the open. A sword, hard driven, bent and snapped short upon his triple mail. The blow of a gisarm half stunned him, a goring pike thrust drove him reeling back, yet, ringed in by death, he thrust and smote with failing arm. Axe and pike, sword and gisarm hedged him in nearer and nearer. His sword grew suddenly heavy and beyond his strength to wield, but stumbling, slipping, dazed and with eyes aswim, he raised the great blade aloft, and lifting drooping head, cried aloud the battle cry of his house, high and clear it rang above the din, "Arise! Arise! I will arise!" And even in that moment came one in answer to the cry, one that leapt to his right hand, a wild man and hairy who plied a gleaming axe and, twixt each stroke, seemed, from hairy throat, to echo back the cry, "Arise! Arise!" And now upon his left was Black Roger, fierce-eyed behind his buckler. Thereafter a voice hailed them as from far away, a sweet, deep voice, cheery and familiar as one heard aforetime in a dream, and betwixt every sentence came the twang of swift-drawn bowstring. "O tall brother, fall back! O gentle paladin, O fair flower of lusty fighters, fall back and leave the rest to our comrades, to me and my good bow, here." So, dazed and breathless, came Beltane on stumbling feet and leaned him gasping in the shadow of a great tree whereby stood Giles o' the bow with arrows planted upright in the sod before him, the which he snatched and loosed so fast 'twas a wonder to behold. Of a sudden he uttered a shout and, setting by his bow, drew sword, and leaping from the shadow, was gone. But, as for Beltane, he leaned a while against the tree as one who is very faint, yet soon, lifting heavy head, wondered at the hush of all things, and looking toward the clearing saw it empty and himself alone, therefore turned he thitherwards. Now as he went he stumbled and his foot struck a something soft and yielding that rolled before him in the shadow out into the full brilliance of the moon, and looking down, he beheld a mangled head that stared up at him wide-eyed and with mouth agape. Then Beltane let fall his reeking sword and staggering out into the light, saw his bright mail befooled with clotted blood, and of a sudden the world went black about him and he fell and lay with his face among the trampled grass. In a while he groaned and opened his eyes to find Black Roger bathing his face. What time Giles o' the Bow held wine to his lips, while at his feet, a wild figure grim and ragged, stood a tall, hairy man leaning upon a blood-stained axe. "Aha!" cried the bowman. "Come now, my lovely fighter, my gentle giant, sup this, tea's life, and here behold a venison steak fit for Duke Ivo's self. Come." "Nay, first," says Beltane, sitting up, "are there many hurt?" "I, never fear for that, my bloodthirsty dove. They be almost completely dead save one, and he sore wounded, laus Deo, amen." "Dead?" cried Beltane, shivering. "Dead, say you?" "Aye, Sir Paladin, all sweetly asleep in Abraham's bosom. We three here accounted for some few betwixt us, the rest fell neath that great blade o' thine. O sweet Saint Giles! Ne'er saw I such sword work, point and edge, saha! And I called thee, dove, I dove it was, I mind me. O blind and worse than blind! But experientiado say, tall brother." Now hereupon Beltane bowed his head and clasping his hands, wrung them. "Sweet Jesu, forgive me," he cried, "I had not meant to slay so many." Then he arose and went apart and, kneeling among the shadows, prayed long and fervently. Chapter 11, which tells how three mighty men swear fealty to Beltane, and how good Friar Martin digged a grave in the wild. Now when Beltane's mighty hunger was assuaged he sat, his aching head yet ringing with the blow, and stared up at the moon, sad and wistful-eyed as one full of heaviness, the while Black Roger standing beside him gazed askance at the archer who sat near by whistling softly and busied with certain arrows. Cleaning and trimming them ere he set them back in his quiver. And presently Black Roger spake softly, low stooping to Beltane's ear, "Lord, we have saved the life of yon prating archer fellow, and behold my belt lacketh for one notch, which is well. So come, let us go our ways, thou and I, for I love not your talkers, and this fellow hath overmuch to say." But now, ere Beltane could make reply, came the hairy man, but behold his rags had given place to fair garments of tanned leather, albeit something small, together with steel cap and shirt of ringed mail, and, about his middle, a broad belt where swung a heavy sword. Being come to Beltane he paused leaning upon his axe, and gazed upon him fierce-eyed. "Messy," said he, "who ye are I know not, what ye are I care not, for art quick of foot and mighty of arm, and when ye fight, cry a point of war. A battle shout I knew aforetime ere they enslaved and made of me a serf, and thus it is I would follow thee." Quoth Beltane, his aching head upon his hand, "Whither? To death if needs be, for a man must die soon or late, yet die but once, whether it be by the steel, or flame, or rope. So what matter the way of it, if I may stand with this my axe face to face with gills of Brandon Mere, or red Patolop of Garth Laxton Keep? 'Twas for this I followed his foresters." "Who and whence are you?" "Walkin' o' the Dean they call me hereabouts. though I had another name once, but 'twas long ago, when I marched, a lad, 'neath the banner of Beltane the strong. What talk be this? Grunted Black Roger, threatening of mien. My lord and I be under a vow and must begone, and want no runaway serf crawling at our heels. Ha, quoth Walkin, spake I to thee, hangman. Forsooth, well do I know thee, Roger the Black. Come ye into the glade yonder, so will I split thy black poll for thee, thou surly dog. Forth leapt Black Roger's sword, back swung Walkin's glittering axe, but Beltane was between, and, as they stood thus came Giles o' the bow. Aho, he laughed, must ye be at it yet? Have we not together slain of Sir Ptolop's foresters a round score? 'Twas but 19, growled Roger, frowning at Walkin. So will I make of this hangman the 20th, said Walkin, frowning at Roger. 'Tis a sweet thought, laughed the archer. To it, lads, and slay each other as soon as ye may, and my blessings on ye. As for us, Sir Paladin, let us away. 'Tis true we together might give check to an army, yet, minding Sir Ptolop's 19 foresters, 'twere wiser to hie us from Sir Ptolop's country for the nonce. So march, tall brother, march. Ha, snarled Walkin, fear ye Red Ptolop yet, bowman? Well, we want ye not, my lord and I, he hath a sword and iron axe, they shall suffice us, mayhap, an Ptolop come. So hie thee hence with the hangman and save thy rogue's skin. And may ye dangle in a noose yet for a prating do-nothing, growled Roger. Aho, laughed Giles, with a flash of white teeth, a hangman and a serf, must I slay both? But, ere he could draw sword, came a voice from the shadows nearby, a deep voice, clear and very sweet. O, children, said the voice, O, children of God, put up your steel and pray for one whose white soul doth mount now to heaven. And forth into the light came one clad as a white friar, a tall man and slender, and upon his shoulder he bare a mattock that gleamed beneath the moon. His coarse, white robe, frayed and worn, was stained with earth and the green of grass, and was splashed, here and there, with a darker stain. Pale was he, and hollow-cheeked, but with eyes that gleamed 'neath black brows and with chin long and purposeful. Now at sight of him, fierce-eyed Walkin cried aloud and flung aside his axe and, falling on his knees, caught the friar's threadbare robe and kissed it. Good brother, he groaned, oh, gentle brother Martin, pity me. What, Walkin, quoth the friar. What do ye thus equipped and so far from home? Home have I none, henceforth, O my father. Ah! What then of thy wife, Truda, of thy little son? Dead, my father. Red Ptolop's men slew them this day within the green. So, when I had buried them, I took my axe and left them with God, yet shall my soul go lonely, methinks, until my time be come. Then Friar Martin reached out his hand and laid it upon Walkin's bowed head, and, though the hand was hard and toil-worn, the touch of it was ineffably gentle, and he spake with eyes upraised to heaven, O Christ of pity, look down upon this stricken soul, be thou his stay and comfort. Teach him, in his grief and sorrow, to pity the woes of others, that, in comforting his fellows, he may himself find comfort. Now when the prayer was ended he turned and looked upon the others, and, beholding Beltane in his might and glittering mail, he spake, saluting him as one of rank. "Sir Knight," said he, "do these men follow thee?" "Aye, verily," cried the archer, "that do I in sooth, verbum sat sapienti, good friar." "Not so," growled Roger, "'tis but a pestilent archer that seeketh but base hire. I only am my lord's man, sworn to aid him in his vow." "I also," quoth Walkin, "and so my lord wills." "So shall it be," sighed Beltane, his hand upon his throbbing brow. "And what have ye in mind to do?" "Forsooth," cried Giles, "to fight, good friar, manibus pedibusque." "To obey my lord," said Roger, "and speak good Saxon English." "To adventure my body in battle with joyful heart," quoth Walkin. "To make an end of tyranny," sighed Beltane. "Alas," said the friar, "within this doleful duchy be tyrants a many, and ye are but four, meseemeth, yet if within your hearts be room for pity, follow me, and I will show you a sight, mayhap shall nerve you strong as giants. Come." So Beltane followed the white friar with the three upon his heels, who wrangled now no more, and in a while the friar paused beside a new-digged grave. "Behold," said he, "the bed where we, each one, must sleep some day, and yet 'tis cold and hard, methinks, for one so young and tender." So saying he sighed, and turning, brought them to a hut near by, an humble dwelling of mud and wattles, dim lighted by a glimmering rush. But, being come within the hut, Beltane stayed of a sudden and held his breath, staring wide-eyed at that which lay so still, then, baring his head, sank upon his knees. She lay outstretched upon a bed of fern, and looked as one that sleeps save for the deathly pallor of her cheek and still and pulseless bosom, and she was young, and of a wondrous, gentle beauty. "Behold," said the friar, "but one short hour agone this was alive, a child of God, pure of heart and undefiled. These gentle hands lie stilled forever, this sweet, white body, O shame of men, blasted by brutality, maimed and torn, is naught but piteous clay to moulder in the year. Yet doth her radiant soul lie on the breast of God forever, since she, for honor, died the death, behold." So saying, the friar with sudden hand laid bare the still and marble bosom, and, beholding the red horror wrought there by cruel steel, Beltane rose up, and taking off his cloak, therewith reverently covered the pale, dead beauty of her, and so stood a while with eyes close shut and spake, soft-voiced and slow, twixt pallid lips, "How came this thing? She was captive to Sir Patolop, by him taken in a raid, and he would have had her to his will, yet, by aid of my lord's jester, she escaped and fled hither. But Sir Patolop's foresters pursued and took her, and, so is she dead, may God requite them." "Amen," quoth Giles o' the Bow, hoarse-voiced, "so do they all lie dead within the green." "Save one," said Roger. "But he sore wounded," quoth Walkin. "How," cried the friar aghast, "have ye indeed slain Sir Patolop's foresters?" 19, nodded Roger, grimly. Alas, cried the friar, may God save the poor folk hereabouts, for now will Sir Patolop wreak vengeance dire upon them. Then said Beltane, then must I have word with Sir Patolop. Now when he said this, Black Roger stared agape and even the archer's tongue failed him for once, but Walkin smiled and gripped his axe. Art mad, tall brother, cried Giles at length, Sir Patolop would hang thee out of hand, or throw thee to his dogs. Lord, said Roger, Sir Patolop hath 10 score men at arms in Garth Laxton, beside bowmen and foresters. There should be good work for mine axe, smiled Walkin. None the less must I speak with him, said Beltane, and turned him to the door. Then will I die with thee, Lord, growled Roger. So will I come and watch thee die, hangman, and loose a shaft or two on mine own account. But now, of a sudden, Walkin raised a warning hand. Hark, said he, and, in a while, as they listened, upon the stillness came a rustle of leaves and thereafter a creeping step drawing slowly nearer, then swift and soft treading, Walkin stole out into the shadows. Very soon he returned, leading a woman, pale and haggard, who clasped a babe within her threadbare cloak. Her eyes were red and sore with much weeping, and upon the threshold she paused as one in sudden fear, but espying the friar, she uttered a cry, O Father Martin, good father, pray, pray for the soul of him who is father to my child, but who at dawn must die with many others upon my Lord Duke's great gallows. Alas, cried the friar, wringing his hands, what news is this? O good friar, sobbed the woman, my lord's hand hath been so heavy upon us of late, so heavy, and there came messengers from Thrasfordham in Bourne bidding us thither with fair promises, and my father, being head of our village, hearkened to them, and we made ready to cross into Bourne. But my lord came upon us and burned our village of Shallowford and lashed my father with whips and thereafter hanged him, and took my man and many others and cast them into the great dungeon at Bulsay, and with the dawn they must hang upon the Duke's great gallows. So she ended and stood weeping as one that is hopeless and weary. But of a sudden she screamed and pointed at Black Roger with her finger. "'Tis Roger," she cried, "'tis Black Roger, that slew my father." Then Roger the Black groaned and hid his face within his arm and shrank before the woman's outstretched finger and, groaning, cowered to his knees. Whereupon the archer turned his back and spat upon the floor while Walkin glared and fingered his great axe. But in this moment my Beltane came beside him and laid his hand on Roger's stooping shoulder. "Nay," said he, "this is my friend henceforth, a man among men, who liveth to do great things as thus. Tonight he will give back to thee the father of thy child, and break open the dungeon of Bulsay." Thus spake my Beltane while all stared at his saying and held their peace because of their amaze. Only Black Roger turned of a sudden and caught his hand and kissed it savagely. "Sir," said the woman, peering up in Beltane's face, "Lord, would ye mock the weak and helpless?" "Nay," said Beltane gently, "as God seeth me, tonight the prisoners shall go free, or this man and I die with them. So now be comforted, go you to Bourne, to Sir Benedict within Thrasfordham keep, and say you come from Beltane, Duke of Pentavalon, who swore thee, by the honor of the Duke Beltane his father, that never again shall a man hang from the great gallows of Black Ivo the usurper, from this night it shall cease to be. Now would the woman have knelt and kissed his hand, but Beltane smiled and brought her to the door. Then, wondering and amazed, she made her obeisance to Beltane and with her babe clasped to her bosom went forth into the night. Thereafter Beltane turned and looked grave-eyed upon the three. My masters, quoth he, ye have heard my words, how this night I go to take down Black Ivo's great gallows. Come ye with me? Aye or no? Aye, Lord, cried the three in one acclaim. Do ye then stand with me henceforth gainst Black Ivo and all his might? Aye or no? Aye, Lord, cried they again. Then Beltane smiled and drew his sword and came to them, the great blade gleaming in his hand. "'Tis well," said he, "but first come now and lay your hands here upon my sword and swear me this, each one, to follow ever where I shall lead, to abide henceforth in brotherhood together, to smite evil within you and without, to be pitiful to the weak, and to honor God at all times." Then did the three, being upon their knees, lay their hands upon the sword and swear the oath as Beltane commanded. Now came the white friar and stared upon the sword and beholding the motto graven in the steel, lifted up his hand to heaven and cried aloud, "Now greeting and fair greeting to thee, Lord Duke, may thy body be strong for war and thy head wise in the council, for Pentavalon hath dire need of thee, Beltane, son of Duke Beltane the Strong. Moreover I was sent to thee by Sir Benedict of Bourne who bids thee arise and follow for that the time is at hand." "How," cried Beltane, "art thou indeed from Sir Benedict?" "Even so, Lord. In Thrusfordham be 700 chosen men at arms, and within Bourne, mayhap 1,000 more. It is become a haven for those that flee from tyranny and bitter wrong. As for me, I journey where I will within the duchy, serving the poor and ministering to the broken-hearted, and everywhere is black sin and suffering and death. So now in the name of these oppressed do I give thee welcome to this thy sorrowful duchy, and may God make of thee Duke indeed." Quoth Beltane, "Duke am I in blood and Duke will I yet be in very sooth and God so will it." Then turning to the three, who stood hearkening open-mouthed and wide of eye, he smiled and reached to them his hand. "Good friends," said he, "knowing naught of me yet were ye willing to follow my fortunes. For this do I thank ye one and all, and so shall my fortune, high or low, be thine, henceforth. Today is Ivo Duke, and I thy companion in arms, no more, no less, this, I pray you all, remember." So saying, Beltane sheathed his sword and beholding Friar Martin on his knees beside that muffled figure, he knelt also, and the three with him. Thereafter at a sign from the friar, Beltane stooped and raised this slender, shrouded figure in his arms and reverently bore it out into the shadows. And there, all in the tender radiance of the moon, they buried her whose name they never knew, and stood a while in silence. Then, pointing to the new-turned earth, Friar Martin spake soft-voiced, "Lo, here, in but a little time, wild flowers shall bloom above her, yet none purer or sweeter than she, In a little shall the grass be green again, and she sleep here forgot by all, save God. And God, my brothers, is a gentle God and very pitiful, so now do we leave her in God's abiding care. And presently they turned, soft-footed, and went upon their way, leaving the place to solitude. But from the vault of heaven the stars looked down upon that lonely grave like the watching eyes of holy angels. Chapter 12, which tells how Duke Ivo's great gallows ceased to be scarce a mile without the walls of the fair city of Beltane. My lord Duke had builded him a great gallows, had set it high upon a hill for all the world to see, from whose lofty cross-beams 50 ropes had hanged ere now, had writhed and kicked their lives away and rotted there in company, that all the world might know how potent was the anger of my lord Duke Ivo. Day in, day out, from rosy morn till dewy eve, it frowned upon Beltane, a thing of doom whose grim sight should warn rebellious townsfolk to dutiful submission. By night it loomed, a dim scene, brooding horror, whose loathsome reek should mind them how all ropes must end that dared lift hand or voice against my lord Duke, or those proud barons, lords, and knights who, by his pleasure, held their fiefs with rights of justice, the high, the middle and the low. Day in, day out, the men of Beltane eyed it askance neath scowling brows, and, by night, many a clenched hand was shaken and many a whispered malediction sped toward that thing of doom that menaced them from the dark. Tonight the moon was full, and thus, following Friar Martin's bony outstretched finger, Beltane of a sudden espied afar the Duke's great gallows, rising grisly and stark against the moon's round splendor. So for a space, standing yet within the shade of the woods, Beltane stared fierce-eyed, the while Giles, with Roger at his elbow, pointed out divers shapes that dangled high in air, at sight of which the friar knelt with bowed head and lips that moved in prayer, and Walkin, scowling, muttered in his beard. "Messy," said the archer, "my lord Duke's gallows is great and very strong, and we but 5 all told." "I have mine axe," quoth Walkin. "Had we 50 axes we scarce should bring it down ere dawn. Moreover, the night is very still and sounds carry far." "Nathless," quoth Roger, "tonight we surely shall destroy it, my lord hath said so." "Aye, but how?" questioned Giles. "In Beltane is that pale fox Sir Guy of Allerdale with many trusty men at arms to hold the town for Black Ivo and teach Beltane its duty. How may we destroy my lord Duke's gallows neath the very beards of my lord Duke's garrison? Wilt tell me that, my good, Black Rogerkin?" I nodded. "Roger, that will I, when I have asked my lord." So saying, he came and touched Beltane and humbly put the question. Then, with his gaze yet upon the gallows, Beltane sighed and answered, "There hath been no rain for weeks, look you, the underbrush is dry, methinks, and should burn well." "Aye, for sure," said Roger, "we shall burn Black Ivo's gallows to ashes, bowman, and a good end 'twill be." "By fire," cried the archer, aghast, "but Lord, so soon as they shall see the flames, Sir Guy and his men will sally out upon us." "Nay," said Beltane, "for we shall sally in." "Into Beltane, mean you, Lord?" "Certes," answered Beltane, "how else may we break open the dungeon?" The night is young yet, but we have much to do, follow. So saying, Beltane turned and keeping ever within the shadow of the trees, set off towards that distant hill where stood the gallows, black against the moon. Swiftly they went, and for the most part in silence, for Beltane's mind was busied upon many matters. So betimes they climbed the hill and stood at last beneath the gallows, and, glancing up, Beltane beheld noisome shapes, black and shriveled, that once had lived and laughed. Forthwith he drew his sword and fell to cutting down the brush, whereat Friar Martin, girding up his frock, took Walkin's sword and fell to likewise. Now, as Beltane laboured thus, he was suddenly aware of a wild and ragged figure, the which started up before him as if from the very ground. An old man he was, bent with years, yet with eyes that burned fierce and undimmed neath hoary brows, and shrivelled hands that gripped upon a rusty sword. "Who are ye?" he cried, harsh-voiced, "who are ye that disturb this woeful place? 'Tis here that men are dragged to die, and, being dead, do hang I the air to rot, and thereby hangs a tale of wolves that howl and birds that shriek, aha, carrion crows and hook-billed kites, they be well gorged since Ivo came. Caw, they cry, caw. Soft child's flesh and the flesh of tender maids, aha, I know, I've watched, I've seen. Ah! Since my Lord Duke Beltane died, what sights these eyes have seen." "Old man," quoth Beltane, bending near, "who art thou?" "I am the ghost that haunts this place, but, ages since, I was Sir Robert Belsme of Garth-Laxton Keep. But my wife they slew, my daughter ravished from me, and my son, ah! Christ, my son! They hanged him here, yonder he hung, and I, his father, watched him die. But, by night, when all was still, I crept hither and found a hole to shelter me. And here I stayed to watch over him, my son who hung so quiet and so still. And the rough wind buffeted him, the cruel rain lashed him, and the hot sun scorched him, but still he hung there, so high, so high. Yet I waited, for the strongest rope will break in time. And upon a moony night, he fell, and I gathered him in my arms, close here against my heart, and buried him, where none can know, save God. Many others have I buried also, for the strongest cords must break in time. And folk do say the devil bears them hence, since none are ever found, but I know where they lie, 679, I know, these hands have buried them and I have kept a tally. Ah, but you, gentle youth, what would ye here?" "Burn down the gallows," said Beltane, "'tis an accursed thing, so shall it shame earth and heaven no longer." "How, how?" cried the ancient man, letting fall his rusty sword, "destroy Black Ivo's gibbet? Dare ye such a thing indeed? Are there men with souls unconquered yet? Methought all such were old, or dead, or fled away. Dare ye this, youth?" I nodded. Beltane. "Watch now," and hereupon he, together with the others, fell to hewing down the dry brush with might and main, and piling it about the gibbet's massy beams, while the ancient man, perched upon a rock hard by, watched them 'neath his shaggy brows and laughed soft and shrill. "Aha!" he cried, "the fire ye kindle here shall set the duchy in a flame mayhap, to burn black Ivo with Guy of Allerdale and red Patolop, mayhap. For them, fire on earth and flame in hell, aha! To burn the gibbet. 'Tis well beth out, so shall carrion kite and jay go light-bellied hereabouts, mayhap, aho! Caw they shall cry, caw, give us to eat, fair white flesh. Yet how may they eat when the gallows is no more?" Thus spake he with shrill laughter while Beltane laboured until the sweat ran from him, while Warkin's great axe flashed and fell nearby and steel glittered among the underbrush that clothed the slopes of the hill. Very soon they had stacked great piles of kindling about the gallows weather-beaten timbers, twigs below, faggots above, cunningly ordered and higher than Beltane's head. Now as Beltane leaned upon his sword to wipe the sweat from his eyes, came Roger and Warkin yet panting from their labour. "Master," said Roger, "they should burn well, I trow, and yet," quoth Warkin, "these beams be thick, methinks, when the others go, one man should stay to tend the fires until the flame gets fair hold, and that man I," said Roger. "No, no," frowned Warkin, "and one of us must die, it shall be me." But now came the ancient man, leaning upon his ancient weapon. "No, children," said he, "'tis for age to die, death is sweet to the old and weary, so will I tend the fire. Yet, beseech thee, grant me this, that these my hands shall fire the gallows whereon they hanged my son, long ago, young was he, and tall, scarce yet a man, they hanged him yonder, so high, so far beyond my care, and the carrion birds, kites, see you, and crows, and the wind and rain and dark, ah, God! My son! I am but an old man and feeble, yet, beseech thee, let this be the hand to fire black Ivo's gibbet." Then Beltane took from his pouch flint and steel and tinder and gave them to the old man's trembling fingers as Giles o' the Bow came running with the stalwart friar behind him. So, while the five stood hushed and wide of eye, the old man knelt before them in his rags and struck flint to steel. Once he struck, and twice, and behold a spark that leapt to a small flame that died to a glow, but now, flat upon his belly lay Giles and, pursing his lips, puffed and blew until the glow brightened, spread, and burst into a crackling flame that leapt from twig to twig. And when the fire waxed hot, Beltane took thence a glowing brand, and, coming to the other great pile, fired it therewith. Up rose the flames high and higher until they began to lick, pale-tongued, about the gibbet's two great supporting timbers, and ever as they rose, Warkin and Roger, Giles and the friar, laboured amain, stacking logs nearby wherewith to feed the fires. "Enough," said Beltane at last, "it shall suffice, methinks." "Suffice," cried the old man, his eyes bright in the ruddy glow, "aye, it shall suffice, sweet boy. See, the timbers catch now. Ha! Burn, good fire, eat, hungry flame. Oh, happy sight, would my dear son were here. They hanged his fair young body, but his soul, ha, his soul. O souls of hanged men, O spirits of the dead, come about me, ye ghosts of murdered youth, come and behold the gibbet burn whereon ye died. What, are ye there, amid the smoke, so soon? Come then, let us dance together and trip it lightly to and fro, merrily, merrily. Hey boy, so ho then, so ho, and away we go. Hereupon, tossing up gaunt arms, the old man fell to dancing and capering amid the sparks and rolling smoke, filling the air with wild talk and gabbling high-pitched laughter that rose above the roar of the fires. And so in a while Beltane, sighing, turned and led the way down the hill towards the glooming shadow of the woods. But ever as they went the flames waxed fiercer behind them and the madman's laughter shrilled upon the air. Swift-footed they plunged into the underbrush and thus hidden began to close in upon Beltane town. And of a sudden they heard a cry, and thereafter the shattering blare of a trumpet upon the walls. And now from within the waking city rose a confused sound, a hum that grew louder and ever more loud, pierced by shout and trumpet blast, while high above this growing clamor the tocsin pealed alarm. Thus, in a while the trembling citizens of Beltane, starting from their slumber, stared in pallid amaze beholding afar a great and fiery gibbet whose flames, leaping heavenward, seemed to quench the moon. Chapter 13 How they break open the dungeon of Beltane. Being yet in the shade of the woods, Beltane paused, hearkening to the distant uproar of Beltane town and watching the torches that hovered upon its walls and the cressets that glowed on tower and bartizan. Messy Beltane, quoth the friar, setting his rumpled frock in order, are ye minded still to adventure breaking ope the dungeon of Beltane? Aye, verily, nodded Beltane. Know you the city, good friar? That do I, my brother, every lane and street, every hole and corner of it, 'twas there I first drew breath. A fair, rich city, freed by charter long ago, but now, alas, its freedom snatched away, its ancient charter gone, it bleeds 'neath a pale-cheeked tyrant's sway, a pallid man who laughs soft-voiced to see men die, and smiles upon their anguish. O Beltane, grievous are thy wrongs since I've o'ercame 5 years agone and gave thee up to pillage and to ravishment. O hateful day! O day of shame! What sights I saw, what sounds I heard, man groans and screams of women to rend high heaven and shake the throne of God, methinks. I see, I hear them yet, and must forever. Jesu, pity, and leaning against a tree near by, the stalwart friar shivered violently and hid his eyes. Why, good brother Martin, said Beltane, setting an arm about him, doth memory pain thee so, indeed? Good brother Martin, be comforted, nay, nay, 'tis past, but, O my son, I had a sister, said the good friar, and groaned. Yet in a while he raised his head and spake again, and when Duke Ivo had wrought his will upon the city, he builded the great gibbet yonder and hanged it full with men cheek by jowl, and left Sir Guy the Cruel with 10 chosen men for garrison. But the men of Beltane have stubborn memories, Sir Guy and his butchers slumber in a false security, for stern men are they and strong, and wait but God's appointed time. Pray God that time be soon. Amen, said Beltane. Now, even as he spake came the sound of a distant tucket. The great gates of Beltane swung wide, and forth rode a company of men at arms, their bassinets agleam 'neath the moon. Now, spake the friar, and you are for Beltane, my brother, follow me, I know a way, albeit a moist way and something evil, but an you will follow, come. So saying Friar Martin set off among the trees, and Beltane, beckoning to the others, followed close. Fast strode the friar, his white robe fluttering on before, through moonlight and shadow, until they reached a brook or freshet that ran bubbling betwixt flowery banks. Beside this strode the tall friar, following its winding course, until before them, amid the shadow, yet darker than the shadow, loomed high an embattled flanking tower of the walls of Beltane town. But ever before them flitted the friar's white gown, on and on until the freshet became a slow-moving river, barring their advance, a broad river that whispered among the reeds on the one side and lapped against rugged wall on the other. Here the friar stayed to glance from gloomy wall and turret to fast waning moon on their left, then, girding up his gown, he stepped down into the reeds, and a moment later they saw him, to their amaze, fording the river that flowed scarce knee-deep. So, needfully, Beltane followed, and, stepping into the water found his feet upon a narrow causeway cunningly devised. Thus, slowly and carefully, because of the flowing of the water, they came betimes to where the friar waited in the shadow of the massy wall, yet, even as they came near, the friar waved his arm, stooped, and was gone, whereon my Beltane stared amazed and the three muttered uneasily behind him. But, coming nearer, Beltane espied above the hurrying waters the curve of an arch or tunnel, and pointing it to the others, took a great breath and, stooping beneath the water, stumbled on and on until it shallowed, and he was free to breathe again. On he went, through water now breast high, with slimy walls above him and around, seeing naught by reason of the pitchy blackness, and hearing only the smothered splash of those behind, and gasping breaths that boomed hollow in the dark. Yet presently he saw a gleam before him that broadened with each step, and, of a sudden, was out beneath the sky, a narrow strip wherein stars twinkled, and so beheld again Friar Martin's white frock flitting on, ghost-like, before. In a while he brought them to a slimy stair, and climbing this, with ever-growing caution, they found themselves at last beneath the frowning shadow of the citadel within the walls of Beltane town. Now, looking north, Beltane beheld afar a fiery gallows that flamed to heaven, and from the town thitherward came a confused hum of the multitude who watched, but hereabouts the town seemed all deserted. "The dungeons lie beneath our feet," whispered Friar Martin. "Come." So, keeping ever in the shadow of the great square keep, they went on, soft treading and alert of eye till, being come to the angle of the wall, the friar stayed of a sudden and raised a warning hand. Then came Beltane with Walkin close behind, and peering over the friar's broad shoulders, they beheld a sentinel who stood with his back to them, leaning on his spear, to watch the burning gallows, his chain-mail agleam and his headpiece glittering as he stirred lazily in time to the merry lilt he sang softly. Then, or ever Beltane could stay him, Walkin o' the Dean laid by his axe, and, his soaked shoes soundless upon the stones, began to steal upon the unconscious singer, who yet lolled upon his spear some 30 paces away. With great body bowed forward and hairy fingers crooked, Walkin stole upon him. 6 paces he went, 10, 20, 25. The soldier ceased his humming, stood erect and turned about, and Walkin leapt, bore him backward down into the shadow, a shadow wherein their bodies writhed and twisted silently a while. When Walkin rose out of the shadow and beckoned them on. So, following ever the friar's lead, they came to a narrow doorway that gave upon a small guardroom lighted by a smoking torch socketed to the wall. The place was empty, save for a medley of arms stacked in corners, wherefore, treading cautiously, the friar led the maid down a narrow passage and so to a second and larger chamber where burned a fire of logs. Upon the walls hung shining headpieces, cloaks and mantles lay where they had been flung on bench and floor, but none was there to give them let or hindrance. Then Friar Martin took a torch that smoked nearby, and, crossing to the hearth, reached down a massy key from the wall, and with this in his hand, came to a door half hidden in a corner, beyond which were steps that wound downwards into the dark, a darkness close and dank, and heavy with corruption. But on went the friar, his torch lighting the way, down and ever down until they trod a narrow way twixt reeking walls, where breathed an air so close and foul the very torch languished. At length the friar stopped before a mighty door, thick banded with iron bars and with massy bolts, and while Beltane held the torch, he fitted key to lock and thereafter the great door swung on screaming hinge and showed a dungeon beyond, a place foul and noisome, where divers pale-faced wretches lay or crouched, blinking in the torch's glare. "What?" cried one, coming to his feet, a squat broad-shouldered man, "be this the dawn so soon?" "Well, we be ready, better to hang I the clean air than rot in a dungeon, say I." "So we be ready, my brothers." But now, some groaned and wept and others laughed, while yet others got them to their knees, bowed of head and silent. Then went in the friar to them and laid his hands upon the squat man's shoulder and spake him gently. "And is it Osric?" said he. "Day is not yet, my son, nor with the day shalt thou die nor any here, and ye be silent all and follow where we lead, soft-footed, so will we bring you to God's good world again. Rise, then, each one, speak nothing, but follow." So then did these men, snatched of a sudden from the horror of death to the hope of new life, follow on stumbling feet, out from the noisome gloom of the dungeon, out from the clammy air-breathing of death, up the narrow winding stair, and with each step came strength and manhood. Thus as they strode forth of the frowning keep, each man bore sword or gisarm. So, with breath in cheek, but hearts high beating, they came one and all, to where the slimy stair led down into the gloom. Yet here Friar Martin paused, sighing, to look behind, whence rose the distant hum of those thronging townsfolk who yet crowded wall and street and market square to watch the gallows burn. "Now sweet Christ shield ye, good people of Beltane," he sighed. "What mean ye, my brother?" questioned Beltane. "Alas, my son," groaned the friar, I needs must think upon the coming day and of the vengeance of Sir Guy for this our work. His vengeance, friar. There will be torture and death busy hereabouts tomorrow, my son, for, the prisoners being gone, so will Sir Guy vent his anger on the townsfolk. 'Tis ever his custom. Ha, quoth my Beltane, knitting his brows, I had not thought on this. And with the word, he turned him back, drawing on his hood of mail. Come, Lord, whispered Black Roger in his ear, let us be going while yet we may. Ay, come, my son, spake the friar, low-voiced. Tarry not, Bulsay is in the hand of God. Nay, what would you? I must go back, said Beltane, loosening sword in scabbard, for needs must I this night have word with Guy of Allerdale. Nay, whispered the friar, with pleading hand on Beltane's arm, 'tis thing impossible, yet must I try, good brother. Ah, dear my son, 'twill be thy death. Why, look you, gentle friar, I am in Bulsay, and Bulsay is in the hand of God. So fear not for me, but go you all and wait for me beyond the river. And, if I come not within the hour, then press on with speed for Thrasfordham within Bourne, and say to Sir Benedict that, while he liveth to draw sword, so is there hope for Pentavalon. But now, quick, where lodgeth Sir Guy? Within the keep. There is a stair doth mount within the thickness of the wall. Nay, I will be thy guide if go indeed thou must. Not so, good friar, be it thy duty to lead these prisoners to freedom and to safety within Bourne. Then will I come, whispered Roger, hoarse and eager, as the friar turned slow-footed to follow the others adown the slippery stair. Beseech thee, Lord, thy man am I, twice sworn to thee till death, so suffer me beside thee. Nay, said Beltane, Pentavalon's need of thee is greater than mine, therefore will I adventure this thing alone. Go you with the friar, my Roger, and so farewell to each. God keep thee, noble son, whispered the friar, his hand upraised in blessing, but Roger stood, chin on breast, and spake no word. Then Beltane turned him and sped away, soft treading in the shadow of the great keep. The waning moon cast shadows black and long, and in these shadows Beltane crept, and so, betimes, came within the outer guardroom and to the room beyond, and here beheld a low-arched doorway whence steps led upward, a narrow stair, gloomy and winding, whose velvet blackness was stabbed here and there by moonlight, flooding through some deep-set arrow slit. Up he went, and up, pausing once with breath in check, fancying he heard the stealthy sound of one who climbed behind him in the black void below. Thus stayed he a moment, with eyes that strove to pierce the gloom, and with naked dagger clenched to smite, yet heard naught, save the faint whisper of his own mail, and the soft tap of his long scabbard against the wall, wherefore he presently sped on again, climbing swiftly up the narrow stair. Thus, in a while, he beheld a door above, a small door, yet stout and strong, a door that stood ajar, whence came a beam of yellow light. So, with sure and steady hand, Beltane set wide the door, that creaked faintly in the stillness, and beheld a small, square chamber where was a narrow window, and, in this window, a mail-clad man lolled, his unhelmed head thrust far without, to watch the glow that leapt against the northern sky. Then Beltane sheathed his dagger and, in 3 long strides was close behind, and, stooping above the man, sought and found his hairy throat, and swung him, mighty armed, that his head struck the wall. Then Beltane, sighing, laid him upon the floor and turned toward a certain arras-hung arch, but, or ever his hand came upon this curtain, from beyond a voice hailed, a voice soft and musical. Hugo, O Hugo, spawn of hell, hither to me. Then Beltane, lifting the curtain, opened the door and, striding into the chamber beyond, closed and barred the door behind him, and so stood, tall and menacing, looking on one who sat at a table busied with pen and inkhorn. A slender man this, and richly habited, a sleepy-eyed man, pale of cheek, with long, down-curving nose, and mouth thin-lipped and masterful, who, presently lifting his head, stared up in amaze, sleepy-eyed no longer, for now, beholding Beltane the mighty, sheathed in mail from head to foot, the pen dropped from his fingers and his long pale hands slowly clenched themselves. So, for a space, they fronted each other, speaking not, while eye met eye unswerving, the menacing blue and the challenging black, and, through the open casement nearby came a ruddy glow that flickered on arras-hung wall and rugged roof beam. Now raising his hand, Beltane pointed toward this glowing window. Sir Gui, quoth he, Lord Seneschal of Beltane town, thou hast good eyes, look now, and tell me what ye see. I see, said Sir Gui, stirring not, I see a presumptuous knave, a dog who shall be flung headlong from the turret. Ha! Hugo, he called, his black eyes yet unswerving, O Hugo, son of the fiend, hither to me. Trouble not, my lord, quoth Beltane gently, behold, the door is barred, moreover, Hugo lieth without, pray God I have not killed him. But, as for thee, look yonder, use thine eyes and speak me what thou dost see. But Sir Gui sat on, his thin lips upcurling to a smile, his black eyes unswerving, wherefore came Beltane and seized him in fierce hands and plucked him to his feet and so brought him to the window. Ha, he cried, look now and tell me what ye see. Speak. Speak, for, God help me. Now am I minded to kill thee here and now, unarmed though ye be, and cast thy carrion to the dogs. Speak. Now, beholding the mail-clad face above him, the blue eyes aflame, the pale lips tight drawn, Sir Gui, Seneschal of Beltane, spake soft-voiced on this wise, I see my Lord Duke's gallows go up in flame, wherefore men shall die. I sighed, Beltane, said I not thine eyes were good, Lord Seneschal? Now, use thine ears, hearken. 'Twas I and 5 others, men from beyond the marches, fired this night Black Ivo's gibbet, moreover, tonight also have we broke the dungeon that lieth beneath this thy keep, and set thy prisoners free, I and these 5, all men from the north, mark me this well. This have we done for a sign and portent, ha! Look, and Beltane pointed of a sudden to where the great gallows, outlined against the night in seething flame, swayed to and fro, crumbled, and crashed to earth mid whirling sparks and flame, while, from the town below rose a murmur that swelled and swelled to a shout, and so was gone. Behold, Lord Seneschal, Black Ivo's gallows tonight hath ceased to be. Here is a sign, let those heed it that will. But for thee, this. Tonight have I burned this gallows, tonight have I freed thy prisoners. Upon me therefore, and only me, be the penalty, for, mark me this, Seneschal, spill but one drop of blood of these innocents of Beltane, and, as God seeth me, so will I hunt thee down, and take thee and tear out thine eyes, and cut off thine hands, and drive thee forth to starve. And this do I swear by the honour of my father, Beltane the Strong, Duke of Pentavalon. But now, even as Sir Guy shrank back before the death in Beltane's look, amazed beyond all thought by his words, came a sudden shout, and thereafter a clash and ring of steel upon the stair without. And now, above the sudden din, hoarse and loud a battle cry arose, at the sound of which Sir Guy's jaws hung agape, and he stood as one that doubts his ears, for 'twas a cry he had heard aforetime, long ago. Arise! Arise! I will arise. Then Beltane cast up the bar, and, plucking wide the door, beheld the broad, mail-clad back of one who held the narrow stair where flashed pike and gisarm. Roger, he called, Black Roger. "Aye, Lord, 'tis I," cried Roger, parrying a pike thrust. "Make sure of thy work, master, I can hold these in check yet a while." "My work is done, Roger." To me, I say." So Roger, leaping back from the stairhead, turned about and ran to Beltane, stumbling and spattering blood as he came, whereupon Beltane clapped to the door and barred it in the face of the pursuit. A while leaned Roger, panting, against the wall, then, beholding Sir Guy, "How," he cried, "lives the pale fox yet? Methought thy work was done, master." So saying, he swung aloft his bloody sword, but, even as the seneschal waited the blow, smiling of lip, Beltane caught Black Roger's wrist. "Stay," cried he, above the thunder of blows that shook the door, "wouldst slay a man unarmed?" "Aye, master, as he hath slain many a man ere now," quoth Roger, striving to free his arm. "The door is giving, and there be many without, and, since tonight we must die, so let us slay the white fox first." "Not so," said Beltane, "get you through the window, the river runs below, through the window, out, I say," and, with the word, he stooped and bore Black Roger to the window. "But, Lord, jump," cried Beltane, "jump, ere the door fall." "But you, master, jump, I say, I will follow thee." So, groaning, Black Roger hurled his sword far out from the window, and leaping from the sill, was gone. Then Beltane turned and looked upon Guy of Allerdale. "Seneschal," said he, "I who speak am he, who, an God so wills, shall be Duke of Pentavalon ere long, howbeit, I will keep my promise to thee, so aid me God." Thus saying, he mounted the window in his turn, and, even as the door splintered behind him, forced himself through, and, leaping wide, whirled over and over, down and down, and the sluggish river closed over him with a mighty splash. Thereafter the placid waters went upon their way, bubbling here and there, and dimpling 'neath the waning moon. Chapter 14 How Beltane came nigh to death. Down went my Beltane, weighted in his heavy mail, down and ever down through a world of green that grew dark and ever more dark, until, within the pitchy gloom beneath him was a quaking slime that sucked viciously at foot and ankle. Desperately he fought and strove to rise, but ever the mud clung, and, lusty swimmer though he was, his triple mail bore him down. And now his mighty muscles failed, lights flamed before his eyes, in his ears was a drone that grew to a rushing roar, his lungs seemed bursting, and the quaking ooze yearning to engulf him. Then my Beltane knew the bitter agony of coming death, and strove no more, but in that place of darkness and horror, a clammy something crawled upon his face, slipped down upon his helpless body, seized hold upon his belt and dragged at him fierce and strong. Slowly, slowly the darkness thinned, grew lighter, and then, ah, kind mercy of God! His staring eyes beheld the orbed moon, his famished lungs drank deep the sweet, cool air of night. And so he gasped, and gasping, strove feebly with arm and leg while ever the strong hand grasped at his girdle. And now he heard, faint and afar, a sound of voices, hands reached down and drew him up to good, firm earth. And there, face down among the grass, he lay a while, content only to live and breathe. Gradually he became aware of another sound hard by, a sharp sound yet musical, and in a little, knew it for the twang of a swift-drawn bowstring. Now, glancing up, Beltane beheld an ancient tree near by, a tree warped and stunted wherein divers arrows stood, and behind the tree, Giles o' the bow, who, as he watched, drew and loosed a shaft, which, flashing upward, was answered by a cry, whereon Giles laughed aloud. 6, he cried, 6 in 7 shots, 'tis sweet archery methinks, and quicker than a noose, my Rogerkin, and more deadly than thy axe, my surly Warkin. Let the rogues yonder but show themselves, and give me arrows enow, so will I slay all Gui's garrison ere the moon fail me quite. But hereupon Beltane got him to his knees and made shift to stand, and, coming to the tree, leaned there, being faint and much spent. "Aha, sweet lord," cried the archer, "a man after my very heart art thou. What wonders have we achieved this night? Paladins in sooth we be, all four. By the blessed bones of Saint Giles, all Pentavalon shall ring with our doings anon." Said Beltane, faintly, "Where is my good Roger?" "Here, Lord," a voice answered from the shade of a bush hard by, "'twas my comrade Warkin dragged me up from death, even as he did thee." "We thought you gone for good, master." "Aye," cried the archer, "so would ye all be dead, methinks, but for me and this my bow." "Friends," said Beltane, "'tis by doings such as this that men do learn each other's worth, so shall the bonds betwixt us strengthen day by day, and join us in accord and brotherhood that shall outlast this puny life. So now let us begone and join the others." So they turned their backs upon Beltane town, and keeping to the brush, came at length to where upon the borders of the forest the White Friar waited them, with the 9 who yet remained of the prisoners. These, beholding Beltane, came hurrying to meet him, and falling upon their knees about him, strove with each other to kiss his hands and feet. "Good fellows," said Beltane, "God hath this night brought ye out of death into life, how will ye use your lives hereafter? List now, even as ye have suffered, others are suffering, as ye have endured the gloom of dungeon and fear of death, so, at this hour, others do the like by reason of misrule and tyranny. Now here stand I, together with Sir Benedict of Bourne, who holdeth Thrasfordham keep, pledged to live henceforth, sword in hand, until these evils are no more, since 'tis only by bitter strife and conflict that evil may be driven from our borders. Thus, Pentavalon needeth men, strong-armed and resolute. If such ye be, march ye this hour to Thrasfordham within Bourne, and say to Sir Benedict that God having given you new life, so now will ye give your lives to Pentavalon, that tyranny may cease and the duchy be cleansed of evil. Who now among ye will draw sword for freedom and Pentavalon?" Then sprang the squat man Osric to his feet, with clenched fist upraised and eyes ablaze neath his matted hair. "That will I," he cried. "And I." "And I." "And I," cried the rest, grim-faced and eager. "Aye, give us but swords, and one to lead, and we will follow." Quoth Beltane, "Go you then to Sir Benedict within Bourne, and say to all men that Beltane the Duke hath this night burnt down Black Ivo's shameful gibbet, for a sign that he is come at last and is at work, nor will he stay until he die, or Pentavalon be free." Chapter 15. How Beltane had word with Ptolemy the Red, and how they left him in the forest, since all men breathing neath the sky, good or evil, soon must die. Ho! Bring me wine, and what care I for dying? It was Giles Brabble come singing to himself as he knelt beside a fire of twigs, and Beltane, opening sleepy eyes, looked round upon a world all green and gold and dew-bespangled, a fair world and fragrant, whose balmy air breathed of hidden flowers and blooming thickets, whence came the joyous carolling of new-waked birds. And beholding all this and the glory of it, my Beltane must needs praise God he was alive. "Hail and good morrow to thee, brother," cried the bowman, seeing him astir. "The sun shineth, look you, I sit upon my hams and sing, for that this roasting venison smelleth sweet, while yonder the leaves be a mavis and a melee mocking of me, pretty rogues, for each and ever of which, laus Deo, Amen. Why truly, God hath made a fair world, Giles, a good world to live in, and to live is to act. Yet here have I lain most basely sleeping, like any paunched friar, brother. But a few days since, I met thee in the green, a very gentle, dove-like youth that yet became a very lion of fight and demigod of battle. Heroes were we all, last night, nay, very Titans, for 'gainst an army, whiles now, within this balmy-breathing morn you shall see walk in the bloody axe with grim Black Rogerkin, down at the brook yonder, sprawl upon their bellies busily tickling trout for breakfast, while I, whose good yew bow carrieth death in every twang, toasting deer flesh on a twig, am mocked of wanton warblers the green, and thou, who art an Achilles, a Hector, an Ajax, a very Mars, do sleep and slumber, soft and sweet as full-fed friar, hi-ho. Yet even a demigod must not betimes, and Titans eat, look ye. Now looking from sun to earth and beholding the shortening of the shadows, Beltane leapt up. Quoth he, sluggard that I am, 'tis late. And Roger was wounded last night, I mind. Content you, brother, 'twas naught, said Giles, bending above his cooking. The kiss of a pike head I the thick o' the arm, no more. Yet it must be looked to, I did it, brother, as I shoot, that is to say I did it most excellent well, 'twill be healed within the week. How then, art leech as well as bowman? Quite as well, brother. When I was a monk I learned two good things, viz. Never to argue with those in authority over me, and to heal the hurts of those that did. So, by my skill in herbs and leechcraft, Roger, having a hole in his arm, recks not of it. Behold here he cometh, and walk in too, and louse Deo with a trout. Now shall we feast like any pampered prelate. So when Beltane had stripped and bathed him in the brook, they presently sat down, all four together, and ate and talked and laughed right merrily, the while lark and thrush and blackbird carolled lustily far and near. Now eat, brothers, cried the bowman, full-mouthed, eat and spare not, as I do, for today I smell the battle from afar, ho! Ho! The noise of captains and the shouting. Yesterday were we heroes, today must we be gods, yet cautious gods, for, mark me, I have but 12 shafts remaining, and with 12 shafts can but promise ye a poor 12 lives. But now came Roger wistful-eyed, and with belt a swing in his hand. Master, quoth he, last night did we four rescue 12. Now I'm fain to know if for these 12 I may cut 12 notches from my belt, or must we share their lives betwixt us, and I count but 3. 3, laughed Giles, aho, out upon thee, Rogerkin. Our Lord here claimeth 6, since he the rescue planned. Next, I claim 3, since but for my goodly shooting ye all had died. Then walk in 2, since he saved thee from the fishes, which leaveth thee 1. Quod erat demonstrandum. But now, seeing Roger's downcast look, Giles snatched the belt and gave it unto Beltane, who forthwith cut therefrom 12 notches. And, in a while, having made an end of eating, Beltane rose and looked round upon the 3. Good comrades all, quoth he, well do I know ye to be staunch and trusty, yet today am I minded to speak with him men call Patolop the Red, lest he shed innocent blood for that we slew his foresters. 20 lusty fellows, nodded Giles, with a morsel of venison on his dagger point. Nay, there one escaped, quoth Roger. Yet he sore wounded, said Walkin. Ha! Sir Patolop is a terrible lord, quoth Giles, eyeing the morsel of venison somewhat askance. 'Twill be a desperate adventure, methinks, and we but 4. Yet each and all, gods, quoth Walkin, reaching for his axe. I nodded Giles, frowning at the piece of venison, yet are we but 4 gods. Not so, answered Beltane, for in this thing shall we be but 1. Go you 3 to Bourne, for I am minded to try this adventure alone. Alone, master, cried Black Roger, starting to his feet. Alone, growled Walkin, clutching his axe. "And death must come, better one should die than four," said Beltane, "howbeit I am minded to seek out Ptolemy this day." "Then do I come also, master, since thy man am I." "I, too," nodded Walkin, "come death and welcome, so I but stand face to face with Ptolemy." "Alack," sighed Giles, "so needs must I come also, since I have 12 shafts yet unspared." And he swallowed the morsel of venison with mighty relish and gusto. Then laughed Beltane for very gladness, and he looked on each with kindling eye. "Good friends," quoth he, "as ye say, so let it be, and may God's hand be over us this day." Now, as he spake with eyes uplift to heaven, he espied a faint, blue mist far away above the soft stirring tree tops, a distant haze, that rose lazily into the balmy air, thickening ever as he watched. "Ah!" he exclaimed, fierce-eyed of a sudden and pointing with rigid finger, "whence cometh that smoke, think ye?" "Why," quoth Roger, frowning, "Windermere village lieth yonder." "Nay, 'tis nearer than Windermere," said Walkin, shouldering his axe. "See, the smoke thickens," cried Beltane. "Now, God forgive me. The while I tarry here Red Ptolemy is busy, meseemeth." So saying, he caught up his sword, and incontinent set off at speed toward where the soft blue haze stole upon the air of morning, growing denser and ever denser. Fast and furious Beltane sped on, crashing through underbrush and crackling thicket, o'er leaping bush and brook and fallen tree, heedful of eye, and choosing his course with a forester's unerring instinct, praying fiercely beneath his breath, and with the three ever close behind. "Would I had eaten less," panted Giles. "Would our legs were longer," growled Walkin. "Would my belt bore fewer notches," quoth Roger. And so they ran together, sure-footed and swift, and ever as they ran the smoke grew denser, and ever Beltane's prayers more fervent. Now in a while they heard a sound, faint and confused, a hum, that presently grew to a murmur, to a drone, to a low wailing of voices, pierced of a sudden by a shrill cry no man's lips could utter, that swelled high upon the air and died, lost amid the growing clamor. "They've fired the ricks first," panted Roger, "'tis ever Ptolemy's way." "They be torturing the women," hissed Walkin, "'tis ever so Red Ptolemy's pleasure." "And I have but 12 arrows left me," groaned Giles. But Beltane ran in silence, looking neither right nor left, until, above the hum of voices he heard one upraised in passionate supplication, followed by another, a loud voice and jovial, and thereafter, a burst of roaring laughter. Soon Beltane beheld a stream that flowed athwart their way and, beyond the stream, a line of willows thick growing upon the marge, and again, beyond these clustering willows the straggling village lay. Then Beltane, motioning the others to caution, forded the stream and coming in the shade of the osiers, drew on his hood of mail, and so, unsheathing his long sword, peered through the leaves. And this is what he saw: a wide road flanked by rows of scattered cottages, rude of wall and thatch, a dusty road, that led away east and west into the cool depths of the forest, and a cringing huddle of wretched village folk whose pallid faces were all set one way, where some score of men-at-arms lolled in their saddles watching a tall young maid who struggled fiercely in the grasp of two lusty fellows, her garments rent, her white flesh agleam in the sunlight. A comely maid, supple and strong, who ever as she strove gainst the clutching hands that held her, kept her blazing eyes turned upon one in knightly mail who sat upon a great war horse hard by, watching her, big chin in big mailed fist, and with wide lips upcurling in a smile, a strong man this, heavy and broad of chest, his casque hung at his saddlebow, and his mail coif, thrown back upon his wide shoulders, showed his thick, red hair that fell down, framing his square-set, rugged face. "Ha, Cuthbert," quoth he, turning to one who rode at his elbow, a slender youth who stared with evil eyes and sucked upon his finger. "Aha, by the fiend, 'tis a sweet armful, Sir Squire." "Ay, my Lord Ptolop, 'tis rarely shaped and delicately fleshed," answered the esquire, and so fell to sucking his finger again. "What, silly wench, will ye defy me still?" cried Sir Ptolop, jovial of voice, "must ye to the whip in sooth? Ho, Ralph, ho, strip me this stubborn jade, so, ha!" "Verily Cuthbert, hast shrewd eyes, 'tis a dainty rogue." "Come," said he, smiling down into the girl's wide, fierce eyes, "save that fair body o' thine from the lash, now, and speak me where is thy father and brother that I may do justice on them, along with these other dogs, for the foul murder of my foresters yestreen. Their end shall be swift, look ye, and as for thyself, shalt find those to comfort thee anon. Speak, wench." But now came a woman pale and worn, who threw herself on trembling knees at Sir Ptolop's stirrup, and, bowed thus before him in the dust, raised a passionate outcry, supplicating his mercy with bitter tears and clasped hands lifted heavenwards. "O good my Lord Ptolop," she wailed, "'twas not my husband, nor son, nor any man of our village wrought this thing. Innocent are we, my lord." "O which," quoth he, "who bade thee speak?" So saying he drew mail-clad foot from stirrup and kicked her back into the dust. "Ho, whips," he called, "lay on, and thereafter will we hang these vermin to their own roof-trees and fire their hovels for a warning." But now, even as the struggling maid was dragged forward, even as Ptolop, smiling, settled chin on fist to watch the lithe play of her writhing limbs, the willows behind him swayed and parted to a sudden panther-like leap, and a mail-clad arm was about Sir Ptolop, a mighty arm that bore him from the saddle and hurled him headlong, and thereafter Sir Ptolop, half-stunned and staring up from the dust, beheld a great blade whose point pricked his naked throat, and, beyond this blade, a mail-clad face, pallid, fierce, grim-lipped, from whose blazing eyes death glared down at him. "Dog," panted Beltane. "Ha! Cuthbert," roared red Ptolop, writhing 'neath Beltane's grinding heel, "to me, Cuthbert, to me." But, as the esquire wheeled upon Beltane with sword uplifted, out from the green an arrow whistled, and Cuthbert, shrill screaming, swayed in his saddle and thudded to earth, while his great war horse, rearing affrighted, plunged among the men-at-arms, and all was shouting and confusion, while from amid the willows arrows whizzed and flew, 'neath whose cruel barbs horses snorted, stumbling and kicking, or crashed into the dust, and ever the confusion grew. But now Sir Patolip, wriggling beneath Beltane's iron foot, had unsheathed his dagger, yet, ere he could stab, down upon his red pate crashed the heavy pommel of Beltane's sword, and Sir Patolip, sinking backward, lay outstretched in the dust, very silent and very still. Then Beltane sheathed his sword and, stooping, caught Sir Patolip by the belt and dragged him into the shade of the willows, and being come to the stream, threw his captive down thereby and fell to splashing his bruised face with the cool water. And now, above the shouts and the trampling of hoofs upon the road, came the clash of steel on steel and the harsh roar of Walkin and Black Roger as they plied axe and sword. "Arise! Ha, arise!" Then, as Beltane glanced up, the leaves nearby were dashed aside and Giles came bounding through, his gay feather shorn away, his escalloped cape wrenched and torn, his broadsword a swing in his hand. "Ho, tall brother, a sweet affray," he panted, "the fools give back already. They cry that Patolip is slain and the woods full of outlaws. They be falling back from the village. Had I but a few shafts in my quiver, now, but here," beholding the face of Beltane's captive, Giles let fall his sword, staring round-eyed. "Holy Saint Giles," he gasped, "'tis the red Patolip," and so stood agape, what time a trumpet brayed a fitful blast from the road and was answered afar. Thereafter came Roger, stooping as he ran, and shouting, "Archers! Archers, run, Lord!" But Beltane stirred not, only he dashed the water in Sir Patolip's twitching face, wherefore came Roger and caught him by the arm, pleading, "Master, O master," he panted, "the forest is a throng with lances, and there be archers also, let us make the woods ere we are beset." But Beltane, seeing the captive stir, shook off Black Roger's grasp, but now, one laughed, and Walkin towered above him, white teeth agleam, who, staring down at Sir Patolip, whirled up his bloody axe to smite. "Fool!" cried Beltane, and threw up his hand to stay the blow, and in that moment Sir Patolip opened his eyes. "'Tis Patolip," panted Walkin, "'tis he that slew wife and child, so now will I slay him, since we, in this hour, must die." "Not so," quoth Beltane, "stand back, obey me, back, I say." So, muttering, Walkin lowered his axe, while Beltane, drawing his dagger, stooped above Sir Patolip and spake, swift and low in his ear, and with dagger at his throat. And, in a while, Beltane rose and Sir Patolip also, and side by side they stepped forth of the leaves out into the road, where, on the outskirts of the village, pikesmen and men-at-arms, archer and knight, were halted in a surging throng, while above the jostling confusion rose the hoarse babel of their voices. But of a sudden the clamour died to silence, and thereafter from 100 throats a shout went up, "A Patolip! 'Tis Sir Patolip!" Now in this moment Beltane laid his dagger hand about Sir Patolip's broad shoulders, and set the point of his dagger 'neath Sir Patolip's right ear. "Speak," quoth Beltane softly, and his dagger point bit deeper, "speak now as I commanded thee." A while Sir Patolop bit savagely at his knuckle bones, then, lifting his head, spake that all might hear. Ho, sirs, he cried, I am fain to bide a while and hold talk with one Beltane, who styleth himself Duke of Pentavalon. Hie ye back, therefore, one and all, and wait me in Garth-Laxton, yet, an I come not by sunset, ride forth and seek me within the forest. Go. Hereupon from the disordered ranks a sound arose, a hoarse murmur that voiced their stark amaze, and, for a while, all eyes stared upon those two grim figures that yet stood so close and brotherly. But Sir Patolop quelled them with a gesture. Go, he commanded. So their disarray fell into rank and order, and wheeling about, they marched away along the forest road with helm agleam and pennons a dance, the while Sir Patolop stared after them, wild of eye and with mailed hands clenched. Once he made as if to call them back, but Beltane's hand was heavy on his shoulder, and the dagger pricked his throat. And thus stood they, side by side, until the tramp of feet was died away, until the last trembling villager had slunk from sight and the broad road was deserted, all save for Cuthbert the esquire, and divers horses that lay stiffly in the dust, silent and very still. Then Beltane sighed and sheathed his dagger, and Sir Patolop faced him scowling, fierce-eyed and arrogant. Ha, outlaw, quoth he, give back my sword and I will cope with thee, wolf's head though thou art, I, and any two other rogues beside. Nay, answered Beltane, I fight with such as thee but when I needs must. What, Roger, he called, go fetch hither a rope. Dog, would ye murder me? Not so, sighed Beltane, shaking his head, have I not promised to leave thee alive within the greenwood? Yet I would see thee walk in bonds first. Ha, dare ye bind me, then? He that toucheth me, toucheth Duke Ivo, dare ye so do, rogue? I, messy nodded Beltane, I dare so. Bring hither the rope, Roger. But when Roger was come nigh, Sir Patolop turned and stared upon him. What, cried he, jovial of voice yet deadly-eyed, is it my runaway hangman in very sooth? Did I not pay thee enough, thou black-aviced knave? Did I not love thee for thy skill with the noose, thou traitorous rogue? Now, mark me, Roger, one day will I feed thee to my hounds and watch them tear thee, as they have certain other rogues. Aha, you mind them, belike. Pale of cheek and with trembling hands, Roger bound the arms of him that had been his overlord, while Walkin and Giles, silent and wide-eyed, watched it done. Whither would ye take me, quoth Red Patolop, arrogant? That shalt thou know anon, Messy. How an I defy thee? Then must we carry thee, Messy, answered Beltane, yet thine own legs were better methinks. Come, let us begone. Thus, presently, having forded the brook, they struck into the forest. First went Walkin, axe on shoulder, teeth agleam, next strode Sir Patolop, head high, twixt pale-faced Roger and silent Beltane, while the bowman followed after, calling upon St. Giles beneath his breath and crossing himself, and ever and anon Walkin would turn to look upon their scowling captive with eyes that glared 'neath shaggy brows. Now after they had gone some while, Sir Patolop brake silence and spake my Beltane, proud and fierce. Fellow, quoth he, if 'tis for ransom ye hold me, summon hither thy rogues' company, and I will covenant for my release. I seek no ransom of thee, Messy, answered Beltane, and for my company, 'tis here. Here I see but 3 sorry knaves. Yet with these same 3 did I o'ercome thy foresters, Sir Patolop. Rogue, thou liest, 'tis thing impossible. Moreover, with these 3 did I, last night, burn down Black Ivo's mighty gallows that stood without Beltane town, and thereafter set wide the dungeon of Beltane and delivered thence certain woeful prisoners, and sent them abroad with word that I, Beltane, son of Beltane the strong, Duke of Pentavalon, am come at last, bearing the sword of my father, that was wont to strike deep for liberty and justice, nor, having life, will I lay it by until oppression is no more. Now indeed did Sir Patolop stare upon my Beltane in amaze and spake no word for wonder, then, of a sudden he laughed, scornful and loud. Ho! Thou burner of gibbets, quoth he, take heed lest thy windy boasting bring thy lordly neck within a noose. Art lusty of arm, yet lustier of tongue, and as to thy father, whoe'er he be, Messy. Beltane's voice was soft, yet, meeting the calm serenity of his gaze, Sir Patolop checked the jeer upon his lip and stared upon Beltane as one new waked, beheld in turn his high and noble look, the costly excellence of his armor, his great sword and belt of silver, and strode on thereafter with never a word, yet viewing Beltane's lance-neath brows close-knit in dark perplexity. So, at last, they came into a little clearing deep hid among the denser green. Beltane paused here, and lifting mailed hand, pointed to a certain tree. But hereupon, Sir Patolop, staring round about him and down upon his galling bonds, spake, Sir Knight, said he, who thou art I know not, yet, if indeed thou art of gentle blood, then know that I am Sir Patolop, Baron of Trenda, Seneschal of Garth-Laxton, Lord Warden of the Marches, moreover, friend and brother in arms am I to Duke Ivo. Nay, said Beltane, all this I know, for much of thee have I heard, Messy, of thy dark doings, of the agony of men, the shame of women, and how that there be many desolate hearths and nameless graves of thy making, Lord Patolop. Thou wert indeed of an high estate and strong, and these but lowly folk and weak, yet mercy on them had ye none. I have this day heard thee doom the innocent to death and bitter shame, and, Lord, as God seeth us, it is enough. Sir Patolop's ruddy cheek showed pale, but his blue eyes stared upon Beltane wide and fearless. Have ye then dragged me hither to die, Messy? Lord Patolop, all men must die, i.e.n. great lords such as thou, when they have sinned sufficiently, and thy sins, methinks, do reach high heaven. So have I brought thee hither into the wilderness that God's will may be wrought upon thee. How, wilt forswear thyself? Cried Sir Patolop, writhing in his bonds. Quoth Beltane, come Roger, walk in, bring me him to the tree, yonder. Ha! Rogue, panted Sir Patolop, wouldst leave me to die in a noose, unshriven and unannealed, my soul dragged hell-wards weighted with my sins. Now, even as he spake, swift and sudden he leapt aside and would have fled, but Warkin's fierce fingers dragged at his throat, and Roger's iron arms were close about him. Desperately he fought and struggled, but mighty though he was, his captors were mighty also, moreover his bonds galled him, wherefore, fighting yet, they dragged him to the tree, and to the tree Beltane fast bound him, whiles the forest rang and echoed with his panting cries until his great voice cracked and broke, and he hung gainst the tree, spent and breathless. Then spake Beltane, grim-lipped yet soft of voice, Lord Ptolop, fain would I hang thee as thou hast hanged many a man ere now, but this, methinks, is a better way, for here, unless some wanderer chance to find thee, must thou perish, and so God will it. Thus do we leave thee in the hands of God to grant thee life or death, and may he have mercy on thy guilty soul. Thus said Beltane, sombre of brow and pale of cheek, and so, beckoning to the others, turned away, despite Sir Ptolop's passionate threats and prayers, and plunging into the dense underbrush, strode swift-footed from the place, with the captive's wild cries ringing in his ears. Haphazard went Beltane, yet straining his ears to catch those mournful sounds that grew faint and fainter with distance till they were lost in the rustle of the leaves. But, of a sudden, he stayed his going and stood with his head aslant hearkening to a sound that seemed to have reached him from the solitudes behind, and presently it came again, a cry from afar, a scream of agony, hoarse and long drawn out, a hateful sound that checked the breath of him and brought the sweat out cold upon his brow, and now, turning about, he saw that his following was but two, for Warkin had vanished quite. Now Giles, meeting Beltane's wide stare, must needs cough and fumble with his bow, whiles Roger stood with bowed head and fingers tight clenched upon his quarter-staff, whereat, fierce frowning, Beltane spake. "Wait," he commanded, "wait you here," and forthwith turned and ran, and so running, came again at last to that obscure glade whence now came a sound of groans, mocked, thereafter, by fierce laughter. Now, bursting from the green, Beltane beheld Sir Ptolop writhing in his bonds with Warkin's fierce fingers twined in his red hair, and Warkin's busy dagger at his upturned brow, where was a great, gory wound, a hideous cruciform blotch whence pulsed the blood that covered his writhen face like a scarlet vizard. "Ah," cried Beltane, "what hast thou done?" Back fell Warkin, fierce-eyed and grim yet with teeth agleam through the hair of his beard. "Lord," quoth he, "this man hath slain wife, and child and brother, so do I know him thrice a murderer. Therefore have I set this mark of Cain upon him, that all men henceforth may see and know. But now, an it be so thy will, take this my dagger and slay me here and now, yet shall red Ptolop bear my mark upon him when I am dead." A while stood Beltane in frowning thought, then pointed to the green. "Go," said he, "the others wait thee." So Warkin, obeying, turned and plunged into the green, while Beltane followed after, slow and heavy-footed. But now, even as he went, slow and ever slower, he lifted heavy head and turned about, for above the leafy stirrings rose the mournful lilting of a pipe, clear and very sweet, that drew nearer and louder until it was, of a sudden, drowned in a cry hoarse and woeful. Then Beltane, hasting back soft treading, stood to peer through the leaves, and presently, his coxcomb flaunting, his silver bells a-jingle, there stepped a mountebank into the clearing, that same jester with whom Beltane had talked aforetime. "Beda," cried Sir Patolop faintly, his bloody face uplifted, "and is it forsooth, thou, Beda? Come, free me of my bonds." "Ha! Why stay ye? I am Patolop, thy lord, know you me not, Beda?" "Aye, full well I know thee, Lord Patolop. Thou art he who had me driven forth with blows and bitter stripes. Thou art he who slew my father for an ill-timed jest, aho! Well do I know thee, my Lord Patolop." So saying, Beda the jester set his pipe within his girdle, and, drawing his dagger, began to creep upon Sir Patolop, who shook the dripping blood from his eyes to watch him as he came. Quoth he, "Art a good fool, Beda, aye, a good fool. And for thy father, 'twas the wine, Beda, the wine, not I. Come, free me of these my bonds. I loved thy father, e'en as I loved thee. Yet is my father dead, Lord, and I am outcast," said Beda, smiling and fingering his dagger. "So then, will ye slay me, Beda, wilt murder thy lord? Why then, strike, fool, strike, here, I the throat, and let thy steel be hard driven. Come." Then Sir Patolop feebly raised his bloody head, proffering his throat to the steel, and so stood faint in his bonds, yet watching the jester calm-eyed. Slowly, slowly the dagger was lifted for the stroke, while Sir Patolop watched the glittering steel patient and unflinching. Then, swift and sudden, the dagger flashed and fell, and Sir Patolop staggered free, and so stood swaying. Then, looking down upon his severed bonds, he laughed hoarsely. "How, 'twas but a jest, then, my Beda," he whispered. "A jest, ha! And methinks, forsooth, the best wilt ever make." So saying, Sir Patolop stumbled forward a pace, groping before him like a blind man, then, groaning, fell, and lay a-swoon, his bloody face hidden in the grass. And turning away, Beltane left him lying there with Beda the jester kneeling above him. Chapter 16 Of the rueful night of the burning heart. Southward marched Beltane hour after hour, tireless of stride, until the sun began to decline, on and on, thoughtful of brow and speaking not at all, wherefore the three were gloomy and silent also. Even Giles had no mind to break in upon his solemn meditations. But at last came Roger and touched him on the shoulder. "Master," said he, "the day groweth to a close, and we famish." "Why, then, eat," said Beltane. Now while they set about building a fire, Beltane went aside, and wandering slow and thoughtful, presently came to a broad glade or ride, and stretching himself out 'neath a tree, lay there staring up at the leafy canopy, pondering upon Sir Patolop, his sins, and the marvelous ways of God. Lying thus, he was aware of the slow, plodding hoof-strokes of a horse drawing near, of the twang of a lute, with a voice sweet and melodious intoning a chant, and the tune was plaintive and the words likewise, being these, alack and woe that love is so akin to pain, that to my heart the bitter smart returns again, alack and woe. Glancing up therefore, Beltane presently espied a knight who bestrode a great and goodly war horse, a youthful knight and debonair, slender and shapely in his bright mail and surcoat of flame-coloured samite. His broad shield hung behind his shoulder, balanced by a long lance whose gay banderole fluttered wanton to the soft breathing air. Above his mail coif he wore a small bright polished bassinet, while, at his high-peaked saddle-bow his ponderous war-helm swung, together with broad-bladed battle-axe. Now as he paced along in this right gallant estate, his roving glance, by hap, lighted on Beltane, whereupon, checking his powerful horse, he plucked daintily at the strings of his lute, delicate-fingered, and brake into song anew. Ah, woe is me that I should be a lonely wight, that in mankind no joy I find by day or night. Ah, woe is me. Thereafter he sighed amain and smote his bosom, and smiling upon Beltane sad-eyed, spake, most excellent, tall, and sweet young sir, I, who loves lorn pilgrimum, do give thee woeful greeting and entreat now the courtesy of thy pity. And wherefore pity, sir, quoth Beltane, sitting up. For reason of a lady's silver laughter. A notable reason this, for, mark me, ye lovers, an thy lady flout thee 1 hour, grieve not, she shall be kind the next, and she scorn thee today, despair nothing, she shall love thee tomorrow, but, an she laugh and laugh, ah, then poor lover, Venus pity thee. Then languish hope, and tender heart be rent, for love and laughter can ne'er be kin. Wherefore a woeful wight am I, fordone and all distraught for love. Behold here, the blazon on my shield, lo! A riven heart proper, direfully aflame, upon a field vert. The heart, methinks, is aptly wrought and popped, and the flame in sooth flame-like. Here beneath, behold my motto, Ardeo, which signifieth I burn. Other device have I laid by for the nonce, what time my pilgrimage shall be accomplished. But Beltane looked not so much upon the shield as on the face of him that bore it, and beholding its high and fearless look, the clear, bright eyes and humorous mouth, albeit schooled to melancholy, he smiled, and got him to his feet. Now, well met, Sir Knight of the Burning Heart, quoth he. What would ye here, alone, within these solitudes? Sigh, Messie. I sing and sigh and sing. 'Tis a something empty life, methinks. Not so, Messie, sighed the rueful knight, for when I chance to meet a gentle youth, young and well beseen, as thou, but it in goodly mail, as thou, with knightly sword on thigh, why then, Messie, 'tis ever my wont to declare unto him that she I honour is fairer, nobler, and altogether more worthy and virtuous than any other she soever, and to maintain that same against him, on horse or afoot, with lance, battle-axe or sword. Thus, see you Messie, even a lovelorn lover betims his compensations, and the sword is soft underfoot, and level. Saying which, the knight cocked a delicate eyebrow in questioning fashion, and laid a slender finger to the pommel of his long sword. How, cried Beltane, would st fight with me? Right gladly would I, Messy, to break the monotony. I had rather hear thy song again. Ha, liked you it in sooth? 'Tis small thing of mine own. And 'tis brief, nodded Beltane. Brief, quoth the knight, brief. Not so, most notable youthful sir, for even as love is long enduring, so is my song, it being of 178 cantos in all, dealing somewhat of the woes and ills of a heart sore smitten, which heart is mine own also. Within my song is much matter of hearts, in truth, and darts, of flames and shames, of yearnings and burnings, the which this poor heart must needs endure, since it doth constant bleed and burn. Indeed, Messy, I marvel that you be yet alive, said Beltane gravely, whereat the young knight did pause to view him, dubious eyed. Quoth he, in sooth, most youthful and excellent sir, I have myself marvelled thereat betimes, but, since alive am I, now do I declare unto you that she for whom I sigh is the fairest, gentlest, noblest, most glorious and most womanly of all women in the world alive, save one, said Beltane. Save none, Messy, said the young knight, eager-eyed. One, said Beltane. None, quoth the knight, as, casting aside ponderous lance, he vaulted lightly from his saddle and drew his sword, but, seeing that Beltane bore no shield, paused to lay his own tenderly aside, and so faced him serene of brow and smiling of lip. Sweet sir, said he gaily, here methinks is fair cause for argument, let us then discuss the matter together for the comfort of our souls and to the glory of our ladies. As to my name, 'tis Jocelyn, quoth Beltane. Ha, exclaimed the knight, staring. That won a suit of triple mail at Dunismere joust, and wagered it gainst Black Ivo's roan stallion within deep wold forest upon a time. Now, by Venus, cried the knight, starting back, here be manifest sorcery. Ha! By the sweet blind boy, 'tis black magic, and he crossed himself devoutly. But Beltane, laughing, put back his hood of mail, that his long, fair hair fell down rippling to his shoulders. Know you me not, Messy, quoth he. Why, said Sir Jocelyn, knitting delicate brows, surely thou art the forester that o'ercame Duke Ivo's wrestler. Ay, by the silver feet of lovely Thetis, thou art he, Beltane the smith. Verily, Messy, nodded Beltane, and 'tis not meet that knight cross-blade with lowly smith. Ha, quoth Sir Jocelyn, rubbing at his smooth white chin, yet art a goodly man withal, and lover to boot, methinks. I sighed Beltane, ever and always. Why then, all's well, quoth Sir Jocelyn with eyes a dance, for since true love knoweth naught of distinctions, therefore being lovers are we peers, and, being peers, so may we fight together. So come, Sir Smith, here stand I sword in hand to maintain gainst thee and all men the fame and honour of her I worship, of all women alive, maid or wife or widow, the fairest, noblest, truest, and most love-worthy is Helen of Mortain, quoth Beltane, sighing. Helen, Helen, thou too, exclaimed Sir Jocelyn, and forthwith dropped his sword, staring in stark amaze. "How, dost thou love her also?" I sighed, Beltane, to my sorrow. Then stooped Sir Jocelyn and, taking up his sword, slowly sheathed it. Quoth he, sad-eyed, "Life, methinks, is full of disappointments. Farewell to thee, Sir Smith." And sighing, he turned away. Yet ere he had taken lance and shield, Beltane spake, "Whither away, Sir Jocelyn?" "To sigh, and sing, and seek adventure. 'Twas for this I left my goodly castle of Alan and journeyed, a lorn pilgrim, hither to Pentavalon, since when strange stories have I heard that whisper in the air, speeding from lip to lip, of a certain doughty knight at arms, valiant beyond thought, that beareth a sword whose mighty sweep none may abide, who, alone and unaided, slew 124 within the greenwood, and thereafter, did, 'neath the walls of Beltane town burn down Duke Ivo's gibbet, who hath sworn to cut Duke Ivo into gobbets, look you, and feed him to the dogs, which is well, for I love not Duke Ivo. All this have I heard and much beside, idle tales mayhap, yet would I seek out this errant Mars and prove him, for mine own behoof, with stroke of sword." "And how'n he prove worthy?" questioned Beltane. "Then will I ride with him, to share his deeds and glory mayhap, Sir Smith, I and all the 10 lusty fellows that muster to my pennon, since in the air is whispered talk of war, and Sir Benedict lieth ready in Thrasfordham keep." 200 men, quoth Beltane, his blue eyes agleam. 200, say you, and, speaking, he stepped forward, unsheathing his sword. "How now," quoth Sir Jocelyn, "what would ye, sweet Smith?" "I would have thee prove me for thy behoof, Sir Jocelyn, for I am he that with aid of 5 good men burned down the gibbet without Beltane." "Thou," cried Sir Jocelyn, "and thou art a smith. And yet needs must I credit thee, for thine eyes be truthful eyes. And didst indeed slay so many in the green, forsooth?" "Nay," answered Beltane, "there were but 20, moreover I." "Enough," cried Sir Jocelyn, gaily, "be thou smith or be thou demigod, now will I make proof of thy might and valiance." And he drew sword. So did these 2 youths face each other, smiling above their gleaming steel, and so the long blades rang together, and, thereafter, the air was full of a clashing din, insomuch that Roger came running sword in hand, with Walkin and Giles at his heels, but, seeing how matters stood, they sat them down on the sward, watching round-eyed and eager. And now Sir Jocelyn, happy-eyed, his doleful heart forgot, did show himself a doughty knight, skipping lightly to and fro despite his heavy armor, and laying on right lustily, while the 3 sprawl upon the grass shouted gleefully at each shrewd stroke or skilful parry. But, once Sir Jocelyn's blade clashed upon Beltane's mailed thigh, and straightway they fell silent, and once his point touched the links on Beltane's wide breast, and straightway their brows grew anxious and gloomy, yet none so gloomy as Roger. But now, on a sudden, was the flash and ring of hard-smitten steel, and behold, Sir Jocelyn's sword sprang from his grasp and thudded to earth a good 3 yards away, whereupon the 3 roared amain, yet none so loud as Roger. Now by sweet Cupid his tender bow, panted Sir Jocelyn, by the sisters of lovely Venus, I, by the ox-eyed Juno, I swear 'twas featly done, Sir Smith. Quoth Beltane, taking up the fallen sword, 'tis a trick I learned of that great and glorious knight, Sir Benedict of Bourne. Messy, said Sir Jocelyn, his cheek flushing, an earl am I of 32 quarterings and divers goodly manners, yet thou art the better man, meseemeth, and as such do I salute thee, and swear myself thy brother in arms henceforth, an ye will. Now hereupon Beltane turned, and looking upon the mighty three with kindling eye, beckoned them near. Lord Jocelyn, said he, behold here my trusty comrades, valiant men all, this, my faithful Roger, surnamed the Black, this, Giles Brabble who shooteth as ne'er did archer yet, and here, Walkin, who hath known overmuch of sorrow and bitter wrong. Fain would we take thee for our comrade, Lord Jocelyn, for God knoweth Pentavalon hath need of true men these days, yet first, know this, that I, and these my three good comrades do stand pledged to the cause of the weak and woefully oppressed within this sorrowful duchy, to smite evil, nor stay till we be dead, or Black Ivo driven hence. Ivo, Ivo, stammered Sir Jocelyn, in blank amaze, 'tis madness. Thus said Beltane, is our cause, perchance, a little desperate, and he who companies with us must company with death betimes. To defy Black Ivo, ha, here is madness so mad as pleaseth me right well. A rebellion, forsooth. How many do ye muster? Answered Beltane, thou seest, we be four, cried Sir Jocelyn, four. But Sir Benedict lieth within Thrasfordham keep, and God is in heaven, messy. Ay, but heaven is far, methinks, and Duke Ivo is near, and doth an arm long and merciless. Art so weary of life, Sir Smith? Nay, answered Beltane, but to what endeth man life, save to spend it for the good of his fellows? Art mad, sighed Sir Jocelyn, art surely mad. Hi-ho, some day, mayhap, it shall be written how one Jocelyn Allan, a gentle, love-lorn knight, singing his woes within the greenwood, did meet four lovely madmen and straight fell mad likewise. So here, upon my sword, do I swear to take thee for my brother in arms, and these thy comrades for my comrades, and to spend my life, henceforth, to the good of my fellows. So saying, Sir Jocelyn smiled his quick bright smile and reached out his hand to my Beltane, and there, leaning upon their swords, their mailed fingers clasped and wrung each other. Thereafter he turned upon the three, but even as he did so, Walkin uttered a fierce cry, and whirling about with axe aloft, sprang into the green, whence of a sudden rose a babel of voices, and the sound of fierce blows and, thereafter, the noise of pursuit. A flicker of steel amid the green, a score of fierce faces all about him, and Beltane was seized from behind, borne struggling to his knees, to his face, battered by unseen weapons, dragged at by unseen hands, choked, half-stunned, his arms twisted and bound by galling thongs. Now, as he lay thus, helpless, a mailed foot spurned him fiercely and looking up, half swooning, he beheld Sir Ptolemy smiling down at him. "Ha, thou fool," he laughed jovially, "didst think to escape me, then, thou fool? I have followed on thy tracks all day. By the eyes of God, I would have followed thee to hell. I want thee in Garth Laxton, there be gibbets for thee above the keep, also, there are my hounds. I want thee, messy Beltane, who art Duke of Pentavalon. Ho! Arnulf, a halter for his ducal throat." So, when they had cast a noose about his neck, they dragged Beltane, choking, to his feet, and led him away gasping and staggering through the green, and having eyes, he saw not, and having ears, he heard not, being very spent and sick. Now, as they went, evening began to fall. Chapter 17 of the ambushment near Thornaby Mill. Little by little, as he stumbled along, Beltane's brain began to clear. He became aware of the ring and clash of arms about him, and the trampling of horses. Gradually, the mist lifting, he saw long files of men-at-arms riding along very orderly, with archers and pikemen. Little by little, amid all these hostile forms, he seemed to recognize a certain pair of legs that went on just before, sturdy legs, that yet faltered now and then in their stride, and, looking higher, he saw a broad belt whose edges were notched and saw-like, and a wide, mail-clad back that yet bent weakly forward with every shambling step. Once this figure sank to its knees, but stumbled up again 'neath the vicious prick of a pike head that left blood upon the bronzed skin, whereat Beltane uttered a hoarse cry. "O Black Roger," he groaned, "I grieve to have brought thee to this." "Nay, Lord," quoth Roger, lifting high his drooping head, "'tis but my wound that bleeds afresh. But, bond or free, thy man am I, and able yet to strike a blow on thy behalf an heaven so please." "Now God shield thee, brave Roger," sighed Beltane. "O sweet Saint Giles, and what of me, brother?" spake a voice in his ear, and turning, Beltane beheld the archer smiling upon him with swollen, bloody lips. "Thou here too, good Giles?" "Even so, tall brother, in adversity low. I am with thee, since I found no chance to run otherwhere, for that divers ropes constrained me to abide, notably yon knave with the scar, whose mailed fist I had perforce to kiss, brother, in whose dog's carcass I will yet feather me a shaft, sweet Saint Giles aiding me, which is my patron saint, you'll mind. Nil desperandum, brother, bruised and beaten, bleeding and in bonds, yet I breathe, nothing desponding, for mark me, a priory, brother, walk in and the young knight won free, which is well, walk ineth long legs, which is better, walk ineth many friends I the greenwood, which is best of all. So do I keep a merry heart, dum Spirospro, trusting to the good Saint Giles, which, as methinks you know is my." The archer grew suddenly dumb, his comely face blanched, and glancing round, Beltane beheld Sir Ptolemy beside him, who leaned down from his great white horse to smile wry-mouthed, and smiling thus, put back the mail coif from his pallid face and laid a finger to the linen cloud that swathed his head above the brows. "Messy," said he soft-voiced, "for this I might hang thee to a tree, or drag thee at a horse's tail, or hew thee in sunder with this great sword o' thine which shall be mine henceforth, but these be deaths unworthy of such as thou, my Lord Duke. Now within Garth-Laxton be divers ways and means, quaint fashions and devices strange and rare, messy. And when I'm done, Black Roger shall hang what's left of thee, ere he go to feed my hounds. That big body o' thine shall rot above my gate, and for that golden head, I'll send it to Duke Ivo in quittance for his gallows. Yet first, first shalt thou sigh that death must needs be so long a coming. But now, from where the vanward marched, came galloping a tall esquire, who, reining in beside Sir Patolop, pointed down the hill. Lord Patolop, he cried joyously, yonder, scarce a mile, flies the banner of Gilles of Brandon-mere, his company few, his men scattered and heavy with plunder. Gilles, quoth Sir Patolop. Ha, is it forsooth Gilles of Brandon-mere? Himself, Lord, and none other. I marked plain his banner with the 3 stooping falcons. And he hath booty, say you? In truth, my lord, and there be women also, 3 horse litters, women. Verily, good folk, hast ever a quick eye for the flutter of a kirtle? Now, mark me folk, Thornaby Mill lieth in our front, and beyond, the road windeth steep twixt high banks. Let archers line these banks east and west, let the pikesmen be ambushed to the south, until we from the north have charged them with the horse. See 'tis done, folk, and silently, so peradventure, Sir Gilles shall trouble me no more. Pass the word, away. Off rode Sir Fook, and straightway the pounding hoofs were still, the jingle of bridle and stirrup hushed, and in its place a vague stir of bustle and excitement, of pikesmen wheeling right and left to vanish southwards into the green, and of archers stringing bows and unbuckling quiver caps ere they too wheeled and vanished. Yet now Sir Patolop stayed 4 lusty fellows, and beckoning them near, pointed to the prisoners. Good fellows, quoth he, nodding jovially upon the archers, here be my 3 rogues, see you, who must with me to Garth-Laxton, one to die by slow fire, one to be torn by my hounds, and one, this tall golden-haired youth, mark him well, to die in slow and subtle fashion. Now these 3 do I put in charge of ye trusty 4, guard them well, good fellows, for, an one escape, so shall ye all 4 die in his stead and in such fashion as he should have died. Ha! Do ye mark me well, my merry men? Aye, Lord, nodded the 4, scowling of brow yet pale-cheeked. Look to it I find them secure, therefore, and entreat them tenderly. March you at the rear and see they take no harm, choose ye some secure corner where they may lie safe from chance of stray shafts, for I would have them come hale and sound to Garth-Laxton, since to die well, a man must be strong and hearty, look you. Do ye mark me well, good fellows? Aye, Lord, growled the 4. Then Sir Patolop, fondling his great chin, smiled upon Beltane and lifted Beltane's glittering sword on high. Advance my banner, he cried, and rode forward among his men-at-arms. On went the company, grimly silent now save for the snort of a horse, the champing of curbing bits and the thud of slow trampling hoofs upon the tender grass, as the west flamed to sunset. Thus in a while they came to a place where the road, narrowing, ran twixt high banks clothed in gorse and underbrush, a shadowy road, the which, winding downwards, was lost in a sharp curve. Here the array was halted, and abode very still and silent, with helm and lance point winking in the last red rays of sunset. "O brother," whispered Giles, "ne'er saw I place sweeter or more apt for ambushment. Here shall be bloody doings anon, and we, helpless as babes. O me, the pity on't!" But now with blows and jibes the four archers dragged them unto a tall tree that stood beside the way, a tree of mighty girth whose far-flung branches cast a deep gloom. Within this gloom lay my Beltane, stirring not and speaking no word, being faint and sick with his hurts. But Giles the archer, sitting beside him, vented by turns bitter curses upon Sir Patolop and humble prayers to his patron saint, so fluent and so fast that prayers and curses became strangely blent and mingled. On this wise, may red Patolop be thrice damned with a candle to the blessed Saint Giles that is my comfort and intercessor. May his bones rot within him with my gold chain to sweet Saint Giles. May his tongue wither at the roots. Ah, good Saint Giles, save me from the fire. May he be cursed in life, and may the flesh shrivel on his bones, and his soul be eternally damned with another candle and 50 gold pieces to the altar of holy Saint Giles. But now hearing Roger groan, the archer paused to admonish him thus. "Croak not, Roger, croak not," quoth he, "think not upon thy vile body. Pray, man, pray, pray thyself speechless. Call reverently upon the blessed saints as I do, promise them candles, Roger, promise hard and pray harder lest we perish. I by fire and thou by Patolop's hounds. Ill deaths, look you, 'tis a cruel death to be burnt alive, Roger." "To be torn by hounds is worse," growled Roger. "Nay, my Rogerkin, the fire is slower, methinks. I have watched good flesh sear and shrivel ere now, ha! By Saint Giles, 'tis an evil subject. Let us rather think upon 2 others. "As what, archer?" "The long legs of our comrade Walkin." "Hist! Hark ye to that brute! Here cometh Gills of Brandon Mere, meseemeth." And now from the road in front rose the sound of an approaching company, the tramp of weary horses climbing the ascent with the sound of cheery voices upraised in song, and ever the sinking sun glinted redly on helm and lance point where sat Sir Patolop's mailed riders, grim and silent, while the cheery voices swelled near and more near, till, all at once, the song died to a hum of amaze that rose to a warning shout that was drowned in the blare of a piercing trumpet blast. Whereat down swept glittering lance point, forward leaned shining bassinet, and the first rank of Sir Patolop's riders, striking spurs, thundered upon them down the hill. Came thereafter the shock of meeting ranks, with shouts and cries that grew to a muffled roar. Up rose the dust, an eddying cloud wherein steel flickered and dim forms strove, horse to horse and man to man, while Sir Patolop, sitting his great white charger, nursed his big chin and, smiling, waited his chance. Presently, from the eddying cloud staggered the broken remnant of Sir Giles Van Ward, whereon, laughing fierce and loud, Sir Patolop rose in his stirrups with Beltane's long sword lifted high, his trumpets brayed the charge, and down the hill thundered Sir Patolop and all his array, and the road nearby was deserted, save for the prisoners and the 4 archers who stood together, their faces set downhill, where the dust rose denser and denser, and the roar of the conflict fierce and loud. But now, above the din and tumult of the fight below, shrill and high rose the notes of a horn winded from the woods in the east, that was answered, like an echo, out of the woods in the west, and, down the banks to right and left, behold Sir Patolop's archers came leaping and tumbling, pursued by a hissing arrow shower. Whereat up sprang Giles, despite his bonds, shouting amain, "Oh, walk in o' the long legs, a rescue to us! Arise, I will arise." Now while he shouted thus, came one of the 4 archers, and Giles was smitten to his knees, but, as the archer whirled up his quarter-staff to strike again, an arrow took him full in the throat, and pitching upon his face, he lay a while, coughing, in the dust. Now as his comrades yet stared upon this man so suddenly dead, down from the bank above leapt one who bore a glittering axe, with divers wild and ragged fellows at his heels. Came a sound of shouting and blows hard smitten, a rush of feet and, thereafter, silence, save for the din of battle afar. But, upon the silence, loud and sudden rose a high-pitched quavering laugh, and Giles spake, his voice yet shrill and unsteady. "'Twas Walkin, ha, Saint Giles bless Walkin's long legs. 'Twas Walkin I saw, Walkin hath brought down the outlaws, the woods be full of them. Aho! Sir Patolop's slow fire shall not roast me yet a while, nor his dogs mumble the carcass, my Rogerkin." "I," quoth Roger feebly, "but what of my lord? See how still he lieth." "Forsooth," exclaimed the archer, writhing in his bonds to stare upon Beltane, "forsooth, Roger, he took a dodding upon his yellow pate, look ye, but for his mail coif he were a dead man this hour, he lieth very still," groaned Roger. "Yet is he a mighty man and strong, my Rogerkin never despond, man, for I tell thee, ha, heard ye that outcry? The outlaws be at work at last, they have Sir Patolop outflanked, do ye see? Now might ye behold what well-sped shafts can do upon a close array, pretty work, sweet work. Would I knew where Walkin lay." "Here, comrade," said a voice from the shade of the great tree. "How, what do ye there?" cried the archer. "Wait for Red Patolop." "Why then, sweet Walkin, good Walkin, come loose us of our bonds that we may wait with thee." "Nay," growled Walkin, "ye are the bait. When the outlaws have slain enough of them, Patolop's men must flee this way, so will Red Patolop stay to take up his prisoners, and so shall I slay him in that moment with this mine axe." "Ha, said I not so? Hark, they break already. Peace now, wait and watch." So saying, Walkin crouched behind the tree, axe poised, what time the dust and roar of battle rolled toward them up the hill. And presently, from out the rolling cloud, riderless horses burst and thundered past, and after them, a staggering rout, mounted and afoot, spurring and trampling each other 'neath the merciless arrow shower that smote them from the banks above. Horse and foot they thundered by until at last, amid a ring of cowering men-at-arms, Sir Patolop galloped, his white horse bespattered with blood and foam, his battered helm a swing upon its thongs. Grim-lipped and pale he rode, while his eyes, aflame 'neath scowling brows, swept the road this way and that until, espying Beltane 'neath the tree, he swerved aside in his career and strove to check his followers' headlong flight. "Stay!" cried he, striking right and left. "Halt, dogs, and take up the prisoners. Ha! Will ye defy me, rogues, caitiffs? Fook, Raoul, Dennis. Ho, there!" But no man might stay that maddened rush, wherefore, swearing a great oath, Sir Patolop spurred upon Beltane with Beltane's sword lifted for the blow. But, from the shade of the tree a mighty form uprose, and Sir Patolop was aware of a hoarse, glad cry, saw the whirling flash of a broad axe and wrenched hard at his bridle. Round staggered the white horse, down came the heavy axe, and the great horse, death-smitten, reared up and up, back and back, and crashing over, was lost 'neath the dust of swift trampling hoofs. Now presently, Beltane was aware that his bonds cramped him no longer, found Roger's arm about him, and at his parched lips Roger's steel headpiece brimming with cool, sweet water, and gulping thirstily, soon felt the numbness lifted from his brain and the mist from his eyes, insomuch that he sat up, and gazing about, beheld himself alone with Roger. Quoth he, looking down at his swollen wrists, "Do we go free then, Roger?" "Aye, master, though ye had a woundy knock upon the head." "And what of Giles?" "He is away to get him arrows to fill his quiver, and to fill his purse with what he may, for the dead lie thick in the road yonder, and there is much plunder." "And Walkin?" "Walkin, master, having slain Sir Patolop's horse yonder, followeth Patolop, minded straight to slay him also." "Yet dost thou remain, Roger?" "Aye, lord, and here is that which thou wilt need again, methinks. I found it hard by Sir Patolop's dead horse." So saying, Roger put Beltane's great sword into his hand. Then Beltane took hold upon the sword, and rising to his feet stretched wide his arms, and felt his strength renewed within him. Therefore he sheathed the sword and set his hand on Roger's broad, mail-clad shoulder. "Roger," said he, "thou faithful Roger, God hath delivered us from shameful death, wherefore, I hold, he hath yet need of these our bodies." "As how, master?" "As I went, nigh swooning in my bonds, methought I heard tell that Sir Giles of Brandon Mere had captive certain women, so now must we deliver them, thou and I, and it may be so." "Lord," quoth Roger, "Sir Giles marcheth with the remnant of his company, and we are but two. Let us therefore get with us divers of these outlaws. I have heard tell that to be a woman and captive to Sir Giles or Patolop the Red is to be brought to swift and dire shame. So now let us deliver these women from shame. Thou and I wilt go with me, Roger?" "Aye, lord, that will I," Yet first pray thee aid me to bind a clout upon my arm, for my wound irketh me somewhat. And in a while, when Beltane had laved and bound up Roger's wound, they went on down the darkening road together. Chapter 18 How Beltane met Sir Giles of Brandon Mere. It was a night of wind with a flying cloud rack overhead whence peeped the pallid moon betimes, a night of gloom and mystery. The woods about them were full of sounds and stealthy rustlings as they strode along the forest road, and so came to that dark defile where the fight had raged. Of what they saw and heard within that place of slaughter it bodeth not to tell, nor of those figures, wild and fierce, that crouched to strip the jumbled slain, or snarled and quarrelled over the work. Here is good plunder of weapons and armour, quoth Roger, 'tis seldom the outlaws come by such. Hark to that cry! There died some wounded wight under his plunderer's knife. God rest his soul, amen, sighed Beltane. Come, let us hence. And forthwith he began to run. So in a little while they passed through that place of horror unseen, and so came out again upon the forest road. Ever and anon the moon sent down a feeble ray, 'neath which the road lay a glimmer 'twixt the gloom of the woods, whence came groans and wailings with every wind gust, whereat Roger quailed, and fumbling at his sword hilt, pressed closer upon Beltane. Master, he whispered, 'tis an evil night, methinks the souls of the dead be abroad, hark to those sounds. Master, I like it not, 'tis but the wind, Roger. 'Tis like the cries of women wailing o'er their dead, I have heard such sounds ere now, I would my belt bore fewer notches, master. They shall be fewer ere dawn, Roger, I pray God. Master, an I am slain this night, think ye I must burn in hell fire, remembering these same notches? Nay, for surely God is a very merciful God, Roger. Hark, quoth Beltane, and stopped of a sudden, and thus above the wailing of the wind they presently heard a feeble groaning hard by, and following the sound, beheld a blotch upon the glimmering road. Now as they drew near the moon peeped out, and showed a man huddled 'neath a bush beside the way, whose face gleamed pale amid the shadows. Ha! cried Roger, stooping, thou art he of Brandon Mere. Ay, give me water, I was squire to Sir Giles, God's love, give me water. Then Beltane knelt, and saw this was but a youth, and bidding Roger bring water from a brook near by, took the heavy head upon his knee. Messy, said he, I have heard that Sir Giles beareth women captive. There is but one, and she a nun. But nuns are holy women, so I withstood my lord in his desire. And my lord stabbed me, so must I die of a nun. See you, give me water. Where doth he ride this night, Messy? His men, few, very weary, Sir Patolops, men at arms, caught us I the sunken road, Sir Giles, to Thornaby Mill, beside the ford, O God, water. 'Tis here, quoth Roger, kneeling beside him. Then Beltane set the water to the squire's eager lips, but, striving to drink he choked, and choking, fell back, dead. So in a while they arose from their knees and went their way, while the dead youth lay with wide eyes that seemed to outstare the pallid moon. Now as they went on very silently together, of a sudden Black Roger caught Beltane by the arm and pointed into the gloom, where, far before them, small lights winked redly through the murk. "Yon should be Sir Gil's watchfires," he whispered. I nodded. "Beltane, so I think." "Master, what would ye now?" "Pray, Roger, I pray God Sir Gil's men be few, and that they be sound sleepers. Howbeit we will go right warily none the less." So saying, Beltane turned aside from the road and led on through underbrush and thicket, through a gloom of leaves where a boisterous wind rioted, where great branches, dim seen, swayed groaning in every fierce gust, and all was piping stir and tumult. Twigs whipped them viciously, thorns dragged at them, while the wind went by them, moaning, in the dark. But, ever and anon as they stumbled forward, guiding themselves by instinct, the moon sent forth a pale beam from the whirling cloud rack, a phantom light that stole upon them, sudden and ghost-like, and, like a ghost, was gone again. What time Black Roger, following hard on Beltane's heel, crossed himself and muttered fragments of forgotten prayers. Thus at last they came to the river, that flowed before them vague in the half-light, whose sullen waters gurgled evilly among the willows that drooped upon the marge. "Master," said Roger, wiping sweat from his face, "there's evil hereabouts. I've had a warning. A dead man touched me as we came through the brush yonder." "Nay, Roger, 'twas but some branch, Lord. When knew ye a branch with fingers, slimy and cold, upon my cheek here?" "'Twas a warning, master, he dead hand. One of us twain goeth to his death this night. Let not thine heart fail therefore, good Roger. Man, being dead, liveth forever. Nay, but the dead hand, master, on my cheek, here, crying thus, Black Roger sprang and caught Beltane's arm, gripping it fast, for on the air, borne upon the wind, yet louder than the wind, a shrill sound rang and echoed, the which, passing, seemed to have stricken the night to silence. Then Beltane brake from Roger's clasp, and ran on beside the river, until, beyond the sullen waters the watchfires flared before him, in whose red light the mill loomed up rugged and grim, its massy walls scarred and cracked, its great wheel fallen to ruin. Now above the wheel was a gap in the masonry, an opening roughly square that had been a window, mayhap, whence shone a warm, mellow light. "Master," panted Roger, "a God's name, what was it?" "A woman screamed," quoth Beltane, staring upon the lighted window. As he spake a man laughed sleepily beside the nearest watchfire, scarce a bowshot away. "Look ye, master," whispered Roger, "we may not cross by the ford because of the watchfires. 'Tis a fair light to shoot by, and the river is very deep hereabouts. Yet must we swim it, Roger. Lord, the water is in flood, and our armor heavy." "Then must we leave our armor behind," quoth Beltane, and throwing back his hood of mail, he began to unbuckle his broad belt, but of a sudden, stayed to point with outstretched finger. Then, looking whither he pointed, Roger saw a tree whose hole leaned far out across the stream, so that one far-flung branch well nigh scraped the broken roof of the mill. "Yon lieth our way, Roger," "Come," said he. Being come to that side of the tree afar from the watchfires, Beltane swung himself lightly and began to climb, but hearing a groan, paused. "Roger," he whispered, "what ails thee, Roger?" "Alas," groaned Roger, "'tis my wound irketh me, O master, I cannot follow thee this way." "Nay, let me aid thee," whispered Beltane, reaching down to him. But, despite Beltane's strong hand, desperately though he tried, Black Roger fell back, groaning. "Master," he pleaded, "O master, adventure not alone lest ill befall thee." But I must, Roger." Then Roger leaned his head upon his sound arm, and wept full bitterly. "O master, O sweet lord," quoth he, "bethink thee now of the warning, the dead hand, yet must I go, my Roger." "Then, an they kill thee, lord, so shall they kill me also, thy man am I, to live or die with thee. Nay, Roger, sworn art thou to redeem Pentavalon, so now, in her name do I charge thee, haste to Sir Jocelyn, an he yet live, seek Giles and walk in and whoso else ye may, and bring them hither at speed. If ye find me not here, then hie ye all to Thrasfordham, for by tomorrow Sir Patolop and Guy of Allerdale will have raised the country against us. Go now, do even as I command, and may God keep thee, my faithful Roger." Then Beltane began to climb, but being come where the great branch forked, looked down to see Roger's upturned face, pale amid the gloom below. "The holy angels have thee in their keeping, lord and master," he sighed, and so turned with head a droop and was gone. And now Beltane began to clamber out across the swirl of dark waters, while the tough bough swung and swayed beneath him in every gust of wind, wherefore his going was difficult and slow, and he took heed only to his hands and feet. But, all at once, he heard a bitter, broken cry, and glancing up, it chanced that from his lofty perch he could look within the lighted window, and thus beheld a nun, whose slender, black-robed body writhed and twisted in the clasp of two leathern-clad arms, vicious arms, that bent her back and back across the rough table, until into Beltane's vision came the leathern-clad form of him that held her, a black-haired, shapely man, whose glowing eyes and eager mouth stooped ever nearer above the nun's white loveliness. And thus it was that my Beltane first looked upon Sir Giles of Brandonmere. He had laid sword and armour by, but as the nun yet struggled in his arms, her white hand came upon and drew the dagger at his girdle, yet, ere she could strike, Sir Giles had seen and leapt back out of reach. Then Beltane clambered on at speed, and with every yard their voices grew more loud, hers proud and disdainful, his low and soft, pierced, now and then, by an evil, lazy laugh. Now ever as Beltane went, the branch swayed more dizzily, bending more and more beneath his weight, and ever as he drew nearer, between the wind gusts came snatches of their talk. "Be thou nun, or duchess, or strolling light, O love, art woman, by Venus. Fair and passing fair, captive art thou, mine, I tell thee, yield thee, hast struggled long enough to save thy modesty, yield thee now, else will I throw thee to my lusty rogues without, make them sport, O beast, I fear thee not. For thy men, how shall they harm me, seeing I shall be dead? Down swayed the branch, low and lower, until Beltane's mailed foot, a swing in midair, found something beneath, slipped away, found it again, and thereupon, loosing the branch, down he came upon the ruined mill wheel. Then, standing upon the wheel, his groping fingers found divers cracks in the worn masonry, moreover the ivy was thick, so, clinging with fingers and toes, up he went, higher and higher until his steel-mittened hands gripped the sill. Thus, slowly and cautiously he drew himself up until his golden head rose above the sill and he could peer into the room. Sir Giles half stood, half sat upon the table, while the nun faced him, cold and proud and disdainful, the gleaming dagger clutched to her quick heaving bosom, and Sir Giles, assured and confident, laughed softly as he leaned so lazily, yet ever he watched that gleaming steel, waiting his chance to spring. Now as they stood fronting each other thus, the nun stirred beneath his close regard, turned her head, and on the instant Beltane knew that she had seen him, knew by the sudden tremor of her lips, the widening of her dark eyes, wherein he seemed to read wonder, joy, and a passionate entreaty. Then, even as he thrilled to meet that look, down swept languorous lid and curling lash, and, sighing, she laid the dagger on the table. For a moment Sir Giles stared in blank amaze, then laughed his lazy laugh. "Ah, proud beauty! 'Tis surrender then," said he, and speaking, reached for the dagger, but even as he did so, the nun seized the heavy table and thrust with sudden strength, so that Sir Giles, taken unawares, staggered back and back, to the window. Then Beltane reached up into the room and, from behind, caught Sir Giles by the throat and gripped him with iron fingers, strangling all outcry, and so, drawing himself over the sill and into the room, dragged Sir Giles to the floor and choked him there until his eyes rolled upward and he lay like one dead. Then swiftly Beltane took off the belt of Sir Giles and buckled it tight about the wrists and arms of Sir Giles, and, rending strips from Sir Giles' mantle that lay near, therewith fast gagged and bound him. Now it chanced that as he knelt thus, he espied the dagger where it lay, and taking it up, glanced from it to Sir Giles lying motionless in his bonds. But as he hesitated, there came a sudden knocking on the door and a voice spake without, "My lord! My lord, 'tis I, 'tis Lupo. My lord, our men be few and wearied, as ye know. Must I set a guard beyond the ford, think you, or will the 4 watchfires suffice?" Now, glancing up, scarce breathing, Beltane beheld the nun who crouched down against the wall, her staring eyes turned towards the door, her cheeks ashen, her lips a-quiver with deadly fear. Yet, even so, she spake. But that 'twas she indeed who uttered the words he scarce could credit, so soft and sweetly slumberous was her voice, "My lord is a-weary and sleepeth. Hush you, and come again with the dawn." Now was a moment's breathless silence and thereafter an evil chuckle, and, so chuckling, the man Lupo went down the rickety stair without. And when his step was died away, Beltane drew a deep breath, and together they arose, and so, speaking no word, they looked upon each other across the prostrate body of Sir Giles of Brandon Mere. Chapter 19 Concerning the eyes of a nun. Eyes long, thick-lashed and darkly blue that looked up a while into his and anon were hid neath languorous drooping lids, a nose tenderly aquiline, lips, red and full, that parted but to meet again in sweet and luscious curves, a chin white, and round, and dimpled. This Beltane saw twixt hood and wimple, by aid of the torch that flickered against the wall, and she, conscious of his look, stood with white hands demurely crossed upon her rounded bosom, with eyes abased and scarlet lips apart, as one who waits, expectant. Now hereupon my Beltane felt himself vaguely at loss, and finding he yet held the dagger, set it upon the table and spake, low-voiced. "Reverend Mother," he began, and stopped, for at the word her dark lashes lifted and she stared upon him curiously, while slowly her red lips quivered to a smile. And surely this nun so sweet and saintly in veiling hood and wimple was yet a very woman, young and passing fair, and the eyes of her, how deep and tender and yet how passionate. Now beholding her eyes, memory stirred within him and he sighed, whereat she sighed also and meekly bowed her head, speaking him with all humility. "Sweet son, speak on, thy reverend mother heareth." Now did Beltane, my innocent, rub his innocent chin and stand mum askance a while, finding naught to say, then, "Lady," he stammered, "lady, since I have found thee, let us go while yet we may." "Messy," says she, with eyes still a droop, "came you in sooth, in quest of me?" "Yet, verily. I heard Sir Giles had made captive of a nun, so came I to deliver her, and so it might be. E'en though she were old, and wrinkled, and toothless, messy." "Lady," says my innocent, staring and rubbing his chin a little harder, "surely all nuns, young and old, be holy women, worthy a man's reverence and humble service. So would I now bear thee from this unhallowed place, we must be far hence ere dawn, come." "Ay, but whither?" she sighed, "death is all about us, messy, how may we escape it? And I fear death no whit, now, messy." "Ay, but I do so, lady, since I have other and greater works yet to achieve." "How, messy, is it so small a thing to have saved a nun, even though she be neither old, nor wrinkled, nor toothless?" And behold, the nun's meek head was high and proud, her humility forgotten quite. Then she frowned, and neath her sombre draperies her foot fell a tapping, a small foot, dainty and slender in its gaily broidered shoe, so much at variance with her dolorous habit. But Beltane recked naught of this, for, espying a narrow window in the opposite wall, he came thither and thrusting his head without, looked down upon the sleeping camp. And thus he saw that Sir Giles' men were few indeed, scarce threescore all told he counted as they lay huddled about the smouldering watch-fires, deep slumbering as only men greatly wearied might. Even the sentinels nodded at their posts, and all was still save for the rush of a sudden wind-gust, or the snort and trampling of the horses. And leaning thus, Beltane marked well where the sentinels lolled upon their pikes, or marched drowsily to and fro betwixt the watch-fires, and long he gazed where the horses were tethered, two swaying, trampling lines dim seen amid the further shadows. now being busied measuring with his eye the distances twixt sentinel and sentinel, and noting where the shadows lay darkest, he was suddenly aware of the nun close beside him, of the feel of her, soft and warm against him, and starting at the contact, turned to find her hand, small and white, upon his mailed arm. "Sweet son," said she soft-voiced, from the shadow of her sombre hood, "thy reverend mother now would chide thee, for that having but short while to live, thou dost stand thus mum-askance, staring upon vacancy, for, with the dawn, we die." Quoth Beltane, deeply conscious of the slender hand, "To die, nay, nay, thou art too young and fair to die," sighed she, with rueful smile, "thou too art neither old nor cold, nor bent with years, fair son. Come then, till death let us speak together and comfort each other. Lay by thy melancholy as I now lay by this hood and wimple, for the night is hot and close, methinks." "Nay, lady, indeed 'tis cool, for there is much wind abroad," says Beltane, "my innocent. Moreover, while standing here, methinks I have seen a way whereby we may win free." Now hereupon she turned and looked on him, quick breathing and with eyes brimful of fear. "Messy," she panted, "O Messy, bethink thee. For death am I prepared, to live each moment fully till the dawn, then when they came to drag me down to shame, then should thy dagger free me quite, such death I'd smile to meet. But should we strive to flee, and thou in the attempt be slain, and I alive, the sport of that vile rabblement below, oh, Christ, not that," and cowering, she hid her face. "Noble lady," said Beltane, looking on her gentle-eyed, "indeed I too had thought on that," and, coming to the table, he took thence the dagger of Sir Giles and would have put it in her hand, but lo! she shrank away. "Not that, Messy, not that," she sighed, "thy dagger let it be, since true knight art thou and honourable, I pray you give me thine. It is thy reverend mother asks," and smiling pale and wan, she reached out a white, imperious hand. So Beltane drew his dagger and gave it to her keeping, then, having set the other in his girdle, he crossed to the door and stood a while to hearken. "Lady," said he, "there is no way for us but this stair, and meseemeth 'tis a dangerous way, yet must we tread it together. Reach me now thy hand and set it here in my girdle, and, whatsoe'er befall, lose not thy hold." So saying, Beltane drew his sword and set wide the door. "Look to thy feet," he whispered, "and tread soft." Then, with her trailing habit caught up in her left hand and with her right upon his belt, the nun followed Beltane out upon the narrow stair. Step by step they stole downwards into the dark, pausing with breath in check each time the timbers creaked, and hearkening with straining ears. Down they went amid the gloom until they spied an open door below, beyond which a dim light shone, and whence rose the snoring of wearied sleepers. Ever and anon a wind gust smote the ancient mill and a broken shutter rattled near by, what time they crept apace down the creaking stair until at last they stood upon the threshold of a square chamber upon whose broken hearth a waning fire burned, by whose uncertain light they espied divers vague forms that stirred now and then and groaned in their sleep as they sprawled upon the floor, And Beltane counted 3 who lay twixt him and the open doorway, for door was there none. A while stood Beltane, viewing the sleepers 'neath frowning brows, then, sheathing his sword, he turned and reached out his arms to the nun in the darkness and, in the dark, she gave herself, warm and yielding, into his embrace, her arms clung soft about him, and he felt her breath upon his cheek, as clasping his left arm about her, he lifted her high against his breast. And now, even as she trembled against him, so trembled Beltane also, yet knew not why, therefore of a sudden he turned and stepped into the chamber. A man started up beside the hearth, muttering evilly, and Beltane, standing rigid, gripped his dagger to smite, but even then the muttering ceased, and falling back, the man rolled over and fell a snoring again. So, lightly, swiftly, Beltane strode over the sprawling sleepers, out through the open doorway, out into the sweet, cool night beyond, out into the merry riot of the wind. Swift and sure of foot he sped, going ever where the shadows lay deepest, skirting beyond reach of the paling watchfires, until he was come nigh where the horses stamped and snorted. Here he set the nun upon her feet, and bidding her stir not, crept towards the horses, quick-eyed and watchful. And thus he presently espied a man who leaned him upon a long pike, his face set toward the nearest watchfire, and the man's eyes were closed, and he snored gently. Then Beltane shifted his dagger to his left hand, and being come within reach, drew back his mailed fist and smote the sleeper betwixt his closed eyes, and catching him as he fell, laid him gently on the grass. Now swift and silent came Beltane to where the horses champed, and having made choice of a certain powerful beast, slipped off his chain mittens and rolled back sleeve of mail and, low stooping in the shadow, sought and found the ropes whereto the halters were made fast, and straightway cut them in sunder. Then, having looked to girth and bridle, he vaulted to the saddle, and drawing sword, shouted his battle cry fierce and loud, "Arise! Arise!" and, so shouting, smote the frighted horses to right and left with the flat of the long blade, so that they reared up whinnying, and set off a-galloping in all directions, filling the air with the thunder of their rushing hoofs. And now came shouts and cries with a prodigious confusion and running to and fro about the dying watchfires. Trumpets blared shrill, hoarse voices roared commands that passed unheeded in the growing din and tumult that swelled to a wild clamor of frenzied shouting, "Fly! Fly! Ptolop is upon us! Tease the red Ptolop!" But Beltane, riding warily amid the gloom, came to that place where he had left the nun, yet found her not, and immediately was seized of a great dread. But as he stared wildly about him, he presently heard a muffled cry, and spurring thitherwards, beheld 2 dim figures that swayed to and fro in a fierce grapple. Riding close, Beltane saw the glint of mail, raised his sword for the blow, felt a shock, a searing smart, and knew himself wounded, but now she was at his stirrup, and stooping, he swung her up to the withers of his horse, and wheeling short about, spurred to a gallop, yet, as he rode, above the rush of wind and thud of hoofs, he heard a cry, hoarse and dolorous. On galloped Beltane all unheeding, until he came 'neath the leafy arches of the friendly woods, within whose gloom needs must he ride at a hand's pace. Thus, as they went, they could hear the uproar behind, a confused din that waxed and waned upon the wind. But Beltane, riding slow and cautious within the green, heeded this not at all, nor the throb of his wounded arm, nor aught under heaven save the pressure of this slender body that lay so still, so warm and soft within his arm, and as he went, he began to wish for the moon that he might see her face. Blue eyes, long and heavy-lashed. Surely blue eyes were fairest in a woman. And then the voice of her, liquid and soft like the call of Mel or Mavis. And she was a nun. How white and slim her hands, yet strong and resolute, as when she grasped the dagger 'gainst Sir Gil's, resolute hands, like the spirit within her soft and shapely body. And then again, her lips, red and full, upcurving to sweet, slow smile, yet withal tinged with subtle mockery. With such eyes and such lips she might, but she was a nun, forsooth. Messy. Beltane started from his reverie. Art cold, Messy? Cold, stammered Beltane, cold. Indeed no, lady. Yet dost thou tremble? Nathless, I am not cold, lady. Then wherefore tremble? Nay, I know not. In sooth, do I so, lady? Verily, sir, and therewith sigh, frequent and most dolorous to hear. Now at this, my Beltane finding naught to say, straightway sighed again, and thus they rode a while, speaking nothing. Think you we are safe, Messy? She questioned him at last. 'Tis so I pray, lady. Thou'st done right valiantly tonight on my behalf, says she. How came you in at the window? By means of a tree, lady. Art very strong, Messy, and valiant beyond thought. Thou'st this night, with thy strong hand, lifted me up from shameful death, so, by right, should my life be thine henceforth. Herewith she sighed, leaning closer upon his breast, and Beltane's desire to see her face grew amain. Messy, said she, methinks art cold indeed, or is it that I weary thee? Nay, thou art wondrous easy to bear thus, lady. And whither do ye bear me, sir, north or south? And yet it mattereth nothing, says she, soft-voiced, since we are safe, together. Now hereafter, as Beltane rode, he turned his eyes full oft to heaven, yearning for the moon. What woods be these, Messy? She questioned. 'Tis the wilderness that lieth betwixt Pentavalon and Mortin, lady. Know ye Mortin, sir? Yet, verily, he answered, and sighed full deep. And as he sighed, lo, in that moment the moon peeped forth of a cloud rift, and he beheld the nun looking up at him with eyes deep and wistful, and, as she gazed, her lips curved in slow and tender smile ere her lashes drooped, and sighing, she hid her face against him in the folds of her mantle, while Beltane must needs bethink him of other eyes so very like, and yet so false, and straightway sighed. Messy, she murmured, pray now, wherefore do ye sigh so oft? for that thine eyes do waken memory, lady, of a woman. Ay, of a woman. And thou dost love her, messy. Unto my dole, lady. Ah, can it be she doth not love thee, messy? Indeed, 'tis most certain. Hath she then told thee so, of herself? Nay, sighed Beltane, not in so many words, lady, and yet, quoth the nun, suddenly erect, thou must needs run away and leave her, poor sweet wretch, to mourn for thee, belike, and grieve, ay, and scorn thee too for a faint heart. Nay, lady, verily oh, indeed methinks she must contemn thee in her heart, poor, gentle soul, scorn and despise thee woefully for running away, indeed, 'tis beyond all doubt, messy. Lady, quoth Beltane, flushing in the dark, you know naught of the matter, why then shalt thou tell me of it, messy? Lo, I am listening. So saying, she settled herself more aptly within his encircling arm. First, then said Beltane, when they had ridden a while in silence, she is a duchess, and very proud. Yet is she a woman, messy, and thou a man whose arms be very strong. Of what avail strong arms, lady, gainst such as she? Why, to carry her withal, messy. To carry her, quoth Beltane in amaze. In very truth, messy. To lift her up and bear her away with thee, nay, to bear her away. Oh, 'twere a thing impossible. Is this duchess so heavy, messy? Sighed the nun. Is she a burden beyond even thy strength, Sir Knight? Lady, she is the proud Helen, Duchess of Mortain, quoth Beltane, frowning at the encompassing shadows. Now was the nun hushed a while, and when at last she spake her voice was low and wondrous gentle. And is it indeed the wilful Helen that ye love, messy? Even she, unto my sorrow. Thy sorrow. Why then, messy, forget her? Ah, sighed Beltane, would I might indeed, yet needs must I love her ever. Alack, and is it so forsooth, quoth the nun, sighing likewise. Ah me, my poor, fond son, now doth thy reverend mother pity thee indeed, for thou art in direful case to be her lover, methinks. Now did my Beltane frown the blacker by reason of bitter memory and the pain of his wound. Her lover, quoth he, bitterly, and she hath a many lovers, sighed the nun, that hath she, the sad, sweet soul. Lovers. Oh forsooth, she is sick of a very surfeit of lovers, so hath she fled from them all. Fled from them, cried Beltane, his wound forgot, fled from them, from Mortain. Nay, how mean you, how, fled? She hath walked, see you, run, ridden, is riding, away from Mortain, from her lords, her counsellors, her varlets, her lovers and what not, in a word, messy, she is, gone. Gone, quoth Beltane, breathless and aghast, gone, but whither? What matter for that so long as her grave counsellors be sufficiently vexed, and her lovers left a sighing? O me, her counsellors! Bald pates, see you, and grey beards, who for their own ends would have her wed Duke Ivo, meek, unfortunate maid. Know you then the Duchess, lady? Ay, forsooth, and my heart doth grieve for her, poor, sweet wretch, for oh, 'tis a sad thing to be a duchess with a multitude of suitors a-wooing in season and out, vaunting graces she hath not, and blind to the virtues she doth possess. Ah, Messy, I give thee joy that, whatsoever ills may be thine, thou can ne'er be a duchess. And think you she will not wed with Ivo, lady, think you so in truth? Never, while she is Helen, and loveth none of her lovers. Why, indeed, Messy, I think she doth, art sure? How know you this? I was her bedfellow betimes, and oft within the night have heard her speak a name unto her pillow, as love-sick maids will. Now once again was Beltane aware of the throb and sting of his wounded arm, yet 'twas not because of this he sighed so deep and oft. Spake she this name, often, he questioned. Very oft, Messy. Ay me, how chill the wind blows. Some lord's name, belike. Nay, 'twas no lord's name, Messy. 'Tis very dark amid these trees. Some knight, mayhap, or lowly squire. Neither, Messy. Hi-ho! Methinks I now could sleep a while. So she sighed deep yet happily, and nestled closer within his shielding arm. But Beltane, my innocent, rode stiff in the saddle, staring sad-eyed into the gloom, nor felt, nor heeded the yielding tenderness of the shapely young body he held, but plodded on through the dark, frowning blacker than the night. Now as he rode thus, little by little the pain of his wound grew less, a drowsiness crept upon him, and therewith, a growing faintness. Little by little his head drooped low and lower, and once the arm about the nun slipped its hold, whereat she sighed and stirred sleepily upon his breast. But on he rode, striving grimly against the growing faintness, his feet thrust far within the stirrups, his mailed hand tight clenched upon the reins. So, as dawn broke, he heard the pleasant sound of running water near by, and as the light grew, saw they were come to a grassy glade where ran a small brook, a goodly place, well hidden and remote. So turned he thitherward, and lifting up heavy eyes, beheld the stars paling to the dawn, for the clouds were all passed away and the wind was gone long since. And, in a while, being come within the boscage of this green dell, feebly and as one a-dream, he checked the great horse that snuffed eagerly toward the murmuring brook, and as one a-dream saw that she who had slumbered on his breast was awake, fresh and sweet as the dawn. Lady, he stammered, I fear, I can ride no farther. And now, as one a-dream, he beheld her start and look at him with eyes wide and darkly blue, within whose depths was that which stirred within him a memory of other days, insomuch he would have spoken, yet found the words unready and hard to come by. Lady, thine eyes, methinks, are not nun's eyes. But now behold of a sudden she cried out, soft and pitiful, for blood was upon him, upon his brow, upon his golden hair. And still as one a-dream he felt her slip from his failing clasp, felt her arms close about him, aiding him to earth. Thou art hurt, she cried. Oh, thou art wounded. And I never guessed. 'Tis but my arm, in sooth, and, but she hushed him with soft mother cries and tender spoke commands, and aiding him to the brook, laid him thereby to lave his hurt within the cool, sweet water, and, waking with the smart, Beltane sighed and turned to look up at her. Now did she, meeting his eyes, put up one white hand, setting back sombre hood and snowy wimple, and stooping tenderly above him, behold, in that moment down came the shining glory of her lustrous hair to fall about the glowing beauty of her face, touching his brow like a caress. Then, at last, memory awoke within him, and lifting himself upon a feeble elbow, he stared upon her glowing loveliness with wide, glad eyes. "Helen," he sighed, "oh, Helen!" And, so sighing, fell back, and lay there pale and wan within the dawn, but with a smile upon his pallid lips. Chapter XX How Beltane plighted his troth in the green. Beltane yawned prodigiously, stretched mightily, and opening sleepy eyes looked about him. He lay 'neath shady willows within a leafy bower. Before him a brook ran leaping to the sunshine and filling the warm, stilly air with its merry chatter and soft, laughing noises, while beyond the rippling water the bank sloped steeply upward to the green silence of the woods. Now as Beltane lay thus twixt sleeping and waking, it seemed to him that in the night he had dreamed a wondrous dream, and fain he would have slept again. But now from an adjacent thicket a horse whinnied, and Beltane, starting at the sound, felt his wound throb with sudden pain, and looking down, beheld his arm most aptly swathed in bandages of fair, soft linen. Now would he have sat up, but marveled to find it so great a matter, and propping himself instead upon a weak elbow glanced about him expectantly. And lo, in that moment, one spake near by in voice rich and soft like the call of male or mavis. "Beltane," said the voice, "Beltane the smith." With heart quick beating, Beltane turned and beheld the Duchess Helen standing beside him, her glorious hair wrought into two long braids wherein flowers were cunningly entwined. Straightway he would have risen, but she forbade him with a gesture and, coming closer, sank beside him on her knees, and being there blushed and sighed, yet touched him not. "Thou art hurt," said she, "so must we bide here a while, thou to win thy strength again, and I to minister unto thee." Mutely a while my Beltane gazed upon her shy, sweet loveliness, what time her bosom rose and fell tempestuous, and she bowed her head full low. "Helen," he whispered at last, "oh, art thou indeed the Duchess Helen?" "Not so," she murmured, "Helen was Duchess whiles she was in Mortin, but I that speak with thee am a lonely maid, indeed a very lonely maid, who hath sighed for thee, and wept for thee, and for thee hath left her duchy of Mortin, Beltane." "For me," quoth Beltane, leaning near, "was it for me? Ah, was it so in very sooth?" "Beltane," said she, looking not toward him, "last night didst thou bear a nun within thine arms, and, looking on her with love aflame within thine eyes, did yet vow to her you loved this Duchess? Tell me, who am but a lonely maid, is this so?" "Thou knowest I love her ever and always," he answered. "And yet," quoth she, shaking her head and looking up with eyes of witchery, "thou didst love this nun also." though 'tis true thou didst name her reverend mother. Oh, what very blind, Beltane! And yet thou didst love her also, methinks. Needs must I, ever and always, he answered. Ah, Beltane, but I would have thee love this lonely maid dearest of all henceforth, and it may be so, for that she is so very lonely and hath sought thee so long, sought me, he murmured, gazing on her wide-eyed. Nay, how may this be, for with my kisses warm upon thy lips thou didst bid me farewell long time since at Morton, within the green. And thou, she sighed, and thou didst leave me, Beltane. Oh, would thou had kissed me once again and held me in thine arms, so might we have known less of sorrow. Indeed methinks 'twas cruel to leave me so. Beltane. Cruel, says my Beltane, and thereafter fell silent from sheer amaze the while she sighed again, and bowed her shapely head and plucked a daisy from the grass to turn it about and about in gentle fingers. So, Beltane, quoth she at last, being young and cruel thou didst leave the Duchess a lonely maid. Yet that same night did she, this tender maid, seek out thy lowly dwelling mid the green to yield herself joyfully unto thee thenceforth. But ah, Beltane, she found the place a ruin and thou wert gone, and oh, methinks her heart came nigh to breaking. Then did she vow that no man might ever have her to his love, save only thou. So, an thou love her not, Beltane, needs must she die a maid. Now Beltane forgot his weakness and rose to his knees and lifted her bowed head until he might look deep within the yearning tenderness of her eyes. A while she met his look, then blushing, trembling, all in a moment she swayed toward him, hiding her face against him, and, trembling also, Beltane caught her close within his arms and held her to his heart. Dost thou love me so, indeed, my lady? Art thou mine own henceforth, Helen the beautiful? Ah, love, she murmured, in all my days ne'er have I loved other man than thou, my Beltane. So now do I give myself to thee, in life and death, in joy and sorrow, thine will I be, beloved. Quoth Beltane, as thou art mine, so am I thine, henceforth and forever. And thus, kneeling together within the wilderness did they plight their troth, low-voiced and tremulous, with arms that clasped and clung and eager lips that parted but to meet again. Beltane, she sighed, ah, Beltane, hold me close. I've wearied for thee so long, hold me close, beloved. See now, as thou dost hate the pomp and stir of cities, so, for thy sake have I fled hither to the wilderness, to live with thee amid these solitudes, to be thy love, thy stay and comfort. Here will we live for each other, and, hid within the green, forget the world and all things else, save only our great love. But now it chanced that, raising his head, Beltane beheld his long sword leaning against a tree hard by, and beholding it thus, he bethought him straightway of the Duke his father, of Pentavalon and of her grievous wrongs, and his clasping hands grew lax and fell away and, groaning, he bowed his head, whereat she started anxious-eyed, and questioned him, soft and piteous, is it thy wound? I had forgot, ah, love, forgive me. see here a pillow for thy dear head. But now again he caught her to him close and fierce, and kissed her oft, and holding her thus, spake, Thou knowest I do love thee, my Helen. Yet because I love thee greatly, love, alas, must wait a while. Wait, she cried, ah, no, am I not thine own? 'Tis so I would be worthy of thee, beloved, he sighed, for know that I am pledged to rest not nor stay until my task be accomplished or I slain. Thou, O Helen, 'tis a mighty task and desperate, and many perchance must die ere this my vow be accomplished, thy vow. But thou art a smith, my Beltane, what hath humble smith to do with vows? Thou art my love, my Beltane the smith. Indeed, sighed Beltane, smith was I aforetime, and therewithal content, yet am I also son of my father, and he, hark, she whispered, white hand upon his lips, some one comes, through the leaves yonder. So saying she sprang lightly to her feet and stood above him straight and tall, and though she trembled, yet he saw her eyes were fearless and his dagger gleamed steady in her hands. Beltane, my love, she said, thou art so weak, yet am I strong to defend thee against them all. But Beltane rose also and, swaying on unsteady feet, kissed her once and so took his sword, marveling to find it so heavy, and drew it from the scabbard. And ever upon the still air the rustle of leaves grew louder. Beltane, she sighed, they be very near. Hearken. Beltane, thine am I, in life, in death. And this be death, what matter, since we die together? But, leaning on his sword, Beltane watched her with eyes of love yet spake no word, hearkening to the growing stir amid the leaves, until, of a sudden, upon the bank above, the underbrush was parted and a man stood looking down at them, a tall man, whose linked mail glinted evilly and whose face was hid neath a visored casque. Now of a sudden he put up his visor and stepped toward them down the sloping bank. Then the Duchess let fall the dagger and reached out her hands. Gardrick, she sighed, O Gardrick. Chapter XXI of the Tale of Gardrick the Huntsman. Thus came white-haired old Gardrick the Huntsman, lusty despite his years, bright-eyed and garrulous with joy, to fall upon his knees before his lady and to kiss those outstretched hands. Gardrick, she cried, 'tis my good Gardrick, and laughed, though with lips a-tremble. O sweet mistress, quoth he, now glory be to the kind Saint Martin that I do see thee again hale and well. These many days have I followed hard upon thy track, grieving for thee, yet here am I in sooth, my Gardrick, and joyful, see you. Ah, dear my lady, thy wilfulness hath e'en now brought thee into dire perils and dangers. O rueful day! Nay, Gardrick, my wilfulness hath brought me unto my heart's desire. O most joyful day! Lady, I do tell thee here is an evil place for thee. They do say the devil is abroad and goeth up and down and to and fro begirt in mail, lady, doing such deeds as no man ever did. Pentavalon is rife with war and rumors of war, everywhere is whispered talk of war. Death shall be busy within this evil duchy ere long, aye, and even in Mortin, perchance. Nay, hearken. Scarce was thy flight discovered when there came messengers hot-foot to thy guest, Duke Ivo, having word from Sir Guy of Allerdale that one hath arisen calling himself son of Beltane the Strong that once was Duke of Pentavalon, as ye know. And this is a mighty man, who hath, within the week, broke ope my Lord Duke Ivo's dungeon of Bulsay, slain divers of my Lord Duke's good and loyal subjects, and burnt down the great gallows of my Lord Duke. Ah, sighed the Duchess, her brows knit thoughtfully, and what said Duke Ivo to this? Godric smiled, lady, and begged instant speech with thee, and, when thou wert not to be found, then Duke Ivo smiled upon thy trembling counsellors. My lords, said he, I ride south to hang certain rogues and fools. But, when I have seen them dead, I shall come hither again to woo and wed the Duchess Helen. See to it that ye find her, therefore, else will I myself seek her through the length and breadth of Mortain until I find her, aye, with lighted torches, if need be. And dare he threaten us? Cried the Duchess, white hands clenched. Aye, doth he, lady, nodded Godric, garrulous and grim. Thereafter away he rode, he and all his company, and after them, I grieving and alone, to seek thee, dear my lady. And behold, I have found thee, the good Saint Martin be praised. Verily thou hast found me, Godric, sighed the Duchess, looking upon Beltane very wistfully. So now will I guide thee back to thine own fair duchy, gentle mistress, for I do tell thee here in Pentavalon shall be woeful days anon. Even as I came, with these two eyes did I behold the black ruin of Duke Ivo's goodly gallows, a woeful sight. And divers tales have I heard of this gallows burner, how that he did, unaided and alone, seize and bear off upon his shoulders one Sir Patolop, called the Red, Lord Warden of the Marches. So hath Duke Ivo put a price upon his head and decreed that he shall forthright be hunted down, and thereto hath sent runners far and near with his exact description, the which have I heard and can most faithfully repeat an you so desire. Ay me, sighed the Duchess, a little wearily. As thus, lady. Item, calleth himself Beltane, son of Beltane, Duke of Pentavalon that was, item, Beltane, said the Duchess, and started. Item, he is very tall and marvellous strong. Item, hath yellow hair, said the Duchess, and turned to look upon Beltane. Item, goeth in chain mail, and about his middle a broad belt of gold and silver. Item, beareth a great sword whereon is graven the legend, Lady, dost thou attend, ha? Saint Martin aid us, cried Godric, for now, following the Duchess's glance, he beheld Beltane leaning upon his long sword. Then, while Godric stared open-mouthed, the Duchess looked on Beltane, a new light in her eyes and with hands tight clasped, while Beltane looking upon her sighed amain. Helen, he cried, O Helen, 'tis true that I who am Beltane the smith, am likewise son of Beltane, Duke of Pentavalon. Behold, the sword I bear is the sword of the Duke my father, nor must I lay it by until wrong is vanquished and oppression driven hence. Thus, see you, I may not stay to love, within my life it must not be. Yet a while and speaking, Beltane groaned and bowed his head. So came she to him and looked on him with eyes of yearning, yet touched him not. Dear my lord, said she, tender-voiced, thou shouldst make a noble duke, methinks, and yet alas! Needs must I love my gentle Beltane the smith. And I did love him so. Thou art a mighty man at arms, my lord, and terrible in war, meseemeth, oh, methinks thou wilt make a goodly duke indeed. Mayhap, he answered heavily, mayhap, and God spare me long enough. But now must I leave thee, but wherefore? Thou hast heard, I am a hunted man with a price upon my head, by my side goeth death, so will I go also, she murmured, ever and always beside thee. Thou not so, beloved. I must tread me this path alone. As for thee, haste, haste and get thee to Mortin and safety, and there wait for me, pray for me, O my love. Beltane, Beltane, she sighed, dost love me indeed, and yet would send me from thee? Ay, he groaned, needs must it be so. Beltane, she murmured, Beltane, thou shalt be duke within the week, despite Black Ivo. Duke, of Pentavalon. Of Mortin, she whispered, and thou wilt wed me, my lord. Nay, stammered Beltane, nay, outcast am I, my friends very few, to wed thee thus, therefore, were shame, to wed me thus, said she, should be my joy, and thy joy, and Pentavalon's salvation, mayhap. Oh, see you not, Beltane? Thou shouldst be henceforth my lord, my knight at arms, to lead my powers gainst Duke Ivo, teaching Mortin to cringe no more to a usurper, to free Pentavalon from her sorrows. See you not, Beltane? Helen, he murmured, oh Helen, poor am I, a beggar. Beltane, she whispered, and thou wed this lonely maid within the forest, then will I be beggar with thee, but, an thou take to wife the Duchess, then shalt thou be my duke, lord of me and of Mortin, with her 10,000 lances in thy train. Thou wouldst give me so much, he sighed at last, so much, my Helen. Nay, said she, with red lips curved and tender, for this wide world to me is naught without thee, Beltane. And I do need thy mighty arm, to shelter me, Beltane, since Ivo hath defied me, threatening Mortin with fire and sword. So when he cometh, instead of a woman he shall find a man to withstand him, whose sword is swift and strong to smite, and who doth such deeds as no man ever did. So shalt thou be my love, my lord, my champion. Wilt not refuse me the shelter of thy strength, Beltane? Now of a sudden Beltane lifted his head and seized her in his arms and held her close. Quoth he, so be it, my Helen. To wife will I take thee so soon as may be, to hold thee ever in love and reverence, to serve thee ever, to live for thee and for thee to die an needs be. But now strode Gardrick forward, with hands outstretched in eager protest. Lady, he cried, O dear lady, bethink thee, now, bethink thee, thy choice is a perilous choice, yet is it my choice, Gardrick. But, oh, dear my mistress, O my faithful Gardrick, look now upon Lord Beltane, my well-beloved, who shall be Duke of Mortin ere the moon change. Salute thy lord, Gardrick. So, perforce, came old Gardrick to fall upon his knee before Beltane, to take his hand and swear the oath of fealty. Lord Beltane, said he, son art thou of a mighty duke, God send Mortin find in thee such another. Amen, said Beltane. Thereafter Gardrick rose and pointed up to the zenith. Behold, my lady, said he, it groweth to noon and there is danger hereabouts, more danger than I had dreamed. Let us therefore haste over into Mortin, to thy manor of Beltane. But Gardrick, see you not my lord is faint of his wound, and Beltane is far, methinks. Not so, lady, 'tis scarce 6 hours' journey to the north, nay, I do know of lonely bridle paths that shall bring us sooner. To Beltane, mused the Duchess. Winfrieda is there, and yet, let us to Beltane, there will I nurse thee to thy strength again, my Beltane, and there shalt thou wed with me, an it be so thy pleasure in sooth, my lord. So, in a while, they set off through the forest, first Gardrick to guide them, then Beltane astride the great war horse with the Duchess before him, she very anxious for his wound, yet speaking oft of the future with flushing cheek and eyes a dream. Thus, as the sun declined, they came forth of the forest lands and beheld that broad sweep of hill and dale that was Mortin. O loved Mortin, she sighed, O dear Mortin. 'Tis here there lived a smith, my Beltane, who sang of and loved but birds and trees and flowers. 'Tis here there lived a duchess, proud and most disdainful, who yearned for love yet knew naught of it until, upon a day, these twain looked within each other's eyes, O day most blissful. Ah, sweet Mortin! By pleasant ways they went, past smiling fields and sleepy villages bowered mid the green. They rode ever by sequestered paths, skirting shady wood and coppice where birds sang soft a drowsy lullaby, wooing the world to forgetfulness and rest, fording prattling brook and whispering stream whose placid waters flamed to the glory of sunset. And thus they came at last to Beltane, a cloistered hamlet beyond which rose the grey walls of the ancient manor itself. Now as they drew near, being yet sheltered mid the green, old Gardrick halted in his stride and pointed to the highway that ran in the vale below. Lady, quoth he, mine eyes behold, and yet methinks I should know yon horseman that rideth unhelmed so close beside the Lady Winfrieda, that breadth of shoulder, that length of limb. Lady, how think ye? 'Tis Duke Ivo, she whispered. I nodded. Gardrick, armed, see you, yet with but 2 esquires, and with Winfrieda, said the Duchess, frowning. Can it indeed be as I have thought, betimes? And Beltane is a very solitary place. See, whispered Gardrick, the Duke leaveth her. Behold him kiss her hand. Ha, he summoneth his esquires. Hey now, see how they ride, sharp spur and loose bridle, 'tis ever Ivo's way. Now when the Duke and his esquires were vanished in the dusk and the sound of their galloping died away, the Duchess sprang lightly to the sward and bidding them wait until she summoned them, haste on before. Thus, in a while, as Winfrieda the fair paced slowly along upon her ambling palfrey, her blue eyes a-dream, she was suddenly aware of a rustling nearby and, glancing swiftly up, beheld the Duchess Helen standing before her, tall and proud, her black brows wrinkled faintly, her eyes stern and challenging. "Lady, dear my lady," stammered Winfrieda, "is it thou indeed? Since when," quoth the Duchess, soft-voiced yet menacing, "since when doth Winfrieda hold sly meeting with one that is enemy to me and to Mortin?" "Enemy? Nay, whom mean you?" "Indeed O Helen, in sooth 'twas but by chance. Is this treason, my lady Winfrieda, or only foolish amourette?" "Sweet lady, 'twas but chance, and you mean Duke Ivo. He came, I saw, my lady Winfrieda. I pray you go before, we will speak of this anon." "Come, Godric," she called. Then the lady Winfrieda, her beauteous head a-droop, rode on before, sighing deep and oft yet nothing speaking, with the Duchess proud and stern beside her while Beltane and Godric followed after. And so it was they came to the manor of Blaine. Chapter XXII concerning the whiles of Winfrieda the fair. Now in these days did my Beltane know more of joy and come more nigh to happiness than ever in his life before. All day, from morn till eve, the Duchess was beside him, each hour her changing moods won him to deeper love, each day her glowing beauty enthralled him the more, so that as his strength grew so grew his love for her. Oft would they sit together in her garden amid the flowers, and she, busied with her broidering needle, would question him of his doings, and betimes her breast would heave and her dexterous hand tremble and falter to hear of dangers past, or, talking of the future, her gracious head would droop with cheeks that flushed most maidenly, until Beltane, kneeling to her loveliness, would clasp her in his arms, while she, soft-voiced, would bid him beware her needle. To him all tender sweetness, yet to all others within the manor was she the Duchess, proud and stately. Moreover, when she met the lady Winfrieda in hall or bower, her slender brows would wrinkle faintly and her voice sound cold and distant, whereat the fair Winfrieda would bow her meek head, and sighing, wring her shapely fingers. Now it befell upon a drowsy afternoon, that, waking from slumber within the garden, Beltane found himself alone. So he arose and walked amid the flowers thinking of many things, but of the Duchess Helen most of all. As he wandered slowly thus, his head bent and eyes a-dream, he came unto a certain shady arbor where fragrant herb and climbing blooms wrought a tender twilight apt to blissful musing. Now standing within this perfumed shade he heard of a sudden a light step behind him, and turning swift about, his eager arms closed upon a soft and yielding form, and behold, it was Winfrieda. Then Beltane would have loosed his clasp, but her white hands reached up and clung upon his broad shoulders, yet when she spake her voice was low and humble. "My lord Beltane," she sighed, "happy art thou to have won the love of our noble lady, aye, happy art thou. But as for me, alas! Meseemeth her heart is turned 'gainst me these days, I, who was her loved companion and childish playfellow. So now am I very desolate. Wherefore I pray you speak with her on my behalf and win her to forgiveness." "Ah, Messy, when thou shalt be duke indeed, think kindly on the poor Winfrieda, for as I most truly love the Duchess, here needs must she sigh amain and turn aside her shapely head, and thereafter spake, clear and loud, so will I love thee also. Then, while he yet stood abashed by the touch of her and the look in her eyes, she caught his hand to her lips and fled away out of the arbour. But now as he stood staring after her beyond all thought amazed, a white hand parted the leafy screen and the Duchess stood before him. And behold! Her slender brows were wrinkled faintly, and when she spake her voice was cold and distant. "Saw you the Lady Winfrieda, my lord?" "Why truly," stammered Beltane, "truly she was here but now, here, my lord. Alone. She besought me speak thee for her forgiveness, to remind thee of her love aforetime, would plead for her, in sooth. I would but have thee do her justice, Helen, think you I am so unjust, my lord?" "Not so indeed. But she is so young, so fair." "She is very fair, my lord, there be others think the same." "Helen," said he, "O Helen! And thou dost plead for her, and to me, my lord. And with her kisses yet burning thee." "She did but kiss my hand, thy hand, my lord." "Oh thy hand forsooth." "Ay, my hand, lady, and therewith named me duke," quoth Beltane, beginning to frown. Whereat needs must the Duchess laugh, very soft and sweet yet with eyes aglow beneath her lashes. "Duke Messy! She names thee so betimes, meseemeth. Thou art not duke yet, nor canst thou ever be but of my favour. And the time flieth apace," sighed Beltane, "and I have mighty things to do. Oh, methinks I have tarried here overlong. And wouldst be going, Messy? 'Tis so methinks my duty. Go you alone, Messy, or goeth she with thee?" God! How dare ye so think?" cried Beltane, in anger so fierce and sudden that though she fronted him yet smiling, she drew back a pace. Whereat his anger fell from him and he reached out his hands. "Helen," said he, "O my Helen, what madness is this? Thou art she I love, doth not thine heart tell thee so?" And fain would he have caught her to him. Touch me not," she cried, and steel flickered in her hand. "This, to me," quoth he, and laughed short and bitter, and catching her wrist, shook the dagger from her grasp and set his foot upon it. "And doth it come to this, twixt thee and me?" he sighed. "Oh," she panted, "I have loved thee nor shamed to show thee my love. Yet because my love is so great, so, methinks, and need be I might hate thee more than any man." Then, quick breathing, flushed and trembling, she turned and sped away, leaving Beltane heavy-hearted, and with the dagger gleaming beneath his foot. Chapter 23 of the humility of Helen. The proud Beltane, leaning forth of his lattice, stared upon the moon with doleful eyes, heavy with sense of wrong and big with self-pity. "I have dreamed a wondrous fair dream," said he within himself, "but all dreams must end, so is my dream vanished quite and I awake, and being awake, now will I arise and go upon my duty." Then turned he to his bed that stood beside the window and forthwith began to arm himself, but with every lace he drew, with every strap he buckled, he sighed amain and his self-pity waxed the mightier. He bethought him of his father's sayings anent the love of women, and in his mind condemned them all as fickle and light-minded. And in a while, being armed from head to foot, in glistening coif and hauberk and with sword girt about his middle, he came back to the lattice and leaned him there to stare again upon the moon, to wait until the manor should be wrapped in sleep and to grieve for himself with every breath he drew. Being thus so profoundly occupied and, moreover, his head being thrust without the window, he heard naught of the tap upon his chamber door nor of the whispered sound of his name. Thus he started to feel a touch upon his arm, and turning, beheld the Duchess. She wore a simple robe that fell about her body's round loveliness in sweetly revealing folds. Her hair, all unbraided, was caught up neath a jewelled fillet in careless fashion, but, oh surely, surely, never had she looked so fair, so sweet and tender, so soft and desirable as now, the teardrops yet agleam upon her drooping lashes and her bosom yet heaving with recent grief. And, thou art armed, my lord. I ride for Thrasfordham with Inborn this night, my lady. But I am come to thee, humbly, craving thy forgiveness, Beltane. Naught have I to forgive thee, lady, save that thou art woman. Thou wouldest not have me, a man, messy. 'Twould be less hard to leave thee. Thou art leaving me then, Beltane. Yea, indeed, my lady. The woes of Pentavalon call to me with 1,000 tongues, I must away, pray God I have not tarried too long. But art yet weak of thy wound, Beltane. I pray thee tarry a little longer. Ah, my lord, let not 2 lives go empty because of the arts of a false friend, for well do I know that Winfrida, seeing me coming to thee in the garden, kissed thee of set purpose, that, beholding, I might grieve. Is this indeed so, my lady? She did confess it but now. Said she so indeed? I, my lord, after I had pulled her hair a little. But oh, my Beltane, even when I thought thee base, I loved thee. Ah, go not from me, stay but until tomorrow, and then shalt thou wed me for thine own. Leave me not, Beltane, for indeed, I cannot live without thee. So saying, she sank down upon his couch, hiding her face in the pillow. Now came Beltane and leaned above her. Helen, he whispered, and falling upon his knees, he set his arms about her. Then lifted she her tearful face and looked upon him in the moonlight, and lying thus, of a sudden reached out white arms to him, and in her eyes was love, and on her quivering lips and in all the yearning beauty of her, love called to him. Close, close he caught her in his embrace, kissing her hard and fierce, and her long hair came down to veil them in its glory. Then, trembling, he lifted her in his arms and bore her forth of his chamber out into the hall beyond, where lights flickered against arras-hung wall. There, falling upon his knees before her, he hid his face within the folds of her habit. "O Helen," he groaned, "thou art so beautiful, so beautiful that I grow afraid of thee. Wed me this night, or in mercy let me begone. And now did the Duchess look down upon him with eyes of wonder changing to a great and tender joy, and stooping, put back his mail coif with reverent hand and laid her cheek upon that bowed and golden head. Beltane, she whispered, O Beltane of mine, now do I know thee indeed for a true man and noble knight. Such love as thine honoureth us both. So beloved, this night, within the hour, shalt thou wed with me, and I joy to hear thee call me, wife. Therewith she turned and left him there upon his knees. Chapter XV of what befell at Beltane late though the hour, full soon the manor was astir, lights glimmered in the great hall where were gathered all the household of the Duchess, her ladies, her tirewomen, the porters and serving men, even to the scullions, all were there, staring in wonderment upon the Duchess, who stood before them upon the dais in a rich habit of blue and silver and with her golden fillet on her brow. Good friends, said she, looking round upon them happy-eyed, hither have I summoned ye, for that this night, here before you all, 'tis my intent to wed this noble knight Beltane, son of Beltane Duke of Pentavalon aforetime, who shall henceforth be lord of me and of Mortin. Now did Winfrida the fair start and therewith clench pink palms and look quick-eyed upon my Beltane, noting in turn his golden hair, his belt of silver and the great sword he bore, and, biting her red lip, she stooped her beauteous head, frowning as one in sudden perplexity. So now spake on the Duchess, let us to the chapel where good Father Angelo shall give us heaven's blessing upon this our union. Lady, said Gardrick, Friar Angelo was summoned to the village this night, nor is he come again yet. Then go fetch him, sighed the Duchess, and oh, Gardrick, hasten. Thereafter turned she to the assemblage, gentle-eyed. Friends, said she, since I am greatly happy this night, so would I have ye happy likewise. Therefore I decree that such as are serfs among ye shall go free henceforth, and to such as are free will I give grants of land that ye may come to bless this night and remember it ever. But now, even as they fell on their knees, mid cries of gratitude and joyful acclaim, she, smiling and gracious, passed out of the hall, yet, as she went, beckoned the Lady Winfrida to follow. Being come into her chamber, all three, the Duchess sank down beside the open lattice and looked out upon the garden all bathed in the tender radiance of the moon. Anon she sighed and spake, My Lady Winfrida, on this my wedding night a new life dawns for Mortin and for me, wherein old harms shall be forgiven and forgot, so come, kiss me, Winfrida. Then swiftly came the beauteous Winfrida to kneel at her lady's feet, to clasp her lady's slender hand, to kiss it oft and bathe it in her tears. O sweet my lady, am I indeed forgiven? Ay, most truly. Am I again thy loved companion and thy friend? So shall it be, Winfrida. Then, O dear Helen, as sign all is forgot and we lovers again, let us pledge each other, here and now, to thy future happiness and glory. Ay, be it so, sighed the Duchess, bring wine, for I am athirst. Then turned she to the lattice again and Winfrida went lightly on her errand. Now, yet gazing upon the moon, The Duchess reached out and drew Beltane beside her. "Dear my love," she whispered, "in but a little hour I shall be thine, art happy in the thought?" "Nay," she sighed, white hands against his mailed breast, "beloved, wait, kiss me not again until the hour be past. Lean here thy golden head and look with me upon the splendor of the night. See the pale moon, how placid and serene, how fair and stately she doth ride, so may thy life be in coming years," said Beltane. "And wilt love me ever, Beltane, no matter what betide?" "Ever and always, so long as thou art Helen." "Nay, why dost tremble? O my lord, see yonder, that cloud, how black, see how it doth furtive creep upon the gentle moon, 'tis a long way hence, my Helen. Yet will it come? Ah, think you 'tis a portent? O would the gentle Angelo were here, and yet, an he were come, methinks I might wish him hence, for that, loving thee so, yet am I a maid, and foolish. Ah, who is here, not Angelo so soon? What, 'tis thou, Winfrida? Welcome, bring hither the goblet." So came Winfrida, and falling on her knee gave the goblet into her lady's hand, who, rising, turned to Beltane looking on him soft-eyed across the brimming chalice. "Lord and husband," she breathed, "now do I drink to thy glory in arms, to our future, and to our abiding love." So the Duchess raised the goblet to her lips. But lo! Even as she drank, the thick, black cloud began to engulf the moon, quenching her radiant light in its murky gloom. So the Duchess drank, and handed the goblet to Beltane. "To thee, my Helen, whom only shall I love until death and beyond." Then Beltane drank also, and gave the cup to Winfrida, but, even as he did so, the Duchess uttered a cry and pointed with hand a tremble, "O Beltane, the moon that was so bright and glorious, 'tis gone, the cloud hath blotted it out." "Ah, Beltane, what doth this portend? Why do I tremble thus because the moon is gone?" "Nay, my beloved," quoth Beltane, kissing those slender fingers that trembled upon his lip and were so cold, so deadly cold, "dear Helen, it will shine forth again bright and radiant as ever." "Yet why is my heart so cold, Beltane, and wherefore do I tremble?" "The night grows chill, mayhap." "Nay, this cold is from within." "Oh, I would the moon would shine." "Nay, let us speak of our future, my Helen, the future," she sighed, "what doth it hold? Strife and bitter war for thee and a weary waiting for me, and shouldst thou be slain, ah, Beltane, forgive these fears and vain imaginings. Indeed, 'tis most unlike me to fear and tremble thus. I was ever accounted brave until now, is 'tis love, think you, doth make me coward? 'Tis not death I fear, save for thy dear Sake." "Death? Nay, what have we to do with such, thou and I? This is our wedding night, and yet, I feel as if this night, I were leading thee, to thy death. Oh, am I mad, forsooth? Hold me close, beloved, comfort me, Beltane, I am afraid." Then Beltane lifted her in his arms and brought her to the hearth, and, setting her in the fire glow, kneeled there, seeking to comfort her. And now he saw her very pale, sighing deep and oft and with eyes dilated and heavy. "Beltane," said she slowly, "I grow weary, 'tis the fire, methinks." And smiling faintly she closed her eyes, yet sighed and gazed upon him as one new waked. "Did I sleep?" she questioned drowsily. "Beltane," she sighed, speaking low and thick, "I charge thee, whatsoe'er the future doth bring, yet love me alway, or I, methinks, shall die." A while she lay against him breathing deep and slow, then started of a sudden, looking upon him vague-eyed. "Beltane," she murmured, "art there, beloved? 'Tis dark, and my eyes heavy. Methinks I must sleep a while. Take me to my women. I must sleep, yet will I come to thee soon, soon, beloved." So Beltane brought her to the door, but as he came thither the broidered curtain was lifted and he beheld Winfrida, who ran to her mistress, kissing her oft and sighing over her. "Winfrida," sighed the Duchess, slumberous of voice, "I grow weary, I must sleep a while. Thou art overwrought, dear lady. Come, rest you until the holy Angelo be come, so shalt be thine own sweet self anon." And when the Duchess was gone, Beltane sat and stared upon the fire and felt himself vaguely troubled, yet even so, as he watched the leaping flame, his head nodded and he slept, yet sleeping, dreamed he heard the Duchess calling him, and opening his eyes, found the fair Winfrida beside him. "My lord Beltane," said she softly, "thy Duchess biddeth thee wait her in the chapel, follow me, Messie." Now being yet heavy with sleep, Beltane arose and followed her through an opening in the arras nearby, and down a narrow stair, stumbling often as he went and walking as one in a dream. So by devious ways Winfrida brought him into a little chapel, where, upon the altar, was a crucifix with candles dim burning in the gloom. "Wait here, my lord," said Winfrida, "so will I go prepare my lady. Friar Angelo doth stay to do his holy office." So speaking, Winfrida turned and was gone. Then Beltane came unto the altar and, kneeling there, leaned his heavy head upon the fair white altar cloth, and kneeling thus, fell asleep. The altar beneath him seemed of a sudden riven and split asunder and, while he gazed, behold the fair white altar cloth grew fouled and stained with blood, new blood, that splashed down red upon the white even as he watched. Then did Beltane seek to rise up from his knees, but a heavy weight bore him ever down, and hands huge and hairy gripped him fierce and strong. But beholding these merciless hands, a sudden mighty rage came upon Beltane, and struggling up, he stood upon his feet and drew sword, but the fierce hands had crept up to his naked throat, cutting off his breath. The sword was dashed from his loosening grasp. The weight about him grew too much for his strength. It bore him down and down into a pitchy gloom where all was very still. A wind, sweet and cool, breathed upon his cheek. Grass was below and trees above him, shadowy trees beyond which a pallid moon rose high, very placid and serene. Now as Beltane stared heavenward the moon was blotted out, a huge and hairy face looked down in his, and hairy hands lifted him with mighty strength. Then Beltane thought to see the Duchess Helen standing by in her gown of blue and silver. "Helen," he whispered. But she paid no heed, busied in fastening about her the nun's long cloak that veiled her down from head to foot. So the mighty arms that held Beltane bore him to a horse near by, and across this horse he was flung. Thereafter the monster mounted also, and they moved off amid the trees. Thus was Beltane borne from Blaine upon his wedding night, dazed, bleeding and helpless in his bonds. Yet even so, ever as they went he watched her who rode near by, now in moonlight, now in shadow, so youthful and shapely, but with hood drawn low as she had worn it when he bore her through the forest in his arms. And ever as they went he watched the pale gleam of her hand upon the bridle, or her little foot in its embroidered shoe, or the fold of her blue gown with its silver needlework. And ever the trouble in his dazed brain grew the deeper. Once, as they crossed a broad glade, she rode up close beside him, and beneath her hood he saw a strand of her glorious hair, bright under the moon. Then did he writhe and struggle in his bonds. "Helen," he cried, "O Helen!" But a great hand, coarse and hairy, came upon his mouth, stopping the cry and choking him to silence. So they bore my Beltane southwards through the misty woods, on and ever on, till with the dawn they were come to a castle great and very strong, where battlement and tower frowned upon the paling stars. But with the dawn, mid the gloom of the little chapel of Blaine, came one who stood, haggard and pallid as the dawn, to stare wild-eyed upon a great sword and upon a torn and blood-stained altar cloth, and so gazing, she shrank away back and back, crouching down amid the gloom. When at last the sun arose, it glittered on a long broad blade, across which, upon the rough pavement, lay one very silent and very still, amid the tumbled glory of her hair. Chapter XXV How Beltane became captive to Sir Ptolemy Horn, lustily winded, waked my Beltane from his swoon, waked him to a glimmering world vague and unreal, where lights flared and voices sounded, hoarse and faint, in question and answer. Thereafter, down rattled drawbridge and up creaked portcullis, and so, riding 'neath a deep and gloomy arch they came out into a courtyard, where were many vague forms that flitted to and fro, and many more lights that glinted on steel bassinet and hauberk of mail. Now as Beltane lay helpless in his bonds he felt a hand among his hair, a strong hand that lifted his heavy, drooping head and turned up his face to the glare of the torches. "How now, fool?" cried a gruff voice, "here's not thy meat, ha, what would ye, fool? Look upon another fool, forsooth, is he methinks that cometh so into Garthlaxton keep." Now hereupon, opening unwilling eyes, Beltane looked up into the face of Beda the jester that bent above him with a ring of steel begirt faces beyond. "Aha," quoth the jester, clapping Beltane's pale and bloody cheek, "here is a fool indeed, forsooth, a very foolish fool, hither come through folly, for being great of body and small of wit, look you, his follieth hither brought him in shape of a hairy, ape-like fool." "Ape," growled a voice, and the jester was seized in a hairy hand and shaken till his bells jingled, and now Beltane beheld his captor, a dwarf-like, gnarled and crooked creature, yet huge of head and with the mighty arms and shoulders of a giant, a fierce, hairy monster, whose hideousness was set off by the richness of his vesture. "Ape, quotha," he growled. "Dare ye name Ulf the strong ape, forsooth? Ha! So will I shake the flesh from thy bones." But now, she who sat her horse near by so proud and stately, reached forth a white hand, touching Ulf the strong upon the arm, and lo! in that moment, he loosed the breathless jester and spake with bowed head, "Dear my lady, I forgot." Then turning to the grinning soldiery he scowled upon them. "Dogs," quoth he, "go to your master and say Helen, Duchess of Mortin bringeth a wedding gift to Ivo, called the Black. Behold here he that slew 20 within the green, that burned down Black Ivo's goodly gallows, that broke the dungeons of Bulsay and bore Red Patolop into the green. Behold him ye seek, Beltane, son of Beltane the strong, heretofore Duke of Pentavalon." Now hereupon arose a mighty turmoil and excitement, all men striving to behold Beltane, to touch him and look upon his drooping face, but Ulf's mighty hand held them back, one and all. And presently came hasting divers esquires and knights, who, beholding Beltane, his costly mail, his silver belt and golden hair, seized upon him right joyfully and bore him into an inner ward, and threw him down upon the floor, marvelling and rejoicing over him, while Beltane lay there fast bound and helpless, staring up with frowning brow as one that strives to think, yet cannot. Now suddenly the noise about him ceased, all voices were hushed, and he was aware of one who stood nearby, a doleful figure swathed in bandages, who leaned upon the arm of a tall esquire. And looking upon this figure, he saw it was Sir Patolop the Red. "Ha! By the eyes of God," quoth Sir Patolop, "'tis he himself. O sweet sight, see, I grow better already." "Who brought him, say you?" "Lord, 'twas the Duchess Helen," said one. "Helen," cried Sir Patolop, "Helen of Mortin?" "Aye, Lord, as her wedding gift to our Lord Duke Ivo." Now hereupon Beltane's staring eyes closed, the great muscles of his body twitched and writhed and stood out gnarled and rigid a while, then he sighed, a slow, hissing breath, and lay there staring up wide-eyed at the vaulted roof again. Came she herself, Raoul? "Aye, good my lord." "Why, then, admit her." "God's love, messiahs, would ye keep the glorious Helen without?" "Lord, she is gone, she and her ape-man both." "Gone? Gone, forsooth. 'Tis strange, and yet 'tis like the wilful Helen. Yet hath she left her wedding gift in my keeping. Oh, a rare gift, a worthy gift and most acceptable. Strip me off his armor, yet no, as he came, so shall he bide until my Lord Duke be come. Bring now shackles, strong and heavy, bring fetters and rivets, so will I sit here and see him trussed." And presently came 2 armorers with hammers and rivets, and shackled Beltane with heavy chains, the while Sir Patolop, sitting near, laughed and spake him right jovially. But Beltane suffered it all, uttering no word and staring ever straight before him with wide, vague eyes, knitting his brow ever and anon in troubled amaze like a child that suffers unjustly, wherefore Sir Patolop, fondling his big chin, frowned. "Ha," quoth he, "let our Duke that hath no duchy be lodged secure, to the dungeons, aye, he shall sleep with rats until my Lord Duke Ivo come to see him die, yet stay. The dungeons be apt to sap a man's strength and spirit, and to a weak man death cometh over soon and easy. Let him lie soft, feed full and sleep sound, let him have air and light, so shall he wax fat and lusty against my Lord Duke's coming. See to it, Tristan." So they led Beltane away jangling in his fetters, across divers courtyards and up a narrow, winding stair and thrust him within a chamber where was a bed and above it a loophole that looked out across a stretch of rolling, wooded country. Now being come to the bed, Beltane sank down thereon, and setting elbow to knee, rested his heavy head upon his hand as one that fain would think. "Helen," he whispered, and so whispering, his strong fingers writhed and clenched themselves within his yellow hair. And thus sat he all that day, bowed forward upon his hand, his fingers tight clenched within his hair, staring ever at the square flagstone beneath his foot, heedless alike of the coming and going of his gaoler or of the food set out upon the bench hard by. Day grew to evening and evening to night, yet still he sat there, mighty shoulders bowed forward, iron fingers clenched within his hair, like one that is dead, insomuch that his gaoler, setting down food beside the other untasted dishes, looked upon him in amaze and touched him. "Aho," said he, "wake up. Here be food, look ye, and, by Saint Crispin, rich and dainty. And drink, good wine, wake and eat." Then Beltane's clutching fingers relaxed and he raised his head, blinking in the rays of the lantern, and looking upon his rumpled hair, the gaoler stared and peered more close. Quoth he, "Methought thou wert a golden man, yet art silver also, meseemeth." "Fellow," said Beltane harsh-voiced and slow, "Troy town was burned, and here was great pity, methinks, for 'twas a fair city. Yet to weep o'er it these days were a fond madness. Come, let us eat." But as Beltane uprose in his jangling fetters, the gaoler, beholding his face, backed to the door, and slamming it shut, barred and fast bolted it, yet cast full many a glance behind as he hasted down the winding stair. Then Beltane ate and drank, and thereafter threw himself upon his narrow couch, but his fetters jangled often in the dark. Thus as he lay, staring upwards into the gloom, he was aware of the opening of the iron-clamped door, and beheld his gaoler bearing a lantern and behind him Sir Patolop leaning on the arm of his favourite esquire, who, coming near, looked upon Beltane nodding right jovially. "Messy Beltane," quoth he, "thou didst dare set up thyself against Ivo our lord the Duke, O fool! 'Tis said thou hast sworn to drive him forth of Pentavalon, seeking her to wife, O fool of fools! Didst think, presumptuous rogue, that she, the glorious Helen, that Helen the beautiful, whom all men desire, would stoop to thee, an outcast, wolf's head and outlaw that thou art? Didst dare think so, forsooth. Tomorrow, belike, my Lord Duke shall come, and mayhap shall bring the Duchess Helen in his train, to look upon the manner of thy dying. Now hereupon up started Beltane that his fetters clashed, and laughed so sudden, so fierce and harsh, that Raoul the esquire clapped hand to dagger, and even red Patolop started. Sweet Lord, quoth Beltane, noble messy Patolop, of thy boundless mercy, of thy tender ruth grant unto me this boon. When ye shall have done me to death, cut off this head of mine and send it to Helen the beautiful, the wilful, in memory of what befell at Beltane. Chapter XXVI of the horrors of Garth-Laxton Keep, and how a devil entered into Beltane. 6 days came and went, and during all this time Beltane spake word to no man. Every evening came Sir Patolop leaning on the arm of Raoul the esquire, to view his prisoner with greedy eyes and ply him with jovial talk, whiles Beltane would lie frowning up at the mighty roof beams, or sit, elbows on knee, his fingers clenched upon that lock of hair that gleamed so strangely white amid the yellow. Now upon the 7th evening, as he sat thus, came Sir Patolop according to his wont, but tonight he leaned upon the shoulder of Beda the jester, whose motley flared gainst rugged wall and dingy flagstone, and whose bells rang loud and merry by contrast with the gloom. Quoth Sir Patolop, seated upon the bench and smiling upon Beltane's grim figure, he groweth fat to the killing. Seest thou, my Beda, a young man and hearty, very hale and strong, and therefore meet for death. So strong a man should be long time a-dying, and death be coaxed and managed well. And Tristan is more cunning and doth more love for his craft than ever had Black Roger. With care, Beda, I say with care, messy Beltane should die from dawn to sundown. Alack, sighed the jester, death shall take him over soon, as thou dost say, and there's the pity on't. Soon, fool, soon. Now out upon thee for a fool in grain, forsooth, sweet lord, fool am I, mark these bells. Yet thou art a greater. How, sirrah? In that thou art a greater man, fair, sweet lord, greater in might, greater in body, and greater in folly. Ha, wouldst mock me, knave? For perceive me, fair and gentle lord, as this base body of ours being altogether thing material is also thing corruptible, so is it also a thing finite, and as it is a thing finite so are its sensations, be they of pleasure or pain, finite also, therefore soon must end. Now upon the other hand, how now? What babbling folly is here? As I say, most potent lord, upon the other hand, as the mind, being altogether thing transcendental, is also thing incorruptible, so is it also a thing infinite, and being a thing infinite so are its sensations infinite also, therefore everlasting. Ha, there's reason in thy folly, methinks. What more? Bethink thee, Lord, there be divers rogues who, having provoked thy potent anger, do lie even now awaiting thy lordly pleasure. Now irons be heating for them, moreover they are, by thy will, to suffer the grievous torment of the pulleys and the wheel, and these, as I do know, be sharp punishments and apt to cause prodigious outcry. Now, To hear one cry out beneath the torture is an evil thing for youthful ears, and one not soon forgot. Forsooth, I begin to see thy meaning, good fool, yet say on. Let this thy prisoner be set within the cell above the torture chamber, so, lying within the dark he must needs hear them cry below, and in his mind shall he suffer as they suffer, every pang of racking wheel and searing iron. And, because the mind is thing infinite, enough. O most excellent Beda, 'tis well bev out. O, rare fool, so shall it be. Forthwith Sir Ptolemy summoned certain of his guard, and, incontinent, Beltane was dragged down the winding stair and thereafter fast shut within a place of gloom, a narrow cell breathing an air close and heavy, and void of all light. Therefore Beltane sat him down on the floor, his back to the wall, staring upon the dark, chin on fist. Long he sat thus, stirring not, and in his heart a black void, deeper and more awful than the fetid gloom of any dungeon, a void wherein a new Beltane came into being. Now presently, as he sat thus, upon the silence stole a sound, low and murmurous, that rose and fell yet never quite died away. And Beltane, knowing what sound this was, clenched his hands and bowed his face upon his knees. As he listened, this drone grew to a sudden squealing cry that rang and echoed from wall to wall, whilst Beltane, crouched in that place of horror, felt the sweat start out upon him, yet shivered as with deadly cold, and ever the cries thrilled within the dark or sank to whimpering moans and stifled supplications. And ever Beltane hearkened to these fell sounds, staring blindly into the gloom, and ever the new Beltane grew the stronger within him. Hour after hour he crouched thus, so very silent, so very quiet, so very still, but long after the groans and wailings had died to silence, Beltane stared grim-eyed into the gloom and gnawed upon his fingers. Of a sudden he espied a glowing spark in the angle of the wall to the right, very small, yet very bright. Now as he watched, behold the spark changed to a line of golden light, so that his eyes ached and he was fain to shade them in his shackled arm, and thus he beheld a flagstone that seemed to lift itself with infinite caution, and, thereafter, a voice breathed his name. Messie Beltane. And now through the hole in the floor behold a hand bearing a lantern, an arm, a shoulder, a shrouded head. Thus slowly a tall, cloaked figure rose up through the floor, and, setting down the lantern, leaned toward Beltane, putting back the hood of his mantle, and Beltane beheld Beda the jester. Art awake, Messie Beltane? Aye, quoth Beltane, lifting his head. And I have used mine ears. The wheel and the pulley are rare begetters of groans, as thou didst foretell, fool. 'Twas a good thought to drag me hither, it needed but this. Now am I steel, without and within. Oh, 'tis a foul world. Nay, Messie, 'tis a fair world wherein be foul things, they call them men. As to me, I am but a fool, mark this motley, yet hither I caused thee to be dragged that I might save those limbs o' thine from wheel and pulley, from flame and gibbet, and set thee free within a world which I do hold a fair world. Yet first, those fetters, behold hammer and chisel. Oswin, thy gaoler, sleepeth as sweet as a babe, and wherefore? For that I decocted lethe in his cup. Likewise the guard below. My father, that lived here before me, and died of a jest out of season, was skilled in herbs, and I am his son. My father, that bled out his life neath my lord's supper table, knew divers secret ways within the thickness of these walls, so do I know more of Ptolop's castle than doth Ptolop himself. Come, reach hither thy shackles and I will cut them off. A chisel is swifter than a file, and why would st give me life, fool? For that 'tis a useful thing, messy, and perchance as sweet to thee this night within thy dungeon as to me upon a certain day within the green that you may wot of. So speaking, Beda the jester cut asunder the chain that bound the fetters, and Beltane arose and stretched himself and the manacles gleamed on each wide sundered wrist. Quoth he, what now? Whereat the jester, sitting cross-legged upon the floor, looked up at him and spake on this wise, 2 days agone as I walked me in the green, dreaming such foolish dreams as a fool may, there came, very suddenly, a sorry wight, a wild man, very ragged, who set me his ragged arm about my neck and a sharp dagger to my throat, and thus, looking him within the eyes, I knew him for that same Roger from whose hand thou didst save me aforetime. Beda, says he, I am he that hanged and tortured men at my lord's bidding, I am Roger, and my sins be many. Then prithee, says I, prithee, Roger, add not another to thy sins by cutting the throat of a fool. Needs must I, says he, dolorous of voice, unless thou dost answer me 2 questions. Nay, I will answer thee 200 and thou leave my throat unslit, says I. But 2, says Roger, sighing. First, doth Ptolop hold him I seek? Him, says I, him they call Beltane, says Roger, doth he lie prisoned within Garth Laxton? He doth, quoth I. Now for thine other question. 'Tis this, says Roger, wilt aid us to win him free? Why look ye, Roger, says I, 'tis only a fool that seeketh aid of a fool, and fool am I, says Roger, but thou art a live fool, promise, therefore, or wilt be naught but a dead fool. Roger, says I, thou didst once try to slay me in the green ere now. I, says Roger, and my lord Beltane saved thy carcass and my soul. I, quoth I, and e'en a fool can repay. So was I but now dreaming here within this boscage how I might perchance win this same Beltane to life without thy scurvy aid, Black Roger. Moreover, methinks I know a way, and thou spare me life to do it. I, forsooth, says Roger, putting away his dagger, thou wert ever a fool of thy word, Beda, so now do I spare thy life, and sparing it, I save it, and thus do I cut another accursed notch from my belt. Why, then, says I, tomorrow night be at the Riven Oak by Brangton thicket an hour before dawn. So be it, Beda, says he, and so I left him cutting at his belt. And lo, am I here, and within an hour it should be dawn. Follow, Messie. So saying, Beda rose, and taking the lantern, began to descend through the floor, having first shown how the flagstone must be lowered in place. Thereafter, Beltane followed the jester down a narrow stair built in the thickness of the wall, and along a passage that ended abruptly, nor could Beltane see any sign of door in the solid masonry that barred their way. Here Beda paused, finger on lip, and extinguished the lantern. Then, in the dark a hinge creaked faintly, a quivering hand seized Beltane's manacled wrist, drawing him on and through a narrow opening that yawned suddenly before them. Thereafter the hinge creaked again and they stood side by side within a small chamber where was a doorway hung across with heavy curtains beyond which a light burned. Now even as Beltane looked thitherward, he heard the rattle of dice and a sleepy voice that cursed drowsily, and shaking off the clutching, desperate fingers that strove to stay him, he came, soft treading, and peered through the curtains. Thus he beheld two men that faced each other across a table whereon was wine, with dice and store of money, and as they played, these men yawned, leaning heavily upon the table. Back swept the curtains and striding into the room Beltane stared upon these men, who, yet leaning upon the table, stared back at him open-mouthed. But, beholding the look in his blue eyes and the smile that curled his mouth, they stumbled to their feet and sought to draw weapon. Then Beltane sprang and caught them each about the neck, and, swinging them wide-armed, smote their heads together, and together these men sank in his grasp and lay in a twisted huddle across the table among the spilled wine. A coin rang upon the stone floor, rolled into a distant corner and came to rest. The jester gasped in the shadow of the curtains, and so came silence, broke only by the soft drip, drip of the spilled wine. "Oh, mercy of God," whispered the jester hoarsely at last, "what need was there for this? They would have slept," I smiled Beltane, "but not so soundly as now, methinks. Come, let us go." Silently the jester went on before, by narrow passageways that writhed and twisted in the thickness of the walls, up sudden flights of steps until at length they came out upon a parapet whose grim battlements scowled high in air. But as they hasted on, flitting soft-footed 'neath pallid moon, the jester of a sudden stopped, and turning, dragged Beltane into the shadows, for upon the silence came the sound of mailed feet pacing near. Now once again Beltane brake from the jester's clutching fingers and striding forward, came face to face with one that bare a pike on mailed shoulder, and who, beholding Beltane, halted to peer at him with head out thrust. Quoth he, "Ha! Stand! Stand, I say, and speak me who thou art." Then Beltane laughed softly, said he, "O fool, not to know, I am Death," and with the word, he leapt. Came a cry, muffled in a mighty hand, a grappling, fierce yet silent, and Beda, cowering back, beheld Beltane swing a writhing body high in air and hurl it far out over the battlements. Thereafter, above the soft rustle of the night wind, a sound far below, a faint splash, and Beda the jester, shivering in the soft stirring night wind, shrank deeper into the gloom and made a swift motion as though, for all his folly, he had crossed himself. Then came Beltane, the smile still twisting his mouth. Quoth he, "Forsooth, my strength is come back again. Be there any more that I may deal withal, good fool?" "Lord," whispered the shivering jester, "methinks I smell the dawn, come." So Beltane followed him from the battlements, down winding stairs, through holes that whispered in the dark, down more stairs, down and ever down twixt walls slimy to the touch, through a gloom heavy with mildew and decay. On sped the jester, staying not to light the lantern, nor once touching, nor once turning with helping hand to guide Beltane stumbling after in the dark. Then at last, deep in the clammy earth they reached a door, a small door whose rusted iron was handed with mighty clamps of rusted iron. Here the jester paused to fit key to lock, to strain and pant a while ere bolts shrieked and turned, and the door yawned open. Then, stooping, he struck flint and steel and in a while had lit the lantern, and, looking upon Beltane with eyes that stared in the pallor of his face, he pointed toward the yawning tunnel. "Messie," said he, "yonder lieth thy way to life and the world. As thou didst give me life so do I give thee thine. Thou wert, as I remember thee, a very gentle, tender youth. Tonight are 3 dead without reason. Good fool," said Beltane, "thou didst see me born in a prisoner to Garth Laxton. Now, tell me I pray, who was she that rode with us?" "'Twas the Duchess Helen of Mortin, Messie, I saw her hair, moreover, but lo, even as the jester spake, Beltane turned, and striding down the tunnel, was swallowed in the dark." Chapter XXVIII. How Beltane took to the wildwood, a faint glimmer growing ever brighter, a jagged patch of pale sky, a cleft in the rock o'ergrown with bush and creeping vines. This Beltane saw ere he stepped out into the cool, sweet air of dawn. A while he stood to stare up at the sky where yet a few stars showed paling to the day, and to drink in mighty breaths of the fragrant air. And thus, plain to his ears, stole the ripple of running water hard by, and going thitherward he stripped, and naked came down to the stream where was a misty pool and plunged him therein. Now as he bathed him thus, gasping somewhat because of the cold, yet glorying in the rush and tingle of his blood, behold, the leaves parted near by, and uprising in his naked might, Beltane beheld the face of one that watched him intently. "Master," cried a voice harsh but very joyful, "oh dear, my lord!" And Roger sprang down the bank and heedless of the water, plunged in to catch Beltane's hands and kiss them. "Master," he cried. And thus it was these two met again. And presently, having donned clothes and harness, Beltane sat down him beside the brook, head upon hand, staring at the swift running water, whiles Roger, sitting near, watched him in a silent ecstasy. "Whence come ye, Roger?" "From Thrasfordham within Bourne, lord." "Ho, a mighty place, great and strong as Sir Benedict himself. And within Thrasfordham be many lusty fighting men who wait thy coming, for, master, Bourne, I and all the duchy, doth ring with tales of thy deeds." "Hath Sir Benedict many men?" "Ay, within Thrasfordham 500 and more." "So few, Roger?" "And mayhap as many again in Bourne." "But, for Sir Benedict, a right lusty knight in sooth, master. And he doth hunger for sight of thee. He hath had me, with Walkin and the archer, speak full oft of how we fired the gibbet and roars mighty laughs to hear how thou didst bear off Sir Patolop in the green. Ay, Sir Benedict doth love to hear tell of that." "Ay, and what of Duke Ivo, where is he now, Roger? Here 3 enforced Bulsay garrison and all the coast towns and castles of the marches, and lieth at Pentavalon, gathering his powers to attack Thrasfordham, so men say, and hath sworn to burn it within the year, and all therein save only Sir Benedict, him will he hang. 'Tis so proclaimed far and wide. And do men yet come into Sir Benedict? Not so, master. Since Duke Ivo came they are afraid. Ha! And what of the outlaws? There be many wild men within the forests. The outlaws, hey, that doth mind me. I, with Giles and Walkin and the young knight Sir Jocelyn brought down the outlaws upon Thornaby Mill. But when we found thee not, we burned it, and thereafter the outlaws vanished all within the wild wood. Sir Jocelyn rode away singing mighty doleful, and we 3 came to Thrasfordham according to thy word. But when ye came not, master, by will of Sir Benedict we set out, all 3, to find thee, and came to a cave of refuge Walkin Watsof. There do we sleep by night and by day search for thee. And behold, I have found thee, and so is my tale ended. But now, in an hour will be day, master, and with the day will be the hue and cry after thee. Come, let us haste over into Bourne, there shall we be safe so long as Thrasfordham stands. True nodded Beltane and rose to his feet. Go you to Thrasfordham, Roger, Sir Benedict shall need such lusty men as thou, meseemeth. Ay, but what of thee, master? Oh, I'm for the wild wood, to a wild life and wilder doings, being myself a wild man, henceforth, lawful food for flame or gibbet, kin to every clapper-claw rogue and rascal twixt here and Mortin. Nay master, within Thrasfordham ye shall laugh at Black Ivo and all his powers, let us then to Thrasfordham, beseech thee. Nay, I'm for the woods in faith, to seek me desperate rogues, wild men whose lives being forfeit, are void of all hope and fear. So, get thee to Sir Benedict and speak him this from me, to wit, that while he holdeth Ivo in check before Thrasfordham, I will arise indeed and bring with me flame and steel from out the wild wood. When he shall see the night sky aflame, then shall he know I am at work. And when by day he heareth of death sudden and swift, then shall he know I am not idle. Bid him read me this riddle, that bringing from chaos order, so from order will I bring chaos, that order peradventure shall remain. Haste you into Bourne, Roger, and so, fare thee well. Now as he spake, Beltane turned on his heel and strode along beside the brook, but even as he went, so went Roger, whereon Beltane turned frowning. Quoth he, Roger, Thrasfordham lieth behind thee. Ay, master, but death lieth before thee. Why then, death will I face alone, Roger. Nay, master, not while Roger live. Thy man am I, ha, wilt withstand me, Black Roger? Thy man am I, to follow thee in life and go down with thee in death. Now hereupon Beltane came close, and in the dim light Black Roger beheld the new Beltane glaring down at him fierce-eyed and with great mailed fist clenched to smite. But even so Black Roger gave not back, only he drew dagger and strove to set it in Beltane's iron fingers. Take this, quoth he, for, an ye would be free of Roger, first must ye slay him, master. So Beltane took the dagger and fumbled with it a while, then gave it back to Roger's hand. Roger, muttered he, his hand upon his brow, my faithful Roger. So, men can be faithful, saying which he sighed, a long, hissing breath, and hid his face within his mittened hand, and turning, strode swiftly upon his way. Now in a while, they being come into the forest, Roger touched him on the arm. Master, said he, whither do ye go? Nay, it mattereth not so long as I can lie hid a while, for I must sleep, Roger. Then can I bring thee to a place where none shall ever find thee, come, master. So saying, Roger turned aside into the denser wood, bursting a way through a tangle of brush, plunging ever deeper into the wild until they came to a place where great rocks and boulders jutted up amid the green and the trees grew scant. Day was breaking, and before them in the pale light rose a steep cliff, whose jagged outline clothed here and there with brush and vines loomed up before them, barring their advance. But at the foot of this cliff grew a tree, gnarled and stunted, the which, as Beltane watched, Black Roger began to climb, until, being some 10 feet from the ground, he, reaching out and seizing a thick vine that grew upon the rock, stepped from the tree and vanished into the face of the cliff. But in a moment the leaves were parted and Roger looked forth, beckoning Beltane to follow. So, having climbed the tree, Beltane in turn seized hold upon the vine, and stumbling amid the leaves, found himself on his knees within a small cave, where Roger's hand met his. Thereafter Roger led him to the end of the cavern, where was a winding passage very rough and narrow, that brought them to a second and larger cave, as Beltane judged, for in the dark his hands could feel naught but space. Here Roger halted and whistled 3 times, a melodious call that woke many a slumbering echo. And in a while, behold a glow that grew ever brighter, until, of a sudden, a man appeared bearing a flaming pine torch, that showed a wide cave whose rugged roof and walls glistened here and there, and whose rocky floor ended abruptly in a yawning gulf from whose black depths came soft murmurs and ripplings of water far below. Now, halting on the opposite side of this chasm, the man lifted his flaming torch, and lo! it was Walkin, who, beholding Beltane in his mail, uttered a hoarse shout of welcome, and stooping, thrust a plank across the gulf. So Beltane crossed the plank and gave his hand to Walkin's iron grip, and thereafter followed him along winding, low-roofed passageways hollowed within the rock, until they came to a cavern where a fire blazed, whose red light danced upon battered bassinets and polished blades that hung against the wall, while in one corner, upon a bed of fern, Giles o' the Bow lay snoring right blissfully. To him went Roger to shake him into groaning wakefulness and to point with eager finger to Beltane. Whereat up sprang Giles and came running with hands outstretched in welcome, yet of a sudden, paused and stood staring upon Beltane, as did the others also, for the place was very bright and moreover Beltane's mail coif was fallen back. So they looked on him all 3, yet spake no word. Therefore Beltane sat him down beside the fire and rested his head upon his hands as one that is weary. Sitting thus, he told them briefly what had chanced, but of the Duchess he said nothing. And in a while, lifting his head, he saw them watching him all three, and all three incontinent glanced otherwhere. Quoth Beltane, "Wherefore do ye stare upon me?" "Why, as to that, good brother," said the archer, "'tis but that we do think thee something changed of aspect." "Changed," said Beltane, and laughed short and bitter, "Aye, 'tis like I am." "Lord," quoth Walkin, clenching mighty fists, "have they tormented thee? Was it the torture, Lord?" I nodded. Beltane, "'Twas the torture." "So now, good comrades, here will I sleep a while. But first, go forth with the sun and question all ye may of Ivo and his doings, where he doth lie, and where his forces muster. Hear all ye can and bring me word, for methinks we shall be busy again anon." Then, throwing himself upon the bed of fern that Roger had remade, Beltane presently fell asleep. And while he slept came the three, very silent and treading very soft, to look down upon his sleeping face and the manacles that gleamed upon his wrists, and behold, even as he slept, he groaned and writhed, his tender lips grown fierce, a relentless, down-curving line, his jaws grim set, and between his frowning brows a lock of silky hair that gleamed snow-white among the yellow. "The torture," growled Roger, and so, soft as they came, the three turned and left him to his slumber. But oft he moaned, and once he spake a word, sudden and fierce twixt clenched teeth. And the word was, "Helen." Chapter 8. Of the place of refuge within the green. It was toward evening that Beltane awoke, and sitting up, looked about him. He was in a chamber roughly square, a hollow within the rock, part natural and part hewn by hand, a commodious chamber lighted by a jagged hole in the rock above, a fissure all o'ergrown with vines and creeping plants whose luxuriant foliage tempered the sun's rays to a tender green twilight very grateful and pleasant. Now pendant from the opening was a ladder of cords, and upon this ladder, just beneath the cleft, Beltane beheld a pair of lusty, well-shaped legs in boots of untanned leather laced up with leathern thongs. As for their owner, he was hidden quite by reason of the leafy screen as he leaned forth of the fissure. Looking upon these legs, Beltane knew them by their very attitude for the legs of one who watched intently, but while he looked, they stirred, shifted, and growing lax, became the legs of one who lounged. Then, slow and lazily, they began to descend lower and lower until the brown, comely face of Giles Brabble come o'er the hills smiled down upon Beltane with a gleam of white teeth. Cried he, "Hail, noble brother, and likewise the good God bless thee. Hast slept well? It lacketh scarce an hour to sundown, and therefore shouldest eat well. How say ye now to a toothsome haunch o' cold venison, in faith, cunningly cooked and sufficiently salted and seasoned, ha! And mark me, with a mouthful of malmsey, ripely rare. Aho, rich wine that I filched from a fatuous friar jig-jogging within the green. Forsooth, tall brother, 'tis a wondrous place, the greenwood, wherein a man shall come by all he doth need, an he seek far enough. Thus, an my purse be empty, your beefy burger shall, by dint of gentle coaxing, haste to fill me it with good, broad pieces. But, an my emptiness be of the belly, then sweet Saint Giles send me some ambulating abbot or pensive pacing prior, for your churchmen do ever ride with saddle-bags well lined, as I do know, having been bred a monk, and therefore with a rare lust to creature comforts. Now while he spake thus, the archer was busily setting forth the viands upon a rough table that stood hard by, what time Beltane looked about him. "'Tis a wondrous hiding place, this, Giles," quoth he. "Ay, verily, brother, a sweet place for hunted men such as we. Here be caves and caverns enow to hide an army, and rocky passageways, narrow and winding i' the dark, where we four might hold all Black Ivo's powers at bay from now till Gabriel's trump, and we had food enow." Quoth Beltane, "'Tis a fair thought that, and I've heard there be many outlaws in the woods hereabouts. Yet, forsooth, and each and every a clap-a-claw, a rogue in faith. O very lewd, bloody-minded knave see ye now, that would have slain me 3 days agone but for my comrade Walkin. Scurvy dogs, fit for the halter they be, in faith." "Ha," quoth Beltane, thoughtful of brow. "They be wild men, meseemeth. Desperate knaves, one and all, and look ye, they would have slain," I nodded Beltane. "All the offscourings of town and village, and look ye, they would," I said Beltane. "Thieves, rogues and murderers, branded felons, runaway serfs and villeins, 'tis well said Beltane, so shall they be my comrades henceforth." "Thy comrades," stammered the archer, staring in amaze, "thy comrades? These base knaves that would have hanged me, that am freeborn like my father before me, so, peradventure, Giles, will we make them free men also? Howbeit this day I seek them out, seek them, 'tis death. Death let it be, 'tis none so fearful. They will slay thee out of hand, a wild rabblement, lawless and disordered. So would I bring order among them, Giles. And thou shalt aid me." "I, aid thee? How, wouldst have me company with such vile carrion?" "Not I, forsooth. I am a soldier, freeborn, and no serf like Walkin or villein like Roger. But sure you do but jest, brother, so will I laugh with thee." But now, very suddenly, Beltane reached out his long arm and seizing Giles in mighty hand, dragged him to his knees, and Giles, staring up in amaze, looked into the face of the new Beltane whose blue eyes glared 'neath frowning brows and whose lips curled back from gleaming teeth. "Giles," said he softly, rocking the archer in his grasp, "O Giles Brabble, come o' the hills, did I not save thy roguish life for thee? Did not Walkin and Roger preserve it to thee? So doth thy life belong to Walkin and to Roger and to me. 4 men are we together, 4 brothers in arms, vowed to each other in the fulfillment of a purpose, is it not so? Yet, verily, Lord, good men and true are we all, but see you not, Lord, these outlaws be lewd fellows, base-born, see you not, Giles, these outlaws be men, even as we, who, like us, can laugh and weep, can bleed and die, who can use their lives to purpose good or evil, even as we. Therefore, since they are men, I will make of them our comrades also, and it may be. Thus saying, Beltane loosed Giles and turning to the table, fell to eating again while the archer sat upon the floor nursing his bruised arm and staring open-mouthed. Quoth Beltane at last, "We will seek out and talk with these outlaws tonight, Giles." "Talk with a pack of, yet, forsooth," nodded Giles, rubbing his arm. "I am minded to strike such a blow as shall hearten Sir Benedict for the siege and shake Black Ivo's confidence." "Aha!" cried Giles, springing up so that his link mail jingled, "aha! A sweet thought, tall brother. Could we fire another gibbet now, know you where the outlaws lie hid, Giles?" "Nay, lord, none save themselves and Walkin know that. Walkin, methinks, was great among them once." "And where is Walkin?" "So soon as ye slept, lord, he and Roger went forth according to thy word. As for me, I stayed here to watch. From the spy hole yonder you may command the road a wind in the valley, and unseen, you may see. But come, and thy hunger be allayed, reach me thy hand that I may file off those iron bracelets." "Nay, let be, Giles. I will wear them henceforth until my vow be accomplished." Hereupon Beltane arose, and, climbing the ladder, looked forth through a screen of leaves and underbrush and saw that from the fissure the ground sloped steeply down, a boulder-strewn hill thick with gorse and bramble, at whose base the road led away north and south until it was lost in the green of the forest. Now as Beltane stood thus, gazing down at the winding road whose white dust was already mellowing to evening, he beheld one who ran wondrous fleetly despite the ragged cloak that flapped about his long legs, and whose rough-shod feet spurned the dust beneath them so fast 'twas a marvel to behold. Moreover as he ran, he bounded hither and thither, and with every bound an arrow sped by him from where, some distance behind, ran divers foresters but it in a green livery Beltane thought he recognized, but even as Beltane grasped the branches that screened him, minded to swing himself up to the fellow's aid, the fugitive turned aside from the road and came leaping up the slope, but, of a sudden, uttered a loud cry and throwing up his hands fell face down upon the ling and so lay. What time came up one of the pursuers that had outstripped his fellows, but as he paused, his sword shortened for the thrust, up sprang the fugitive, a great axe flashed and whirled and fell, nor need was therefore further stroke. Then, while the rest of the pursuers were yet a great way off, Walkin came leaping up the hill. Back from the ladder Beltane leapt and down through the fissure came Walkin to fall cat-like upon his feet, to shake free the ladder after him, and thereafter to sit panting upon a stool, his bloody axe betwixt his knees. "Ptolop's wolves," he panted, "2 of them have I slain, within the last mile," and grinning, he patted the haft of his axe. "What news, Walkin?" "Death," panted Walkin. "There be 5 dead men a swing from the Bartizan Tower above Garth-Laxton Keep, and one that dieth under the torture e'en now, for I heard grievous outcry, and all by reason of thy escape, lord." come you then from Garthlaxton?" quoth Beltane, frowning. "Aye, Lord. For, see you, 'twas market day, so went I to one I know that is a swineherd, a trusty fellow that bringeth hogs each week unto Garthlaxton. So did we change habits and went to Garthlaxton together, driving the hogs before us. Thereafter, while he was away chaffering, I sat me down in the outer bailey tending my beasts, yet with eyes and ears wide and with my hand upon mine axe neath my cloak lest haply I might chance within striking distance of red Ptolop. And, sitting thus, I heard tell that he had marched out with all his array to join Black Ivo's banner. Whereupon was I mightily cast down. But it chanced the wind lifted my cloak, and one of the warders, spying mine axe, must think to recognize me and gave the hue and cry, whereat I, incontinent, fled ere they could drop the portcullis, and divers rogues after me. Aha! Then did I lead them a right merry dance by moor and moss, by briar and bog, and contrived to slay of them 5 in all. But as to Ptolop, a malison on him. He is not yet to die, meseemeth. But, some day, some day. So saying he kissed the great axe and setting it by came to the table and fell to eating mightily while Giles sat hard by busied with certain arrows, yet betwixt whiles watching Beltane who, crossing to the bed of fern, laid him down thereon and closed his eyes. But of a sudden he raised his head, hearkening to a whistle, soft and melodious, near at hand. "Aha!" exclaimed Giles, setting aside his arrows, "yonder should be Roger, a hungry Roger and therefore surly, and a surly Roger is rare sport to lighten a dull hour. Heaven send our Roger be surly." So saying, the archer went forth and presently came hasting back with Roger at his heels scowling and in woeful plight. Torn and stained and besprent with mud, his rawhide knee boots sodden and oozing water, he stood glowering at Giles beneath the bloody cloud that swathed his head, his brawny fist upon his dagger. "No food left, say ye, Giles, no food, and I a famishing. You and walk in drunk up all the wine betwixt ye, and I a perish. Ha, so now will I let it out again," and out flashed his dagger. "Nay, 'tis but the archer's folly," quoth Walkin, "sit, man, eat, drink, and speak us thy news." "News," growled Roger, seating himself at table, "the woods be thick with Ptolop's rogues seeking my master, rogues known to me each one, that ran to do my bidding aforetime, in especial one Ralpho, that was my assistant in the dungeons once. Thrice did they beset me close, and once did I escape by running, once by standing up to my neck in a pool, and once lay I hid in a tree whiles they, below, ate and drank like ravening swine, and I a famishing. A murrain on 'em, one and all, say I, in especial Ralpho that was my comrade once, may he rot henceforth. Content you, Roger, he doth so," laughed grim Walkin and pointed to his axe. "Forsooth, and is it so?" growled Roger, his scowl relaxing, "now will I eat full and blithely, for Ralpho was an arrant knave." Now when his hunger was somewhat assuaged, Roger turned and looked where Beltane lay. "My master sleepeth," said he, his voice grown gentle. "Nay, Roger, I lie and wait thy news, spake Beltane, his eyes yet closed. Why then, 'tis war, master, battle and siege. The country is up as far as Winnisfaran. Black Ivo lieth at Barham Broom with a great company. I have seen their tents and pavilions like a town, and yet they come, for Ivo hath summoned all his powers to march against Thrasfordham. Twixt here and Pentavalon city, folk do say the roads be a throng with bows and lances, lords and barons, knights and esquires, their pennons flutter everywhere. 'Tis well, sighed Beltane. Well, master, nay, how mean you? That being at Barham Broom, they cannot be otherwhere, Roger. Saw you Ptolop's banner among all these? Aye, master, they have set up his pavilion beside the Duke's. Tell me now, said Beltane, coming to his elbow, how many men should be left within Garthlaxton for garrison, think you? 100, belike, said Walkin. Less, quoth Roger, Garthlaxton is so strong a score of men have held it ere now. 'Tis accounted the strongest castle in all the duchy, save only Thrasfordham. Truly 'tis very strong, said Beltane thoughtfully, and lying down again he closed his eyes and spake slow and drowsily, Aye, 'tis so strong, its garrison, being secure, should sleep sound o' nights. So 'twould be no great matter to surprise and burn it ere the dawn, methinks. Burn Garthlaxton, cried the archer, and sprang up, scattering the arrows right and left. Master, stammered Roger, master, as for Walkin, he, having his mouth full and striving to speak, choked instead. Lord, Lord, he gasped at last, to see Garthlaxton go up in flame, O blessed sight! Its blood-soaked walls crumble to ruin, ah, sweet, rare sight! But alas! 'Tis a mighty place and strong, and we but four, there be outlaws in the wild wood, quoth Beltane. Ha, the outlaws, cried Giles, and clapped hand to thigh. I nodded Beltane, bring me to the outlaws. But bethink thee, tall brother, of what avail 1,000 such poor, ragged, ill-armed ropes gainst the walls of Garthlaxton? They shall not tear you the stones with their fingernails nor rend them with their teeth, cst thou. To burn Garthlaxton, growled Walkin, biting at his fingers. Ha, to give it to the fire. But the walls be mighty and strong and the outlaws scattered. 'Twould take a week to muster enough to attempt a storm, nor have they engines for battery. Enough, said Beltane rising, his brows close drawn, now hearken, and mark me well, the hole whereby one man came out may let 1,000 in. Give me but 100 men at my back and Garthlaxton shall be aflame ere dawn. So, come now, Walkin, bring me to the outlaws. But Lord, these be very wild men, obedient to no law save their own, and will follow none but their own, lawless men forsooth, governed only by the sword and made desperate by wrong and fear of the rope. Then 'tis time one learned them other ways, Walkin. So now I command thee, bring me to them, 'tis said thou wert great among them once. Hereupon Walkin rose and taking up his mighty axe twirled it lightly in his hand. Behold, Lord, said he, by virtue of this good axe am I free of the wild wood, for, long since, when certain lords of Black Ivo burned our manor, and our mother and sister and father therein, my twin brother and I had fashioned 2 axes such as few men might wield, this and another, and thus armed, took to the green where other wronged men joined us till we counted many a score tall fellows, lusty fighters all. And many of Ivo's rogues we slew until of those knights and men at arms that burned our home there none remained save Red Patolop and Gui of Allerdale. But in the green, love came, even to me. So I laid by mine axe and vengeance likewise and came to no happiness until, upon a day, they hanged my brother, and thereafter they slew her, my wife and child, as ye saw. Then would I have joined the outlaws again. But in my place they had set up one Tostig, a sturdy rogue and foul, who ruleth by might of arm and liveth but for plunder, and worse. Him I would have fought, but upon that night I fell in with thee. Thus, see you, though I am free of the wild, power with these outlaws have I none. So, an I should bring thee into their secret lurking place, Tostig would assuredly give thee to swift death. Nor could I save thee, yet must I go, said Beltane, since, while I live, vowed am I to free Pentavalon. And what, think you, is Pentavalon? 'Tis not her hills and valleys, her towns and cities, but the folk that dwell therein, they, each one, man and woman and child, the rich and poor, the high and low, the evil and the good, aye, all those that live in outlawry, these are Pentavalon. So now will I go unto these wild men, and once they follow my call, ne'er will I rest until they be free men every one. Each blow they strike, the wounds they suffer, shall win them back to honorable life, to hearth and home, and thus shall they be free indeed. So, Walkin, bring me to the outlaws. Then stood Walkin and looked upon Beltane neath heavy brows, nothing speaking, and turned him of a sudden and, striding forth of the cave, came back bearing another great axe. Lord, said he, thy long sword is missing, methinks. Take now this axe in place of it. 'Twas my brother's once. See, I have kept it bright, for I loved him. He was a man. Yet man art thou also, worthy, methinks, and able to wield it. Take it therefore, Lord Duke that art my brother in arms, mayhap it shall aid thee to bring order in the wildwood and win Pentavalon to freedom. Howbeit, wheresoe'er thou dost go, though it be to shame and failure, I am with thee. And I, cried Giles, reaching for his bow. And I also, quoth Roger. Chapter 6 How Beltane slew Tostig and spake with the wild men. The sun was down what time they left the hill country and came out upon a wide heath void of trees and desolate, where was a wind cold and clammy to chill the flesh, where rank growing rush and reed stirred fitfully, filling the dark with stealthy rustlings. Master, quoth Roger, shivering and glancing about him, here is Hangston Waste, and yonder the swamps of Hundleby Fen, you can smell them from here. And 'tis an evil place, this, for 'tis said the souls of murdered folk do meet here betimes, and hold high revel when the moon be full. Here, On wild nights witches and warlocks ride shrieking upon the wind, with goblins damned. Ha, say ye so, good Roger, quoth the archer, now the sweet Saint Giles go with us, amen, and he crossed himself devoutly. So went they in silence a while until they were come where the sedge grew thick and high above whispering ooze, and where trees, stunted and misshapen, lifted knotted arms in the gloom. Lord spake Walkin, his voice low and awestruck, here is the marsh, a place of death for them that know it not, where, an a man tread awry, is a quaking slime to suck him under. Full many a man lieth neath the reeds yonder, for there is but one path, very narrow and winding, follow close then, and step where I shall step. Aye, master, whispered Roger, and look ye touch no tree as ye go, 'tis said they do grow from the bones of perished men, so touch them not lest some foul goblin blast thee. So went they, following a narrow track that wound betwixt slow stirring sedge, past trees huddled and distorted that seemed to writhe and shiver in the clammy air until, beyond the swamp, they came to a place of rocks where ragged crags loomed high and vague before them. Now, all at once, Walkin raised a warning hand, as from the shadow of those rocks, a hoarse voice challenged. Stand, cried the voice, who goes? What, and is it thou, rogue Perkine? Cried Walkin, art blind not to know me? I, growled the voice, but blind or no, I see others with thee. Good friends all, quoth Walkin. Stand forth that I may see these friends o' thine. Drawing near, Beltane beheld a man in filthy rags who held a long bow in his hand with an arrow on the string, at sight of whom Roger muttered and Giles held his nose and spat. Aha, growled the man Perkine, peering under his matted hair, I like not the looks o' these friends o' thine, nor with thine, foul fellow, quoth Giles, and spat again wholeheartedly. How, cried Walkin fiercely, do ye dare bid Walkin stand, thou dog's meat? Must I flesh mine axe on thy vile carcass? Not till I feather a shaft in thee, growled Perkine. What would ye? Speak with Eric o' the noose. Aha, and what would ye with half-hung Eric, forsooth? Tostig's our chief, and Tostig's man am I. As for Eric, I, and what of Eric? Spake a third voice, a soft voice and liquid, and a man stepped forth of the rocks with two other men at his heels. Now well met, Eric o' the noose, quoth Walkin. I bring promise of more booty, and mark this, Eric, I bring also him that you wot of. Now upon the man Eric drew near, a broad-set man clad in skins and rusty mail who looked upon Beltane with head strangely askew, and touched a furtive hand to his battered head-piece. Ye come at an evil hour, said he, speaking low-voiced. Tostig holdeth high feast and revel, for today we took a rich booty at the ford beyond Basingthorpe, merchants out of Winnisfarren, with pack horses well laden, and there were women also, in especial, one very fair. Her, Tostig bore hither. But a while since, when he bade them bring her to him, behold, she had stabbed herself with her bodkin. So is she dead and Tostig raging. Thus I say, ye come in an evil hour. Not so, answered Beltane. Methinks we come in good hour. I am fain to speak with Tostig, come, and he stepped forward, but Eric caught him by the arm. Messy, said he soft-voiced, yonder be over 50 lusty fellows, fierce and doughty fighters all, that live but to do the will of Tostig and do proclaim him chief, since he hath proved himself full oft mightiest of all. Nodded Beltane, a strong man, beyond equal, a fierce man that knoweth not mercy, swift to anger and joyful to slay at all times. Why, look you, sighed Beltane, neither am I a lamb. Come, fain am I to speak with this Tostig. A while stood Eric, head aslant, peering at Beltane, then, at a muttered word from Warkin, he shook his head and beckoning the man Perkine aside, led the way through a cleft in the rocks and up a precipitous path beyond, and as he went, Beltane saw him loosen sword in scabbard. Ever as they clomb, the path grew more difficult, until at last they were come to a parapet or outwork with mantelets of osiers beyond, cunningly wrought, above which a pike head glimmered and from beyond which a voice challenged them. But at a word from Eric the sentinel stood aside, and behold, a narrow opening in the parapet through which they passed, and so up another path defended by yet another parapet of osiers. Now of a sudden, having climbed the ascent, Beltane paused and stood leaning upon his axe, for, from where he now stood, he looked down into a great hollow, green and rock-begirt, whose steep sides were shaded by trees and dense growing bushes. In the midst of this hollow a fire burned, whose blaze showed many wild figures that sprawled round about in garments of leather and garments of skins. Its ruddy light showed faces fierce and hairy, it glinted on rusty mail and flashed back from many a dinted headpiece and broad spearhead, and upon the air was the sound of noisy talk and boisterous laughter. Through the midst of this great green hollow a stream wound that broadened out in one place into a still and sleepy pool, upon whose placid surface stars seemed to float, a deep pool whereby was a tall tree. Now beneath this tree, far removed from the fire, sat a great swarthy fellow, chin on fist, scowling down at that which lay at his feet. And of a sudden he spurned this still and silent shape with savage foot. Oswin, he cried, Walsher, throw me this useless carrion into the pool. Hereupon came 2 sturdy rogues who, lifting the dead betwixt them, bore her to the edge of the silent pool. Once they swung and twice, and lo! The floating stars shivered to a sullen splash, and subsiding, rippled softly to the reedy banks. Slowly the swarthy giant rose and stood upon his legs, and Beltane knew him for the tallest man he had ever seen. Oswin, quoth he, and beckoned with his finger. Oswin, did I not bid thee keep watch upon yon dainty light, O love? Now meeting the speaker's baleful eye, the man Oswin sprang back, striving to draw sword, but even so an iron hand was about his throat. He was lifted by a mighty arm that held him a while, choking and kicking above the silent pool until he had gasped and kicked his life out midst shouts and jibes and hoarse laughter. Thereafter again the sullen waters quivered, were still, and Tostig stood, empty-handed, frowning down at those floating stars. Then Beltane leapt down into the hollow and strode swift-footed, nor stayed until he stood face to face with Tostig beside the sullen pool. But swift as he had come, Roger had followed, and now stood to his back, hand on sword. "Aha!" quoth Tostig in staring amaze, and stood a-whiling Beltane with hungry gaze. "By Thor," said he, "but 'tis a good armor and should fit me well. Off with it, off, I am Tostig." So saying, he drew a slow pace nearer, his teeth agleam, his great hands opening and shutting, whereat out leapt Roger's blade. But now the outlaws came running to throng about them, shouting and jostling one another, and brandishing their weapons yet striking no blow, waiting gleefully for what might befall, and ever Beltane looked upon Tostig, and Tostig, assured and confident, smiled grimly upon Beltane until the ragged throng about them, watching eager-eyed, grew hushed and still. Then Beltane spake, "Put up thy sword, Roger," said he, "in very truth this Tostig is a foul thing and should not die by thy good steel, so put up thy sword, Roger." And now, no man spake or moved, but all stood rigid and scarce breathing, waiting for the end. For Tostig, smiling no more, stood agape as one that doubts his senses, then laughed he loud and long, and turned as if to reach his sword that leaned against the tree and, in that instant, sprang straight for Beltane's throat, his griping hands outstretched, but swift as he, Beltane, letting fall his axe, slipped aside and smote with mailed fist, and as Tostig reeled from the blow, closed with and caught him in a deadly wrestling hold, for all men might see Beltane had locked one arm neath Tostig's bearded chin and that Tostig's shaggy head was bending slowly backwards. Then the outlaws surged closer, a dark, menacing ring where steel flickered, but lo! To Roger's right hand sprang Walkin, gripping his axe, and upon his left came Giles, his longbow poised, a shaft upon the string. So stood the three alert and watchful, eager for fight, what time the struggle waxed ever more fierce and deadly. To and fro the wrestlers swayed, locked in vicious grapple, grimly silent save for the dull trampling of their feet upon the moss and the gasp and hiss of panting breaths, writhing and twisting, stumbling and slipping, or suddenly still with feet that gripped the sod, with bulging muscles, swelled and rigid, that cracked beneath the strain, while I glared death to eye. But Beltane's iron fingers were fast locked, and little by little, slow but sure, Tostig's swart head was tilting up and back, further and further, until his forked beard pointed upwards, until, of a sudden, there brake from his writhen lips a cry, loud and shrill that sank to groan and ended in a sound, a faint sound, soft and sudden. But now, behold, Tostig's head swayed loosely backwards behind his shoulders, his knees sagged, his great arms loosed their hold, then, or he could fall, Beltane stooped beneath and putting forth all his strength, raised him high above his head, and panting, groaning with the strain, turned and hurled dead Tostig down into the pool whose sullen waters leapt to a mighty splash, and presently subsiding, whispered softly in the reeds, and for a while no man stirred or spoke, only Beltane stood upon the marge and panted. Then turned he to the outlaws, and catching up his axe therewith pointed downwards to that stilly pool whose placid waters seemed to hold naught but a glory of floating stars. Behold, he panted, here was an evil man, a menace to well-being, wherefore is he dead? But as for ye, come tell me, how long will ye be slaves? Hereupon rose a hoarse murmur that grew and grew. Then stood the man Perkine forward, and scowling, pointed at Beltane with his spear. Comrades, he cried, he hath slain Tostig. He hath murdered our leader. Come now, let us slay him. And speaking, he leapt at Beltane with levelled spear. But quick as he leapt, so leapt Walkin. His long arms rose and fell, and thereafter, setting his foot upon Perkine's body, he shook his bloody axe in the scowling faces of the outlaws. Back, fools, he cried, have ye no eyes? See ye not 'tis he of whom I spake, he that burned Bulsay gallows and brake ope the dungeon of Bulsay, that is friend to all distressed folk and broken men, know ye not Beltane the Duke? Hear him, ye fools, hear him. Hereupon the outlaws stared upon Beltane and upon each other, and fumbled with their weapons as men that knew not their own minds, while Beltane, wiping sweat from him, leaned upon his axe and panted, with the three at his elbow alert and watchful, eager for fight. But Perkine lay where he had fallen, very still and with his face hidden in the grass. Of a sudden, Beltane laid by his axe and reached out his hands. Brothers, said he, how long will ye be slaves? Slaves, forsooth, cried one, slaves are we to no man, here within the green none dare gainsay us, we be free men, one and all. Is he not so, comrades? Aye, roared 100 voices. Free, quoth Beltane, free. Aye, free to wander hither and thither, hiding forever within the wilderness, living ever in awe and dread lest ye die in a noose. Free to go in rags, to live like beasts, to die unpitied and be thrown into a hole, or left to rot i' the sun. Call ye this freedom, forsooth? Hath none among ye desire for hearth and home, for wife and child? Are ye become so akin to beasts indeed? Now hereupon, divers muttered in their beards and others looked askance on one another. Then spake the man Eric, of the wry neck. Messy, quoth he, all that you say is sooth, but what remedy can ye bring to such as we? Say now. Then spake Beltane on this wise, all ye that have suffered wrong, all ye that be broken men, hearken. Life is short and quick to escape a man, yet do all men cherish it, and to what end? What seek ye of life? Is it alms? Is it riches? Go with me and I will teach ye how they shall be come by. Are ye heavy-hearted by reason of your wrongs, of bitter shame wrought upon the weak and innocent? Seek ye vengeance, would ye see tyrants die, seek ye their blood, forsooth? Then follow me. Now at this the outlaws began to murmur among themselves, wagging their heads one to another and voicing their grievances thus: They cut off mine ears for resisting my lord's taxes, and for this I would have justice. They burned me in the hand for striking my lord's hunting dog. I had a wife once, and she was young and fair, so my lord's son took her and thereafter gave her for sport among his huntsmen, whereof she died, and for this would I have vengeance. They burned my home, and therein wife and child, and for this would I have vengeance. They cut off my brother's hands. they put out my father's eyes. Quoth Eric, and me they sought to hang to mine own roof tree. Behold this crooked neck o' mine, so am I Eric o' the noose. Each one of us hath suffered wrong, great or little, so live we outlaws in the green, lawless men in lawless times, seeking ever vengeance for our wrongs. Who then shall bring us to our desire? How shall our grievous wrongs be righted? And we follow, whither wouldest thou lead us? By dangerous ways, answered Beltane, through fire and battle. But by fire men are purged, and by battle wrongs may be done away. An ye follow, 'tis like some of us shall die, but by such death our brethren shall win to honor, and home, and happiness, for happiness is all men's birthright. Ye are but a wild, unordered rabble, yet are ye men. 'Tis true ye are ill-armed and ragged, yet is your cause a just one. Ye bear weapons and have arms to smite, why then lurk ye here within the wild wood? Will not fire burn? Will not steel cut? He that is not coward, let him follow me. I cried a score of harsh voices, but whither, whither? Quoth Beltane, be there many among ye that know Sir Ptolop the Red? Now went there up a roar, deep-lunged and ominous, brawny fists were shaken and weapons flashed and glittered. Ah, we know him, the Red Wolf, we know him, ah. Then tell me, said Beltane, will not steel cut? Will not fire burn? Arise, I say, rise up and follow me. So will we smite tyranny this night, and ere the dawn Garth-Laxton shall be ablaze. Garth-Laxton, cried Eric, Garth-Laxton, and thereafter all men stared on Beltane as one that is mad. Look now, said Beltane, Sir Ptolop hath ridden forth with all his company to join Black Ivo's banner. Thus, within Garth-Laxton his men be few, moreover I know a secret way beneath the wall. Well, is 't enough? Who among ye will follow, and smite for freedom and Pentavalon? That will I, cried Eric, falling upon his knee. And I, cried others, and so came they to crowd eagerly about Beltane, to touch his hand or the links of his bright mail. Lead us, they cried, come, lead us. Nay, first, hearken. From henceforth outlaws are ye none. Come now, one and all, draw, and swear me on your swords, to make your strength a shelter to the weak, to smite henceforth but in honorable cause for freedom, for justice and Pentavalon. Swear me upon your swords to abide by this oath, and to him that breaks it, death. Swear. So there upon their knees with gleaming swords uplifted, these wild men swore the oath. Then up sprang Walkin, pointing to Beltane with his axe. Brothers, he cried, behold a man that doth such deeds as no man ever did, that burned the gallows, burst ope the dungeon of Beltane and slew Tostig the mighty with naked hands. Behold Beltane the Duke. Is he not worthy to be our leader? Shall we not follow him? Then came a roar of voices, aye, let us follow, let us follow. On, then, cried Walkin, his glittering axe aloft. To Garth-Laxton. Then from 100 brawny throats a roar went up to heaven, a cry that hissed through clenched teeth and rang from eager lips, wilder, fiercer than before. And the cry was, "Garth Laxton!" Chapter XXX How they smote Garth Laxton. It was in the cold, still hour twixt night and dawn that Beltane halted his wild company upon the edge of the forest where ran a water brook gurgling softly in the dark. Here did he set divers eager fellows to fell a tree and thereafter to lop away branch and twig, and so, bidding them wait, stole forward alone. Soon before him rose Garth Laxton, frowning blacker than the night, a gloom of tower and turret, of massy wall and battlement, its mighty keep rising stark and grim against a faint light of stars. Now as he stood to scan with purposeful eye donjon and bartizan, mail-long and arrow-slit for gleam of light, for glint of mail or pike head, he grew aware of a sound hard by, yet very faint and sweet, that came and went, a small and silvery chime he could by no means account for. So crept he near and nearer, quick-eyed and with ears on the stretch till he was stayed by the broad, sluggish waters of the moat, and thus, he presently espied something that moved in the gloom high above the great gateway, something that stirred, pendulous, in the cold breathing air of coming dawn. Now as he peered upward through the gloom, came the wind, colder, stronger than before, a chill and ghostly wind that flapped the heavy folds of his mantle, that sighed forlornly in the woods afar, and softly smote the misty, jingling thing above, swayed it, swung it out from the denser shadows of scowling battlement so that Beltane could see at last, and seeing, started back faint and sick, his flesh a-creep, his breath in check twixt pale and rigid lips. And beholding what manner of thing this was, he fell upon his knees with head bowed low yet spake no prayer, only his hands gripped fiercely upon his axe, while to and fro in the dark above, that awful shape turned and swung, its flaunting coxcomb dreadfully awry, its motley stained and rent, a wretched thing, twisted and torn, a thing of blasting horror. And ever as it swung upon the air, it rang a chime upon its little, silver bells, a merry chime and mocking, that seemed to gibe at coming day. Now in a while, looking upon that awful, dim-seen shape, Beltane spake low-voiced. "O Beda," he whispered, "O manly heart hid neath a fool's disguise. O fool, that now art wiser than the wisest. Thy pains and sorrows have lifted thee to heaven, methinks, and freed now of thy foolish clay thou dost walk with angels and look within the face of God. But, by thine agonies endured, now do I swear this night to raise to thy poor fool's body a pyre fit for the flesh of kings." Then Beltane arose and lifting high his axe, shook it against Garth Laxton's frowning might, where was neither glint of armor nor gleam of pike head, and turning, hasted back to that dark and silent company which, at his word, rose up from brake and fern and thicket, and followed whither he led, a long line, soundless and phantom-like within a phantom world, where a grey mist swirled and drifted in the death-cold air of dawn. Swift and silent they followed him, these wild men, with fierce eyes and scowling faces all set toward that mighty keep that loomed high against the glimmering stars. Axe and bow, sword and pike and gisarm, in rusty mail, in rags of leather and skins, they crept from bush to bush, from tree to tree, till they were come to that little pool wherein Beltane had bathed him aforetime in the dawn. Here they halted what time Beltane sought to and fro along the bank of the stream, until at last, within a screen of leaves and vines he found the narrow opening he sought. Then turned he and beckoned those ghostly, silent shapes about him, and speaking quick and low, counselled them thus, "Look now, this secret burrow leadeth under the foundations of the keep. Thus, so soon as we be in, let walk in and Giles with 50 men haste to smite all within the gatehouse, then up with portcullis and down with drawbridge and over into the barbican there to lie in ambush, what time Roger and I, with Eric here and the 55, shall fire the keep and, hid within the dark, raise a mighty outcry, that those within the keep and they that garrison the castle, roused by the fire and our shout, shall issue out amazed. So will we fall upon them and they, taken by surprise, shall seek to escape us by the gate. Then, walk in, sally ye out of the barbican and smite them at the drawbridge, so shall we have them front and rear. How think you? Is it agreed?" "Agreed. Agreed," came the gruff and whispered chorus. Then last, and mark this well each one, till that I give the word, let no man speak. Let death be swift, but let it be silent. Then, having drawn his mail hood about his face and laced it close, Beltane caught up his axe and stepped into the tunnel. There he kindled a torch of pine and stooping 'neath the low roof, went on before. One by one the others followed, Roger and Giles, Walkin and Eric bearing the heavy log upon their shoulders, and behind them axe and bow, sword and pike and gisarm, a wild company in garments of leather and garments of skins, soft treading and silent as ghosts, yet purposeful ghosts withal. Soon came they to the iron door and Beltane stood aside, whereon the mighty four, bending brawny shoulders, swung the log crashing against the iron, thrice and 4 times smote they, might and main, ere rusted bolt and rivet gave beneath the battery and the door swung wide. Down went the log, and ready steel flashed as Beltane strode on, his torch aflare, twixt oozing walls, up steps of stone that yet were slimy to the tread, on and up by winding passage and steep climbing stairway, until they came where was a parting of the ways, the first still ascending, the second leading off at a sharp angle. Here Beltane paused in doubt, and bidding the others halt, followed the second passage until he was come to a narrow flight of steps that rose to the stone roof above. But here, in the wall beside the steps, he beheld a rusty iron lever, and reaching up, he bore upon the lever and lo! The flagstone above the steps reared itself on end and showed a square of gloom beyond. Then went Beltane and signalled to the others, so, one by one, they followed him up through the opening into that same gloomy chamber where he had lain in bonds and hearkened to wails of torment, but now the place was bare and empty and the door stood ajar. So came Beltane thither, bearing the torch, and stepped softly into the room beyond, a wide room, arras hung and richly furnished, and looking around upon the voluptuous luxury of gilded couch and wide, soft bed, Beltane frowned suddenly upon a woman's dainty, broidered shoe. "Roger," he whispered, "what place is this?" 'Tis Red Ptolop's bedchamber, master. Ah, sighed Beltane, 'tis rank of him, methinks. Lead on, Roger, go you and walk in before them in the dark, and wait for me in the bailey. One by one, the wild company went by Beltane, fierce-eyed and stealthy, until there none remained save Giles, who, leaning upon his bow, looked with yearning eyes upon the costly splendor. "Aha," he whispered, "a pretty nest, tall brother. I'll warrant ye full many a fair white dove'th beat her tender pinions." "Come," said Beltane, and speaking, reached out his torch to bed alcove and tapestried wall, and immediately silk and arras went up in a puff of flame, a leaping fire, yellow-tongued, that licked at gilded roof beam and carven screen and panel. "Brother," whispered Giles, "oh brother, 'tis a sin, methinks, to lose so much good booty. That coffer, now, ha!" With the cry the archer leapt out through the tapestried doorway. Came the ring of steel, a heavy fall, and thereafter a shriek that rang and echoed far and near ere it sank to a silence wherein a voice whispered, "Quick, brother, the besotted fools stir at last, away." Then, ere leaping that which sprawled behind the curtain, Beltane sped along a passage and down a winding stair, yet pausing, ever and anon, with flaring torch, and ever small fires waxed behind him. So came he at last to the salleport and hurling the blazing torch behind him, closed the heavy door. And now, standing upon the platform, he looked down into the inner bailey. Dawn was at hand, a glimmering mist wherein vague forms moved, what time walking, looming ghostly and gigantic in the mist, mustered his silent, ghostly company ere, lifting his axe, he turned and vanished, his 50 phantoms at his heels. Now glancing upward at the rugged face of the keep, Beltane beheld thin wisps of smoke that curled from every arrow slit, slow wreathing spirals growing ever denser ere they vanished in the clammy mists of dawn, while from within a muffled clamor rose, low and inarticulate yet full of terror. Then Beltane strode down the zigzag stair and came forthright upon Roger, pale and anxious, who yet greeted him in joyous whisper, "Master, I began to fear for thee." "What now?" "To the arch of the parapet yonder. Let each man crouch there in the gloom, nor stir until I give word." Now as they crouched thus, with weapons tight gripped and eyes that glared upon the coming day, a sudden trumpet brayed alarm upon the battlements, shouts were heard far and near, and a running of mailed feet, steel clashed. The great castle, waking at last, was all astir about them and full of sudden bustle and tumult. And ever the clamor of voices waxed upon the misty air from hurrying groups dim seen that flitted by, arming as they ran, and ever the 55, crouching in the dark, impatient for the sign, watched Beltane, his firm-set lip, his frowning brow, and ever from belching arrow slit the curling smoke wreaths waxed blacker and more dense. Of a sudden, out from the narrow salleport burst a huddle of choking men, whose gasping cries pierced high above the clamor, "Fire! Fire! Sir Fulk is slain! Sir Fulk lieth death-smitten! Fire!" From near and far men came running, men affrighted and dazed with sleep, a pushing, jostling, unordered throng, and the air hummed with the babel of their voices. And now at last, up sprang Beltane, his mittened hand aloft. "Arise," he cried, "arise and smite for Pentavalon." And from the gloom behind him a hoarse roar went up, "Arise! Arise, Pentavalon!" Then, while yet the war cry thundered in the air, they swept down on that disordered press, and the bailey rang and echoed with the fell sounds of a close-locked, reeling battle, a hateful din of hoarse shouting, of shrieks and cries and clashing steel. Axe and spear, sword and pike and gisarm smote and thrust and swayed, stumbling feet spurned and trampled yielding forms that writhed, groaning, beneath the press. Faces glared at faces haggard with the dawn, while to and fro, through swirling mist and acrid smoke, the battle rocked and swayed. But now the press thinned out, broke and yielded before Beltane's whirling axe, and turning, he found Roger beside him all a-sweat and direfully besplashed, his mailed breast heaving as he leaned gasping upon a broadsword red from point to hilt. "Ha, master," he panted, "'tis done already, see, they break and fly." "On," cried Beltane, "on, pursue! Pursue! After them to the gate!" With axe and spear, with sword and pike and gisarm they smote the fugitives across the wide space of the outer bailey, under the narrow arch of the gatehouse and out upon the drawbridge beyond. But here, of a sudden, the fugitives checked their flight as out from the barbican walk-in leapt, brandishing his axe, and with the 50 at his back. So there, upon the bridge, the fight raged fiercer than before, men smote and died, until of Sir Ptolop's garrison there none remained save they that littered that narrow causeway. "Now by the good Saint Giles, my patron saint," gasped Giles, wiping the sweat from him, "here was a good and sweet affray, tall brother, a very proper fight, pugnasit calspus, while it lasted. I growled walk-in, spurning a smitten wretch down into the moat, 'twas ended too soon. Be these all in faith, Lord?" But now upon the air rose shrill cries and piercing screams that seemed to split the dawn. "Oh, women!" cried Giles, and forthwith cleansed and sheathed his sword and fell to twirling his beard. "Aha! The women!" cried a ragged fellow, turning about, "'tis their turn, let us to the women." But a strong hand caught and set him aside and Beltane strode on before them all, treading swift and light until he was come to the chapel that stood beside the banqueting hall. And here he beheld many women, young and fair for the most part, huddled about the high altar or struggling in the ragged arms that grasped them. Now did they, these poor souls, looking up, behold one in knightly mail stained and foul with battle, yet very young and comely of face, who leaned him upon a mighty, blood-stained axe and scowled 'neath frowning brows. Yet his frown was not for them, nor did his blue eyes pause at any one of them, whereat hope grew within them and with white hands outstretched they implored his pity. "Men of Pentavalon," said he, "as men this night have ye fought in goodly cause. Will ye now forget your manhood and new-found honor, ye that did swear to me upon your swords? Come, loose me these women." "Not so," cried one, a great, red-headed rogue, "we have fought to pleasure thee, now is our turn, loose me these women, cried Beltane, his blue eyes fierce. Nay, these be our booty, and no man shall gainsay us. How think ye, comrades? Now Beltane smiled upon this red-haired knave and, smiling, drew a slow pace nearer, the great axe swing in his mailed hand. Fellow, quoth he, kind-voiced, get thee out now, lest I slay thee. Awhile the fellow glared upon Beltane, beheld his smiling look and deadly eye, and slowly loosing his trembling captive, turned and strode out, muttering as he went. Then spake Beltane to the shrinking women, yet even so his blue eyes looked upon none of them. Quoth he, ye are free to go whither ye will. Take what ye will, none shall gainsay you, but get you gone within this hour, for in the hour Garth Laxton shall be no more. Then beckoning Walkin he bade him choose 6 men, and turning to the women, these honourable men shall bring you safe upon your way, haste you to be gone. And should any ask how Garth Laxton fell, say, 'twas by the hand of God, as a sure and certain sign that Pentavalon shall yet arise to smite evil from her borders. Say also that he that spake you this was one Beltane, son of Beltane the Strong, heretofore Duke of Pentavalon. Thus said Beltane unto these women, his brows knit, and with eyes that looked aside from each and every, and so went forth of the chapel. Chapter XXXI How Giles made a merry song morning, young and fragrant, bedecked and brave with gems of dewy fire, a blithe morning, wherein trees stirred whispering and new-waked birds piped joyous welcome to the sun, whose level, far-flung beams filled the world with glory save where, far to the south, a pillar of smoke rose upon the still air, huge, awful, and black as sin, a writhing column shot with flame that went up high as heaven. O merry, I merry, right merry I'll be, to live and to love 'neath the merry green tree, nor the rain, nor the sleet, nor the cold, nor the heat, I'll mind, if my love will come thither to me. Sang Giles, a sprig of wild flowers a dance in his new-gotten, gleaming bassinet, his longbow upon his mailed shoulder, and, strapped to his wide back, a misshapen bundle that clinked melodiously with every swinging stride, and, while he sang, the ragged rogues about him ceased their noise and ribaldry to hearken in delight, and when he paused, cried out amain for more. Whereupon Giles, nothing loath, brake forth afresh, O when is the time a maid to kiss? Tell me this, ah, tell me this. 'Tis when the day is new begun, 'tis to the setting of the sun, is time for kissing ever done. Tell me this, ah, tell me this. Thus blithely sang Giles the archer, above the tramp and jingle of the many pack horses, until, being come to the top of a hill, he stood aside to let the ragged files swing by and stayed to look back at Garth Laxton Keep. Now as he stood thus, beholding that mighty flame, Walkin and Roger paused beside him, and stood to scowl upon the fire with never a word betwixt them. How now, cried Giles, art in the doleful dumps forsooth on so blithe a morn, with 20 pack horses heavy with booty, and Garth Laxton aflame yonder? Aha, 'tis a rare blaze yon, a fire shall warm the heart of many a sorry wretch, methinks. Truly, nodded Roger, I have seen yon flaming keep hung round with hanged men ere now, and in the dungeons beneath, I have seen, God forgive me, what I have seen. Ha! Burn, accursed walls, burn. Full many shall rejoice in thy ruin, as I do, lorn women and fatherless children, fair women ravished of life and honor. I cried Giles, and lovely ladies brought to shame. So, Garth Laxton, smoke. And quoth frowning Walkin, I would that Ptolop's rank carcass smoked with thee. Content you, my gentle Walkin, nodded the archer, hellfire shall have him yet, and groweth ever hotter against the day, content you. So away with melancholy, be blithe and merry as I am, and the sweet-voiced throstles yonder, the wanton rogues. Ha! By St. Giles! See where our youthful, godlike brother rideth, his brow as gloomy as his hair is bright. Ah, muttered Roger, he grieveth yet for Beda the jester, and he but a fool. Yet a manlike fool, methinks, quoth the archer. But for our tall brother now, he is changed these latter days, he groweth harsh, methinks, and something ungentle at times. And Giles thoughtfully touched his arm with tentative fingers. Why, the torment is apt to change a man, said Walkin, grim smiling. I have tried it and I know. Now hereupon Giles fell to whistling, Walkin to silence and Roger to scowling, oft looking back, jealous-eyed, to where Beltane rode a black war-horse, his mail coif thrown back, his chin upon his breast, his eyes gloomy and wistful, and as often as he looked, Roger sighed amain. Whereat at last the archer cried, Good lack, Roger, and wherefore puff ye so? Why glower ye, man, and snort? Snort thyself, growled Roger. Nay, I had rather talk. I had rather be silent. Excellent, Roger, so will I talk for thee and me. First will I show 3 excellent reasons for happiness, videlicet, the birds sing, I talk, and Garth Laxton burns. I would thou didst burn with it, growled Roger. But here is a deed shall live when thou and I are dust, archer. Verily, good Roger, for here and now will I make a song on tea for souls unborn to sing, a good song with a lilt to trip it lightly on the tongue, as thus, how Beltane burned Garth Laxton low with lusty Giles, whose good yew bow sped many a caitiff rogue, I trow, Dixit. How, exclaimed Roger, here be 2 whole lines to thy knavish self and but 1 to our master. I grumbled Walkin, and what of Roger, what of me, we were there also, methinks. Nay, show patience, said Giles, we will amend that in the next triplet. Thus, there Roger fought, and Walkin too, and Giles that bare the bow of yew, O swift and strong his arrows flew, Dixit. How think ye of that, now? I think, here is too much, Giles, said Roger. Forsooth, and say ye so indeed. Let us then to another verse. Walkin a mighty axe did sway, Black Roger's sword some few did slay, yet Giles slew many more than they, Dixit. Here now, we have each one his line apiece, which is fair, and the lines trip it commendingly, how think ye? I think it a lie, growled Roger. I me, sighed the archer, thou art fasting, Roger kin, and an empty belly ever giveth thee an ill tongue. Yet for thy behoof my song shall be ended, thus, they gave Garth Laxton to the flame, be glory to Duke Beltane's name, and unto lusty Giles the same, Dixit. Pardex, he broke off, here is a right good song for thee, trolled forth upon this balmy-breathing morn sweet as any male, a song for thee and me to sing to our children one day, mayhap, so come, rejoice, my rueful Rogerkin, smile, for today I sing and Garth Laxton is ablaze. And my master grieveth for a fool, growled sulky Roger, and 22 good men slain. Why, see you, Roger, here is good cause for rejoicing also, for, our youthful Ajax grieving for a dead fool, it standeth to reason he shall better love a live one, and thou wert ever a fool, Roger, so born and so bred. As for our comrades slain, take ye comfort in this, we shall divide their share of plunder, and in this thought is a world of solace. Remembering the which, I gathered unto myself divers pretty toys, you shall hear them sweetly a jingle in my fardel here. As, item, a silver crucifix, very artificially wrought and set with divers gems, a pretty piece. Item, a golden girdle from the east, very sweet and rare. Item, 4 silver candlesticks, heavy, Roger. Item, a gold-hilt dagger, a notable trinket. Item, a sudden shout from the vanward, a crashing in the underbrush beside the way, a shrill cry, and 3 or 4 of Eric's ragged rogues appeared dragging a woman betwixt them, at sight of whom the air was filled with fierce shouts and cries. The witch. Ha! 'Tis the witch of Hangston Waste. To the water with the hag. Nay, burn her. Burn her. I cried Roger, pushing forward, there's naught like the fire for your devils or demons. Quoth the archer, in nomen dominum, holy Saint Giles, 'tis a comely maid. Foul daughter of an accursed dam, quoth Roger, spitting and drawing a cross in the dust with his bow-stave. With the eyes of an angel, said Giles, pushing nearer where stood a maid young and shapely, trembling in the close grasp of one Goth, a ragged, red-haired giant, whose glowing eyes stared lustfully upon her ripe young beauty. "'Tis Melant," cried the fellow. "'Tis the witch's daughter that hath escaped me thrice by deviltry and witchcraft, nay, nay, panted the maid twixt pallid lips, naught am I but a poor maid gathering herbs and simples for my mother." "Ah, show pity, witch," roared a score of voices, "witch." "Not so, in sooth, in very sooth," she gasped twixt sobs of terror, "naught but a poor maid am I, and the man thrice sought me out and would have shamed me but that I escaped, for that I am very swift of foot, she lured me into the bog with devil fires," cried Goth. "And would thou hadst rotted there," quoth Giles o' the Bow, edging nearer. Now hereupon the maid turned and looked at Giles through the silken curtain of her black and glossy hair, and beholding the entreaty of that look, the virginal purity of those wide blue eyes, the archer stood awed and silent, his comely face grew red, grew pale, then, out flashed his dagger and he crouched to spring on Goth, but, of a sudden, Beltane rode in between, at whose coming a shout went up and thereafter a silence fell. But now at sight of Beltane, the witch maid uttered a strange cry, and shrinking beneath his look, crouched upon her knees and spake in strange, hushed accents. "Messy," she whispered, "mine eyes do tell me thou art the Lord Beltane." "Aye, 'tis so." "Ah," she cried, "now glory be and thanks to God that I do see thee hale and well." So saying, she shivered and covered her face. Now while Beltane yet stared, amazed by her saying, the bushes parted near by and a hooded figure stepped forth silent and soft of foot, at sight of whom all men gave back a pace, and Roger, trembling, drew a second cross in the dust with his bow-stave, what time a shout went up, "Ha! The witch, 'tis the witch of Hangston Waste herself." Very still she stood, looking round upon them all with eyes that glittered neath the shadow of her hood, and when at last she spake, her voice was rich and sweet to hear. "Liar," she said, and pointed at Gutha long, white finger, "unharmed her, liar, lest thou wither, flesh and bone, body and soul." Now here, once again, men gave back cowering neath her glance, while Roger crossed himself devoutly. "The evil eye," he muttered twixt chattering teeth, "cross thy fingers, Giles, lest she blast thee." But Guth shook his head and laughed aloud. "Fools," he cried, "do ye forget? No witch hath power i' the sun. She can work no evil i' the sunshine. Seize her, 'tis an accursed hag, seize her. Bring her to the water and see an she can swim with a stone at her hag's neck. All witches are powerless by day. See, thus I spit upon and defy her." Now hereupon a roar of anger went up and, for that they had feared her before, so now grew they more fierce. A score of eager hands dragged at her, hands that rent her cloak, that grasped with cruel fingers at her long grey hair, bending her this way and that, but she uttered no groan nor complaint, only the maid cried aloud most pitiful to hear, whereat Giles, dagger in hand, pushed and strove to come at Guth. Then Beltane alighted from his horse and parting the throng with mailed hands, stood within the circle and looking round upon them laughed, and his laugh was harsh and bitter. "Forsooth, and must ye war with helpless women, O men of Pentavalon?" quoth he, and laughed again right scornfully, whereat those that held the witch relaxed their hold and fain would justify themselves. "She is a witch, a cursed witch," they cried. "She is a woman," says Beltane. "Aye, a devil woman, a notable witch, we know her of old." "Verily," cried one, "'tis but a se'night since she plagued me with aching teeth, and me with an ague," cried another. "She bewitched my shafts that they all flew wide o' the mark," cried a third. "She cast on me a spell whereby I nigh did perish I the fen, she is a hag, she's demon-rid and shall to the fire," they shouted amain. "Ha, witch, witch! That doth no man harm by day," said Beltane, "so by day shall no man harm her." "Aye, Lord," quoth Roger, "but how by night? 'Tis by night she may work her spells and blast any that she will, or haunt them with goblins damned that they do run mad, or—" "Enough," cried Beltane frowning, "on me let her bewitchments fall. Thus, see you, and I within this next week wither and languish neath her spells, then let her burn an ye will, but until this flesh doth shrivel on these my bones, no man shall do her hurt. So now let there be an end, free these women, let your ranks be ordered, and march, comrades all, cried red-haired Guth, will ye be slaves henceforth to this girl-faced youth? We have arms now and rich booty. Let us back to the merry greenwood, where all men are equal. Come, let us be gone, and take these witches with us to our sport. But in this moment Beltane turned. Girl-faced, quotha, he cried, and beholding his look, Guth of a sudden loosed the swooning maid and, drawing sword, leapt and smote at Beltane's golden head, but Beltane caught the blow in his mailed hand, and snapped the blade in sunder, and, seizing Guth about the loins, whirled him high in air. Then, while all men blenched and held their breath waiting the thud of his broken body in the dust, Beltane stayed and set him down upon his feet. And lo! Guth's cheek was pale, his eye wide and vacant, and his soul sat numbed within him. So Beltane took him by the throat, and, laughing fierce, shook him to and fro. Beast, said he, unfit art thou to march with these my comrades. Now therefore do I cast thee out. Take thy life and go, and let any follow thee that will. Pentavalon needeth not thy kind. Get thee from among us, empty-handed as I found thee, thy share of treasure shall go to better men. Now even as Beltane spake, Guth's red head sank until his face was hidden within his hands, strong hands, that slowly clenched themselves into anger-trembling fists. And ever as Beltane spake, the witch, tossing back her long grey hair, looked and looked on him with bright and eager eyes, a wondering look, quick to note his shape and goodly size, his wide blue eyes, his long and golden hair and the proud, high carriage of his head, and slowly, to her wonderment came awe and growing joy. But Beltane spake on unheeding, thou dost know me for a hunted man with a price upon my head, but thou art thing so poor thy death can pleasure no man. So take thy life and get thee hence, but come not again, for in that same hour will I hang thee in a halter. Go. So, with drooping head, Guth of the red hair turned him about, and plunging into the green, was gone. Then Beltane looked a while upon the others that stood shifting on their feet, and with never a word betwixt them. Comrades, quoth he, mighty deeds do lie before us, such works as only true men may achieve. And what is a man? A man, methinks, is he, that, when he speaketh, speaketh ever from his heart, that, being quick to hate all evil actions, is quicker to forgive, and who, fearing neither ghost nor devil, spells nor witchcraft, dreadeth only dishonor, and thus, living without fear, he without fear may die. So now God send we all be men, my brothers. To your files there, pikes to the front and rear, bows to the flanks, forward. But now, as with a ring and clash and tramp of feet the ragged company fell into rank and order, the witch woman came swiftly beside Beltane and, touching him not, spake softly in his ear. Beltane, Beltane, Lord Duke of Pentavalon. Now hereupon Beltane started, and turning, looked upon her grave-eyed. What would ye, woman, he questioned. Born wert thou of a mother chaste as fair, true wife unto the Duke thy father, a woman sweet and holy who liveth but to the good of others, yet was brother slain by brother, and thou baptized in blood ere now. Woman, quoth he, his strong hands a tremble, who art thou, what knowest thou of my mother? Speak. Not here, my lord, but, an thou wouldest learn more, come unto Hangston Waste at the full o' the moon, stand you where the death stone stands, that some do call the white mort stone. There shalt thou learn many things, perchance. Thou hast this day saved a witch from cruel death and a lowly beggar maid from shame. A witch, a beggar maid. The times be out of joint, methinks. Yet, witch and beggar, do we thank thee, Lord Duke. Fare thee well, until the full o' the moon. So spake she, and clasping the young maid within her arm they passed into the brush and so were gone. Now while Beltane stood yet pondering her words, came Roger to his side, to touch him humbly on the arm. Lord, said he, be not beguiled by yon foul witch's arts, go not to Hangston Waste lest she bedevil thee with goblins or transform thee to a loathly toad. Thou wilt not go, master. At the full o' the moon, Roger. Why then, muttered Roger gulping, and clenching trembling hands, we must needs be plague-smitten, blasted and everlastingly damned, for needs must I go with thee. Very soon pike and bow and gisarm fell into array, the pack horses stumbled forward, the dust rose upon the warm, still air. Now as they strode along with ring and clash and the sound of voice and laughter, came Giles to walk at Beltane's stirrup, and oft he glanced back along the way and oft he sighed, a thing most rare in him. At last he spake, and dolefully, witchcraft is forsooth a deadly sin, tall brother. Verily, Giles, yet there be worse, methinks. Worse. Ha, 'tis true, 'tis very true, nodded the archer. And then, forsooth, shall the mother's sin cleave unto the daughter, and she so wondrous fair? The saints forbid. Now upon the archer's gloom was lifted and he strode along singing softly neath his breath, yet, in a while he frowned, sudden and fierce, as for that foul knave Goth, ha, methinks I had been wiser to slit his roguish weasand, for 'tis in my mind he may live to discover our hiding place to our foes, and perchance bring down red Patolop to Hundleby fen. In truth, said Beltane, slow and thoughtful, so do I think, 'twas for this I spared his life. Now here Giles the archer turned and stared upon Beltane with jaws agape, and fain he would have questioned further, but Beltane's gloomy brow forbade, yet oft he looked askance at that golden head, and oft he sighed and shook his own, what time they marched out of the golden glare of morning into the dense green depths of the forest. Chapter XXX. How Beltane met with a youthful knight. Now at this time the fame of Beltane's doing went throughout the duchy, insomuch that divers and many were they that sought him out within the green, masterless men, serfs new broke from thraldom, desperate fellows beyond the law, thieves and rogues in dire jeopardy of life or limb, offscourings, these, of camp and town and village, hither come seeking shelter with Beltane in the wild wood, and eager for his service. In very truth, a turbulent company this, prone to swift quarrel and deadly brawl, but, at these times, fiercer than any was Walking o' the Axe, grimmer than any was Roger the Black, whereas Giles was quick as his tongue and Eric calm and resolute, for mighty men were these, but mightier than all was Beltane. Wherefore at this time Beltane set himself to bring order from chaos and to teach these wild men the virtues of obedience. But here indeed was a hard matter, for these were lawless men and very fierce withal. But upon a morning, ere the sun had chased the rosy mists into marsh and fen, Beltane strode forth from the cave wherein he slept, and lifting the hunting horn he bare about his neck, sounded it fierce and shrill. Whereon rose a sudden uproar, and out from their caves, from sleeping places hollowed within the rocks, stumbled his ragged following, an unordered rabblement, half naked, unarmed, that ran hither and thither, shouting and rubbing sleep from their eyes, or stared fearfully upon the dawn. Anon Beltane sounded again, whereat they, beholding him, came thronging about him and questioned him eagerly on all sides, as thus, Master, are we attacked forsooth? Is the red Ptolop upon us? Lord, what shall we do? Lead us, Master, lead us. Then, looking upon their wild disorder, Beltane laughed for scorn. Rats, quoth he, O rats, is it thus ye throng to the slaughter, then? Were I in sooth red Ptolop with but a score at my back, I had slain ye all ere sun up. Where be your outposts, where be your sentinels? Are ye so eager to kick within a hangman's noose? Now hereupon divers growled or muttered threateningly, while others, yawning, would have turned them back to sleep, but striding among them, Beltane stayed them with voice and hand, and voice was scornful and hand was heavy. Moreover, beside him stood Roger and Giles, with Walkin and Eric of the wry neck. Fools, he cried, for that Pentavalon doth need men, so now must I teach ye other ways. Fall to your ranks there, ha! Scowl and ye will but use swell your ears, mark me, now. But 2 nights ago we burned down my Lord Duke's great castle of Garthlaxton. Think you my Lord Duke will not seek vengeance dire upon these our bodies therefore? Think ye the red Ptolop will not be eager for our blood? But yestreen, when I might have slain yon Navishgoth, I suffered him to go, and wherefore? For that Goth, being at heart a traitor and rogue in grain, might straightway him to the Duke at Barham Broom with offers to guide his powers hither. But when they become his chivalry and heavy-armed foot here within the green, then will we fire the woods about them and from every point of vantage beset them with our arrows, ha! Bows, bows, cried Giles, tossing up his bow-stave and catching it featly, aho! Tall brother, fair Lord Duke, here is a sweet and notable counsel. Ha! Bows. Hey for bows and bills I the merry greenwood. So, perceive me quoth Beltane, thus shall the hunters peradventure become the hunted, for, an Duke Ivo come, 'tis like enough he ne'er shall win free of our ring of fire. Now from these long and ragged ranks a buzz arose that swelled and swelled to a fierce shout. The fire, they cried. Ha, to burn them I the fire. But so to do, quoth Beltane, rats must become wolves. Valiant men ye are, I know, yet are ye but a poor unordered rabblement, meet for slaughter. So now will I teach ye, how here within the wildwood we may withstand Black Ivo and all his powers. Giles, bring now the book of clean parchment I took from Garth Laxton, together with pens and inkhorn, and it shall be henceforth a record of us every one, our names, our number, and the good or ill we each one do achieve. So there and then, while the sun rose high and higher and the mists of dawn thinned and vanished, phantom-like, the record was begun. 224 they mustered, and the name of each and every Giles duly wrote down within the book in right fair and clerkly hand. Thereafter Beltane numbered them into 4 companies. Over the first company he set Walkin, over the second Giles, over the third Roger, and over the fourth Eric of the Rhine neck. Moreover he caused to be brought all the armor they had won, and ordered that all men should henceforth go armed from head to foot, yet many there were that needs must go short a while. Now he ordained these 4 companies should keep watch day and night with sentinels and outposts in the green, and when they murmured at this he stared them into silence. Fools, said he, an ye would lie secure, so must ye watch constantly against surprise. And furthermore shall ye exercise daily now, at the spoke command, to address your pikes gainst charge of horse or foot, and to that company adjudged the best and stoutest will I, each week, give store of money from my share of booty. So now, walk in, summon ye your company and get to your ward. Thus it was that slowly out of chaos came order, yet it came not unopposed. For many and divers were they that growled against this new order of things, but Beltane's hand was swift and heavy. Moreover, remembering how he had dealt with Tostig, they growled amain but haste to obey. So, in place of idleness was work, and instead of quarrel and riot was peace among the wild men and a growing content. Insomuch that upon a certain balmy eve, Giles the archer, lolling beside the fire looking upon Black Roger, who sat beside him furbishing his mail shirt, spake his mind on this wise, mark ye these lamb-like wolves of ours, sweet Roger. There hath been no bloodletting betwixt them these 4 days, and scarce a quarrel. Roger. Aye, this comes of my lord. My master hath a wondrous tongue, Giles. Giles. My brother in arms hath a wondrous strong fist, Rogerkin, Roger. Thy brother in arms, Archer. Thine, forsooth. Ha! Giles. Snort not, my gentle Roger, for I fell in company with him ere he knew aught of thee, so thy snort availeth nothing, my Rogerkin. Howbeit, our snarling wolves do live like tender lambs these days, the which doth but go to prove how blessed a thing is a fist, mark you, strong to strike, big to buffet, and swift to smite, a capable fist, Roger, to strike, buffet and smite a man to the good of his soul. Roger. In sooth my master is a noble knight, ne'er shall we see his equal. And yet, Giles, methinks he doth mope and grieve these days. He groweth pale-cheeked and careworn, harsh of speech and swift to anger. Behold him now, and Roger pointed to where Beltane sat apart, as was become his wont of late, his axe betwixt his knees, square chin propped upon clenched fist, scowling into the fire that burned before his sleeping cave. Whence cometh the so great change in him, think you, Giles? For that, while I am I and he is himself, thou art but what thou art, my Roger kin, well enough after thy fashion, mayhap, but after all thou art only thyself. Ha, growled Roger, and what of thee, archer? I am his brother in arms, Roger kin, and so know him therefore as a wondrous lord, a noble knight, a goodly youth and a sweet lad. Some day, when I grow too old to bear arms, I will to pen and ink horn and will make of him a ballad that shall, mayhap, outlive our time. A notable ballad, something on this wise, of gentle Beltane I will tell, a knight who did all knights excel, who loved of all men here below his faithful Giles that bare the bow, for Giles full strong and straight could shoot, a goodly man was Giles to boot. A lusty fighter sure was Giles in council sage and full of wiles. And Giles was handsome, Giles was young, and Giles he had a merry, how now, Roger, man, wherefore interrupt me? For that there be too many of Giles hereabouts, and one Giles talketh enough for 20. So will I to walk in that seldom talketh enough for one. So saying Roger arose, donned his shirt of mail and, buckling his sword about him, strode incontinent away. And in a while Beltane arose also, and climbing one of the many precipitous paths, answered the challenge of sentinel and outpost and went on slow-footed as one heavy in thought, yet with eyes quick to heed how thick was the underbrush hereabouts with deadwood and bracken apt to firing. Before him rose an upland crowned by a belt of mighty forest trees and beyond, a road, or rather track, that dipped and wound away into the haze of evening. Presently, as he walked beneath this leafy twilight, he heard the luring sound of running water, and turning thither, laid him down where was a small and placid pool, for he was athirst. But as he stooped to drink, he started, and thereafter hung above this pellucid mirror staring down at the face that stared up at him with eyes agleam neath lowering brows, above whose close-knit gloom a lock of hair gleamed snow-white amid the yellow. Long stayed he thus, to mark the fierce curve of nostril, the square grimness of jaw and chin, and the lips that met in a harsh line, down-trending and relentless. And gazing thus upon his image, he spake beneath his breath, O lady! O wilful Helen! Thy soft white hand doth set its mark upon me, the love-sick youth is grown a man, meseemeth. Well, so be it. Thus saying, he laughed harshly and stooping, drank his fill. Now as he yet lay beside the brook hearkening to its pretty babble, he was aware of another sound drawing nearer, the slow plodding of a horse's hoofs upon the road below, and glancing whence it came he beheld a solitary knight whose mail gleamed neath a rich surcoat and whose shield flamed red with sunset. While Beltane yet watched this solitary rider, behold two figures that crouched in the underbrush growing beside the way, stealthy figures, that flitted from tree to tree and bush to bush, keeping pace with the slow-riding horseman, and as they came nearer, Beltane saw that these men who crouched and stole so swift and purposeful were Walkin and Black Roger. Near and nearer they drew, the trackers and the tracked, till they were come to a place where the underbrush fell away and cover there was none, and here, very suddenly, forth leapt Roger with Walkin at his heels, upreared the startled horse, and thereafter the knight was dragged from his saddle and Walkin's terrible axe swung aloft for the blow. But Black Roger turned and caught Walkin's arm, and so they strove together furiously, what time the knight lay outstretched upon the ling and stirred not. "Ha! Fool," raged Walkin, "loose my arm, what would ye?" "Shalt not slay him," cried Roger, tease a notch from my accursed belt, shalt not slay him, I tell thee." "Now out upon thee for a mad knave," quoth Walkin. "Knave thyself," roared Black Roger, and so they wrestled fiercely together, but, little by little, Walkin's size and bull strength began to tell, whereupon back sprang nimble Roger, and as Walkin's axe gleamed, so gleamed Roger's sword. But now as they circled warily about each other, seeking an opening for blow or thrust, there came a rush of feet, and Beltane leapt betwixt them, and bestriding the fallen knight, fronted them in black and bitter anger. "Ha, rogues," he cried, "art become thieves and murderers so soon, then? Wouldst shed each other's blood for lust of booty like any other lawless knaves, forsooth? Shame, oh shame on ye both." So saying, he stooped, and lifting the unconscious knight, flung him across his shoulder and strode off, leaving the twain to stare upon each other shamefaced. Scowling and fierce-eyed Beltane descended into the hollow, whereupon up sprang Giles with divers others and would have looked upon and aided with the captive, but beholding Beltane's frown they stayed their questions and stood from his path. So came he to a certain cave hollowed within the hillside, one of many such, but the rough walls of this cave Black Roger had adorned with a rich arras, and had prepared also a bed of costly furs. Here Beltane laid the captive, and sitting within the mouth of the cave, beyond which a fire burned, fell to scowling at the flame. And presently as he sat thus came Roger and Walkin, who fain would have made their peace, but Beltane fiercely bade them to begone. "Lord," quoth Walkin, fumbling with his axe, "we found this knight hard by, so, lest he should disclose the secret of this our haven, I would have slain him." "Master," said Roger, "'tis true I had a mind to his horse and armor, since we do such things lack, yet would I have saved him alive and cut from my belt another accursed notch." "So art thou a fool, Roger," quoth Walkin, "for an this night live, this our refuge is secret no longer." "Ha," sneered Beltane, "what matter for that and its shelter but murderers and thieving knaves?" "Dost name me murderer?" growled Walkin. "And me a thief, master," sighed Roger, "I that am thy man, that would but have borrowed." "Peace," cried Beltane, "hence, begone, and leave me to my thoughts." Hereupon Walkin turned and strode away, twirling his axe, but Roger went slow-footed and with head a-droop what time Beltane frowned into the fire, his scowl blacker than ever. But as he sat thus, from the gloom of the cave behind him a voice spake, a soft voice and low, at sound whereof he started and turned him about. Meseemeth thy thoughts are evil, messy. Of a verity, Sir Knight, for needs must I think of women and the ways of women. Tonight am I haunted of bitter memory. Now of a sudden, the stranger knight beholding Beltane in the light of the fire, started up to his elbow to stare, then quailing, shivering, shrank away, hiding his face within his mailed hands. Whereat spake Beltane in amaze, How now, Sir Knight, art sick in faith? Dost ail of some wound? Not so, ah, God. Not so. Those fetters, upon thy wrists, messy. Alack, Sir Knight, laughed Beltane, and is it my looks afflict thee so? 'Tis true we be wild rogues hereabout, evil company for gentle knights. Amongst us ye shall find men new broke from the gallows foot and desperate knaves for whom the dungeon yawns. As for me, these gyves upon my wrists were riveted there by folly, for fool is he that trusteth to women and the ways of women. So will I wear them henceforth until my work be done to mind me of my folly and of one I loved so much I would that she had died ere that she slew my love for her. Thus spake Beltane, staring ever into the fire, joying bitterly to voice his grief unto this strange knight who had risen softly and now stood upon the other side of the fire. And looking upon him in a while, Beltane saw that he was but a youth, slender and shapely in his rich surcoat and costly mail, the which, laced close about cheek and chin, showed little of his face below the gleaming bassinet, yet that little smooth-skinned and pale. Sir Knight, said Beltane, free art thou to go hence, nor shall any stay or spoil thee. Yet first, hear this, thou art perchance some roving knight seeking adventure to the glory and honor of some fair lady. O folly! Choose you something more worthy. A horse is a noble beast, and dogs, they say, are faithful. But see you, a woman's love is a pitiful thing at best, while dogs and horses be a plenty. Give not thine heart into a woman's hand lest she tear it in her soft, white fingers, set not thine honor beneath her shapely feet, lest she tread it into the shameful mire. So fare thee well, Sir Knight. God go with thee and keep thee ever from the love of women. So saying Beltane rose, and lifting the bugle horn he wore, sounded it, whereon came all and sundry, running and with weapons brandished, but Roger first of all. To all of whom Beltane spake thus, Behold here this gentle knight our guest is for the nonce, entreat him courteously therefore, give him all that he doth lack and thereafter set him upon his way. But hereupon divers cast evil looks upon the knight, murmuring among themselves, and loudest of all walk in. He knoweth the secret of our hiding place. 'Tis said he knoweth the causeway through the fen. He will betray us. Dogs, said Beltane, clenching his hands, will ye defy me then? I say this knight shall go hence and none withstand him. Make way, then, or must I? But now spake the youthful knight, his gaze still bent upon the flame, nor seemed he to heed the fierce faces and eager steel that girt him round. Nay, messy, for here methinks my quest is ended. Thy quest, Sir Knight, how so? Then the knight turned and looked upon Beltane. Quoth he, by thy size and knightly gear, by thy yellow hair, methinks thou art Beltane, son of Beltane the strong. Verily, 'tis so that I am called. What would you of me? This, messy. Herewith the stranger knight loosed belt and surcoat and drew forth a long sword whose broad blade glittered in the firelight, and gave its massy hilt to Beltane's grasp. And, looking upon its shining blade, Beltane beheld the graven legend Resurgam. Now looking upon this, Beltane drew a deep, slow breath and turned upon the youthful knight with eyes grown suddenly fierce. Quoth he softly, whence had you this, Sir Knight? From one that liveth but for thee. Ah, said Beltane with scornful lip, know ye such an one, in faith? Ay, messy spake the knight, low-voiced yet eager, one that doth languish for thee, that hath sent me in quest of thee bearing this thy sword for a sign, and to bid thee to return since without thee life is an emptiness, and there is none so poor, so heart-sick and woeful as Helen of Mortain. Ah, liar, cried Beltane, and reaching out fierce hands crushed the speaker to his knees. But even so, the young knight spake on, soft-voiced and calm of eye, greater than thine is her love for thee, methinks, since 'tis changeless and abiding, slay me an thou wilt, but while I live I will declare her true to thee. Whatever hath chanced, whate'er may chance, despite all doubts and enemies she doth love thee through life till death and beyond. O my lord Beltane, liar, spake Beltane again. But now was he seized of a madness, a cold rage and a deadly. Liar, said he, thou art methinks one of her many wooers, so art thou great a fool. But Helen the beautiful hath lovers a plenty, and being what she is shall nothing miss thee, howbeit thou art surely liar, and surely will I slay thee. So saying he swung aloft the great blade, but even so the young knight fronted the blow with eyes that quailed not, pale-lipped, yet smiling and serene, and then, or ever the stroke could fall, an arm, bronzed and hairy, came between, and Roger spake hoarse-voiced, Master he cried, for that thy man am I and love thee, shalt ne'er do this till hast first slain me. 'Tis thus thou didst teach me, to show mercy to the weak and helpless, and this is a youth, unarmed. Bethink thee, master, oh bethink thee. Slowly Beltane's arm sank, and looking upon the bright blade he let it fall upon the ling and covered his face within his two hands as if its glitter had blinded him. Thus did he stand a while, the fetters agleam upon his wrists, and thereafter fell upon his knees and with his face yet hidden, spake, Walk in, said he, O walk in, but a little while since I named thee murderer. Yet what, in sooth, am I? So now do I humbly ask thy pardon. As for thee, Sir Knight, grant thy pity to one that is a bastard. Had I tears, now might I shed them, but tears are not for me. Go you therefore to her that sent thee and say that Beltane died within the dungeons of Garthlaxton. Say that I who speak am but a sword for the hand of God henceforth, to smite and stay not until wrong shall be driven hence. Say that this was told thee by a sorry wight who, yearning for death, must needs cherish life until his vow be accomplished. But as Beltane spake thus upon his knees, his head bowed humbly before them all, the young knight came near with mailed hands outstretched, yet touched him not. Messy, said he, thou hast craved of me a boon the which I do most full and freely grant. But now would I beg one of thee. "'Tis thine," quoth Beltane, "who am I to gainsay thee? Messy, 'tis this, that thou wilt take me to serve thee, to go beside thee, sharing thy woes and perils henceforth." "So be it, Sir Knight," answered Beltane, "though mine shall be a hazardous service, mayhap. So, when ye will thou shalt be free of it." Thus saying he arose and went aside and sat him down in the mouth of the cave. But in a while came Roger to him, his sword belt a swing in his hand, and looked upon his gloomy face with eyes full troubled. And presently he spake, yet halting in his speech and timid, "Master," he said, "suffer me a question." "Verily," quoth Beltane, looking up, "as many as thou wilt, my faithful Roger." "Master," says Roger, twisting and turning the belt in hairy hands, "I would but ask thee if I might cut another notch from this my accursed belt." "A notch, Lord?" "I, the young knight." "You mean him that I would have murdered, Roger. Reach me hither thy belt." So Beltane took the belt and with his dagger cut thence 2 notches, whereat quoth Roger, staring, "Lord, I did but save 1 life." The young knight, "Thou didst save 2," answered Beltane, "for had I slain him, Roger, oh, had I slain him, then on this night should st have hanged me for a murderer. Here be 2 notches for thee, so take back thy belt and go, get thee to thy rest, and, Roger, pray for one that tasteth death in life." So Roger took the belt, and turning softly, left Beltane crouched above the fire as one that is deadly cold. Chapter XXXII How Beltane had news of one that was a notable pardoner. Beltane awoke to the shrill notes of a horn and starting to sleepy elbow, heard the call and challenge of sentinel and outpost from the bank above. Thereafter presently appeared Giles, that chanced to be captain of the watch, very joyously hailing along a little man placid and rotund. A plump little man whose sober habit, smacking of things ecclesiastic, was at odds with his face that beamed forth jovial and rubicund from the shade of his wide-eaved hat, a pilgrim-like hat, adorned with many small pewter images of divers saints. About his waist was a girdle where hung a goodly wallet, plump like himself and eke as well filled. A right buxom wight was he, comfortable and round, who, though hurried along in the archer's lusty grip, smiled placidly, and spake him sweetly thus, "Hug me not so lovingly, good youth, abate thy hold upon my tender nape lest, sweet lad, the holy Saint Amphibalus strike thee deaf, dumb, blind, and latterly, dead. Trot me not so hastily, lest the good Saint Alban cast thy poor soul into a hell 70 times heated, and 'twould be a sad, oh me, a very sad thing that thou shouldst sniff brimstone on my account." "Why, Giles," quoth Beltane, blinking in the dawn, "what dost bring hither so early in the morning?" "Lord, 'tis what they call a pardoner, that dealeth in relics, mouldy bones and the like, see you, whereby they do pretend to divers miracles and wonders, verily, verily, nodded the little man placidly. I have here in my wallet a twig from Moses' burning bush, with the great toe of Thomas a Didymus, the thumb of the blessed Saint Alban. Ha, rogue, quoth Giles, when I was a monk we had 4 thumbs of the good Saint Alban. Why then, content you, fond youth, smiled the pardoner, my thumb is number 1. Oh, tall brother, quoth Giles, 'tis an irreverent knave, that maketh the monk in me arise. My very toes do twitch for to kick his lewd and sacrilegious carcass, and, Lord, he would kick wondrous soft, and therein, sweet and gentle Lord, beamed the little buxom man, therein lieth a recommendation of itself. Divers noble lords have kicked me very familiarly ere now, and finding me soft and tender have, forthwith, kicked again. I mind my Lord Duke Ivo did with his own ducal foot kick me right heartily upon a time, and once did spit upon my cloak. I can show you the very place, and these things do breed and argue familiarity. Thus have I been familiar with divers noble lords, and there were ladies also, ladies fair and proud, O me. Now, by the rood, says Beltane, sitting up and staring, whence had you this, Giles? My lord, 'twas found by the man Jenkine snoring within the green, together with a mule, a sorry beast. A capon partly devoured, a pasty, well spiced, and a wineskin, empty, alas! But for who it is, and whence it cometh, sweet, courteous lord, resplendent, youthful sir, I come from north and south, from east and west, o'er land, o'er sea, from village green and market square, but lately from the holy shrine of the blessed Saint Amphibalus. As to who I am and what, the universal want am I, for I do stand for health, fleshly and spiritual. I can cure your diseases of the soul, mind and body. In very sooth the pardoner of pardoners am I, with pardons and indulgences but now hot from the holy fist of His Holiness of Rome. Moreover I have a rare charm and notable cure for the worms, together with divers salves, electuaries, medicaments and nostrums from the farthest Orient. I have also store of songs and ballads, grave and gay. Are ye melancholic? Then I have a ditty merry and mirthful. Would ye weep? Here's a lamentable lay of love and languishment infinite sad to ease you of your tears. Are ye a sinner vile and damned? Within my wallet lie pardons galore with powerful indulgences whereby a man may enjoy all the cardinal sins yet shall his soul be accounted innocent as a babe unborn and his flesh go without penance. Here behold my special indulgence. The which, to him that buyeth it, shall remit the following sins damned and deadly, to wit, lechery, perjury, adultery, wizardry, murders, rapes, thievings and slanders. Then follow the lesser sins, as, hold, cried Beltane, surely here be sins enough for any man. Not so, potent sir, for 'tis a right sinful world and breedeth new sins every day, since man hath a rare invention that way. Here is a grievous thing, alas! Yet something natural, for, since men are human, and human 'tis to sin, so must all men be sinners and, being sinners, are they therefore inevitably damned. Alas, for poor humanity, sighed Beltane. Forsooth, alas indeed, Messy, and likewise woe, nodded the pardoner, for thou, my lord, thou art but human, after all. Indeed at times, 'twould almost seem so, nodded Beltane gravely. And therefore quoth the pardoner, and therefore, most noble, gentle lord, art thou most assuredly and inevitably, the pardoner sighed. Damned, said Beltane. Damned, sighed the pardoner. Along with the rest of humanity, nodded Beltane. All men be more prone to sin when youth doth riot in their veins, quoth the pardoner, and alas, thou art very young, Messy, so do I tremble for thee. Yet with each hour do I grow older. And behold in this hour come I, declaring to thee there is no sin so vile but that through me, Holy Church shall grant thee remission, at a price. A price, good pardoner. Why, there be sins great and sins little. But, youthful sir, for thine own damnable doings, grieve not, mope not nor repine, since I, Lubofet Slubbin, past pardoner of the Holy See, will e'en now unloose, assoil and remit them unto thee, at a price, nodded Beltane. Good my lord, spake Giles, viewing the pardoner's plump person with a yearning eye, pray thee bid me kick him hence. Not so, Giles, since from all things may we learn, with patience. Here now is one that hath travelled and seen much and should be wise, forsooth, Messy, I have been so accounted ere now, nodded the pardoner. Dost hear, Giles? Thus, from his wisdom I may perchance grow wiser than I am. So get thee back to thy duty, Giles. Begone, thy presence doth distract us. Ay, base archer, begone, nodded the pardoner, seating himself upon the sward. Thy visage accordeth not with deep-seated thought, take it hence. There spake wisdom, Giles, and he is a fool that disobeys. So, Giles, begone. Hereupon Giles frowned upon the pardoner, who lolling at his ease, snapped his fingers at Giles, whereat Giles scowled amain and scowling, strode away. Now, Messy, quoth the pardoner, opening his wallet, now in the matter of sinning, Messy, and thou hast some pet and peculiar vice, some little, pretty vanity, some secret, sweet transgression, nay, first, quoth Beltane, 'tis sure thou hast a tongue, O infallibly, Messy, a sweet tongue, a tongue attuned to cunning phrases. God gave to women beauty, to flowers perfume, and to me, a tongue. Good pardoner, a lonely wight am I, ignorant of the world and of its ways and doings. So for thy tongue will I barter base coin, what can st tell me for this fair gold piece? That fain would I have the spending on tea, noble, generous sir. What more? Anything ye will, Messy, for since I am the want universal and gold the universal need, needs must want need. And here is a rare turned phrase, methinks. So thus do I wed need with want, nodded Beltane, tossing him the coin. Come now, discourse to me of worldly things, how men do trim their beards these days, what sins be most the fashion, if Duke Ivo sleepeth a nights, whether Pentavalon city standeth yet. Aha, cried the pardoner, coin safely pouched, I can tell ye tales a plenty, sly, merry tales of lovely ladies fair and gay. I can paint ye a tongue picture of one beyond all fair ladies fair, her soft, white body panting warm for kisses, the lure of her mouth, the languorous passion of her eyes, the glorious mantle of her flame-like hair. I'll tell of how she, full of witching, wanton wiles, love alluring, furtive fled fleet-footed from the day and, there amid the soft and slumberous silence of the tender trees did yield her love to one beyond all beings blessed. Thus, sighing and a swoon, did Helen fare, a duchess proud, cried Beltane, clenching sudden fist, what base and lying babble do ye speak? Helen, forsooth, dare ye name her, O thing? Now before Beltane's swift and blazing anger the pardoner's assurance wilted on the instant, and he cowered behind a lifted elbow. Nay, nay, most potent lord, he stammered, spit on me an ye will, spit, I do implore thee, but strike me not. Beseech thee, sir, in what do I offend? The story runs that the proud and wilful lady is fled away, none know wherefore, why, nor where. I do but read the riddle thus, wherefore should she flee but for love, and if for love, then with a man, and if with a man, enough of her, quoth Beltane scowling, woman and her wiles is of none account to me. How, gasped the pardoner, of no account? Woman. But thou art youthful, of no account. Thou art a man very strong and lusty. Of no account, forsooth. O, Venus, hear him. Woman, forsooth. She is man's aim, his beginning and oft times his end. She is the everlasting cause. She is man's sweetest curse and eke salvation, his slave, his very tyrant. Without woman strife would cease, ambition languish, Venus pine to skin and bone, sweet soul, and I never sell another pardon and starve for lack of custom, for while women are, so will be pardoners. But this very week I did good trade in fair Beltane with divers women, 3 were but ordinary indulgences for certain small marital transgressions, but 1, a tender maid and youthful, being put to the torment, had denounced her father and lover. The torment, quoth Beltane, starting. The torment, say you? Ay, messy. Beltane setteth a rare new fashion in torments of late. Howbeit, the father and lover being denounced before Sir Gui's tribunal, they were forthwith hanged upon my Lord Gui's new gibbets. Oh, hanged, quoth Beltane, hanged. Ay, forsooth, by the neck as is the fashion. Now cometh this woeful wench to me vowing she heard their voices the night, and, to quiet these voices besought of me a pardon. But she had but 2 sorry silver pieces, and pardons be costly things, and when she could get no pardon, she went home and that night killed herself, silly wench. Ha! My lord, good Messy, my arm, holy saints! 'Twill break. Killed herself, and for lack of thy pitiful, accursed pardon. Heard you aught else in Beltane? Speak. And Beltane's cruel grip tightened. Indeed, that will I. Good news, sweet news, O my lord, loose my arm. thine arm, good pardoner, thine arm. I take it back, it availeth me nothing, take it and cherish it. To part with a pardon for but 2 silver pieces were a grave folly. So pray you forgive now my ungentleness and speak my thy good, sweet tidings. But hereupon, the pardoner feeling his arm solicitously, held his peace and glowered sullenly at Beltane, who had turned and was staring away into the distance. So the pardoner sulked a while and spake not, until, seeing Beltane's hand creep out towards him, he forthwith fell to volubility. 'Tis told in Bulsay on right good authority that a certain vile knave, a lewd, seditious rogue hight Beltane that was aforetime a charcoal burner and thereafter a burner of gibbets, as witness my Lord Duke's tall, great and goodly gallows, that was beside a prison breaker and known traitor, hath been taken by the doughty Sir Patolop, Lord Warden of the Marches, and by him very properly roasted and burned to death within his great keep of Garth Laxton. Roasted, forsooth, said Beltane, his gaze yet afar off, and, forsooth, burned to ashes, then forsooth is he surely dead. Ay, that is he, and his ashes scattered on a dunghill. A dunghill, ha! He was but a charcoal-burning knave, 'tis said, a rogue base-born and a traitor. Now hereupon my lord, the good Lord Sir Guy, my Lord Duke's Lord Seneschal of Bulsay, forsooth sighed Beltane, here be lords a plenty in Pentavalon. Hereupon the noble Sir Guy set a close watch upon the townsfolk whereby he apprehended divers suspected rogues, and putting them to the torture, found thereby proofs of their vile sedition, insomuch that though the women held their peace for the most part, certain men enduring not, did confess knowledge of a subterraneous passage neath the wall. Then did Sir Guy cause this passage to be stopped, and 4 gibbets to be set up within the market-place, and thereon at sunset every day did hang 4 men, whereto the townsfolk were summoned by sound of tucket and drum, until upon a certain evening some 6 days since, myself standing by, came a white friar hight Friar Martin, well known in Bulsay, and bursting through the throng he did loud-voiced proclaim himself the traitor that had opt and shown the secret way into the dungeons unto that charcoal rogue for whose misdeeds so many folk had suffered. So they took this rascal friar and scourged him and set him in the water dungeons where rats do frolic. And tonight at sunset he dieth by slow fire as a warning to, sweet, noble, good my lord, what would ye? For Beltane had risen and was looking down at the crouching pardoner, suddenly haggard, pallid-lipped, and with eyes a-glare with awful menace. But now the pardoner saw that those eyes looked through him and beyond, living eyes in a face of death. Messy, quavered the pardoner on trembling knees, but Beltane, as one that is deaf and blind, strode forward and over him, and as he went set his bugle to his lips and sounded a rallying note. Forthwith came men that ran towards him at speed, but now was there no outcry or confusion, and their mail gleamed in the early sun as they fell into their appointed rank and company. Then Beltane set his hands unto his eyes and thereafter stared up to the heavens and round about upon the fair earth as one that wakes from a dream evil and hateful, and spake, sudden and harsh-voiced, Now hither to me walk in, Giles and Roger. Ye do remember how upon a time we met a white friar in the green that was a son of God, they call him Brother Martin. Ye do remember brave Friar Martin. Aye, Lord, we mind him, quoth the three. Ye will remember how that we did, within the green, aid him to bury a dead maid, young and fair and tender, yet done to shameful death. Verily, master, a noble lady, growled Walkin. And very young, said Roger. And very comely, alas, added Giles. So now do I tell thee that, as she died, snatched out of life by brutal hands, so, at this hour, even as we stand idle here, other maids do suffer and die within Beltane town. Today, as we stand here, good Friar Martin lieth within the noisome water dungeons where rats do frolic, ha! The pale fox, growled Walkin. Bloody gooey of Allerdale that I do live but to slay one day with Patolop the Red. Thou dost remember, Roger, how, within the keep at Beltane I swear an oath unto Sir Gooey. So now, this very hour, must we march on Beltane that this my oath may be kept. But here a murmur arose that hummed from rank to rank, heads were shaken and gruff voices spake on this wise, Beltane. 'Tis a long day's march to Beltane, 'tis a very strong city, very strongly guarded, and we muster scarce 200. The walls be high and we have no ladders, or engines for battery and storm, forsooth, and we have here much booty already, ha, booty, cried Beltane, there spake tall Orson, methinks. I cried another voice, loud and defiant, and we be no soldiers, master, to march gainst walled cities, look ye. Foresters are we, to live secure and free within the merry green wood. Is he not so, good fellows? And there spake Jenkine o' the Ford, quoth Beltane. Stand forth Orson, and Jenkine with thee, so. Now hearken again. Within Beltane men, aye, and women too, have endured the torment, Orson. Today, at sundown, a noble man doth burn, Jenkine. Why, look ye, master, spake Jenkine, bold-voiced yet blenching from Beltane's unswerving gaze, look ye, good master, here is no matter for honest woodsman, look ye, I nodded tall Orson, 'tis no matter of ours, so wherefore should us meddle? And ye have swords, I see, quoth Beltane, and their 2 hands wherewith to fight, yet do ye speak, forsooth, of booty, and fain would lie hid secure within the green. So be it. Bring forth the record, Giles, and strike me out the names of Orson and Jenkine, the which, being shaped like men, are yet no men. Give therefore unto each his share of booty and let him go hence. So saying, Beltane turned and looked upon the close-drawn ranks that murmured and muttered no more. Quoth he, now, and there be any here among us so faint-hearted, so unworthy as this Orson and Jenkine, that do hold treasure and safety above flesh and blood, if there be any here, who, regarding his own base body, will strike no blow for these distressed, why, let him now go forth of this our company. O men! O men of Pentavalon! Do ye not hear them, these woeful ones? Do ye not hear them crying to us from searing flame, from dungeon and gibbet, do ye not hear? Is there one, that, remembering the torments endured of groaning bodies, the dire wrongs of innocents shamed and trampled in the mire, lives there a man that will not adventure life and limb and all he doth possess that such things may be smitten hence and made an end of for all time? But if such there be, let him now stand forth with Orson here, and Jenkine o' the ford. Thus spake Beltane quick and passionate, and thereafter paused, waiting their answer, but no man spake or moved. Only from their grim ranks a growl went up ominous and deep, and eyes grown bright and fierce glared upon tall Orson and Jenkine o' the ford, who shuffled with their feet and fumbled with their hands and knew not where to look. "'Tis well, good comrades all," spake Beltane in a while, "this night, mayhap, shall we, each one, achieve great things. Go now, dig ye a pit and therein hide such treasure as ye will and thereafter arm ye at points, for in the hour we march. Eric, see each doth bear with him food, and Giles, look that their quivers be full." So saying, Beltane turned and coming to his sleeping place, forthwith began to don his armor. And presently he was aware of Orson and Jenkine standing without the cave and each with look downcast, and eke they fumbled with their hands and shuffled with their feet and fain were to speak yet found no word. But at last spake Jenkine humbly and on this wise, "Master, here come I, look ye, with Orson that is my comrade, look ye, nay, go get thee to thy booty," says Beltane, busied with his armor. "Nay, but look ye master, we be no men," quoth Beltane, "thus would I be free of ye both, so get you hence." "But good master," spake Orson, "we do ha changed our minds, it do be a direful thing to burn, and if they do ha tormented maids, 'tis no matter of thine," quoth Beltane. "So go thy ways and meddle not." "But master, look ye now, we be stout men, and look ye, we be full of lust to fight, O master, let us go. Kneel, Orson, bend thy long shanks, look ye," and forthwith on their knees fell Jenkine and tall Orson with pleading eyes and eager hands outstretched. "O master, look ye, let us go." "Aye, we do ha changed our minds, master." "Then be it so," said Beltane, "and I pray ye be ever faithful to your minds." Then took they Beltane's hand to kiss and thereafter up they sprang and went rejoicing to their company. And, within the hour, mail and bassinet agleam, the 224 marched forth of the hollow with step blithe and free, and swung away through the green till the sound of voice and laughter, the ring and clash of their going was died away and none remained, save where, cross-legged upon the sward, his open wallet on his knee, the round and buxom pardoner sat to cherish a bruised arm and to stare from earth to heaven and from heaven to earth with eyes wider and rounder even than was their wont and custom. Chapter XV. How they came to Bulsay through broad glades deep hid within the wild. By shady alleyway and leafy track they held their march south and by east, a close, well-ordered company striding long and free and waking the solitudes to a blithe babblement of laughing echoes. And who among them all so merry as Giles o' the bow at the head of his sturdy archers? oft trolling some merry stave or turning with some quip or jape upon his tongue, but with eyes quick to mark the rhythmic swing of broad, mail-clad shoulders, eyes critical, yet eyes of pride. Who so grimly eager as mighty walking, his heavy axe lightly a swing, his long legs schooling themselves to his comrade's slower time and pace. Who so utterly content as Black Roger, oft glancing from Beltane's figure in the van to the files of his pikemen, their slung shields agleam, their spears well sloped. And who so gloomy and thoughtful as Beltane, unmindful of the youthful knight who went beside him, and scarce heeding his soft-spoke words until his gaze by chance lighted upon the young knight's armor that gleamed in the sun 'neath rich surcoat, armor of the newest fashion of link, reinforced by plates of steel, gorget and breast, elbow and knee, and with cunningly jointed soles. Moreover, his shield was small and light according with the new fashion, and bare the blazon of 2 hands, tight clasped, and the legend, Semper Fidelis. Now viewing all this with a smith's knowledgeful eye, quick to note the costly excellence of this equipment, Beltane forthwith brake silence. How do men name thee, Sir Knight? Hereupon, after some delay, the young knight made answer, Messie, the motto I bear upon my shield is a good motto methinks. So shalt call me Fidelis an ye will, my lord. So be it, sir. Faithful saying, which Beltane fell to deep thought again.